For 5 years, I thought I would be thrown out of prison like a dead dog. What greeted me was a row of Bentleys and Porsches, as well as a group of men in suits, who bowed 90 degrees to me and said, "Welcome, Dr. Jason Lee." They bowed to me 90 degrees like devout believers, without any perfunctory attitude. Outside, I saw a scene I hadn't expected. Rows and rows of luxury cars, Bentleys, Porsches, Ferraris, all lined up neatly. Standing beside each car was a middle-aged man in a well-tailored suit, either a group boss or a powerful figure. Under the scorching sun, they were sweating profusely, but each of them looked respectful. This style of painting is even less realistic than me winning the lottery. I have mixed feelings. The accident 5 years ago plunged me into the abyss. My name is Jason Lee. I was just an ordinary working youth. My parents died young, leaving me alone and helpless. That day, I saved Anna from falling into the water. She was a young girl still in school, pure and gentle. She was grateful for my life-saving grace, invited me to dinner, and gradually opened her heart to me. We fell in love and decided to get married. But I had no money or background, so I was not recognized by the Chun family. If Anna hadn't threatened to commit suicide, the Chun family wouldn't have agreed to this marriage. On my wedding night, I was deliberately framed and drank a lot of alcohol. When I woke up the next day, the person lying in my arms was actually Anna's best friend. The woman acted like a victim and burst into tears. The entire Chun family rushed in, furious, and beat me up. I was eventually sentenced to 5 years in prison for rape. And during my time in prison, I felt like my life was over. Until one day, an unremarkable old man appeared beside me. He saw my talent and taught me all his medical and martial arts skills. I studied day and night, and within 2 years I had mastered the art. In the following years, I used my medical skills to save lives in prison and even earned a lot of money from prison visits. I've saved many important people, and they all owe me favors. All these people waiting outside the prison have benefited from my kindness. Some excitedly offered me shares worth hundreds of millions of yuan. Others offer me the presidency of an entire pharmaceutical company. But I only had one goal at the moment, to find Anna. It's been 5 years, Anna, and you haven't come to see me, but I've never blamed you. Everything that happened on our wedding night was too absurd, and no one could accept it. As for the Chun family, you schemed against me and put me in jail. You must pay for this. I clenched my fists, anger already burning in my chest. I ignored the kindness of those powerful people and turned to leave, just wanting to see Anna as soon as possible. Behind me came a deafening shout. "Farewell, miracle doctor!" I kept going, but my heart was filled with complicated emotions. Over the years, I've learned resilience and calmness. My direction was clear. I returned directly to the 3-story old house in the urban village. As soon as I entered the yard, I smelled the fragrance of lilies, Anna's favorite flower. Before I could recall the past for too long, I heard a burst of crying and noise in the yard. I looked in the direction of the sound and saw a fat boy riding on a skinny little girl, pulling her hair. The little girl cried and begged him to get off quickly, saying it hurt. But the fat boy just kept going even harder, mocking her. "Your mother is about to remarry, and you still run to me? You have a bad luck to have a father in jail." He raised his hand and was about to hit her. My rage exploded instantly. I rushed forward, pushed the fat boy away, and watched him fall to the ground in dismay. He burst into tears, and the yard erupted in an uproar. I picked up the little girl and found that her features were delicate, and her eyes and eyebrows had the shadow of me and Anna. "What's your name? Is your mother Anna?" I asked, my voice trembling. The little girl hugged me and cried, "Uncle, my name is Lucy. My mother is missing. Take me to find her." Really? My brain was buzzing. 5 years ago, Anna was pregnant, and I knew nothing about it. The fat woman, Chun Wan, ran out, was stunned when she saw me, and immediately started scolding me. She had always looked down on me, and she still showed no signs of restraint. Lucy had suffered a lot. In recent years, I was so angry that I raised my hand and slapped her. Her face immediately swelled up and her front teeth flew out. Without saying anything, I pushed her head into the swill bucket and didn't let go until she drank a few sips. "If you dare to bully my daughter again, I'll make you pay." My voice was low and calm. I squatted down, gently fixed Lucy's hair, and asked with concern, "Where is your mother?" Lucy sobbed and said that her mother-in-law and others took her mother away, saying that she would marry someone else. Marry? I heard Lucy's words, and anger immediately ignited in my heart. Anna, maybe I failed you, but even if you want to start over, you shouldn't let Lucy suffer. Lucy, still so young, lowered her head and blamed herself, saying that her mother had always been so kind and she was the burden. Hearing her say that, my heart nearly broke. A child, blaming herself for all the pain. I hugged my daughter tightly, tears welling in my eyes. Lucy, I'm your father. I'm sorry for making you suffer all these years. Come on, Daddy will take you to find your mother right away. At the Shui residence, Anna's face was reflected in the mirror, and tears couldn't stop falling. No matter how beautiful her makeup was, it couldn't mask the torment in her heart. Her mother, Yuli, kept trying to persuade her not to cry, saying it was a big day and that the family depended on her to get through this difficult time. She must marry Sam to repay her father's debts and to get Lucy medical treatment. The entire Chun family's hopes rest on her. The wedding took place in a magnificent hall, with guests sitting in the packed seats and toasting each other. The Chun family members were all smiling, believing that the crisis would soon be over. Grandpa, after today, our family will be saved, Chun Pong said proudly. Old man Chun Guruwei nodded in agreement. This 30 million investment was crucial to the family's fate. Anna stood in the center of the stage, tears still stained on her face. She only had her daughter and the man she had been away from for 5 years in her heart. When the MC read out the vows, everyone's eyes were on her. Sam was elated, feeling that she had finally gotten what she wanted. But Anna didn't respond. She was struggling and hesitating. Her mother anxiously reminded her, and her father tapped his cane in dissatisfaction. Finally, she suppressed her tears and was about to agree when the door to the auditorium was suddenly kicked open. Anna, everyone looked over at me as I walked into the wedding hall, Lucy in my arms. There was a flurry of discussion all around me, with members of the Chun family and guests alike hurling insults at me. They called me a rapist and a loser, saying I had brought shame to the Chun family. Sam was filled with disgust and angrily ordered the bodyguards to kick me out. The Shui family's bodyguards weren't just any ordinary characters. They were all incredibly skilled. I could tell they even had weapons, but they hadn't unleashed them due to the occasion. I squatted down to comfort Lucy, asking her to wait for me in the audience, then turned to face a group of murderous bodyguards. After all these years in prison, my skills are no longer what they used to be. The Shui family's bodyguards rushed forward with cruel smiles on their faces. They were waiting to knock me to the ground, but they completely underestimated my strength. I didn't retreat, but instead attacked. A heavy punch landed on the first man's shoulder, and the crisp sound of bone cracking echoed throughout the hall. They didn't expect me to resist, and they didn't expect me to move so quickly. After a few rounds, those guys who claimed to be the king of soldiers fell to the ground one after another. Sam, who was standing by and wanted to see me make a fool of myself, was so shocked that he was speechless. Sam took a heavy punch from me, and confidence was still struggling in his eyes, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help trembling. He tried to remain calm and yelled at me that if I dared to touch him, I would be provoking the entire Shui family. In this city, the Shui family is a rampant presence. He thinks that as long as he has this backer, no one dares to really touch him. The people around me were just watching the show, and no one believed that I would really do anything cruel. But my fist had already landed a flurry of powerful punches that distorted Sam's face. He kept screaming, but his voice was getting lower and lower. When I kicked him to the ground, the arrogant air of the Shui family was no longer recognizable. I simply don't bother to pay attention to him. In my eyes, the so-called Shui family is nothing but a bunch of maggots who bully others by taking advantage of their power. I turned and walked towards Anna. In the past 5 years, I had imagined the scene of our reunion countless times, but I never expected it to be like this today. I opened my mouth, wanting to say so much, but couldn't utter a single word, and my eyes were filled with heat. When she saw me, she could no longer suppress her inner sadness. All the grievances and pressures she had shouldered alone for years turned into tears. I can feel how hard it has been for her over the years. I nodded and whispered to her that I was back. Seeing her tears, my heart felt like it was being torn apart. I could guess that she must have been forced to marry Sam. Anna asked Lucy to call me Dad. Lucy stood beside her, looking at me timidly, half believing and half doubting. She tentatively called out, "Dad," and a smile finally appeared on her little face. At that moment, my heart softened. I held Lucy in my arms, tears finally streaming down my face. This was all I had lost and regained. But Yuli came over and broke the tenderness of the moment. She was full of malice, believing that I was just a criminal, and questioned how Lucy could recognize me as her father. Lucy hugged him tighter. She was scared like a little animal. Only she knows how much cold stares and bullying she endured as a child. Today, I appear by her side, and she finally no longer has to be lonely and helpless. I felt a fire burning in my heart as I stared coldly at Yuli. Lucy's fear was clearly the result of being bullied for so long. Anna also spoke up to defend her daughter. After all, she still felt sorry for Lucy. But before she could say anything more, the old man of the Chun family stood up, his face full of anger and resentment. He said that I had brought shame to the Chun family 5 years ago, and now I had beaten Sam and wanted to bring disaster to the Chun family. I just find these accusations ridiculous. He is the one who is behind all this, the one who is really pushing me into hell. Anna next to me suddenly exclaimed. Looking down, I saw Lucy's little face covered in cold sweat, and she was curled up in my arms in pain. In an instant, all the anger turned into worry. I didn't care about anything else and rushed to the hospital with Lucy in my arms. Lucy is Anna as spiritual support and my everything. No matter what happens, I will never let her get hurt again this time. I stood in the ward of Ningzhou First Hospital, speechless for a long time, my eyes fixed on Lucy lying on the bed. Her face was pale, her breathing growing weaker. I had never been so angry, nor had I ever felt so powerless. The attending physician's brow furrowed ever deeper. Finally, he paused his examination and, with a heavy expression, told us that Lucy was malnourished and extremely frightened and had suffered a myocardial infarction. His words stabbed into my heart like a knife. He said it was incredibly difficult to save her. I looked at Anna, who was trembling all over, her face pale, tears streaming through her fingers. She threw herself on the bed, sobbing until her voice was distorted. At that moment, I truly understood that my daughter and Anna were the whole meaning of my life. I looked at Yuli, who was standing nearby. She looked terrified. She knew this was related to her, and her outburst had been the final straw that broke Lucy's back. I suppressed all my anger, walked forward, and whispered to Anna, "I can save Lucy." Yuli exploded on the spot and asked me why I could save people. She didn't believe I could cure diseases and was afraid that I would harm Lucy. But I ignored her. I just looked into Anna's eyes quietly, a tone more firm than ever before. "Trust me." She stared at me, hesitant and struggling, but finally nodded. The doctor warned me that Lucy's condition was extremely dangerous, that even the best doctors in traditional Chinese medicine were helpless. I shook my head and replied calmly, "She won't die." Over the years, I've diligently practiced medicine and martial arts, saving countless lives, and I've lost count of how many lives I've saved from the brink of death. I'm not afraid of any suspicion, and I don't intend to explain anything further. Yuli was yelling beside me, worried that my reckless behavior would harm Lucy, but I didn't even look at her. My eyes were only on Lucy, and her small body seemed to be losing warmth bit by bit. Anna finally gave in and stepped aside with a final wave of trust. I took a deep breath, placed my hand on Lucy's back, and silently circulated my chi. This is the medical skill I've painstakingly practiced for 5 years, a skill honed through countless life or death experiences. With a flick of my wrist, 13 blood-red needles flew out from my sleeve, accurately piercing the acupuncture points on Lucy's back. The doctor gasped in shock, his voice trembling. He recognized it as the legendary 13 needles of heaven, said to be able to bring the dead back to life and regenerate flesh, making it one of the most supreme medical skills. My movements were seamless, each needle precise. With each insertion, a gentle stream of chi flowed into Lucy's body, awakening her nearly exhausted vitality. 13 needles of the way of heaven, each needle a new level of heaven. Originally, one needle would have been enough to make Lucy recover, but I knew that this child had suffered more than once or twice over the years and had already reached the limit of her deficit. I mended the wound stitch by stitch, each one akin to exhausting all my strength. Sweat streamed down my forehead, but my heart remained calm. As long as Lucy could wake up, I would pay any price. When the last needle fell, the 13 blood-red needles instantly turned into streaks of light and disappeared. I breathed a sigh of relief, almost fainting. After a moment, Lucy let out a soft moan, the pain on her face slowly fading, and her skin regained its color. As I watched this scene, all the repression in my heart finally melted into a warm current. Anna cried and threw herself on Lucy, hugging her tightly, repeating that everything was okay. Lucy opened her eyes and asked herself dazedly why she was in the hospital. I stood by, my eyes welling up. This moment was the redemption I had waited 5 years for. Just as everyone was lost in their emotions, applause suddenly erupted from outside the ward door. I turned around and saw it was the old man from the Chun family. He walked in with a gloomy face, brimming with anger. He asked me if I thought the Chun family was my backer and would just ignore me when I got into trouble. In his heart, the Shui family would definitely not let us off easily. I sneered in response. The Shui family, nothing special. I never take them seriously. The old man's expression turned even uglier, and he cursed me for overestimating my abilities. Sam appeared at this time, his face swollen like a pig's head. When he saw me, he wanted to pounce on me and bite me to death. But he didn't dare to, so he could only stand there gritting his teeth. I held Lucy in my arms and gently hugged Anna, ignoring Sam's provocation. Lucy's cry of "Dad" was like sunlight that penetrated all my darkness. I felt Anna's reliance and trust, and at that moment, all the hatred became insignificant. Sam's eyes were filled with jealousy and anger, but he could do nothing. I lowered my head and stroked Lucy's hair, feeling that this moment was everything to me. The old man of the Chun family pretended to be tentative and asked Sam if the engagement could continue. I could feel his dissatisfaction and anxiety towards me. He didn't take me seriously at all. He only cared about whether the 30 million yuan of funds could be in place. Once the Shui family withdraws their investment, the entire Chun family will collapse. He dare not offend the Shui family. Even if he speaks tough, he is full of panic in his heart. Sam smiled inscrutably, nodded his agreement, and said, "Of course the engagement will continue." How could he bear to let it go? His eyes held a morbid obsession. He didn't explain much. He just wanted Anna to regret her choice today for the rest of her life. The situation was at a stalemate when footsteps were heard at the door again. I turned around and saw an elderly man in a smart suit walking in with 2 bodyguards in black. The old man was holding an exquisite box in his hand, with a calm aura and elegant manners. The old man of the Chun family hurried over to greet him, his attitude even more respectful than before. He recognized this butler uniform. It was custom-made for the Zhu family. Even the bodyguards had a different aura. Everyone could feel that the person coming today had an extraordinary background. "I'm the steward of Mr. Zhu, the richest man, and I'm here to bring you a little gift." The old man handed over the box without a trace of arrogance. As the lid of the box was opened, the dazzling white light blinded everyone. Inside lay a thumb-sized Beihai pearl. The whole audience was in an uproar. The Beihai pearl was a treasure worth hundreds of millions of yuan, and a pearl this big must be worth at least $1 billion. The Chun family's hall suddenly fell silent. Even Sam's smile froze. I saw the old man of the Chun family took the pearl, his hand was shaking. He asked the housekeeper of the richest man, Zhu, "Is this really a gift for the Chun family?" The old butler simply nodded without further ado. He turned and left with his bodyguards, his back clear and sharp, without any unnecessary movements. But the calmer he was, the more shocked everyone was. A Beihai pearl worth 10 billion is not just money. It represents identity, status, and power. Some people subconsciously attributed all this to Sam. Yuli loudly announced that it must be because of the Shui family's marriage that the richest man, Zhu, gave gifts. The people around nodded one after another, their expressions becoming more enthusiastic and fawning. Even the old man from the Chun family looked at Sam with an unusually flattering look. But Sam knew in his heart that this had nothing to do with the Shui family. His father had wanted to see the richest man Zhu before, but he couldn't even get through the door. He was stunned for a moment, then quickly adjusted his expression and straightened his chest, as if he was silently enjoying his own glory. I lowered my head and chuckled, making a puff sound, which I couldn't help. This sound immediately attracted everyone's attention. Everyone looked at me with eyes full of ridicule and contempt. Yuli changed her attitude faster than turning the pages of a book and told me to get away from them and not to take advantage of them. Someone asked me what I was laughing at, mocking me for not being worthy of such a gift. Sam wasn't above mocking me, tugging at his Versace suit and putting on airs. I was too lazy to argue with them. I had seen all sorts of cold stares in prison over the years. Their verbal attacks couldn't hurt me at all. I simply asked calmly, "Are you sure this gift is for Sam?" Chen Wan retorted sarcastically, "What else? Could it be you?" I nodded gently and answered calmly, "It's me." The whole place fell silent, then erupted into even louder, mocking laughter. They simply didn't believe it, and some even called me crazy. I didn't explain any further. They wouldn't believe me anyway, so there was no point in explaining anymore. Just then, Lucy suddenly ran over, hugged me with her little arms, kissed me sweetly on the face, and said that she believed in her father. I looked down at Lucy, and my heart suddenly warmed. Her pure trust was more precious than anything else. I pinched her little face gently, and suddenly I felt relieved. As long as she and Anna were by my side, no matter how chaotic the outside world was, it wouldn't be scary. Anna walked over to me and took my arm, with undisguised tenderness and trust in her eyes. I met her gaze, and at that moment, all the storms melted away. As long as she was there, nothing else mattered. At this moment, the old man of the Chun family came over with a gloomy face and reminded me in a cold voice to quickly complete the divorce procedures with Anna. As soon as he finished speaking, the whole place fell silent, and everyone's eyes were focused on us. They suddenly realized that as long as Anna and I were still married, the Schweff family would not be able to enter. For a family as prestigious as the Schweff family, this was a great shame and humiliation. Yuli immediately rushed to express her opinion and promised to take Anna to handle the formalities. But Chenwan hit back bluntly, saying that she was a waste and wanted to make amends by marrying her daughter to her. Yuli's face turned red, and she wanted to fight back but didn't dare. Chenwan's status in the family is higher, and she dare not resist at all. The old man acquiesced to all this and watched coldly. Old Master Chen looked at us coldly with his old eyes, and his tone was icy without a trace of warmth. "If the divorce isn't done, you and your whole family get out of the Chun family." Yuli's face suddenly turned pale, as if the last layer of her fig leaf had been torn off in public. She originally just wanted to please the old man, but she didn't expect that a single sentence would push her to the edge of the cliff. Hatred flashed in her eyes, but she could only grit her teeth and nod. "Dad, I will make sure they get a divorce tomorrow." I looked at her coldly. "This is what is called relatives. This is what is called family. That's best." Sam, in a friendly manner, "Master Shui, something unexpected happened today. How about I host a banquet to make amends?" His face changes faster than turning the pages of a book. Sam looked at me, touched his swollen cheek with his fingers, and a hint of ferocity appeared in his eyes. The corners of his mouth turned up in a sinister smile. At that moment, I could clearly see the calculation in his eyes. He was not in a hurry. He wanted to torture me slowly and let me watch with my own eyes as Anna became his toy under his crotch. He doesn't want women. He wants my heartbroken look. "Let's go." He threw down a few words and followed the old man out. A group of Chun family members also left, leaving my family standing in the empty ward. The air is finally clear. I was lowering my head to comfort Lucy when Yuli's familiar yet harsh voice rang in my ears. "Anna, what are you standing there for? Grab the baby and follow me." Lucy hugged my neck with her little hands, buried her head in my arms, and said in a baby voice, "Lucy won't leave. Lucy wants to be with Daddy." But she quickly looked at Yuli timidly and shrank her little body. "Mom, you go back first. I want to stay with Jason." Anna's tone was no longer weak, but decisive. My heart moved slightly. The girl who used to be submissive has really changed. "Don't you understand? Have you forgotten how you managed to survive when he was in jail?" Yuli shouted at the top of her lungs, her eyes filled with uncontrollable anger. "How can he compare to Sam? Are you crazy?" "Mom, I believe him on that matter." Anna spoke each word clearly as if reciting a line, but her voice was extremely firm. "If you don't come with me today, you won't be able to go home." Yuli uttered these harsh words coldly. Anna's face turned pale, and she was in a dilemma. I whispered, "Anna, it's been a while since we last visited Dad. Let's go back and see him." She was stunned for a moment, then suddenly threw herself into my arms. I knew she understood what I meant. I'm doing this for her own good and don't want to force her to take sides. But Yuli just kept biting it like a dogskin plaster. "You rapist, what qualifications do you have to enter our house?" "Mom, if Jason can't go, then I won't go back either." Anna's tone was no longer polite and her face was ashen. "Okay, if you don't reply, where can I find you to get a divorce tomorrow? How am I going to explain this to your grandfather then?" She didn't care about her daughter at all. She was just afraid of losing face in front of the old man. I sneered. "Mother-in-law, tell me, if I leave tonight, what will you use to divorce me tomorrow?" Yuli's face turned pale instantly. She never included me in this. She thought that as long as they decided, I would have to leave. I didn't expect that my words would hit her soft spot. Whatever. She said this and turned away. Let's go. I picked up Lucy, making her giggle, and then reached out to hold Anna's hand. Her eyes were shining as she looked at my back, as if she suddenly had someone to rely on. We had just walked a short distance out of the hospital when we heard a roar ahead. Ka-ka-ka. The roar of the excavator was deafening, mixed with the women's cries. It was Yuli's voice. Anna panicked and turned to look at me. Is something wrong? I pulled her and ran over quickly. She saw her mother kneeling on the ground, crying, and the person standing in front of her was Chun Wan. I squinted my eyes and saw the scene clearly. Chun Wan sneered, pulled out a document from her arms, and threw it on the ground. Yuli, did you see clearly? It's clearly written in black and white that your house is an illegal building. I'm doing this for your own good, to help you tear it down sooner. Yuli cried like a tearful person and kept shaking her head. Sister, our house has been built for decades. How could it be an illegal construction? Is there something wrong? Chun Fei's pale face was full of cowardice. This man is my nominal father-in-law, but he lives worse than a nanny. When his house was demolished, he did not protest or get angry, but instinctively asked Chun Wan for mercy. I sneered in my heart. People like him are just tools in the Chun family. This demolition was something Chun wanted planned long ago. She had been eyeing that piece of land for a long time, and now she was just killing two birds with one stone by using the guise of illegal construction. I have long seen through Chun Wan's true face. This woman has never had any good intentions in her heart. She stood there, sneered, her eyes full of pride. I don't know. They said it was an illegal building, so I called the construction team to tear it down today. You don't have to live here anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, Fei Chun panicked, his face full of fear. Sister, if this place is demolished, where will we live? Please, this is the only house we have. As he shouted, he felt his knees and tried to hug Chun Wan's legs. Chun Wan was prepared and took a half step back in disgust, her eyes full of disgust. Get away from me. I don't care where you live. I'm going to tear this house down today. She shouted wildly and showed no mercy at all. Yuli also fell to her knees and begged in a trembling voice. Sis, we're begging you. Are you angry because I talked back to you today? Please kowtow to you and let our family go. I felt bad watching the couple kneeling on the ground. They really didn't treat me well, but they were Anna's parents after all, and I couldn't just watch them get driven to a dead end. I turned to look at Anna. Her face was full of anxiety. I nodded at her, telling her not to worry, and then slowly walked forward. What right do you have to demolish this house? I asked Chinwan in a deep voice. She was stunned for a moment, and her arrogant look just now obviously froze, and then hatred burned in her eyes. I slapped her son in the face this morning and pushed her next to the gansoi dai. How could she possibly swallow this? You're a rapist, and you have a right to speak. This is an illegal building. What's wrong with me demolishing it? She sneered, her tone extremely arrogant. I naturally knew what she was thinking. She didn't care about the illegal construction at all. She was thinking about the value of this piece of land. You say it's an illegal building, but what you actually want is this piece of land. I put my hands behind my back and looked at her, my tone calm, but oppressive. As soon as the words came out, Chan Fei and his wife raised their heads and looked at Chun Wan with shocked eyes. Sister, this is my family's only territory. How could you do this? Although Chen Fei was timid, he was not a fool. Even if he was weak, he could see this. The expression on Chan Wan's face suddenly froze. After a moment, she raised her head and her tone became even firmer. Humph, this land was originally meant to be mine. I'm just taking it back now. Her confidence obviously came from the construction team behind her, and she didn't take us seriously at all. When the land was divided, I let you pick first. I live in the area you left behind, and you actually come and grab my little piece of land. Chun Fei raised his voice a lot, but looking at the documents with the words illegal construction handling and the construction team behind it, his eyes still showed helplessness. Suddenly, an angry voice sounded. Chumwan, get out of here. This is my home. You're not welcome. It's Anna. She's already coming over. When Yuli saw her daughter, she stood up quickly as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw. Chunwan, do you dare to touch my family? My daughter is going to marry Sam Shui. She can make you pay for it with just one word. When she heard Sam, Chunwan actually smiled and the confidence on her face returned. I'm so scared, she said sarcastically. Let me tell you, Anna is nothing more than a commodity of our Chun family. She was sold to Master Shui for 30 million. She is nominally his wife, but in the end, she is just a plaything. She spoke so recklessly that even I frowned. Yuli's eyes gradually dimmed. She originally regarded Sam as her only hope, but now she realized that in Chun Wan's eyes, this was just a deal. Chun Fei's expression changed, and he knelt down and began to kowtow. Sister, please let our family go. I felt a surge of anger in my heart when I heard this. Try to insult Anna again. I walked closer step by step with cold eyes. Anna is my wife. I owe her so much, and now I will not allow anyone to bully her anymore. Chen Wan took a half step back in fear, but was then filled with courage by hatred. A cheap bitch is a cheap bitch. You rapist. You can only hide in the corner and lick your wounds while watching her get married. She gritted her teeth, as if she would not feel happy unless she vented her malice. Tear it down for me. She suddenly turned around and shouted to the construction team. My eyes darkened and I stared at her fiercely, then slapped her hard in the face. Let's see who dares to move. I turned around and roared, my voice like thunder. The construction team stood there in a daze, not daring to move forward. Chun Wan covered her face, burning with anger, screamed and wanted to rush over to me, but I ignored her. I took out my cell phone and dialed the number, my tone as cold as a knife. Cancel the illegal construction charges against the Chun family. Also, take over Chun Wan's land. Chun Wan listened, covered her face, and laughed out loud. Who do you think you are? The mayor of Ningzhou? Can you just ask for it? Even boasting should be done in the right context. I glanced at her calmly, my tone calm. You'll know soon. Chun Fei and Yuli stare at me blankly, their eyes full of disbelief. I, the rapist, seem to be completely different from before. At this time, Chun Wan's phone rang. She glanced at the screen, and a flattering smile immediately appeared on her face. Hey, Wuku, how come you have time to call me today? I stood aside and watched Chun Wan's face turn pale when she answered the phone, and a sneer couldn't help but appear at the corner of her mouth. Her tone on the phone was obviously panicked. Why did you cancel it so suddenly? Didn't we agree on this before? I gave you so many gifts. The person on the other end of the phone showed no mercy to her and scolded her coldly. Get lost. Don't drag me into this. I've returned all the things you gave me. Don't come to me again. After a few seconds, the call ended. Her face instantly turned extremely ugly, and she stared at me angrily. I narrowed my eyes and looked at her. What? Are you going to demolish the house or not? She was obviously stunned by what I did, and she managed to hold on and snort coldly. You're lucky today. I'll deal with you another day. Although she still had a tough mouth, I could see that she was no longer confident. Her expression was complicated, and her eyes were filled with confusion, as if she was still wondering what tricks I had used. I took Anna's hand and said coldly, You should go back and see if that piece of land is still yours. As soon as she finished speaking, she froze as if struck by lightning, her face filled with uncertainty. At this moment, her cell phone rang again. As soon as the phone was connected, there was an angry roar. What the hell did you do outside? Now a bunch of people come to demolish our house, saying that the land belongs to Jason. Shinwan's face suddenly changed. She turned around and stared at me with a murderous look in her eyes. You're so cruel. You even took our territory. She gritted her teeth, her voice filled with hatred. I remained calm and replied, Good deeds are rewarded, and evil deeds are punished. The person on the other end of the phone was still yelling, Come back quickly and take a look. She didn't bother to talk any more nonsense with me and turned around and ran away. As soon as Chun Wan left, the construction team packed up and left, and no one dared to touch the Chun family's house again. These people were paid to do the work, and seeing that their employer was in trouble, they naturally didn't want to cause trouble. Anna helped Yuli up from the ground and looked at me, her eyes clearly trying to take credit. I just smiled faintly, understanding everything in my heart, but I didn't expose her thoughts. After Chun Wan disappeared from the street, Yuli and Chun Fei finally breathed a sigh of relief, their hearts finally at ease. Chun Fei suddenly turned to look at me and muttered, Jason, you're so strong. He stopped talking before swallowing the word rapist back. Anna's face darkened and she whispered, Dad, don't talk nonsense. Chun Fei could only smile awkwardly and lower his head. Yuli also stood up, tears still on her face, but she asked me in a condescending manner, How did you get Chun Wan to leave? I replied casually, A friend I used to know. She was stunned, her face full of suspicion. It was obvious that she had never thought I had such a great ability. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. You also took over Chun Wan's territory? I didn't say anything, but Chun Fei immediately came over. They exchanged glances, their eyes barely concealing the greed in them. That piece of land wasn't just a rundown building, it was an entire villa. Chun Fei rubbed his hands together, his face full of anticipation. At this moment, Anna suddenly became angry. Mom and Dad, how could you do this? Jason just saved our family, and you still want to take things from him? Chun Fei awkwardly withdrew his gaze and glanced at Anna. He obviously felt that this was not right, but he was reluctant to give up the land, so he hesitated and said nothing. Yuli snorted coldly and tried to argue. He was in jail for 5 years. How much has our family suffered over the years? That piece of land can be considered as compensation for us. Anna was so angry that she was speechless. She handed over half of her salary, and the rest was barely enough to support her and Lucy. Yuli herself had never suffered much hardship, and she had even considered sending Lucy to an orphanage, feeling no guilt at all. I had long seen through their true colors, and now I simply stared at them expressionlessly. It's not impossible to give it to you, I said calmly, my eyes sweeping over them. It's really not been easy for you these past few years. I paused deliberately, watching their eyes light up. Yuli couldn't help but ask, but what? Chun Fei also nodded hurriedly. Anna was a little worried and quickly advised me. Jason, you just got out and have nothing. Don't make promises rashly. Yuli immediately retorted, you're my son-in-law. Of course you have to give it to us. I sneered inwardly as she called me son-in-law. On our wedding day, when she told me to get out of the hospital ward, I never imagined she'd yell that today. I'd long seen through her double standards and her true colors. I said slowly, okay, I can give it to you, as long as you promise not to force Anna to divorce me tomorrow. As soon as he finished speaking, Fei Chun was immediately dissatisfied. That won't do. She still wants to be with Sam. I interrupted him. Don't worry about other things, just promise one thing. Don't force her to divorce. A shrewd glint flashed in Yuli's eyes, and she quickly nodded. Okay, I promise you. She agreed on the surface, but in her heart, she was already planning her next move. If she didn't force him, she could still use the old man and Sam's hands to make a move. Her previous boasts were no longer worth mentioning now that she saw her territory was gone. I could sense Yuli's concern. Her motive was simple. She just wanted me to avoid involving Anna in my plans. I understood she was worried about her daughter, but as long as I didn't push Anna, I could let go and do what I had to do. Anna is close to them, and I don't want her to be caught between her family and me. As long as they don't become an obstacle, I have enough confidence to make Sam and the Chun family pay the price they deserve. I'll have it delivered to you when the time comes. I nodded, giving Yuli some comfort. Still a little worried, Yuli couldn't help but remind me again. Her expression and tone revealed anxiety. In our 3-story house, I was holding Lucy and Anna, telling them stories of the past few years. Suddenly, little Lucy rubbed her eyes and yawned, looking like she was too sleepy to open them. Dad, I'm so sleepy. Lucy leaned softly in my arms. I looked out the window and saw that it was still early, only 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Lucy, you can't sleep, or you won't be able to sleep at night. Anna quickly dissuaded her. I patted Lucy's head and coaxed her softly. It's okay, go to sleep if you're sleepy, and Daddy will call you later. Anna looked at me with a hint of helplessness, saying I was spoiling my daughter too much. I just shook my head and didn't explain further. A few minutes later, Lucy had fallen asleep in my arms. I looked down at her, then at Anna, and my tone became serious. Lucy, have you been feeling sleepy in the afternoons lately? I asked with a frown. Anna was startled by my expression, thought for a moment, and nodded. It's been like this almost every afternoon for a long time, but she's very energetic at night. I tried to correct her sleep schedule, but no matter whether I let her sleep in the afternoon or not, she couldn't sleep at night. Hearing this, my heart sank. What's wrong? Could it be that Lucy? Anna bit her lip before she could finish her words, looking at me with a worried look on her face. I shook my head and sighed. It's not a big problem. It's just that Lucy has been malnourished since childhood, and she had a heart disease before, so she has always been weak. Anna's eyes immediately turned red, and she lowered her head to wipe away her tears. It's all my fault. I didn't take good care of Lucy, otherwise she wouldn't be so weak. I felt bad too. I held Lucy in one hand and held Anna in my arms with the other. She'd suffered so much over the years, raising a child alone while also facing the harassment of the Chun family. Lucy will be fine. I'll get her some medicine later. She'll be well again after a while. Thank you for your hard work over the years, I whispered to comfort her. As the sky darkened, I carried the sleeping Lucy out of the house. Anna wanted to follow, but Yuli refused to let her go. With no other options, I had to take Lucy out alone. Soon, I took my daughter to Rankingtang. In my impression, Rankingtang is the most famous pharmacy in Ningzhou City, with excellent pharmacists and top-grade medicinal materials. I chose this place because I wanted to prepare a medicine for Lucy to make up for the damage she's done to her health over the years. Lucy is too weak now, and if she doesn't take care of herself in time, I'm afraid she'll have serious problems. As soon as I walked in, the rich aroma of medicine filled my nose, which made me feel a little relieved. Just from this aroma, I could tell that the herbs were all of good quality. Just as I was looking around the pharmacy, a sarcastic voice came from behind me. Hey, isn't this the rapist who just got out of prison? What happened? Did you get kicked out by the Chun family? I knew that voice all too well. Sam from the Schwef family. I ignored him and walked straight into the pharmacy. Sam's face darkened when he saw me ignoring him. He had just finished discussing something with the Chun family's old man, and he didn't expect to run into me here. He wanted to take the opportunity to humiliate him, but he didn't expect me to even look at him. He couldn't stand being ignored, especially by someone like me, a waste of money. He was furious, and in a few steps he rushed over to me, yelling, "Rape? Are you deaf?" This sound caused everyone around to look at me, pointing and whispering. I looked up and gave him a cold look, my tone icy. Get lost. My voice was not loud, but my tone was firm. Coupled with the way I stared at him, Sam was obviously stunned. He seemed to recall the beating I'd given him today. Sweat broke out on his forehead, and he unconsciously stepped back. I ignored him, focused on holding Lucy, and walked straight past him. If he wasn't worried about my daughter's health, this clown wouldn't have the right to act wildly in front of me. The people behind me chuckled as if they were watching the fun, and the atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward. Sam's face was horrible. Ignored by me and ridiculed by everyone, he gnashed his teeth in anger. As the eldest son of the Schwef family, when had he ever been insulted like this? He stared at my back with a cold look in his eyes. But it doesn't matter to me at all. All I care about now is my daughter in my arms. Sam clenched his fists tightly, but still followed. A few passers-by who were watching the excitement also slowly followed, obviously wanting to see what would happen next. I walked up to the counter and said to the clerk, "I'll get some medicine." The clerk was a young man with a smart look. He looked at Lucy in my arms, then looked at me with kindness in his eyes. "Sir, is this to nourish our daughter?" I nodded. "We have most famous pharmacist, known throughout Ningzhou. Do you want to take your daughter to see him?" He recommended me with a smile, obviously wanting me to go to the pharmacist for a consultation. In fact, there is nothing wrong with him doing this. After all, he could get a commission by referring people. Don't worry about it. I'll prescribe the medicine according to my own prescription. This is my inner persistence and my confidence as a miracle doctor. Not only in Ningzhou, even looking across the entire China, I haven't met many people who can compare with me. There is no way I would let anyone else prescribe medicine for me, and I would not let the so-called pharmacist interfere with my daughter's treatment. Sam's voice echoed from behind. He always liked to make his presence felt in the crowd, his tone tinged with deliberate disdain. "You're such a poor bastard. You can't even afford a pharmacist to treat you. Such a pitiful thing for such a lovely girl." I gave him a cold look, not interested in wasting time on him. This guy's like a ghost, always hanging around us, try to get some advantage from me. The Schwef family, Sam, and the Chun family, they will all pay the price sooner or later. But right now, Lucius' illness is the most important thing. If you still wanted to deal with you, keep talking nonsense. I stared at him, eyes cold. How could I treat someone who was deliberately trying to steal my wife well? Sam clutched the hem of his shirt, his voice dripping with mockery, his face etched with nervousness. He said stubbornly, "Am I wrong? You're a broke bastard, and you still want to buy medicine at Rankingtang? I'm afraid you can't even afford the lowest-ranking pharmacist, so you can only prescribe random prescriptions to fool the child." After saying this, he deliberately glanced at the people behind him. As expected, the looks from the people around me became subtle, full of doubt and ridicule towards me. "Prescribe medicine for yourself? He doesn't look like a doctor at all. Poor little girl." The whisper beside me was harsh, as if to bury me alive in this cold gaze. "This girl is so pitiful. Having a father like this, alas." The discussion in the crowd gradually became louder, and the pride on Sam's face was beyond words, as if he was in control of everything. The atmosphere became increasingly oppressive, and he continued to exaggerate. But it doesn't matter. Anna is going to marry me, isn't she? I'll raise her daughter as my own, and I won't be as poor and stingy as you. The people around us suddenly understood our relationship. Some even whispered, "This stepfather is much better than my biological father. He also dresses more luxuriously." Yeah, a biological father is not as good as a stepfather. At least he is willing to spend money on his daughter. I couldn't help but sneer at these rumors, but I knew that now was not the time to argue with others. Sam took the opportunity to order the clerk, "Go call out Hiruehua, your famous pharmacist. I heard he can make wonderful tonic soup. Have him personally prepare one for my future daughter." Hearing Sam's words, the clerk's eyes lit up, and he immediately turned and ran to the back hall. The people around him immediately exploded. "Hiruehua, he's a famous pharmacist in Ningzhou. It would cost at least tens of thousands of dollars for him to make the deal." Someone exclaimed. Another person retorted, "What do you know? Hiruehua's wonderful tonic soup uses ingredients like ginseng and Ganoderma lucidum and is made with a unique secret recipe. It's worth millions. Last time, a relative of mine wanted him to sell it, but the price was too high, so he had to give up. I didn't expect this stepfather to be so rich and spend so much money on the little girl." For a moment, everyone's attention was focused on Sam and his soon-to-be-wed stepdaughter. Sam couldn't hide the pride on his face when he heard the flattery. He was immersed in the pleasure of being the center of attention. Soon, the clerk called in Hiruehua. He immediately caught the crowd's attention. His long, pale hair was meticulously combed, his face was lined with distinct wrinkles, and he exuded a unique aura in his white clothes. He glanced around and finally fixed his gaze on Sam. "So, it's Mr. Sam from the Schweff family. My apologies." The people around were immediately in an uproar. Their eyes were so hot that they seemed to want to praise Sam to the sky. Sam pretended to be calm, with a smile on his face. "Dr. He, today I would like to ask you to help me prepare a wonderful tonic soup to nourish this little girl." Hiruehua walked up to Lucy, his eyes fixed on her frail face, his expression calm. "A little girl like this is so weak. This soup is perfect for her. It can also boost her physical strength and intelligence." After saying that, he walked straight into the pharmacy and prepared this expensive medicine. Everyone crowded closer, and some people whispered, "I haven't seen anyone buy miaobu soup in public for several years. Today I finally get to see it. I'll have to explain it in detail when I get back." Seeing Hiruehua make medicine himself is a big deal. I stood aside silent. To be honest, I was a bit curious about the so-called famous pharmacist's miraculous tonic soup and wanted to see how good he really was. Seeing my calm expression, Sam couldn't help but taunt me again. "Jason, you have to see clearly. This is how a real pharmacist makes medicine. If you prescribe medicine for Lucy again, don't blame me for being rude." Everyone around me stared at me, their disdain undisguised. I didn't bother to argue with them, and instead focused on massaging Lucy's arm, trying to help her sleep peacefully without being disturbed. On the other side, I quietly watched Hiruehua's operation. It would have been fine if I hadn't watched it, but once I saw it, I understood that this so-called Ningzhou famous Chinese medicine doctor was just so. He busied himself with work, as if he were preparing a magical elixir. Soon, the miraculous tonic soup was served. The crowd's eyes were all focused on the bowl of medicinal soup, and each of them looked like they had seen some rare treasure. "Wow, is this the wonderful tonic soup? Just smelling it makes me feel refreshed." Someone immediately retorted, "Don't be so self-indulgent. This medicine is originally given to children to strengthen their physical fitness." Amidst the chatter, Sam proudly took the tonic soup from Hiruehua and handed it to me like a gift. "Hurry up and give it to Lucy. This is worth $1 million. I sneered with only 2 words in my mind: garbage. I watched Sam hand over the bowl of wonderful soup, his eyes filled with pride, and the people around me followed suit. They thought I would burst into tears of gratitude, but I just sneered. This smile completely ignited the emotions of the people around me. They shouted that I was crazy for daring to say in public that pharmacist He's Miaobu Tang was rubbish. In the eyes of these people, Hiruehua is a god, and his medicine is the golden rule. Any questioning is disrespectful. Sam saw my disdainful expression and secretly rejoiced. He'd only intended to humiliate me, but he hadn't expected me to publicly contradict him, escalating the conflict. He was watching the show from the sidelines, eager for me to make a fool of myself. "Jason, what do you mean? How dare you look down on pharmacist He's medicine? He stood up pretending to be righteous, his face full of anger, as if I were Godslayer. I stood straight, my gaze unflinching. I told you this soup is rubbish. The person who made it is worse than an apprentice. As soon as I finished speaking, Hiruehua's face turned livid. His miraculous tonic soup was etched with anger am I disparaging it. He slammed the table with a thud that echoed throughout the pharmacy. He looked at me coldly and angrily said, "Where did you come from, you young brat? I've been practicing medicine in Ningzhou for decades, and my skills are admired by countless people. This wonderful tonic soup is the fruit of my life's work. What qualifications do you have to dictate my opinion?" The onlookers began to whisper, and the atmosphere became tense. They seemed to have seen a disaster coming, and they all wanted to stay away. After all, no one dares to think about the consequences of offending a doctor here, especially someone like Hiruehua. Sam reminded me, sinisterly, "You have to think carefully. The daughter in your arms is still waiting for you to treat her." Someone in the crowd started shouting, "Your daughter is already so sick, and you're still trying to act brave? You're not accepting the Miaobu soup, and you're still going crazy here." They described me as irresponsible and a cold-blooded father in their words and deeds. I glanced at them with disdain, feeling nothing. I only cared about Lucia's safety. The other discussions had nothing to do with me. I once again confronted all the doubters. I'm right. Things like Miaobu Tang are completely unbalanced in their medicinal effects. Ginseng and reishi mushrooms piled together may look impressive, but a child's body simply can't handle it. You think it will nourish the child, but it's like inflating a balloon. It may appear to expand, but it could burst at any moment. My voice is not loud, but every word I say hits the point. Hiruehua was enraged by my words. His face flushed red. He slammed the table and shouted, "Are you here to see a doctor, or to cause trouble?" As soon as I finished speaking, a group of security guards swarmed in from outside the pharmacy and surrounded me in an instant. These security guards all had unfriendly expressions, as if they were just waiting for Hiruehua to give the order to throw me out. Sam was watching from the side with a smile on his face, finally getting the chance to see me make a fool of myself. All the onlookers took a few steps back, waiting to see me being kicked out of the pharmacy. But I didn't take these people seriously at all and remained calm as if nothing had happened. I'm just here to get medicine for my daughter. I raised my head without fear and stared at Hiruehua with a firm gaze. He was so intimidated by my aura that he couldn't help but sneer. "You want to make medicine for your daughter? Sure, make a soup in front of everyone. But if you can't make a better one than my miraculous tonic, you'll crawl out today." His voice echoed in the pharmacy, and the situation instantly became tense. I responded calmly, "Okay, then I'll show you my true medical skills. But I'm afraid your ranking tang will lose face." Hiruehua narrowed his eyes, sneered, and agreed. "If you can really make a medicinal soup better than my Miaobu soup, I will apologize to you immediately." He didn't take me seriously at all, and was sure I would make a fool of myself in public. The onlookers began to whisper. Some thought I was crazy, while others said I was trying to attract attention. Someone sneered, "Looking at his condition, I guess he will have to be carried away later." Someone else said, "There were some foolish people who caused trouble here before and ended up having several bones broken." I ignored the noises and patted Lucy gently to wake her up. I gently placed her on a stool beside me and said softly, "Lucy, be good. Daddy needs to prepare medicine for you. Wait for him for a moment." Lucy opened her eyes drowsily and looked at the people around her with an uneasy look on her face. I patted her head to reassure her. No matter how big the commotion outside, Lucy's safety is everything to me. I turned and walked into the pharmacy and started selecting herbs. Sam continued to sneer. "Do you know what medicine is? Do you want our pharmacist to help you take a look?" Everyone around me was laughing at me, but I remained unmoved. My technique was already very proficient. Taking the medicine, weighing it, and mixing it, every step was done meticulously. I know that the medicine I made myself is truly suitable for Lucy. I picked up cheap herbs like angelica and wisteria flowers without hesitation. Hiruehua watched coldly from his side, shaking his head and sighing, his eyes full of contempt and disdain. He believed that only precious herbs could be used to make good medicines, and that my actions were just grandstanding. "Get out of this pharmacy now, and I'll barely let you go," he said, his tone already filled with impatience. Sam, however, was stoking the issue, not wanting it to end so easily. He sarcastically asked, "What if I really have some skills?" I ignored them and said calmly, "I don't like being disturbed when I'm dispensing medicine. My words made Hua laugh out loud, clearly looking down on him. He said nothing more, just waiting to see me make a fool of myself. Everyone around me looked at me with amusement, no one believing I could make anything. But I was already immersed in my own world, concentrating on weighing, grinding, and decocting the medicine. Soon, a rich medicinal aroma wafted from the medicine pot. At first, everyone was still whispering, but someone suddenly said that smelling the medicine actually made them feel much better. Someone else was surprised to find that the smell had relieved their back pain, as if it had some magical power. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became heated, and everyone's eyes were focused on the medicinal soup in my hand. They were puzzled, yet at the same time drawn in by the aroma. This is a miracle cure. This cry spread within a small area, gradually engulfing the entire pharmacy. Hua was stunned, his eyes filled with shock and resentment. He stared at the bowl of medicine, beginning to doubt his own persistence. But he continued to pretend to be strong, saying that everything was empty talk until the medicine took effect. Sam, equally unconvinced, insisted that the medicinal aroma was merely superficial. I picked up the medicine bowl, gently blew away the steam, and walked over to Lucy. I said to her gently, "Come, Lucy, drink this bowl of medicine. You will get better soon." Lucy's eyes were full of anticipation, and she asked me if she would become stronger after drinking it and would no longer be bullied. I touched her head and gave her a positive answer. She drank the medicine without hesitation and soon had a response. "Dad, why do I feel hot?" Lucy asked softly, sweat beading on her forehead. I smiled and reassured her that this was normal and there was nothing to be afraid of. Lucy intently. Gradually, her face began to turn rosy and her skin became more radiant than before. The bruises on her hands disappeared, and she looked completely different. Lucy noticed it herself and jumped twice in surprise. "Dad, I'm lighter." She was so happy that she couldn't stop smiling. I looked at her with satisfaction because this was the meaning of my hard work. The people around were completely stunned, all marveling at how the sickly little girl had transformed into a completely different person just a few minutes later. Someone even said, "I thought I was just bragging at first, but now I understand what real talent is." Some even said that Hua's wonderful tonic soup was no match for my medicine. Suddenly, those who had originally mocked me changed their attitude, their eyes filled with awe. Hua stood there, pale, unable to believe his eyes. He stared at me, as if he was seeing a strange world clearly for the first time. He suspected that there must be an expert behind me, wondering how it was possible to make a miracle cure with such cheap herbs. Thinking of this, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and a look of admiration finally appeared in his eyes. Then he walked up to me and bowed deeply. "I'm sorry, sir. Please don't blame me." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire audience erupted in shock and admiration. The fact that even the most renowned medical figures in Ningzhou were bowing to my words was proof enough that my medicinal skills far surpassed theirs. I remained calm and asked him to stand. Anyone who truly understood the situation would understand that I could handle this respect. Sam, however, refused to give up and continued shouting like crazy, saying that everything was fake. He suspected Hua of cheating and that Lucy and I had teamed up to deceive everyone. No one else paid any attention to him, instead looking at him as if he were a joke. Hua's face turned cold, and he ordered someone to kick Sam out of the pharmacy. A group of security guards rushed over and threw him out like trash. Sam was still unwilling to give in and said that he would make me pay the price sooner or later. But no one cared about his plight anymore. Everyone's attention was on me. Suddenly, a wealthy man came up and offered to pay $2 million for my medicine. I waved my hand and rejected him outright. This amount of money was nothing to me. When I was in prison, I treated wealthy people, and their prices were all in the hundreds of millions. I picked up Lucy and walked out of Rincon Hall without looking back. Along the way, everyone was talking about my name. The room was filled with roars and the sound of vases breaking. Sam was venting his anger in the room. The servants outside fled in panic one after another, as they were already afraid of Sam's temper. Once, someone had his leg broken by Sam just because he looked at him for a second longer. The scene is still shocking to this day. Who angered this young master today? No one dared to ask, so they could only stay away. A male servant murmured that Sam was just the young master of the Schweff family. He was usually bullied outside and only showed off his power when he got home. But this time, as soon as he opened his mouth, he noticed that there was dead silence around him and no one responded. He turned around in confusion, but was hit head-on by a strong palm. He flew backwards and fell unconscious on the ground. Standing at the door was Xue Sheng, the head of the Xue family. He was dressed in a neat suit, had a resolute face, and his aura was so overwhelming that it suffocated everyone. Xue Sheng didn't even look at the fallen servant, but simply ordered his men to drag him out and deal with him. The other servants were trembling with fear, not even daring to breathe loudly. Xue Sheng turned his gaze toward Sam's room, his expression growing increasingly impatient, and he walked in quickly. He frowned at the mess, seeming accustomed to Sam's moods. "What's going on again?" His voice was low and majestic. Sam saw his father come in. His eyes suddenly brightened up, as if he had found a life-saving straw. "Dad, you must help me. That rapist is too arrogant." He complained and recounted what happened in the clinic with exaggeration. Xue Sheng's expression changed. When he heard that Jason used ordinary herbs to make a medicine that was more magical than Miaobu Tang, a strange light flashed in his eyes. "You said that medicine is more effective than Miaobu decoction?" he asked in a low voice. I can feel that his heart is burning hotter than anyone else's at this moment. Sam nodded, his face full of resentment. "We must get this recipe," Xue Sheng said slowly, his eyes becoming more and more dangerous. Sam immediately understood his father's plan and was so excited that he couldn't express it in words. He imagined that if they could mass-produce such medicine and sell it for millions of copies, the Xue family would become a wealthy family, and even the richest Manju would have to bow to them. But he also knew that the possibility of buying the recipe from Jason now was very slim. He hesitated to remind his father that he and Jason had completely fallen out. Buy? Use money? When do we in the Xue family need to spend money for something we want? Xue Sheng sneered, his face full of indifference. Sam was awakened by his father's momentum and wanted to continue speaking excitedly, but Xue Sheng raised his hand to stop him. "Don't make this matter public for now. I will arrange it myself. You can go and test it first." Xue Sheng made the final decision, his expression confident and dangerous. Sam finally breathed a sigh of relief, a sneer on his face returning. He kept muttering Jason's name, wishing he could make him pay the price immediately. On the other side, the Chun family. Sam acted condescendingly and aggressively confronted Chen Guruwei. He reminded Chen Guruwei that he must make Anna divorce the rapist today, otherwise the Chun family's 30 million investment would be wasted. When Chen Guruwei heard this, his heart skipped a beat. He didn't dare to delay and repeatedly promised to do it immediately. But Sam didn't intend to give up. He wanted to go there in person and witness Jason's failure with his own eyes. Chen Guruwei quickly agreed and rushed to Chun Fei's house with Sam and a team of bodyguards. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Chun Fei had just gotten up. Seeing his father suddenly arriving with a large group of people, he hurried forward to greet him. Facing their father's questioning, Chun Fei and Yuli both lowered their heads, stammered, and did not dare to talk back. Chen Guruwei had no patience at all and directly asked them to call Anna and Jason out. What should have been done 5 years ago must be done today. Chun Fei and Yu Li were so frightened that they nodded repeatedly, not daring to disobey their father's orders. In the room, Anna saw the scene outside through the window. She felt nervous, and her eyes were full of anxiety and helplessness. I was holding Lucy in the house and telling her a story. The child leaned in my arms and giggled. Her childish little face was pressed against my chest, her eyes full of dependence and love for me as her father. At this moment, Anna pushed the door open and walked in, her face looking extremely nervous. She gasped and said to me, "Jason, run out the back door. My grandfather is here today to force us to get a divorce, and as long as you're not here, it won't go through." Lucy raised her head and looked at her in confusion. "Mom, what divorce are you talking about? Dad just told me a funny story." I patted Lucy's head and smiled gently. "Lucy, go play over there for a while. Daddy and Mommy have something to talk about." The child nodded obediently and skipped to the next room. As soon as the door closed, Anna grabbed me and pushed me out anxiously. "Leave now. As long as you're not here, we can't get divorced." I reached out and ruffled her hair, my tone calm yet firm. "If I leave, those people will take their anger out on you. Can you bear it?" She was stunned for a moment, then forced a smile and said, "I'm fine. After all, I'm a member of the Chun family. They won't really do anything to me." I looked at the panic in her eyes and sneered in my heart. She was clearly feeling extremely guilty, but she still tried to keep a tough face. I can't leave, I whispered. I'll have to face this sooner or later. Her hands trembled slightly, and her expression softened suddenly. She is a woman after all, and at a time like this, she needs someone to support her the most. I held her in my arms and comforted her softly. Don't be afraid. I'm here. I'll take care of it today. She leaned against my chest, and her breathing slowly calmed down. She believed in me, as she had before, unconditionally. Don't they want us to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a divorce? I squinted my eyes and smiled. Then let them do as they wish. She suddenly looked up and looked at me in shock. Are you really going to divorce me? I pinched the tip of her nose and said, Little fool, of course I won't divorce you. I just let them give up. She nodded, agreeing. Not long after, the old man, Chingurue, came up. He looked anxious. Anna, come with me quickly, get the divorce certificate today, and start a good life with Master Shui as soon as possible. I saw disgust in Anna's eyes, and the corners of her mouth were trembling as she looked at the so-called grandfather in front of her. It's okay to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau, but I won't get a divorce. She looked cold. Upon hearing this, Chungurue's face darkened, and he shouted, How dare you? This concerns the fate of our family. How can you afford to act like a spoiled brat? He wanted to pull Anna away. I raised my hand and slapped his hand away. She can walk on her own. She doesn't need you to tell her what to do. He was stunned. A hint of anger flashed in his eyes, but when he felt the aura on me, he didn't dare to say a single harsh word. He was silent for a few seconds, then said coldly, Leave now. Stop talking nonsense. I sneered. If he wasn't Anna's grandfather, I would have put him in the hospital long ago. Don't forget, this old guy was also involved in framing me. I glanced at Anna and nodded. She held Lucy in her arms, and we walked out of the house together. As soon as I walked out of the door, Samus' mean face appeared. Oh, I thought you were going to run away. You dare to stay here. He was followed by a group of bodyguards in black, as if they were afraid that I would run away. I glanced at him, too lazy to talk to him. Chun-Gray came up quickly, a smile on his face. Mr. Shui, let's go. Chun-Fei and Yuli also followed closely, with fawning expressions on their faces, almost kneeling down to lick Sam's shoes. Sam looked at Anna with his eyes almost popping out. She was wearing a beige dress today, which gave her a cool and yet very alluring temperament. Anna, get in the car and sit next to me. His voice was greasy and his eyes were full of possessiveness. Anna replied coldly, Thank you for your kindness. I'm with my husband. As he said that, he carried Lucy and got on my electric scooter. Sam's face immediately fell. What an ungrateful bitch. He cursed in a low voice, already thinking about how to punish her. Yuli jumped up and down beside him. Are you crazy? That's Master Shui's BMW. Get down here quickly and sit on it. Fei Chen quickly echoed. Are you crazy? I don't need it, Anna said stubbornly, sitting up straight. I kicked the accelerator and the electric scooter rushed out, leaving the group of people behind. In the rearview mirror, Changre looked like he was guarding against thieves, afraid that we would run away. So he quickly jumped into the car and chased after us. In the back, Yuli was still smiling flatteringly at Sam. Son-in-law, don't bother with this damn girl. She's just ignorant. I will teach her a lesson later. After listening to this, Sam didn't even bother to turn his face and said in a cold tone, Let's go. The driver started the car, and the luxury car drove away. The group of bodyguards behind also got on the Jinbei van and chased after them. Only Chun Fei and his wife were left standing there, both of their faces filled with embarrassment. Wife, how do we get there? Fei Chen scratched his head. Just walk. Yuli was furious. It's all your fault. You gave your electric scooter to that poor idiot. When we arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau, I took Anna and Lucy to stand in the lobby, surrounded by a circle of people. Chingurue, Sam, and a bunch of bodyguards packed the entire hall. The staff member looked impatient. Who's getting divorced? Chungay pointed at me and Anna. The two of them. Anna's face darkened and her voice was cold. I'm not getting a divorce. Who said I want a divorce? Chungui snorted coldly and took out a bunch of documents from his pocket. When I looked at it, it turned out to be our ID cards and marriage certificates. Anna's eyes suddenly turned red. Why do you force me like this? Chungurue sighed and said with a noble look, Anna, Grandpa is reluctant to let you go, but for the sake of the family, you can only bear it a little. I sneered. That sounds nice, but in the final analysis, isn't it all for that lousy pharmaceutical company of yours? Chungurue's face darkened. Shut up. You have no right to speak. At this time, the clerk finally spoke. Are you going to do it or not? If not, get out. Chun Gurue quickly handed over all the documents. Do it. Do it quickly. I put my arm around Anna's shoulders and felt her trembling slightly. She bit her lip and said nothing. Sam laughed sarcastically at the side. TSK, starting tomorrow, she's mine. Chun Gurue hurried over and said, Mr. Shue, I'll hold a wedding for you guys some other day. Sam patted his shoulder and said, Don't worry, I promise to give Chun Pharmaceuticals $30 million, and I won't give a penny less. Chun Gurue's face was so big with smiles that he almost knelt down to thank him. I was listening to it and just felt sick. Even the registrar looked unhappy and muttered while operating. Why is the system stuck? She frowned. Why can't I operate it? She was new here and really didn't know how to handle the situation. Chun Gurue was getting impatient. Why are you so slow? I'll go ask my leader. She stood up and left in a hurry. 10 minutes passed, and the person still didn't come back. Sam started to get annoyed. Where's he? Why hasn't he come back yet? At this moment, one of his men rushed in and whispered, Master, someone is coming outside. It seems to be a senior official from Ningzhou City. Sam frowned. There are people. Why are you so scared? The man came closer and whispered, I recognize the car. It belongs to Wu Jigang. Sam's face changed instantly when he heard the name. He turned his head and saw a middle-aged man in a mouse suit walking into the hall with a serious expression, followed by a burly bodyguard. Sam's face trembled, and he immediately rushed forward, his waist almost bent to 90 degrees. Leader, why did you come here in person? Wu Jigang glanced at him coldly. Who are you? I'm Sam, Shuesheng's son. My father brought me to see you last time regarding the land dispute. Wu Jigang nodded slightly, his expression unchanged. Oh, it's you. Sam's face was full of excitement, as if he had won the lottery. At this moment, Wu Jigang spoke, his voice low but oppressive. Just now, who was it that forced Jason to divorce? The scene suddenly became quiet. Chun Gurue stepped forward quickly and said humbly, Leader, what do you mean? He was worried that even Sam must be respectful to him, so he must have an incredible background. Wu Jigang glanced at him with a rude tone. This marriage cannot be divorced. No one expected that Wu Jigang, the top leader of Ningzhou City, would come personally to take care of whether we should get a divorce or not. Chun Gurue was stunned for a moment. Then he forced himself to shout at Wu Jigang, Boss, this Jason is a rapist who has been in prison. I asked them to divorce so as not to bring shame to the Chun family. His voice was so loud that it was almost hysterical. I listened to him slandering me with a sneer on my face. What he meant was to make Wu Jigang give up. You are an official, I am a family member, and this is our Chun family's business. Wu Jigang's gaze followed his hand and finally fell on me. His eyes froze instantly, as if he had seen something extraordinary. I shook my head gently, and he immediately stopped talking, almost shouting something on the spot. Anna was stunned by this scene, and I know that this guy almost shouted out the word miracle doctor. After he calmed down, he slowly looked at Chun Gurue, the smile on his face gone. Do you think I'm intervening in this matter in my personal capacity? Wu Jigang's tone was cold, with uncontrollable anger. Chun Gurue panicked and immediately smiled and nodded. Of course not. You are worried about official business. Wu Jigang snorted coldly. Jason S.'s identity is top secret. The higher-ups have told us that he can't get a divorce. If someone comes forcefully, even I will be punished. As soon as these words were spoken, the surroundings became quiet in an instant, and even breathing could be heard. The blood color on Chun Gurue's face suddenly disappeared, and his head was buzzing. I didn't say anything, but just stood there quietly, watching how this so-called person in charge of the Chun family would act. Chun Gurue's lips trembled. Top secret? Will the people above you implicate you? This time, he really believed it. Wu Jigang has said this, and you would be stupid not to believe it. I glanced at Sam out of the corner of my eye. His face looked uglier than a dead person, and his eyes were full of confusion and anger. Who the hell is this loser? Why is Wu Jigang defending him? He must have been checking me out in his mind at this moment, and his imagination was full of wild imagination. You guys can handle it yourselves. Wu Jigang turned around and left after he finished speaking. Before leaving, he glanced at me indifferently, as if telling me, we will see each other again later. Sam stood still, sweat on his forehead. He looked at Wu Jigang's leaving back, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Chun Gurue quickly came to his side. Master Shui, the matter of 30 million. Sam's face darkened. We haven't even been divorced yet. Do you want me to remarry? His face was full of anger, and he retorted rudely. Chun was so embarrassed that he stood there at a loss as to what to do. You still want to push me into the fire pit, right? Sam sneered again. Chun was so frightened that he quickly waved his hands. No, 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 I'm just too anxious. I looked at this pair of dramatic duo and sneered in my heart. Sam looked at me deeply, his face full of unwillingness. He said nothing, but just uttered 2 words coldly. Let's go. Dozens of bodyguards behind him followed him and left, and the black group of people retreated quickly. This ridiculous divorce farce ended so abruptly. Only then did Chun Fei and Yuli come running over, panting. Seeing Sam coming out, Yuli immediately went to greet him with a smile on her face. Oh, son-in-law, we will be a family from now on. Her voice was so shrill and sweet, it made me almost throw up. Sam didn't even raise his head and cursed directly. Get away. After saying that, he left without even saying a word. Fei Chun was confused and turned to look at his wife. What's wrong with this young master of the Shui family? Yuli's mind raced. Hurry up and go in and take a look. Something's wrong. Just as they were about to go in, Chun Guruwei came out. Fei Chun immediately went over to him and asked, Dad, what's going on? Chun Guruwei's expression was complicated. He glanced at them and whispered, Follow me. I watched them leave without saying a word. This seemingly small divorce storm was actually a plan that had been brewing for a long time. Lucy, who was in Anna's arms, rubbed her eyes. Mom, why are we here? I walked over with a smile and gently hugged her. Lucy, are you awake? Come, let Daddy hold you. Why does this child sleep all day? Anna frowned and sighed, looking at Lucy, who was still not awake. I gently squeezed her hand and comforted her with a smile. It's okay. The medicine is starting to take effect. Sleep is a good thing. I prepared for Lucy last night was strong but mild, and now is the most critical time for the child to absorb it. Anna nodded and looked at Lucy again. Her face was indeed much rosier than before, and her little face was a little plumper. Those guys disrupted everything this morning, and our family didn't even have breakfast. Let's go. Dad will treat you to a big meal. I lifted Lucy high up, my eyes full of doting. Lucy giggled, and her eyes immediately lit up when she heard the word feast. Dad, what are we going to eat? She leaned on my shoulder, her voice sweet and sticky. What does my Lucy want to eat? I carried her on my shoulders and spoke in a gentle tone. Anna beside him also showed a long-lost smile, with a look of relief in her eyes. Daddy, I want to eat foie gras. Lucy pulled my ear with her little hand, and her voice was so cute. I was stunned. How could a child of this age know about French foie gras? Anna's face changed. She panicked, and she immediately took over the conversation. Lucy, no. Let's just eat McDonald's. Lucy's eyes were red, and she said in a low voice, Last time my aunt came, she said Mom was poor and that we had never even eaten French foie gras. I felt bad when I heard that and glanced at Anna. She looked a little embarrassed. She obviously didn't want me to know how hard she had been going through all these years. I memorized the name Chanwon in my mind, turned around and said with a smile, Okay, Dad will take Lucy and Mom to a French dinner today. I want to eat foie gras. No problem, let's go. Not long after, I brought them to the door of a Michelin 3-star restaurant. Anna stood in front of the door, her face hesitant. Jason, should we go somewhere else? It's not that she didn't want to come, but she knew that the prices in this place were high and any dish could cost thousands. She was worried that I didn't have enough money, and she knew that she had already spent all her money on Lucy's medical treatment and couldn't afford to stay here. I patted her shoulder and whispered, Don't worry, I have money. After saying that, I took out my cell phone and transferred 500,000 yuan directly to her account. I could transfer 50 million or 500 million, but I don't want to scare her. When she received the text message, her face changed instantly. She took out her phone to confirm and looked at me in surprise. Where did you get so much money? Are you going to do anything stupid? She stared at me, her eyes filled with shock and worry. I smiled and shook my head. Don't worry, it's legal money. There was an old man in prison who taught me some medical skills. I earned the money by treating patients in prison. She was stunned by what she heard, as if she was listening to a fairy tale, but she nodded involuntarily. Real? Of course. If you don't believe me, just look at Lucy's condition. I just mixed that medicine yesterday, and she's obviously better today. After I said that, she finally believed it a little. Then I'll keep these 500,000 for you. No need for insurance. Our family can spend whatever we need. We can buy whatever we want. I took her hand, and the three of us walked toward the restaurant. As I reached the door, a sarcastic voice came. Hey, isn't this Anna? Are you here to eat at Michelin too? Can you afford it? I looked back and saw a woman dressed in gaudy clothes, holding the arm of a greasy man, her expression full of sarcasm. The woman looked familiar, but I didn't recognize her at first. Anna spit out the name with an ugly expression, Xingli Wen. She is Anna's former classmate, the typical kind of person who can't stand others doing well. Xingli Wen glanced at me. Her eyes seemed to want to peel me open and see my true colors. Tisk, didn't they say you were hooking up with the eldest son of the Shui family? Why is it someone else now? Her words were vicious and mean. I immediately thought of her. She was not a good person before, and she almost had a big fight with me 5 years ago. Shut up. He's my husband. There's nothing going on between Sam and me. Anna refused to back down. Husband? Xingli Wen narrowed her eyes and stared at me, as if trying to find some memories from my face. Suddenly, a cold look flashed in her eyes. Tisk, that rapist from back then? Is he out? When she said this, she deliberately raised her voice, fearing that others might not hear her. I glanced at her and said calmly, no matter how bad Anna is, she's better than you. You were someone's mistress back then, so you've changed your sponsor now, right? Why, you got dumped again? Xingli Wen's face froze on the spot, and the man next to her also looked strange. She opened her mouth, but ultimately said nothing more, fearing that I would continue to expose her dark history. I was just about to take Anna and Lucy into the restaurant when a greasy man's voice suddenly came from beside me. Who are these two? He pretended to be polite, but his eyes were glued to Anna, unwilling to move away. Xingli Wen quickly grabbed his arm, turned around, and glared at me with an unhappy look on her face, probably because she was afraid that he would flip over on the spot. It's okay, dear. They're just two poor guys that didn't make a reservation, but are still eyeing Michelin. She was flirting in front of us, almost sticking her whole body into the fat man's arms, which made my stomach churn. The fat guy wanted to take a few more glances, but Xingli Wen quickly dragged him away. Before leaving, he even approached us and said, "Get out of here. How can you poor bastards get into this place?" I ignored him and turned to look at the restaurant. I smiled softly and said, "It's pretty good. I happen to have a coupon. Maybe I can get a discount." Anna was stunned for a moment. Then she relaxed when she saw that I looked calm, nodded, and followed me. As soon as I walked in, a waiter came over and asked me politely, "Sir, do you have a reservation?" Before I could reply, Xingli Wen's voice drifted over again, scathing, "Don't you know this restaurant requires reservations? Don't come in and embarrass yourself." Lucy sat on my neck, her face wrinkled, and she said in a baby voice, "Bad auntie." And I wanted to lighten the mood and whispered, "Jason, how about we go to another restaurant?" She was obviously worried that I would feel uncomfortable because of what she just said, but unfortunately she underestimated my confidence. At this time, the fat man Zing Junjun stood up and smiled generously. "It's okay, I know the store manager. Do you want me to help you? Let's be friends." When he said this, he deliberately shook the Wanda Philippe watch on his hand, with a look of showing off on his face, and the way he looked at Anna was so sexy that oil was about to drip out of his eyes. I ignored him and slowly pulled out a gold card from my pocket and handed it to the waiter. "I don't have a reservation. Is this okay?" The waiter saw the card, and his expression changed instantly. He immediately became respectful and said, "Of course, you are our restaurant supreme VIP. You can choose any of the private rooms." The diners around me were all attracted, and several pairs of eyes were staring at the card in my hand. I heard that kind of card is customized for billion-level customers. No way, this kid. The crowd began to whisper, and many people looked at me with fiery eyes. Zhang Junjun had been trying to show off his pride, but now his face fell. He knew that a billion was an astronomical figure for him, and even 10 Huahai groups couldn't come up with that. At this moment, Xingli Wen screamed like crazy, "Impossible! He's a poor guy who's been to jail. The card must have been stolen." The crowd, who were originally shocked, suddenly changed their expressions, and their eyes changed from awe to suspicion and even contempt. Zhang Junjun took the opportunity to speak up. "Yeah, brother, your outfit is only worth 200 yuan at most. How can you possibly afford a 1 billion VIP card? Aren't you just trying to trick your girlfriend?" I glanced at Anna. Her face turned pale, and she was obviously panicked by the sudden questioning. "Jason, let's go." She took my hand and wanted to take me away, but they didn't want me to leave. Leave? I think you're feeling guilty. Xing Liwen pointed at me and yelled, if this card is really stolen, you too will have to spend a few more years in prison. That's right, little girl. Do you know what it means to steal high-value customer information? Zheng Junjun smiled obscenely, but his eyes were fixed on Anna. But if you accompany me for dinner, we'll forget about it. The fat guy moved closer to Anna as he spoke, his face full of filth and ecstasy of taking advantage. I stood still, my eyes cold, watching him approach step by step. At that moment, murderous intent surged in my heart. Bang! I punched out, and the greasy fat man flew out directly, knocking over 2 chairs, and fell heavily to the ground, lying flat on his face. The whole place fell silent for a moment. No one expected that I would be so decisive and ruthless. A few seconds later, Xing Liwen jumped up and screamed, "Murder!" She was obviously scared and never thought that I would dare to do it. I turned my head and glanced at her with eyes as cold as a knife. She immediately shut up, her face full of fear, and she took a few steps back. "You touch my wife in front of me? You must be tired of living." I spoke in a cold voice, and the whole restaurant seemed to cool down instantly. I tossed the gold card to the waiter and said, "It's clear if I check whether this card is mine." The waiter took the card and didn't even dare to look at me. His hands and feet began to tremble. I looked at Zheng Junjun lying on the ground, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. He was covering his face and struggling to get up. Pooh! He spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with 4 or 5 teeth. His entire face was swollen and deformed, looking like a pig's head. "You dare to hit me? Phoenix." He stared at me fiercely, his eyes red. "If I don't break 3 of your legs today, I'm not Zhang." After leaving behind some harsh words, he fled out in disgrace, not even caring about Xing Liwen. It was obvious that he was terrified. The restaurant was silent, and everyone stared at me with complicated expressions, shock, fear, and admiration all written on their faces. The waiter quickly ran to the backstage. I didn't know whether to verify my card or ask someone above him to handle it. Anna looked at me, a hint of worry in her voice. "Jason, is this okay?" I shook my head, bent down, and took Lucy off my shoulders and whispered to her, "Baby, go find Mom first. Daddy needs to take care of something." As he was speaking, the restaurant manager hurried over, followed by the waiter from before. Both of them looked very nervous. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Jason?" The manager stood in front of me, sweating and panting. I nodded and said nothing. He immediately bowed 90 degrees, his tone humble to the ground. "Jason, I'm really sorry. I didn't recognize you today, and I'm sorry for neglecting you. As compensation, all your future visits to our store will be free of charge." His voice trembled as he said this. The people around were suddenly in an uproar. Their eyes widened, and they couldn't believe the scene. The manager of a Michelin 3-star restaurant actually apologized humbly to someone like me? What's even more outrageous is that they even promised me free meals in the future. Who has ever seen that? All the diners who were watching the fun shut up and started looking at me again with shock in their eyes. I didn't rush to speak. I stared at the manager's eyes for a few seconds. The sweat on his face was getting more and more, and he was obviously panicking. In fact, he himself didn't know the reason. He just received an urgent call from his boss behind him, asking him to comfort me or get out. "Get up," I said indifferently. "This is not your restaurant's fault. Please arrange a private room." The manager was as if he had been pardoned and kept saying yes. He then asked the waiter to take me to the most luxurious private room, and all the dishes were upgraded to top-notch ones. Along the way, many people were whispering about me. Fuck, who is this guy? I just looked down on him, but now I really want to find a hole in the ground to crawl into. It's over. I just said a few harsh words. You won't hold a grudge, right? I pretended not to hear and ignored them. At this moment, the restaurant manager walked up to Xing Liwen, his eyes immediately changing to a condescending tone. "Were you the one fanning the flames just now?" Xing Liwen was stunned and obviously still in shock. She opened her mouth and said, I. Before she could finish her words, the manager said coldly, "Please leave this restaurant immediately. No Michelin restaurant in Ningzhou will ever accept you again." With a wave of his hand, several security guards came over and asked her to leave. I didn't even look at her. She would pay the price for her choice sooner or later. In the private room, Lucy had long forgotten what happened outside. She was looking at the menu seriously, pointing at a dish with her little finger. "Dad, I want this." I leaned over to take a look and saw that it was foie gras. I smiled and nodded. "Okay, Dad will teach you how to eat it." Soon, the dishes were served one after another on the table. The waiter was afraid that I would get angry if he was slow, so he moved as fast as if taking off. Anna whispered, "What happened just now?" I had anticipated her question, so I replied with a smile. During the years I was in prison, I treated some important figures. This restaurant is owned by one of the big guys, and the card was given by him. Anna nodded, her doubts finally gone, and she began to eat peacefully. The family was eating happily, and no one noticed that on the other side, real trouble was quietly approaching. Biaozi, call a few dozen people. I'm going to kill one of them tonight. Zhang Junjun gritted his teeth on the phone, his voice full of hatred. A cold response came from the other end of the phone. Roger that, Chairman. He touched the swollen and burning wound on his face, gritted his teeth, and said viciously, "Jason, I will kill you tonight." After dinner, I walked out of the restaurant holding Lucy. It was just getting dark, the street lights were not on yet, and it was unusually quiet around. Lucy lay in my arms, touching her little belly, smiling with satisfaction, and said that the foie gras was really delicious and she would come again next time. I scratched her little nose and said with a smile, "You little foodie, if you want to eat, Daddy will bring you here every day." She giggled, put her arms around my neck, and gave me a loud kiss on the face, with her little mouth making a bow sound. Anna stood by and glared at Lucy with pretend jealousy. "Now that you have a dad, do you not want a mom anymore?" Lucy blinked her big eyes and kissed her on the cheek. "Mommy is the best too." The three of us were laughing together. The atmosphere was relaxed and warm. But at this moment, I suddenly realized something was wrong. This street was too quiet. There was no one at the usually bustling intersection. Even the vendors had packed up their stalls. I looked up and saw a group of blurry black shadows approaching in the distance. There were about 20 of them, and they looked very aggressive. My first reaction was that someone was here to cause trouble. The fat chairman who had just been slapped by me was indeed unwilling to accept the result. I didn't panic. I just gently put Lucy down from my arms and said to Anna with a smile, "Take Lucy to the mall first. I'll run something and be back soon." She was stunned for a moment, her intuition telling her that something was wrong. But before she could ask any more questions, I quickly added, "I had to pee urgently, so I went to the restroom in the mall up ahead." Lucy wanted to act like a spoiled child and follow me, but I could only coax her. "Daddy will be back soon, be good." Anna understood, looked at me, and nodded, then picked up Lucy and turned to leave. Before leaving, she whispered, "If anything happens, call me. I'll call the police." I patted her shoulder and said lightly, "Don't worry, it's not the first time I have to pee urgently." After saying that, I turned and ran towards a group of people. I had to lead them away. I couldn't let Lucy see me do it, and I didn't want her to see the blood. Over there, in the crowd, Zhang Junjun looked impatient, with gauze wrapped around his face, looking funny and ridiculous. He asked people, "Where is it?" The bull-like Biaozi next to him said, "The whistle just now said they were heading this way. I think they'll be here soon." "You'd better not lie to me." He gritted his teeth, his eyes as poisonous as a snake. At this moment, I came running from a distance. Biaozi saw me first and shouted, "Chairman, someone is coming." Zhang Junjun's deformed face was so distorted that he seemed to want to eat me alive. I walked closer step by step, and when I was only 5 meters away from them, I stopped and looked at him. "Does your face still hurt?" I asked coldly. The muscles on his face twitched, and anger immediately surged up. "Don't worry. I will not only make you save your face, but also break both of your legs, preferably in front of your wife, so that you will suffer a fate worse than death. This is no longer a threat. It is complete madness." I sneered. "It seems that slap in the face wasn't enough to teach you a lesson." The next second, I took a step and rushed forward. They didn't expect that I would dare to take action first, especially Biaozi. He was stunned for a moment, then reacted and immediately came forward. He showed a sinister grin, raised his fist, and hit me on the head. I could see that he was still holding back some strength and didn't take me seriously at all. My eyes flashed, I turned my head and dodged it easily, and my right hand cut towards his ribs. "Well," Biaozi groaned, staggered back, his face full of horror. As soon as he stood firm, I kicked him in the stomach again, and he flew out and fell heavily to the ground. In just 2 moves, Zhang Junjun's first thug fell down. The younger brothers around were all stunned. They stopped rushing forward, their eyes filled with fear. Biaozi could beat a group of them alone, but now he can't even handle my combo. How can they beat someone like me? Zhang Junjun was also stupid, but when he got ruthless, he was still a mad dog. Kill him. Whoever defeats him will be rewarded with 50,000. He roared at the top of his lungs. This voice really works. Money is a good thing. A few younger brothers rushed up with gritted teeth, hoping to scare me with their numbers, but unfortunately, they didn't understand at all that they had come to the wrong place. I stood there, watching them swarm over me like locusts, with only indifference and disdain in my eyes. These thugs, who don't even know how to use their moves, think they can overwhelm me with their numbers? How naive. In my eyes, there's no difference between these so-called little brothers and Biaozi. None of them can last me a single round, and I really don't want to waste my energy. Just like a king player, why would he care about competing with iron players? I was too lazy to pay attention to them. I moved forward and passed through the crowd like a ghost. No one could touch me. In a blink of an eye, I was in front of Zhang Junjun and stared at him coldly. Cold sweat already covered his face, and he asked in a trembling voice, What? What do you want to do? This guy brought more than 20 people with him, but he didn't even touch a hair of mine. He was so embarrassed. I didn't waste any words, sneered, and slapped him in the face with my palm, making a sound of wind. Bang! He screamed and flew out, looking as miserable as a dog. I took a step forward and stepped directly on his leg. His bones made a strange sound, and he howled like a pig being slaughtered. The group of younger brothers who had just rushed over from behind all stopped and were stunned. Only then did they realize that I was not here to fight, but to crush them. I looked at Zhang Junjun lying on the ground and was too lazy to say anything more. Just then, there was a sudden sound of breaking wind behind me. Someone took action and attempted a sneak attack. Without looking back, I suddenly kicked my foot back and hit the man in the abdomen. The man flew out without even a grunt, hit the ground, and fainted. The air froze instantly, and everyone stood there in a daze, no one daring to move. I looked down at Zhang Junjun and narrowed my eyes. Let you go. I sneered, with a cold look in my eyes. He clenched his bleeding teeth tightly. His face turned pale in pain, and cold sweat broke out. He finally got scared and said tremblingly, Please, as long as you let me go, money. Any amount of money you want. I shook my head unrelentingly. If you say something, you should pay the price. Think about what you just said. After I said that, I raised my foot again and stepped on his other leg. The sound of broken bones could be heard clearly, and his screams were heart-wrenching. Those who still wanted to watch the fun were finally frightened and ran away. Some of them ran faster than a 100-meter sprint, fearing that I would turn around and take care of them too. I didn't even look at them, just snorted coldly and turned away. Zhang Junjun fell to the ground, half dead and unable to move. I spared his life, not out of mercy, but out of disdain. He gritted his teeth and stood up, looking at my back with resentment. He dialed the number, his voice trembling. Brother Ma, I've been beaten. My legs are broken. Come and pick me up. Location. The person on the other end of the phone was calm. Zhang Junjun gritted his teeth and told the location, then hung up the phone with a sinister smile on his face. Jason, you forced me to do this. Brother Ma was a debt of favor he had made in his early years. This favor helped him clear many obstacles and secured his position in Huahai Group. But last time, Brother Ma said that he would only help me one last time. He was ready, today, to use this last chance to kill me. I washed my face, wiped the blood off my body, and prepared to go find Anna and the others. But the blood on the shoes had dried and could not be wiped off. I sighed and didn't bother to care. She would find out sooner or later anyway. There's no point in covering it up. Jason, do things openly and honestly. As soon as we entered the mall, Lucy ran over with a dissatisfied look on her face. Dad, why did you take so long to go to the bathroom? I picked her up, gave her a kiss, and said with a smile, Daddy is here. At that moment, I felt that no matter how hard my heart was, it was softened by this girl. Anna stood by and only relaxed when she saw that I was safe and sound. I know she must have been suppressing her worry just now. She glanced down at my shoes and quickly noticed the bloodstains, her eyes growing more worried. I moved my feet gently and patted her shoulder. Don't worry, it's taken care of. It's okay. She looked at me, seemed to want to say something, but finally nodded. Lucy, you have to go to kindergarten tomorrow. She suddenly smiled and changed the subject. When the little guy heard this, the smile on his face immediately disappeared. Mom, I don't want to go. Those kids said I don't have a dad. After she finished speaking, her eyes were red. When I heard this, my heart tightened. Anna patted Lucy's head and said with a smile, Isn't Daddy back? Let them see tomorrow that Lucy has a dad too. I also responded, Tomorrow, Dad will accompany you to school. Lucy's face was full of smiles before she even shed tears. That's great. Lucy will tell them tomorrow that she has a dad. Chapter 23, Disgusting Kindergarten. The next day, Dad, hurry up, Lucy wants to go to school. Early in the morning, Lucy seemed a little impatient. She took Jason's hand and wanted to go to school. Baby, it's still early for school. Don't you go to school at 8 o'clock? It's only 6:30 now. Jason looked at Lucy angrily and amusedly. Lucy pouted and said coquettishly, I don't care. I'm going now. Let the other kids know that I have a dad, so they won't bully me. Jason's eyes flashed with heartache. Lucy was so young, yet she had suffered such injustice. He gently hugged Lucy and said, Don't worry, Lucy. Daddy won't let other children bully you in the future. Yeah, Daddy is the best. Lucy put her arms around Jason's neck and said with a smile. Then Jason turned to look at Anna and said, Then we'll go first. Anna nodded and said, Go ahead, and remember to bring Lucy home this afternoon. Anna is the only one left at home. Jason nodded and quickly walked out with Lucy. More than half an hour later, Jason finally brought Lucy to Blue Sky Kindergarten. As the two of them walked here, they saw a little fat boy pulling a middle-aged man who weighed about 300 pounds and said softly, Dad, I want to eat fried chicken burgers today. Eat, eat, eat. All you do all day is eat. You're only in kindergarten, but you already weigh 80 kilograms. Do you want to be heavier than your father in the future? The middle-aged man scolded the little fat boy. After being taught a lesson by the middle-aged man, the little fat boy suddenly felt depressed and shrugged his face. Dad, come in with me. Lucy is going to prove it to them today. Lucy said hurriedly to Jason beside her. When the little fat boy heard Lucy's voice, he immediately looked up and saw Lucy Lee. The grievance in his heart immediately turned into ridicule. The orphan without a father is here. The orphan without a father is here. Lucy, who was originally in high spirits, suddenly became anxious when she heard what the little fat boy said. No, Lucy has a father. This is my father. Dazhuang is lying. Lucy suddenly shouted. When Dazhuang saw Lucy holding Jason, he sneered. Teacher Wu said before that your father is a rapist and is in prison, so you don't have father. Where did you invite this person? Jason, who was standing next to him, heard what Dazhuang said, and his eyes suddenly turned cold. You said before that your teacher Wu said this. Jason walked forward step by step, staring at Dazhuang. Seeing Jason's horrified expression, Dazhuang was shocked, and his originally arrogant face turned bitter. I don't know anything. It's all what teacher Wu said. After saying that, Dazhuang leaned behind the middle-aged man next to him. The middle-aged man next to Dazhuang also changed his expression when he saw this. Someone actually bullied his son in front of him. Where did you come from, poor guy? Why are you staring at my son like that? Do you want to die? The middle-aged man protected Dazhuang behind him and confronted Jason. Jason focused his gaze on the middle-aged man. Even a custom-made, oversized suit could not hide his obesity. He had a gold necklace as thick as a finger hanging around his neck and a gold ring on his thick thumb. He looked like a nouveau riche. Like father, like son. Jason immediately shook his head, feeling resentful towards the father and son. When Dazhuang, who was standing behind him, saw that his father was supporting him, the fear in his heart disappeared completely. Lucy, don't give me the chance, or I will throw your school bag into the stinking ditch next time. Dazhuang said timidly, but when he saw Jason's eyes looking at him, he immediately shrank his head back. It's your son who has been bullying my daughter? Jason's tone was very calm, without a trace of anger. The middle-aged man looked at Jason, sneered, and said arrogantly, Who did I think he was? The rapist the whole kindergarten is talking about. I didn't expect him to be released from prison now. What's wrong with my son bullying your daughter? This bastard is honored to be teased by my son. Jason's eyes suddenly flashed with a dangerous light. Those who know him know that this is a manifestation of his anger reaching a certain level. Lucy, did this middle-aged man bully you? Jason picked up Lucy, who was in a state of panic, and patted her back gently, pointing at the middle-aged man. Lucy swallowed hard, not daring to look at the middle-aged man. Jason's face suddenly darkened. Teacher Wu is here. Teacher Wu is here. Dazhuang shouted when he saw a woman coming out of the school gate, and looked at Lucy Lee with some gloating. Lucy Lee heard the 3 words, Teacher Wu. Her body trembled involuntarily. Jason felt Lucy's reaction in his arms, and also looked at the so-called Teacher Wu at the door. She had a figure as slender as a bamboo pole, with a face covered in thick foundation, which seemed to be covered with a layer of dust if she shook it. She had a mean face, and, at this moment, She was holding a bamboo stick in her hand, looking outside angrily. Lucy Lee, have you done something stupid again? Teacher Wu said loudly with an angry face. Just now, he heard the noise outside the kindergarten, and among them was Lucy Lee's voice, so she didn't think much about it and just walked out with a bamboo stick. Wu. Teacher Wu, I didn't do anything wrong. It was Da Zhuang who just scolded me. Lucy Lee's body trembled, and she kept squeezing into Jason's arms. It was at this time that Teacher Wu saw Lucy Lee leaning in Jason's arms. Are you Lucy Lee's parent? Teacher Wu ignored Lucy Lee for the time being and looked at Jason coldly. Jason's face was grim, and he said sternly, Is this a kindergarten teacher scolding children indiscriminately without knowing right or wrong? Teacher Wu snorted coldly and said, Shut up. Lucy Lee hasn't paid tuition for 6 months. I'm lucky I can let her continue to stay in the kindergarten. Jason sneered. Anna had indeed asked him to pay the tuition owed by Lucy Lee this morning. But now seeing the teacher's expression, Jason no longer had this idea in his mind. Oh, so you're a poor guy who can't even afford the kindergarten tuition. Why do you still come to study? It would be better for you to go back to farming. The middle-aged man next to him echoed. When Teacher Wu saw the middle-aged man, his face suddenly brightened. He approached and said attentively, Isn't this Manager Bai? You're here to send your son to school today. It's been a long time since I last saw you. Would you like to come into the kindergarten and sit for a while? Chapter 24. Taking advantage of the situation. When Manager Bai saw someone being so attentive to him, a hint of pride flashed across his face. That's not necessary. The company has a meeting today. Manager Bai raised his hand, revealing the Wanda Philippe watch on it. Suddenly, seeing this scene, his eyes became even hotter. You are right. After all, you are a senior executive of Fuxing Company and are busy with work every day. Don't worry. I will take good care of your son for you. A flower almost bloomed on her face. Manager Bai nodded, then inadvertently saw Jason and said thoughtfully, You have to manage this well. Don't let any criminals from the prison get out. If anything happens to the children here, you might not be able to explain it. He immediately understood what Manager Bai meant, nodded in agreement, and then turned his head away. Lucy Lee's father, right? Your Lucy Lee hasn't paid tuition for a long time, so we don't welcome you. You'd better leave us now. He looked at Jason with a stern face. Jason saw this scene. He laughed angrily. He didn't expect that these two people would collude with each other in broad daylight. Did they really think he couldn't see it? Is this your meaning or the overall meaning? If it is your meaning, I will leave immediately. If it is the individual meaning of some people, I will not let her have any good results. Jason sneered and stared closely. Listening to Jason's words, he said with a guilty conscience, If I tell you to get out, then get out right now. Don't keep talking nonsense here. Very good. Jason nodded, looking at him with deep eyes. I felt a little nervous when Jason stared at me. You poor bastard can't even pay me, and now you want to threaten me? Manager Bai snorted coldly and shouted at Jason. Let me tell you, I'm the administrative manager of Fuxing Company. Bai Zhe, get out of here right now, or you'll be in big trouble. Bai Zhe, with his big belly sticking out and a smug look on his face, looked at Jason with disdain. Jason sneered, with a look of surprise on his face, and said slowly, The Fuxing Company you are talking about is the same Fuxing Company owned by Mr. Zhu? What else? Mr. Bai Zhe is only in his 30s, but he has already taken the position of executive manager of Fuxing Company. The power behind him is very powerful. If you get out of here now, Mr. Bai might let you go. If you don't appreciate it. Teacher Wu looked at Jason coldly and said threateningly. Jason nodded immediately, his expression calm. My dad is the most powerful. You rapist, get out of here right now. You're taking this fatherless orphan with you. De Zhuang beside him also laughed. You're talking nonsense. My father is not a rapist. Lucy immediately retorted to Da Zhuang. Jason looked at Da Zhuang and Manager Bai with cold eyes. It was really a case of the top beam being crooked and the bottom beam being crooked. Is this the attitude of your kindergarten? Jason narrowed his eyes, with a hint of danger in them. Jason coldly. It seems that you don't want to work tomorrow. Jason nodded and looked at Bai Zhe with deep meaning in his eyes. Soon, Jason took out a cell phone and made a call. Jason sarcastically. Judy, didn't you say last time that you would give me 20% of Fuxing Company's shares? Jason's tone was very cold. Bai Zhe beside him burst out laughing. You're really good at pretending. Do you know our chairman? He's the richest man in Ningzhou City. He's really showing off too much. Teacher Wu shook his head and sneered indifferently. Jason ignored the two people's ridicule and continued calmly. I don't need the shares, but fire by Zay from your company. It will be good for you too. Soon, Jason hung up the phone, raised his lips slightly, and looked at the two of them with disdain. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. Bai Zay covered his stomach, as if he was laughing so hard at Jason's words. Ding ding ding. Suddenly, Bai Zay's phone rang. When Bai Zay saw the phone number, his face suddenly became nervous. Hello, Secretary Gu. I wonder what you want to talk to me about today. Bai Zay immediately said with his head lowered. A light female voice came from the other end of the line. Bai Zay, did you offend someone? Bai Zay was stunned for a moment, shook his head blankly, and said, no. But then he saw Jason next to him, and his heart skipped a beat. Could it be this poor boy in front of him? It's just that a poor boy was showing off in front of me today. Bai Zay said slowly. Okay, you have been resigned. Chairman Zhu ordered it personally. Secretary Gu said in a flat tone. What? Bai Zay felt as if he was struck by lightning. Jason was on the phone just a few seconds ago, and now he was fired in just a short while. Secretary Gu. Secretary Gu. Bai Zay wanted to say something, but the other party had already hung up the phone. Bai Zay looked at the hung-up phone, and his eyes suddenly turned red. Jason with bloodshot eyes and said viciously, What did you do? Jason sneered immediately. He didn't expect that Bai Zay not only did not repent after being taught a lesson, but also dared to talk to him like this. Don't you understand it yourself? Jason said lightly. Teacher Wu was watching all this in shock. It seemed that the phone call Jason just made had caused Bai Zay to be fired. Could it be that he really called Mr. Zhu, the richest man? Thinking of this, Teacher Wu suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. She was just a small kindergarten teacher and didn't dare to make an enemy of such a big shot. At the same time, he secretly regretted why he had been so mean and offended such a person. While Teacher Wu was having this psychological struggle, Bai Zay was already furious and looked at Jason fiercely. Bastard, I want you to die. Bai Zay immediately rushed towards Jason, wanting to beat Jason to the ground. But how could he, who had been pampered for so many years and had become a 200-pound fat man, be a match for Jason? Jason lightly lifted his foot and kicked forward without even looking at Bai Zay. Bang! Suddenly, Bai Zay fell to the ground and lay there unable to get up. Chapter 25. Jason deeply, as if he wanted to remember him. Dad, are you okay? De Zhuang walked over and prepared to pull Bai Zay up. Bai Zay slowly got up from the ground and whispered, I will remember today's grudge. I hope you won't regret it. Now that he can't win a fight and his power is not as big as Jason's, Bai Zay feels very frustrated and might as well just leave. Jason immediately sneered and looked at Bai Zay with disdain. His son bullied his daughter first, then mocked him, and even used the name of Fuxing Group to try to overwhelm him. Now, Jason was just giving him a simple lesson, but he made it seem like he was the injured party. Of course, he didn't care about Bai Zay's words. He didn't know how many people like him he could crush to death with just one hand. Soon, Bai Zay took De Zhuang away. Jason is here, and he is not comfortable leaving Da Zhuang here as well. Seeing the two people leave, Teacher Wu, who was originally standing there, suddenly looked like a flower blooming on his face. Oh, you must be Lucy's father. You are such a handsome man. It was just a little misunderstanding just now. Don't mind it. Just leave Lucy here, and I will take good care of her. Teacher Wu walked over. His attitude was even more enthusiastic than when he was facing Bai Zay just now, and he was not as arrogant as before. Jason looked at Teacher Wu, whose attitude had changed drastically, and a sneer suddenly flashed across his face. No need. This blue sky kindergarten is just like this. You are not worthy of being a teacher. Jason gave her a cold look. Suddenly, Teacher Wu's face became stiff. He didn't know whether to respond or not. Jason looked at Lucy, completely ignoring Teacher Wu's expression, and said to Lucy, Lucy, can Daddy take you to another kindergarten? This one is not suitable for you. Lucy didn't want to come to this kindergarten in the first place because everyone here bullied her. Hearing Jason say this, he nodded instantly and said sincerely, Okay. Teacher Wu's face fell even more, but thinking of Jason's impressive background, she spoke in a more respectful voice than before. Jason, our blue sky kindergarten is one of the best kindergartens in Ningzhou City. If you leave, I'm afraid it will be detrimental to Lucy's future development. Jason shook his head and said nothing. Although blue sky kindergarten is better, there are schools better than this one. The main reason is that Teacher Wu is a bad person, and Jason doesn't want Lucy to stay here. Soon, under Teacher Wu's unpleasant expression, Jason carried Lucy out of the kindergarten. What's so great about that? Isn't it just relying on the power he has? Teacher will mutter to himself after Jason walked away. Dad, are we going to this kindergarten? Soon, Jason brought Lucy to a kindergarten with very gorgeous decoration. The huge school gate, made of marble, gives people a sense of righteousness, and the 6 gold-plated words Lewis Kindergarten on it seem to highlight the honor of the school. Of course, Dad is going to take Lucy to the best kindergarten in Ningzhou City. Jason touched Lucy's little face and said with a smile, "Great!" Lucy's 2 big eyes suddenly sparkled, and she seemed to like this kindergarten very much. Just as Jason was about to take Lucy into the kindergarten, a surprised voice sounded next to him. Jason. Jason turned his head immediately and saw a woman with a good figure looking at him in surprise. She had short, thick black hair that just fell on her shoulders, a delicate face, a beige top, black tights, and a figure that looked curvy. She was like a goddess, but Jason could feel that Tang Shui seemed a little haggard. Tang Su. Jason's eyes were also full of surprise. He didn't expect to meet an old acquaintance here. Tang Shui was the school beauty in Jason's former high school and also Jason's deskmate. They had a very good relationship. But after Jason met Anna, the two didn't have much contact anymore. I didn't expect to meet Tang Shui here today. I didn't expect to meet you here today. Tang Shui's eyes curved, and she looked at Jason with a smile. Jason nodded and responded with a smile. Yeah, it's been several years since we last met. Then, Tang Shui looked at the little girl in Jason's arms with a hint of surprise in her eyes. This is your daughter, right? I didn't expect she's grown up so much. Tang Shui stared at the lovely Lucy with a hint of tenderness in her eyes. Lucy, call me Andy, Jason said to Lucy. Lucy's big eyes were also fixed on Tang Shui. When she heard Jason's words, she immediately called out crisply, "Hello, Andy." Oh, so good. Tang Shui walked up and touched Lucy's little face, her face full of maternal love. Your daughter is so cute. She's as naughty as my niece. But did you bring her to Lewis Kindergarten today? Tang Shui looked at Jason with her beautiful eyes. Before Jason could speak, Lucy spoke. Lucy's previous kindergarten teacher bullied her, so Dad wanted to bring Lucy to school here. Lucy said slowly, with a hint of grievance in her eyes. Oh, I see. But it's a little difficult to attend Lewis Kindergarten. You must have an invitation from Lewis Kindergarten. Tang Shui stared at Jason and said slowly. Really? Jason frowned slightly. He didn't know the answer to this question yet. It was just a simple enrollment, so he didn't know what invitation was required. Tang Shui saw Jason's expression and smiled brightly. She said, I knew you didn't know this, but I can help you. Seeing Jason's hesitation, Tang Shui immediately smiled and said, I only helped Lucy because she was so cute. Don't hold it against yourself. After saying that, Tang Shui clapped her hands and walked in front of Jason. Lucy, how about you hold me for a while? Lucy looked at Tang Shui's face full of anticipation, her face full of excitement, but in the end her gaze stayed on Jason. Jason nodded, choosing to accept Tang Shui's help. Lucy's eyes lit up, and she was immediately hugged by Tang Shui. Soon, Tang Shui carried Lucy into the school gate and asked Lucy all kinds of questions in a gentle tone. The two quickly became friends. Jason followed slowly from behind. Tang Shui led the two of them into the academic affairs office, where there was a middle-aged fat man. When he saw Tang Shui walking in, a smile appeared on his face. Chapter Hai Mui Sao, Ji Ding Dang Bao En. Shui, how come you have time to come and see your uncle today? Normally, you don't want to come when I ask you to. The middle-aged man looked at his eldest niece with a smile on his face. When Tang Shui heard this, she snorted coldly. Huh, you asked me to come here just to help you work and take care of the children. Haha, this is what you want. I didn't force you. The middle-aged man laughed. Tang Shui immediately rolled her eyes at the middle-aged man. This is my friend Jason, and this is his daughter. They want to enroll them in Lewis Kindergarten. You can handle it today. If you don't allow them to enroll, I will never come here again. Tang Shui turned her head and said to the middle-aged man unscrupulously. Jason casually waved his hand and said casually, Isn't it just enrollment? Uncle will help you with this matter, don't worry. Then he turned to look at Jason and pointed at the middle-aged man. This is my uncle, Tang Bowen. He's the director of this kindergarten and occasionally works part-time as the director of the academic affairs office. Jason also looked at the school director in front of him. He was pale and looked very strong, but there was always a feeling of weakness. It seemed that he had been suffering from a serious illness recently, but he was just taking some medicines with relatively large side effects to hold on. Tang Shui helped me so much. If my daughter could get into kindergarten, it wouldn't be a bad idea for her to help him a little. He immediately glanced at Tang Bowen meaningfully, nodded, and said, "Thank you very much for letting my daughter enter Lewis kindergarten, Director Tang." Tang Bowen listened to Jason's words and looked at him again. There were people who asked him to enroll in school before, but everyone was very respectful. This was the first time he saw someone as calm and composed as Jason. But thinking that it was his niece who spoke, he didn't say anything, but just nodded lightly as a response to Jason's words. Soon, Tang Bowen helped Lucy complete the admission procedures. "Thank you, Auntie, and this Grandpa." Lucy seemed to realize that it was the two people in front of her who helped her get into school, and she spoke first in a crisp voice. "So good." Tang Shui looked at the sensible and lovely Lucy in front of her, her eyes shining, and she gently kissed Lucy on the face. Tang Bowen on the side also nodded. This little girl was so polite, which was in line with their Lewis kindergarten. "Principal Tang, have you contracted a strange disease recently?" Jason spoke when he saw that the time was almost right. Jason said this. Tang Bowen's eyes widened. He then looked at Tang Shui and said, "Did you tell him about this?" Tang Shui was also very surprised. She didn't expect Jason to say such a thing out of the blue. "No, he and I haven't seen each other for a long time. We just met at the school gate." Tang Shui immediately shook her head and denied it. Tang Bowen immediately narrowed his eyes and stared at Jason, his heart becoming alert. He now suspected that Jason was deliberately sent by some former enemies. Seeing Tang Bowen's vigilant eyes, Jason smiled and said, "Don't panic, Director Tang. I'm not sent by your enemy. I just happened to see your illness." "Did you figure out?" Tang Bowen took a deep breath, his face full of disbelief. Jason wasn't irritated by Tang Bowen's questioning. Instead, he slowly said, "You've been suffering from insomnia lately, and you feel nauseous whenever you eat. You used to be so brisk and strong, but it's only since you contracted this disease that you've slowly gained weight and become so weak that you can only rely on medications with strong side effects to maintain your health. You're actually weak inside." Tang Bowen's body trembled suddenly, and he felt that he couldn't even sit steadily on the chair. Now he believed that Jason had seen it, not just what others said. Because some of his symptoms have only appeared in the past 2 days, even the doctor does not know his current physical condition these days. Next to her, Tang Shui saw her uncle's horrified expression and immediately looked at Jason in surprise. "Jason, when did you learn medical skills? Weren't you an engineering student before?" Tang Shui said slowly, "I just learned a little bit later, and I happen to know a little bit about Director Tang's disease." Jason said lightly, "What? Can my disease be cured?" After hearing Jason's words, Tang Bowen suddenly stood up excitedly and stared at Jason closely. You have to know that he was already a little desperate about his illness. He had consulted many famous doctors some time ago, but none of them worked. Jason, who suddenly appeared, actually described his illness so accurately. Doesn't that mean Jason also has a cure? It's just a minor illness. I could treat you right now. Jason said slowly. His tone couldn't be calmer. Really? Jason, if you can really cure my uncle, our Tang family will do our best to get you whatever you want. Tang Shui said excitedly. Tang Bowen was also very excited. He almost ran over and put one hand on Jason's shoulder. He stared at Jason with his eyes and said in a trembling voice, "Jason, if you can really cure my disease, I, Tang Bowen, owe you a favor." Jason was silent in his heart. Sometimes, a favor is more important than a fortune. He immediately smiled and said, 2 minutes to cure your illness. Now, take off your upper body clothes." Then, Jason took out the silver needle he carried with him from his pocket. Take out the bag and lay it flat on the table. Seeing that Jason could carry silver needles with him, Tang Shui and the others believed it more. "Lucy, can I take you to see your future school now?" Tang Shui looked at Lucy affectionately. Lucy's eyes suddenly lit up. She was also very curious about this kindergarten. She immediately took Tang Shui's hand and followed Huang Shui out. Tang Shui closed the door considerately. Tang Bowen stood nearby. His mood had also improved a lot, but one could still see excitement in his eyes. Soon, he took off all the clothes on his upper body, revealing lumps of fat on his upper body. Jason's expression remained unchanged. He took out a handful of silver needles from the table and inserted them into Tang Bowen's back quickly, but seemingly without any method. He did not use the 13 needles of heaven, but the most common method. Lucy before only because she was almost beyond recovery, and Tang Bowen's illness was not very serious. Chapter 27, The Family, is over. Gradually, Tang Bowen felt a huge heat coming from inside his body, covering his entire body. This was Tang Bowen's only feeling now. He felt that the sweat all over his body was like running water, flowing out to excrete the heat from his body. A hot mist came out of his body, and sweat was already dripping onto the ground. 2 minutes, only 1 minute had passed, but Tang Bowen felt like he was about to faint. Hold on, it will be quick. Jason's cold voice sounded beside Tang Bowen. Tang Bowen, who was about to faint, suddenly woke up after hearing the voice. Feeling that his body was about to explode, he gritted his teeth and did not scream. 1 second, 2 seconds. Tang Bowen muttered silently in his heart. At this moment, he felt that every second was so long. Just when he didn't know how much time had passed and was about to faint, the heat in his body seemed to slowly disappear. Little by little, as the heat disappeared, Tang Bowen felt the original vitality in his body slowly reappearing. This was a feeling he had never felt during the time he was sick. Soon, Jason removed the needle from Tang Bowen's body. Okay, that's enough. How do you feel now? Tang Bowen suddenly opened his eyes, without a trace of illness in them. I stood up again, suddenly, and felt that my body was much lighter than before, as if I had eliminated some things that shouldn't have appeared. What is that? It stinks. Tang Bowen frowned and then looked down. There were lumps of black, unknown liquid on the ground, which had a bit of fat sheen and emitted a foul odor. Then he looked at his body again. His upper body had suddenly become much thinner. It was no longer fat as before, but it was covered with layers of black stuff. Even his pants were covered with black stuff. Suddenly, Tang Bowen's face changed. Jason, please wait for me to wash up. Tang Bowen rushed to the back of the room. Fortunately, he treated this place as his own home and even specially set up a bed and bathroom here. Otherwise, he would not be able to go out today. Jason smiled when he saw this and shook his head slightly. The work was almost done, and he had to go find his daughter. Soon, Jason walked out of the teaching office and looked for his daughter in the kindergarten. Jason, we are here. Tang Shui was seen waving at Jason from a distance. Soon, Jason walked over and saw Tang Shui standing next to them, while Lucy was playing on the slide with another little girl. Jason, how is my uncle's condition? Tang Shui looked at Jason nervously, her face full of anticipation. Jason smiled immediately, looked at Tang Shui, and said slowly, Fortunately, your uncle has recovered now, but he is taking a shower now. You should go find him later. When Tang Shui heard this, her face was filled with surprise. She said to Jason gratefully, Thank you so much, Jason. I didn't expect you to give me such a big surprise today. Jason immediately shook his head and said, No, if you hadn't brought me to the kindergarten, I wouldn't be able to help you, so the most important thing is still on you. Then Jason and Tang Shui continued to chat for a few more sentences and prepared to leave. Lucy, come here, it's time for us to go. Jason said to Lucy indifferently. Tang Shui listened to Jason's words and suddenly became a little anxious. She said, Don't worry, it's still so early. My uncle hasn't come out yet. We still have to thank you. No, I haven't thanked you for letting Lucy enroll in school yet. So, this is just me returning the favor. Jason refused. Tang Shui looked anxious and wanted to say something, but Jason had already picked up Lucy and left the kindergarten. Soon, Jason returned home. Anna was still surprised that Jason brought Lucy back so early. So, Jason gave her a brief explanation of what happened this morning. Mom, that Annie is so nice. She even gave Lucy candy. She is much nicer than Teacher Wu. Lucy came home, took out the candy in her hand, and said to Anna with a smile. Suddenly, Anna looked at Jason with a half smile. I didn't expect that after all these years, he's still so popular with women. Anna said with a hint of sourness, looking at Jason with a half smile. Jason's hair stood on end, knowing that if he didn't explain the matter clearly, it would not be so easy to let go. I mainly like this because Lucy is so cute. Think about it, honey. Lucy is so cute because of you. It has nothing to do with me, Jason said with a smile. While the two were talking, Chun Fei and his wife returned home with tired faces. It seemed that they were called by the old man to talk all night yesterday. Dad, Mom, you're back. Anna looked at Chun Fei and his wife and greeted them slowly. Fei Chen nodded as a response to Anna, while Yuli stared at Jason as if trying to discern something from him. Jason understood in his heart that it was obvious that Chun Fei and his wife had already known about Chun Gui being scolded by the senior leader. Otherwise, they would not have such expressions. Jason, tell me, have you hooked up with any powerful person recently? Yuli stared at Jason and said slowly. Chun Fei also nodded. In his opinion, what Mr. Chun said yesterday was too outrageous. If the old man hadn't said it himself, they might not believe it. How could a poor boy like him have such power? Jason smiled, knowing these two would ask these questions. Didn't Qinggrue tell you that my information at the Civil Affairs Bureau that day was top secret? Jason looked at the two of them with a half smile and didn't answer their question directly. Suddenly, Yuli's face froze. I'm your mother-in-law. What's the harm in telling me about this? Yuli stared at Jason coldly. Jason sneered, thinking that Qinggrue must have asked them to investigate this matter. Didn't the old man tell you that if you learn some secrets you shouldn't know, you have to turn around? Jason said lightly, blocking the two of them with just one sentence. Yuli's face suddenly turned ugly. She didn't expect that Jason would become so sharp-tongued after spending a few years in prison. In the past, Jason treated her words as if they were imperial decrees. But now Yuli and the others didn't dare to ask any more questions. The four of them sat on the sofa in silence for a while, and Yuli suddenly glanced at Jason. Oh, Anna, I'm afraid our family is over. What's wrong? Anna picked up the teacup and poured a cup of tea for each of the three people, but there was not much fluctuation in her eyes. Our Chun family is having trouble cash flow, and your father's previous investment failed. I'm afraid we can't hold on for much longer. Yuli began to sob, her face full of tears. Anna felt a little flustered when she saw this, and quickly stood up and went forward to wipe her mother's tears. Chun Fei didn't say anything, but stared at Jason. Didn't we plan to have you marry Mr. Xue before? We thought the Xue family was powerful and could be of help to our Chun family. Before Yuli finished speaking, Anna's expression suddenly changed. Mom, don't mention this anymore. I've already married Jason, so I won't marry anyone else. Anna had a look of determination on her face. Even if Chin Pharmaceutical was going to collapse this time, she would not divorce Jason. The Chin family asked her to do enough last time. Anna's resolute attitude. Yuli showed a hint of displeasure on her face, but it quickly disappeared. No, Mom didn't ask you to get a divorce. It's just that Chin Pharmaceutical is about to go bankrupt recently, and there are so many people outside who want to make fun of the Chun family. Having said that, Yuli turned her eyes to Jason. My dear son-in-law, you have suffered a lot these years, but recently Chun Pharmaceutical Company is probably on the verge of collapse. Can you ask the person behind you to come out and help? Yuli said slowly, and while speaking, she squeezed out a few tears hypocritically. Chun Fei beside him also echoed, we are all family. If Chun Pharmaceuticals goes bankrupt, you and Anna will have a hard time. Anna remained silent. Chun Fei and his wife were her parents. After so many years as a daughter, how could she not know their tempers? But every time Anna saw Yuli squeezing her tears, she couldn't bear it. I simply turned my attention to Jason and let him make the decision. Jason looked at Fei Chun and his wife and sneered in his heart. According to his understanding, Chin's pharmaceutical company might be able to hold on for a while. That old man, Qinggrue, sent his father-in-law and mother-in-law to test his strength. If this had happened 5 years ago, he would have foolishly agreed to it. Dad, Mom, tell me, Chun Pharmaceutical has been in business for so many years. Why are we still living in a house that was built decades ago? But Mr. Chin seems to live in a villa, right? Even Chanwan's family lives in a villa. Jason said slowly. After saying this, both of them looked unhappy. Maybe my father wants to train me for a while longer, Chun Fei said with some grumbling. Hearing Chun Fei's words, Yuli rolled her eyes and pinched the flesh around his waist fiercely. Chun Fei felt a pang of pain, not understanding why Yuli was so cruel to him all of a sudden. Yuli then said attentively, good son-in-law, in the past, we were unable to make any contributions to the family, so we couldn't get a higher position. But now there's an opportunity before us. If we can revive Chun Pharmaceutical Company this time, maybe our family can occupy a higher position in Chun Pharmaceutical Company. Even you may be able to become a manager there. And wasn't it the territory of Chun Wan's family last time? Your grandfather said that as long as you help the Chun family this time, that territory will belong to you. Jason sneered immediately. A manager of Chun Pharmaceutical Company, and he was selling the territory he had given to Chun Fei and his wife as a favor to himself? This old guy, Qinggrue, really has a good idea. Is he testing my strength in this way because he want me to help Chin's pharmaceutical company get back on track? Or is he worried about whether I have the ability to investigate the incident that led to my being framed and imprisoned? Thinking of this, Jason's expression slowly changed from indifferent at first to a hint of excitement. Well, if I can help Chun Pharmaceutical, can I really become the manager of Chun Pharmaceutical in the future? In Chunwan and her family's territory. Jason pretended to be interested. Jason wavering. Yuli was delighted and quickly nodded, saying, "Of course, as long as you can get the person who helped you to step up and help our Chun family. Not to mention becoming a department manager. It's not impossible for you to rise to a higher position in the future. Maybe the old man will take a liking to you and give you shares in Chun Pharmaceutical." Jason's body suddenly trembled, his face full of excitement, but then he seemed to think of something and became dejected again. But in her heart, she was complaining that if Yuli, with her eloquence, really had power in Chun Pharmaceutical, she might be able to make the company bigger and stronger. Dad, Mom, you don't know. Hey, the guy behind me, I actually just brought him meals for a few days in prison and then chatted with him. He saw that I was sincere and said he would help me just this once. It was he who handled the confidential divorce matter at the Civil Affairs Bureau last time. Jason pretended to be proud and said quite boastfully. Yuli and her husband were also shocked. Anyone who could do this must have a very powerful force behind him. But how could such a person be sent to jail? But their focus is not here. Then you should call him now and ask him to do you another favor. Yuli smiled and encouraged Jason. If they had the support of such a person, wouldn't their status in Chin's pharmaceutical company rise rapidly? Then he nudged the silent Chun Fei next to him and winked at him. Only then did Fei Chun react. Oh, Jason, yes, you should call that boss right now. I'm afraid that a small matter like this in our Chun family can be solved with just a word from him. Jason glanced at Fei Chun and saw that he was wearing an ordinary white shirt and trousers. But among the buttons of the white shirt, there is one button that looks very special. This should be the eavesdropping device set up by that old guy, Chun Guo. Jason understood. Then he shook his head in frustration. No. After the matter at the Civil Affairs Bureau was settled last time, he called me and said that our fate had ended. After that, when I called him again, he seemed a little reluctant. Jason shrugged, as if he had encountered something unhappy. After listening to Jason's words, Yuli's initially enthusiastic expression suddenly turned cold. Really? Then why don't you call him right now and try? Yuli frowned and ordered Jason. Chapter 29, Tang Bowen's Request. Looking at Yuli's serious expression, Chun Jason's face changed. Really? Do you really want to fight? But I seem to have been blocked last time. Jason said hesitantly. Yuli seemed to have lost her patience and ordered Jason. Just hit him when I told you to. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Seeing how strong his mother-in-law was, Jason finally nodded helplessly. All right. Soon, Jason took out his cell phone and called a number. Sorry, the number you dialed is busy. Jason smiled awkwardly and said, I'll call back in a few minutes. Seeing this, Yuli's unhappy expression became even more obvious. Chun Fei beside him was also quietly waiting for the result. Anna immediately understood, glanced at Jason, and said, since the other person is still on the phone, don't call him. Yuli sneered and said, it's not like they're talking on the other end. It's obvious they've blocked him. Jason's face suddenly turned pale. After a few minutes, Jason picked up the phone again. Sorry, the number you dialed is busy. Seeing this scene, Jason looked at Yuli's indifferent face and Chun Fei's frown and couldn't help but sneer in his heart. What a huge change in attitude. How about I call you a few more times later? Jason asked tentatively. Yuli finally exploded at this time. Fight, fight, fight. You're such a loser. You didn't hold on to such a big thigh tightly, and you even let others block you. You're so useless. Fei Chun also said, Jason, this is your fault. We could have controlled the future of Chun Pharmaceuticals, but because of your mistakes, our family now has no chance of recovery. You should reflect on this. Jason was full of sarcasm. His father-in-law and mother-in-law were really ungrateful. Dad, Mom, we are all family. How can you say that to him? Besides, this is not what he wants. Don't put the pressure of Chun Pharmaceutical on him. It is clearly caused by your own poor management, Anna defended Jason. Yuli snorted coldly and said, it was a mistake to marry you to him. I asked you to marry Master Shui before, but you refused. Now look what happened. There's no way to get a divorce. How can our family still have to support such a loser? I do this willingly. If you don't want Jason to live at home, then I'll move out with Jason. Anna retorted. Looking at Anna, who was defending him, Jason felt a little warm in his heart. She defended herself in the same way 5 years ago, and she still defended herself in the same way 5 years later. You're really going to piss me off to death. Yuli slammed the table and glared at Anna. Chun face sighed, his eyes hesitant. There was a conflict between his daughter and his wife, and he was hesitating which side to help. Mom, Jason is just like what you think, and I've already married him. Marry a chicken, follow the chicken. Marry a dog, follow the dog. I believe Jason can do something big. Anna shook her head and said. Yuli sneered and shouted. You can make me believe him, but he has to have the capital to be believed. He has no job and no money. Such an incompetent man is not worthy of our family. Anna heard Yuli say this. She was about to tell her that Jason had given her 500,000 yuan, but Jason seemed to have noticed it first and quickly patted Anna on the back. Mom, don't be angry. I'll go out and find a job tomorrow. Jason said slowly. Yuli rolled her eyes at Jason. How can someone who's been in prison find a good job? Before you find a job, if you want to live in our house, you'll have to take care of all the housework. In the end, Yuli gave in, apparently because of Anna's determination. Jason nodded, agreeing. Anna to do it all by herself. He has been at home for so many days, but he has never seen Yuli doing any housework. Yuli sat on the sofa with a gloomy look on her face, and there was deep anger on her face. Anna quickly took Jason away to avoid offending him. A few days later, Jason just sent Lucy to school. When I arrived at the kindergarten gate, I saw Tang Bowen walking towards me from a distance. Tang Bowen was wearing a suit that was 2 sizes smaller than before. He had a straight chest and a thin, resolute face. He looked like 2 completely different people compared to the fat man before. And this was only 2 days ago. Jason, I finally saw you today. Tang Bowen walked out enthusiastically and looked at Jason with gratitude on his face. Jason laughed when he saw this and said, Principal Tang has changed so much, I almost can't tell. Suddenly, Tang Bowen's face straightened. He looked at Jason and said, This is all thanks to you, Jason. You saved me that day. Otherwise, I wouldn't be in this state. He is now full of endless energy and feels that his body is at least 10 times better than before. He used to be out of breath after walking 2 steps, but now he can run 10 kilometers without feeling tired. What's even more frightening is that when he went to the hospital for a checkup before, his attending doctor couldn't believe that his physical condition could become as good as it is now. After Tang Bowen finished speaking, he took out a bank card from his pocket, looked at Jason with a smile, and said, Jason, this is a little gift from me. Please accept it. Jason immediately waved his hand and refused. This is my way of repaying Lucy for being able to go to kindergarten. As for these things, you don't need them. Tang Bowen suddenly felt anxious and said hurriedly, Jason, I really hope you can accept it. Lucy's gift is just a small favor. It's just a piece of cake for me. Jason really didn't intend to take this money. First of all, he was not short of it. Secondly, he wanted Tang Bowen to owe him a favor so that Lucy could have a better life in school. Suddenly, Tang Bowen felt a little embarrassed and said, Jason, actually, we have a patient at home who would like you to treat him. Although it may seem shameless to say this, after seeing your skills last time, I think you are the only one who can treat him. Jason fell silent. Are there still patients in the Tang family who need treatment? He didn't tell Tang Bowen that his last illness was caused by poisoning, so he kept it to himself. But now he invited me to treat the most powerful person in the Tang family. His status was even higher than his. If it was the villain behind who poisoned him, would it be okay for me to get involved in this storm? Chapter 30, The Complex Tang Family. When Tang Bowen saw Jason was silent, his heart suddenly fell to the bottom. Obviously, this is a sign of rejection. He gritted his teeth, looked at Jason, bowed, and said, Jason, as long as you are willing to treat my father, I am willing to give you all my savings. Our Tang family also owes you a favor. He felt a little embarrassed after saying this. After all, he owed Jason a favor from the beginning. Tang family. Is your father called Tang Dinghua? Jason suddenly spoke. How do you know? Tang Bowen was stunned. His father had been hiding behind the Tang family all these years, and few people knew him, but now Jason actually called out his name. Jason immediately understood and nodded. With a hint of a smile on his face, he said, Okay, I don't want any of the rewards you mentioned. I'll go with you after I send Lucy to school. Tang Bowen's face suddenly showed excitement, but also a hint of surprise. Unexpectedly, Jason was hesitant at first, But after calling out his father's name, he agreed to help with the treatment for free without any compensation. Did Jason know his father? Tang Bowen's mind is still a little complicated. Lucy, go to kindergarten first. Dad will pick you up in the afternoon. Jason touched Lucy's little head. Goodbye, Dad. Lucy held the kindergarten teacher's hand and waved to Jason with a smile. Goodbye, Lucy. Jason smiled and waved to Lucy. Soon, Jason walked out of the kindergarten and looked at Tang Bowen with a strange look. Let's go. Tang Bowen had been waiting at the kindergarten gate. When he saw Jason coming over, he was immediately delighted. Okay, Jason, I got the car ready. Tang Bowen pointed back and saw an extended version of Lincoln Park there. Jason's eyes didn't fluctuate much. He nodded and got into the car with Tang Bowen. Tell me about your father's recent symptoms first. Jason narrowed his eyes and said slowly. Jason, know the necessary symptoms. My father contracted this disease 4 years ago. He would feel severe pain in his body every 10 days. In the past 4 years, every time he made too loud a noise or his mood fluctuated too much, he would suffer a sudden myocardial infarction. Now he's been tortured beyond recognition. As a son, every time I see him like this, I feel very sad that he has to bear it all for him. Tang Bowen said slowly in a low voice. Jason nodded. Now he was sure that this Tang Dinghua was the same Tang Dinghua he had met in prison before, but he remembered that he had cured him when he was in prison 3 years ago. It seems that there is a part of the Tang family that is unknown to the public. Tang Bowen, as the son of Tang Dinghua, didn't even know these things. It seems that when he goes to get treatment today, he will be in for a good show. Jason, you must have a chance to be cured, right? Tang Bowen looked at Jason with red eyes, seemingly full of anticipation. Jason immediately shook his head and said, I can't guarantee you anything about this, but I will do my best. That's good, that's good. Tang Bowen mu de. Soon, Jason followed Tang Bowen to Tang's house. After getting off the bus, the first thing that catches your eye is an antique wooden building surrounded by pavilions, waterside terraces, rockery, and shallow lakes, which has a quite ancient style. This is a royal palace left over from the Qing dynasty. It was originally in a dilapidated state, but later, because my father fell ill, it was renovated again so that he could live here peacefully. Tang Bowen et lai lao. Jason nodded immediately. Bowen, why are you here? And you brought a stranger with you. As soon as they entered the door, a handsome and tall middle-aged man stood beside them, frowning and looking at Tang Bowen and the others. When Tang Bowen saw the visitor, he looked a little unhappy. I found a doctor for my father and came here specifically to check his condition. Tang Bowen zet bonde in dai fun. Jason looked at the middle-aged man in front of him who looked about the same as Tang Bowen, and after starting to talk to Tang Bowen in the car, he understood the identity of this person. It was Tang Boming, the eldest son of the Tang family and Tang Shui's father. Tang Boming glanced at Jason, and his eyes were suddenly filled with gloom. How can a young man of 25 or 26 have such advanced medical skills? Don't be fooled, Tang Boming said disdainfully. Brother, what's wrong with being young? Although I'm young, the entire Ningzhou city was helpless against my illness before, and even issued me a death warrant, but it was he who cured me. Tang Bowen pointed at Jason and said slowly. Jason in disbelief. He knew about Tang Bowen's illness, but a few days ago, when he went back, Tang Bowen suddenly said that his condition had been cured and that a miracle doctor had cured him. However, he did not expect that the miracle doctor was the young man in front of him. Can you let me in now? Tang Bowen said softly, as if he was afraid that his voice would be too loud and scare the old man inside. Tang Boming shook his head and still looked at Jason with caution. He was always worried about this young man of 25 or 26 who suddenly appeared, and he didn't know Jason's background, so he would not let Jason go in to treat Tang Dinghua. You are all here. Just as the two brothers started arguing, a feminine voice suddenly sounded from behind. Suddenly, all three of them turned their gazes back. He had an artist style with short shoulder-length hair tied back, soft facial lines, and deep eyes that seemed to be hiding something. He had a straight nose, thin lips, and was wearing an Armani suit, standing there straight. Her temperament was gentle, but it made Jason feel a little uncomfortable. Suddenly, Jason corresponded to Tang Bowen's previous introduction in the car and quickly overlapped with this person. The third child of the Tang family, Tang Bo Deo, he was also adopted by Tang Dinghua in his early years. Now he seems to be obsessed with art, having given up the Tang family's business and immersed himself in painting all day long. When the two brothers saw that it was Tang Bodeo, they were slightly stunned, and their faces, which were initially a little fierce, softened a lot. "Brother, I brought Mr. Fan here to take father for a regular checkup." Tang Bodeo turned slightly, and soon a white-haired old man in his 70s or 80s appeared behind the crowd with a hunched back. Chapter 31. Jason and Tang Dinghua. When Tang Bowen and Tang Boming saw the white-haired old man, they straightened their bodies slightly and bowed to Mr. Fan. This man had saved Tang Dinghua from death many times. If it weren't for Mr. Fan in front of him, Tang Dinghua would have died countless times over the years. "I'm sorry to trouble Mr. Fan again this time," Tang Bowen said politely. Elder Fan waved his hands, chuckled twice, and said in a hoarse voice, "Ah, I'm just an old man. What trouble is there? I can't even cure Master Tang's illness. I feel really ashamed." "Mr. Fan, please don't say that. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid my father would have," Tang Boming said in a low voice, his words full of gratitude. Jason stood by and narrowed his eyes slightly. He had heard of this Mr. Fan 5 years ago. At that time, he was invited by the Huaxiao Medical Association to serve as a representative of the Ningzhou Medical Association. At that time, the newspapers were full of praise for this old man. But when he saw him today, Jason felt a little surprised. People who come into contact with medicine all year round will have a medicinal smell on their bodies, especially for Mr. Fan, a leader in the medical field. The medicinal smell on his body is even stronger. But most people can only smell the medicine, but cannot tell what kind of medicine it is. Jason had studied with the old man in the prison for so long that he could already tell what kind of medicine it was by smell. Now, Jason smelled the scent of a dozen poisons on him. Considering the current situation of the Tang family, this matter becomes somewhat thought-provoking. Tang Bodeo, next to him, suddenly looked at Jason with an unknown light in his eyes. "Jason who cured your illness." Tang Bodeo looked at Jason and said slowly. Tang Bowen nodded, looked at Jason with gratitude, and said, "Yes, if it weren't for Jason, I'm afraid I would still be seriously ill now." Jason intently. Jason looks a bit young. He must have received instruction from some master. Tang Bodeo's mouth curled up slightly, but the haze in his eyes flashed away. Jason watched the scene quietly without saying anything. "It seems that my visit this time has really damaged the interests of some people. Young people are really better than their teachers. Even the disease that I couldn't cure was cured by you in one go. I am really touched." Old Fan also spoke, staring at Jason with turbid eyes. "Just luck." Jason waved his hand. "Brother, please let us in now. I believe Jason can cure father." Tang Bowen, next to him, seemed a little impatient and immediately said to Tang Boming. But Tang Boming still shook his head. "No, we still don't know his identity. What if something happens to my father after we go in?" Seeing Tang Boming so stubborn, Tang Bowen became a little angry. Just as he was about to retort, Tang Bodeo next to him spoke. "Brother, let him go in and take a look. With Master Fan here, nothing will go wrong." Tang Bodeo waved his hand and persuaded Tang Boming. "Although I can't cure Mr. Tang's illness, I can still solve other problems." Old Fan said lightly. When Tang Boming saw that Mr. Fan had spoken, he looked embarrassed, but after thinking about it, he finally sighed. He waved his hand and said, "Second brother, I'll let you in, but you must ensure Dad's safety. If anything happens to Dad, I will never let you go." Tang Bowen nodded immediately, not knowing whether he was full of confidence in Jason or simply didn't care about what Tang Boming said. Jason looked at Tang Bodeo and Mr. Fan who were speaking for him, and a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. According to common sense, if these two people were related to Tang Dinghua's illness, they should not let him in. But now that he is speaking up for me like this, it either has nothing to do with Tang Dinghua's illness, or he has some other conspiracy. Jason was secretly alert in his heart and followed the crowd in quietly. Soon, the group arrived beside a pond. Jason looked carefully and saw a hunched old man sitting in a wheelchair, holding a fishing rod in his hand, fishing silently. Next to him was a man who looked like a housekeeper, standing there quietly, like a sculpture. "Dad, Mr. Fan is here to check on you," Tang Boming said, softly beside him. The people around him kept their mouths shut, fearing that if they shouted loudly, they would scare the old man in front of them. After several seconds, the old man put down his fishing rod, sighed softly, and said, "Is it finally here?" In the eyes of Tang Bowen and others, Tang Dinghua could not wait to come and check. But Jason heard another deeper meaning. The butler next to him was silent. He stood behind Tang Dinghua, and gently turned the wheelchair over. Suddenly, Jason couldn't help but smile when he saw Tang Dingwa's expression. Tang Dingwa raised his head slightly, looked at Tang Bowen and the others, and finally stopped his gaze on Jason. His body moved involuntarily, and there was a ripple in his eyes, but he quickly returned to calm. "Dad, are you feeling better?" Tang Bowen said softly, looking at his father with reverence. Tang Dingwa saw that Tang Bowen's body had changed drastically and seemed to have returned to normal. Then he glanced at Jason. Jason instantly understood what he meant and nodded. Tang Dingwa then nodded gently and said, "Much better. Are you cured too?" "Yes, father. Thanks to Jason, I recovered from this illness, so I invited him here today to see you," Tang Bowen said softly. "Thank you for your kindness," Tang Dingwa said weakly, seeming to be extremely weak. Jason couldn't help but twitch his lips when he saw Tang Dingwa's expression. This old man is really good at pretending. At this time, Mr. Fan turned his head slightly and looked at Tang Bodeo. Tang Bodeo nodded silently, as if he agreed. Mr. Fan's wrinkled face trembled inadvertently. Then he stepped forward and said, "Mr. Tang, let me check you again today." Jason, who was standing next to them, noticed the two people's little movements and then looked at Tang Dingwa. He didn't believe that Tang Dingwa, an old fox-like figure, would not know these things. Tang Dingwa seemed to have sensed something. He looked up and smiled at Jason, his eyes full of deep meaning. "Okay, thank you, Mr. Fan." Old Fan walked forward silently, and a gleam of light flashed inadvertently in his cloudy eyes. Chapter 32, Conspiracy. Soon, Old Fan stepped forward, and Tang Dingwa seemed to have been prepared and stretched out his hand without dodging. Suddenly, an arm that was so thin that the bones were visible was revealed. The arm was covered with black spots, which were so small that it made people's scalps numb. Old Fan seemed to have gotten used to this. He stretched out 2 fingers and began to take the patient's pulse carefully. Jason narrowed his eyes and looked at the black spots on Tang Dingwa's hands, and the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. He still remembered that this happened in prison, and the old man specifically asked him to do this, saying that it would make his injuries look more serious. In fact, Jason also added fuel to the fire, so that most people could only find that he had a serious illness. For example, the Mr. Fan in front of me. Even if the poison was administered by Mr. Fan, Jason was confident that he could make it impossible for him to tell that the disease had been cured. Sure enough, after Mr. Fan investigated for a while, he frowned tightly and took his hand away from Tang Dingwa's hand after a while. "I'm afraid the condition has worsened." Old Fan shook his head, took out 2 silver needles from his arms, and gently pricked Tang Dingwa's hand twice. Jason looked at the 2 needles, and his pupils shrank sharply. Now he was 100% sure that this old man Fan was the one who attacked the Tang family. But when he turned to look at the Tang brothers, Tang Bowen and Tang Boming looked normal, as if they were not unfamiliar with Master Fan's medical methods. Tang Bodeo's eyes were filled with excitement. "Mr. Fan, why is the place where you give acupuncture different from before?" Tang Dingwa narrowed his eyes slightly, with a hint of coldness in the depths of his pupils. Elder Fan was stunned, his body trembling slightly, and he forced a smile and said, "Now that the condition has worsened, the acupuncture techniques will of course be different from before. Don't worry, this time I can save you a lot of pain." Tang Dingwa didn't say anything, but raised his head slightly and happened to meet Jason's eyes. Jason smirked and turned his head away. This old man didn't come to the prison to bring me wine for the whole year last year. Now that he needs me, he just looks at me? When Tang Dingwa saw Jason like this, a smile suddenly flashed in his eyes. But since Jason hasn't expressed his opinion, it means he can cure it. The miracle doctor is here, so what is he afraid of? Soon, Master Fan finished acupuncture and took 2 steps back without leaving a trace. His eyes happened to meet Tang Bodeo's, and the two seemed to be communicating some information. Jason had a sarcastic smile on his face. These 2 people seemed to think that what they did was secret, but all this was probably already seen by Tang Dingwa. However, since Tang Dingwa wanted to act, he had no choice but to continue with him. "Jason, don't you want to treat my father? Now that Mr. Fan is here, you should see him as soon as possible," Tang Bodeo said in a hurried tone. Jason turned his head and saw Tang Bodeo looking at him eagerly, as if he wanted him to go up and treat him as soon as possible. "You want me to be the scapegoat? What a good calculation." Jason sighs. He initially thought that meeting these 2 people here today was just a coincidence. but it seemed that it was all premeditated. But how could Jason let them have their way? No, no, no. I just saw Mr. Tang's illness from afar. It's really too serious. I'm afraid that with my limited medical skills, I can't cure it. It's really embarrassing. I'd better follow you now. Jason's face was full of regret. Felt anxious when he heard what Jason said. He originally asked Jason to come to cure his father's illness, but now Jason said no without even taking a closer look. Jason, why don't you go up and take a look? Tang Bowen said with a hint of hope in his tone. Beside him, Tang Bodeo also nodded and said in a tone even more earnest than before, why don't you give it a try? If you can cure my father, our Tang family will definitely repay you personally. In the distance, Tang Dingwa looked at Tang Bodeo quietly. His eyes seemed to contain sadness and a hint of cruelty. Tang Bodeo felt like he was being pricked by a thorn in his back, and his neck couldn't help but shrink. He just turned his head to look at Tang Dingwa, but Tang Dingwa's eyes returned to normal in an instant. Jason immediately waved his hand and said in refusal, no need, Director Tang. Let's go now. After all, Mr. Tang's illness is not something I can cure. Tang Bowen was helpless. Since Jason had said so, he couldn't force Jason to treat his father. Tang Bodeo's face suddenly became panicked. He looked at Mr. Fan, and there was a slight hint in his eyes. Little friendly, don't you really want to take a look? This kind of disease requires the brainstorming of many people. But Mr. Tang's condition does not allow it, so I have to ask you for this favor. A smile suddenly appeared on Mr. Fan's wrinkled face, and immediately the layers of skin wrinkled together, looking very creepy. Jason felt disdainful. After all, didn't he just want to contact Tang Dingwa? Forget it. You should find someone else. Jason waved his hand and prepared to leave. No, you can't go out. Tang Bodao suddenly shouted. Suddenly, Tang Boming's face turned gloomy. Third brother, how many times have I told you to stop being so impatient? Dad is still here. What if you scare him? Tang Bowen also frowned. Fortunately, Tang Dingwa was fine now. Otherwise, he would definitely make Tang Bodeo pay today. Tang Bodeo's face suddenly turned embarrassed. I'm sorry, I was in a hurry and didn't pay attention. Tang Bodeo's face was full of guilt, and Jason almost believed it. Why is young Master Tang so excited? Do I have to stay here today? Jason looked at Tang Bodeo with a smile, as if he could see through Tang Bodeo. Tang Bodeo secretly regretted in his heart. He didn't expect that he would get so anxious all of a sudden. If Jason doesn't contact Tang Dingwa now, the truth will probably be revealed, and there is a high possibility that he and Mr. Fan will be exposed. After a moment of hesitation, he smiled awkwardly and said, I just think that you, little brother Lee, are very skilled in medicine. Since you can treat my second brother, you should also have some understanding of my father's condition. So I wanted to ask for your opinion, so that it would also be convenient for Elder Fan to make reference. Suddenly, Tang Dingwa, who was sitting there quietly watching the performance of several people, suddenly spoke. Little Lee, why don't you give it a try? Tang Dingwa's voice was very low and seemed very weak, but there was an irresistible majesty in it. This is the momentum developed over many years in a high position. After these words were spoken, the people around him didn't dare to speak anymore. Chapter 33 exposed. But Jason didn't seem to be affected. Oh, are you determined to let me see it? You know, if I were to see it today, I'm afraid those symptoms might not be cured. Jason said as he looked at Tang Bodeo next to him. Tang Bodeo looked at this look and had a bad feeling in his heart, but he couldn't tell what it was. Now that the arrow has been shot, he has no choice but to let things develop. Tang Dingwa shrugged his eyelids and said calmly, Anyway, this disease has lasted for so long and the cause has not been found. I want to solve it now to avoid being upset. Everyone around them was confused by the conversation between the two, except Tang Boming, who touched his chin thoughtfully, his eyes full of caution. Jason nodded helplessly, shrugged, and said, Okay. There was a hint of excitement in Tang Bodeo's eyes as he looked at Mr. Fan. Both of them could see the deep meaning between them. Soon, Jason walked forward and sat down in front of Tang Dingwa. Seeing the hand Tang Dingwa extended, he said with a little disdain, You've been able to hold on for so many years. It's creepy just to watch you. Tang Dingwa looked at Jason with a smile and said, Help me recover. There's no need to continue at this point. There's no need to go on any further. Jason reluctantly took out the silver needle bag from his pocket and slowly spread it out. Suddenly, a blood-red silver needle appeared in front of everyone. When Old Fan looked at the bloody silver needles, his pupils suddenly shrank. The blood-colored silver needle was only possessed by that man decades ago. A man who turned the entire Ningzhou city and even the Chinese medical community upside down. Impossible. This must be just a pirated copy. Old Fan muttered silently in his heart, comforting himself while his heart returned to peace. Later, countless people imitated him, and many blood-colored silver needles appeared on the market. It must be just a pirated copy. Mr. Fan finally made up his mind, took a deep breath, and continued to watch Jason give acupuncture. Seeing Jason giving him acupuncture, his originally troubled heart became even calmer. There was a hint of sarcasm on his face. His acupuncture technique was even worse than that of a beginner. Jason was very serious and didn't pay attention to Mr. Fan. He inserted the silver needle into Tang Dingwa's arm little by little, as if he was afraid that if he inserted it any further, he would hurt Tang Dingwa. Very slowly, it took almost a minute to insert a needle. Soon, more than 10 minutes passed. The people waiting by the pond were getting a little impatient. Finally, Jason let out a long sigh and finally got the needle inserted. Jason with cloudy eyes. Jason laughed and said, "Are you still worried about me taking action? It's already been done." Suddenly, as Jason finished speaking, Tang Dingwa's originally cloudy, old eyes suddenly flashed with light. "Dad, your hands! And your face!" Tang Bowen next to him widened his eyes, as if he had seen something incredible. Tang Boming turned around, stared at Tang Bowen coldly, and shouted softly, "Be quiet." But there was a hint of tears in his eyes, and it was obvious that he was very uneasy. Tang Dingwa looked down and saw that all the black spots on his hands had disappeared, and his originally old body seemed to be full of life again. Old Fan standing next to him looked at Tang Dingwa, who had fully recovered, and his chin seemed so surprised that it could hold a few eggs. Tang Bodeo narrowed his cold eyes and stared at Tang Dingwa closely, as if something bad was going to happen. "Thank you, Mr. Li." Tang Dingwa slowly stood up from the wheelchair, and his aura suddenly reached its maximum. The originally gloomy and decadent face had long since disappeared, replaced by a rosy complexion and a righteous spirit. It seems that the Tang Dingwa of that year is back again. Tang Bowen and Tang Boming both looked at their father in a daze. "Mr. Fan, what's wrong with you? Why are you so surprised? Are you sure that Tang Dingwa will not get better?" Jason looked at the shocked Mr. Fan with a half-smile. Jason's eyes, Mr. Fan gave a dry laugh and said nothing. Tang Dingwa waved his hand gently, and the housekeeper who had been quietly staying beside him suddenly moved, as if making a gesture to the outside. Suddenly, a group of burly men rushed in. When Mr. Fan saw all this, his face suddenly became gloomy, exposed. Next to him, Tang Bodeo also avoided looking around, a little afraid, but still stood there pretending to be calm. "Dad, what are you doing?" Tang Bowen, next to him, looked at the person who came in surprise. Moreover, he didn't know these people at all, and they were not the trusted subordinates of the Tang family that he knew. Tang Dingwa shook his head and did not answer Tang Bowen. "Fan Sheen, do you think you can still escape?" Tang Dingwa looked at Old Fan calmly, without any disturbance. Fan Sheen sneered and looked at Tang Dingwa. "How did you find me?" Tang Dingwa's face remained calm. He glanced at him calmly and said, "A few years ago, when you first met me, I suddenly fell seriously ill. Then this guy is your accomplice?" Fan Sheen then looked at Jason with a hint of cruelty in his eyes. Jason rolled his eyes. This old guy was not worthy of being an insider. Originally, according to his plan, after he helped Tang Dingwa with his treatment, Jason would go to see Tang Dingwa's illness. During the visit, he would manipulate some means to make Tang Dingwa die at this time. In this way, he could get away perfectly, and, secondly, he could also take the opportunity to seize some of the Tang family's interests. But no one expected that Jason could cure Tang Dingwa's illness in one go. However, this was a poison he had given. Even if someone discovered it and there was a cure, it would still take several years of treatment. Suddenly, Fan Sheen's eyes widened, as if he had thought of something. "Your illness has been cured a long time ago. You have been lying to me all these years." Fan Sheen shouted harshly. "It seems you're not that stupid. A few years ago, I found Li Xiaoyu, and he cured my illness. Later, in order to find out who was behind you in Bodeo, I asked Li Xiaoyu to help me pretend to be sick." Hearing Tang Dingwa's words, Fan Sheen's head was suddenly shaken. He didn't expect that he thought he had hidden it well, but it turned out that Tang Dingwa had already seen through it at a glance. I'm afraid today was a trap set by him specifically to make himself and Tang Bodeo come to him on their own. Tang Bodeo, who was standing next to him, felt a little panicked when he heard Tang Dinghua say his name. Dad, what are you talking about? How could I be in cahoots with him? Tang Bodeo frowned, as if he wanted to defend himself, but people like Jason and Tang Dinghua saw through his disguise at a glance. Chapter 34. Tang Dinghua's Invitation. Tang Bowen, who was beside Tang Bodeo, seemed to find it incredible that his brother, who had been with him day and night for decades, was actually the murderer who wanted to kill his father. Although he is just an adopted son, in his heart, he always regards him as a brother. At the moment, he still felt a little bit unconvinced. Tang Boming stood silently by the side, not saying a word, and no one knew what he was thinking. Dad, this must be a mistake. My third brother is also your son. How could he do such a thing? Tang Bowen opened his mouth, trying to clarify the matter. Seeing Tang Bowen speaking up for him, Tang Bodeo nodded immediately and said quickly, Yes, Dad. Although I am only your adopted son, I have long regarded you as my biological father. How could I possibly do such a thing? Tang Dinghua snorted coldly, took out a piece of paper from his pocket, and threw it at Tang Bowen. Look at this. This is what your so-called brother did. He even poisoned you personally. If you hadn't been lucky enough to meet Li Xiaoyu, you'd probably be dead by now. When Tang Bowen heard what Tang Dinghua said, his eyes widened and his face was full of disbelief. Was my previous illness caused by poisoning by my third brother? He is the best brother I have played with since childhood. Then Tang Bowen quickly took the paper that Tang Dinghua threw to him and looked at it carefully. The more he looked, the uglier his expression became, and the more his body trembled. Third brother, what's wrong with you? Tang Bowen was suddenly speechless. Looking at Tang Bodeo, who had already been surrounded by several strong men, he couldn't calm down for a long time. Tang Bodeo glanced at Tang Bowen with a calm expression, as if he didn't care much about Tang Bowen's condition. He knew that when Tang Dinghua took out that little notebook, his fate was already sealed. I'm afraid whatever I say now will be useless, and all this is just a matter of winners and losers. Haha, I'm not a loss too much. At least I got to see a good show of a father and son turning against each other today. Fan Xin opened his mouth, revealing a few vague teeth, which was very creepy. Tang Dinghua sat back in the wheelchair and looked at Tang Bodeo indifferently, with a rare hint of complexity in his eyes. Drag them away and torture them to reveal all the secrets behind them. Tang Dinghua turned his head slightly, as if he didn't really want to see these two people. Fan Xin snorted coldly, looked at Tang Dinghua, and said disdainfully, You still want to blackmail me? Anyway, I've lived enough, so this trip is not a loss. After saying that, Fan Xin pointed his hand at himself. Plop! Suddenly, the old Fan Xin fell to the ground, his eyes turned white, and blood spurted out of his mouth. It was obvious that he was not going to survive. Don't worry, your Tang family will come to accompany me later. As soon as Fan Xin finished speaking, his eyes bulged out and he died instantly. Tang Dinghua frowned slightly and waved his hand. Soon, the group of people pressed down the dead Fan Xin and the imprisoned Tang Bodeo. Dad, what is going on? Tang Boming, who had been standing silently at the beginning, suddenly spoke. Tang Dinghua sighed, waved his hand, and said, Take Bowen down first. I'll tell you about these things later. Tang Boming nodded, obviously realizing that Tang Dinghua wanted to say something to Jason. He looked at the heartbroken Tang Bowen beside him, sighed silently in his heart, helped him up, and left. Jason, Tang Dinghua, and the housekeeper were left in the room. TSK, this method is really vicious. The real mastermind died, and now your adopted son probably doesn't know as much as you do. Old Tang, you are in a bit of a dilemma. Jason narrowed his eyes and looked at the calm Tang Dinghua. Tang Dinghua narrowed his eyes and looked at Jason with a half-smile. You have to help me with this. Looking at Tang Dinghua's fox-like smile, Jason refused without thinking. This is your own business. I don't want to get involved. Tang Dinghua seemed to have anticipated this. A smile appeared on his face as he said calmly, What if this matter is related to your master? What? Jason frowned and looked at Tang Dinghua, as if he felt that things were not that simple. Tang Dinghua sighed softly and said, Actually, I don't know why I was targeted by this organization. After so many years of investigation, I don't even know the name of this organization. All these years, the only thing I know is that your master was imprisoned in order to avoid this organization. So this matter has something to do with you as well. You have to help me. Jason raised his eyebrows when he heard Tang Dingwa's words and said directly, "You have been investigating for so many years and you can't even find this name. How can I help you?" "I don't know either, but this organization will come eventually, and I may need your help then." Tang Dinggu sai. "You really think highly of me. My master is running away from this matter, so why should I get involved? I don't want to die." Jason refused directly. He has just been out of prison not long ago. Regardless of whether he is willing to help, the main thing is that he does not have the ability to investigate this matter now, let alone help. "Really?" Tang Dingwa looked at Jason with a gloomy look. Jason shook his head. He had matured a lot in these years in prison. He was no longer as foolish as before. He would not fight for his life if someone said something to him. "You refuse now, but you have inherited your master's amazing skills. They will always come to you. When that time comes, we can still cooperate." Tang Dingwa nodded and said lightly. Jason put his hands behind his back and didn't say much. "Thank you for helping Wunner, and I will remember what happened today," Tang Dingwa said softly. Jason's forehead suddenly showed several black lines. "This old man wants to get something for free again? I know you want to thank me, so give me 1 or 2 of those bayfront villas you boasted about to me before. And also give me a 100 to 80 kilogram bottle of wine that you brought into the prison as a tribute to my master." Jason looked at Tang Dingwa with a smile on his face. "I knew it. How could you be so kind to help my Tang family? It turns out you had a plan in mind. I can give you the villa, but I can only give you 2 jars of wine at most." Tang Dingwa's face twitched. 3 altars? "Butler, go get him some wine now, and tell him to get out." Soon, Jason looked at the 3 jars of wine in the back seat of the car, and his face was full of joy. As for the villa transfer agreement in his hand, he casually put it aside. Chapter 35, The Yellow Hair Kneeled Down Seconds. Soon, Jason was taken to the kindergarten by the housekeeper's car. Jason asked the butler to deliver the wine to the villa that Tang Dingwa had just given him. "This wine will be of great use to him." "Jason, I'll be leaving first." The butler looked very old-fashioned and spoke to Jason in a dull voice. Jason nodded, and soon the butler drove away. "Why is it so early? Lucy hasn't finished school yet." Jason covered his forehead and realized that he had come too early. But it was almost time for Lucy to finish school, so Jason just stood at the door of the kindergarten and waited for Lucy to finish school. "Fuck, bye Zay. When are you going to pay me back? Last time you lost playing cards and borrowed 50,000 from me, you said you'd give it back in a month. Now a month has passed. Where's the money?" "Yeah, pay me back quickly, or we'll make you pay." Not far from the kindergarten, several gangster-looking people were surrounding Bai Zay, who was disheveled and slightly drunk. They were holding batons and other weapons in their hands and yelling at Bai Zay. "Brothers, let's talk it over. I was in a hurry to go out today and forgot to bring money. I will give you the money tomorrow," Bai Zay said to the gangsters with a beer bottle in his hand, slightly drunk and a stiff face. The leader was a yellow-haired man. Seeing Bai Zay's expression, he narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "Brother, I heard about your dismissal these days. Judging from the money you spend at the casino every month, you don't have much savings, right? Now that you don't have a job, what are you going to give us to pay us back?" When Bai Zay heard these words, a trace of humiliation flashed in his eyes. When he was the vice president of Fuxing Company, this gangster was flattering him. Now that he has fallen from power, he starts to kick him when he is down. It's all that damn Jason's fault. Bai Zay felt a secret hatred in his heart, but his face was still full of smiles, and he said with a smile, "My dear brothers, although I spent a lot of money in the casino, I usually save some money with my wife. Don't worry, I guarantee it with my personal integrity, and I will give it to you tomorrow." Huang Mao thought it made sense and nodded immediately, threatening, "You'd better not lie to us, otherwise you know our methods." Bai Zay immediately nodded in agreement, not daring to refute a word Huang Mao said. "Let's go." The yellow-haired man gave Bai Zay a threatening look, waved to the thugs around him, and prepared to leave. Bai Zay, who was standing in the same place, clenched his fists tightly, gritted his teeth, and watched the backs of the gangsters leaving. Suddenly, his eyes suddenly penetrated the gap between several thugs and fell on Jason, who was waiting for his child outside the kindergarten. "He's actually here." When Bai Zay saw Jason, his eyes were suddenly filled with hatred, and even his breathing became rapid. Then he fixed his gaze on a few thugs, and his eyes suddenly lit up. "Wait a minute, brothers!" Bai Zay hurriedly called out to a few thugs. The yellow-haired leader turned his head impatiently and glanced at Bai Zay. "Why? Do you have something else to do? The drunkenness in Bai Zai's eyes had completely dissipated at this time, and there was no trace of the humiliation he had just faced from facing a few thugs. Instead, there was a sinister smile. Brothers, do you want more money? Bai Zai said slowly. What? You still want to borrow money from us? The yellow-haired man raised his eyebrows and looked at Bai Zai gently. No, I want you to help me teach someone a lesson. After you're done, I'll give you 10,000 as a reward. Bai Zai's eyes were filled with hatred. When they heard the reward of 10,000 yuan, Huang Mao and the thugs behind him suddenly brightened up. Who? Bai Zai smiled. It seems that today's matter is accomplished. Jason next to the kindergarten and said indifferently, That's the guy. If you beat him up, I'll give you 10,000 yuan after you're done. But you can't say my name. The yellow-haired man looked at Jason, who looked a little thin in the distance, and immediately laughed. Isn't it easy to teach such a person a lesson? Then he patted Bai Zai's shoulder gently and said, Okay, I'll help you with today's matter, but how much does it cost? Bai Zai immediately took out all the money he had from his pocket and said, This 3,000 yuan is my deposit. After getting the money, the yellow-haired man nodded immediately, picked up the baton in his hand, and called out to the younger brothers behind him. Suddenly, a group of people walked toward Jason. Jason, so what if you are powerful? I want to see how you get taught a lesson today. After saying that, he took out his mobile phone and started filming a video of Jason. Boy, where are you from? Don't you know that this territory belongs to your master Huang? Who allowed you to stand here? Jason stood in place, but suddenly remembered the duck voice of Huang Mao next to him. Jason frowned immediately and turned his head to look. He saw the yellow-haired man and his group walking towards him. Soon, they formed a circle around him. Who asked you to come? Jason frowned. He didn't provoke anyone by standing here, so it must be his previous enemy. The yellow-haired man's eyes suddenly showed a hint of displeasure. He had promised Bai Zai not to tell anyone at first, but now he certainly didn't want to give Jason a chance to speak. He immediately said, Come on. Suddenly, several thugs rushed towards Jason and swung batons at his head. Jason's eyes, hearing the sound of the baton breaking through the wind, he reached up and grabbed the baton. The thug holding the baton had a hint of surprise in his eyes and was about to speak, but suddenly, Jason swung his elbow towards the thug's chin. With a bang, the gangster flew backwards and hit the ground hard. The thugs nearby were all confused. Jason together with several other thugs. Jason's eyes were full of disdain. These are just a few punks, not even worthy of carrying his shoes. He placed his left foot on the ground, stretched out his right foot suddenly, turned his body backwards sharply, and kicked out continuously with his right foot. Suddenly, the three thugs fell to the ground, wailing in pain. Then, Jason picked up the baton on the ground with lightning speed and hit the remaining two thugs on the head. The two thugs let out a painful cry, then squatted on the ground, covering their bleeding heads tightly. In just 10 seconds, Huang Mao was the only thug left on the field. Jason's smiling face, he suddenly shuddered in his heart and knelt on the ground without thinking. Chapter 36, The Snobbichin Family. Jason's face was full of indifference, and he did not feel any sympathy for the yellow-haired man who knelt down and begged for mercy. He put one foot on the yellow-haired man's shoulder and applied a little force, and suddenly the yellow-haired man was knocked to the ground by Jason's foot. Tell me, who asked you to come and cause trouble for me? Jason's tone was very cold, with undisguised majesty in his voice. He didn't offend many people in Ningzhou City, and he hasn't been out of prison for long. Could it be the Shui family? No, Sam wouldn't do it this way. Yes, it's Bai Zai, the yellow-haired man said with tears in his eyes. He really didn't expect to encounter such a thing today. I originally thought it was a lucrative job, but it turned out to be a trap. He subconsciously thought that Bai Zai was deliberately playing tricks on him. After this incident is over, he will definitely settle the score with Bai Zai. Jason kicked you and told you to follow the yellow-haired guy. He suddenly remembered that he was the confident guy you met at the Blue Sky kindergarten. It seems that he holds a grudge against me because I forced him to resign. Ding, ding, ding. Just when Jason was thinking about how to solve this problem, the bell for the end of class suddenly rang. Jason immediately loosened his foot on the yellow-haired man. He said in a very indifferent tone, Go and do one thing for me, and I will let you go. If you don't do it, I'm sure your end will be miserable. The yellow-haired man turned his body to the side and knelt on the ground again. With a sad face, he said, Brother, if you just say one word, I will definitely help you do it. The tone can be as fast as you want. Whoever comes to you to teach me a lesson, Go and teach him a lesson. Remember, double the punishment. Jason blinked slightly, then walked toward the kindergarten gate without looking back. The yellow-haired man behind him heard what Jason said and immediately shouted, "Brother, I will definitely get things done for you." Bai Zhe, who was far away, couldn't hear anything at all because he was too far away. But when he saw the yellow-haired man kneeling on the ground, he snorted coldly. "You're such a loser. You can't even do such a small thing." But he didn't remember that he had been so humble to the yellow-haired man just now. Soon, Jason took Lucy home. When he passed by his door, he saw Chingguru's car parked there and frowned immediately. "This old man is here again. It must be something bad." "Mom, I'm back." Lucy's clear voice rang out in the yard, but there was no response. Jason frowned and walked into the house in 2 steps. "Anna, you're also a member of the Chun family. You can't just watch our Chun family decline like this." Chingguru's voice sounded beside him. "Grandpa, are you really just going to party?" Anna asked hesitantly. Suddenly, Jason heard Chun Peng's voice next to him again. "It's okay, my dear. Before your dad failed in his investment, didn't he often take your mom to parties?" "Okay, then," Anna said hesitantly. Jason heard this. He couldn't stand it anymore and immediately walked in holding Lucy. Inside the room, everyone in the Chun family was there, including Old Man Chun, Chun Peng, and Chun Wan, standing in front of Anna, trying to persuade her. Chun Fei and Yuli sat in the corner without saying a word. When they saw Jason come in, the atmosphere in the room suddenly became cold. It turns out that Jason is back. Is Lucy happy studying in the blue sky kindergarten? Come and let Grandpa hug her. Chun Peng's face was full of smiles when he saw Jason, and it seemed that there was no awkwardness between him and Jason at all. Chun Wan curled her lips and wanted to say something sarcastic, but when she thought of what happened with her own house, she immediately shut her mouth and just looked at Jason with a bad face. Lucy saw that it was Chun Peng. A hint of unhappiness appeared on her face, and she immediately twisted her body towards Jason. Lucy is no longer studying in the blue sky kindergarten. Lucy Lee immediately defended herself when she heard Chun Peng say that she was studying in the blue sky kindergarten. Chun Gui also saw Jason coming back. His eyes were a little cold. He turned to look at Anna and said slowly, "Anna, since you agreed, go and get dressed, and then get in my car and go together." Anna nodded and walked out quickly. "Then where are you studying?" When Chun Peng saw Anna walk out, a hint of excitement suddenly flashed in his eyes, and he continued with what Lucy said. "Dad took me to Lewis Kindergarten." Lucy seemed to have thought of something happy. She waved her little fist in the air, her face full of joy. "Oh, it's Lewis Kindergarten." "What? You said it's Lewis Kindergarten." Chun Peng was originally thinking about Anna, but when he heard the word Lewis, his eyes widened. Had been looking at Jason with displeasure, suddenly brightened up when she heard about this kindergarten. Is it the best kindergarten in the whole Ningzhou city? The Lewis Kindergarten opened by the Tang family, the first family in Ningzhou city. All the students, there are children of the upper class in Ningzhou city. Doesn't the Lewis Kindergarten only send invitations to the children of some powerful families in Ningzhou city every year? I have never heard that they can enter at will. Chun Wan spoke slowly, as if she thought of something, her face full of excitement. Old Master Chun originally looked at Jason with contempt, but after listening to Chun Wan's explanation, his eyes gradually became cautious. Initially, he sent Fade Chun and his wife to find out about Jason's situation. He had heard on the monitor before. Jason was just a loser, but now he was able to send Lucy to the aristocratic kindergarten in Ningzhou city. "Where do you want Anna to go?" Jason, who had been silent at first, finally spoke lightly. "We just want to invite Anna to a small business party." Chun Wan immediately responded after hearing Jason speak, and she looked at Jason with as much enthusiasm as she could muster. There was a hint of coldness on Jason's lips, and then he looked at Yu Li and his wife sitting on the sofa. "Dad, Mom, why don't you go? Why should Anna go?" Jason spoke slowly. Yuli sneered and looked at Jason with contempt. "This is our Chun family's family affair. What's wrong with letting Anna attend a party?" After testing Jason and finding that he was still the same as before, her attitude suddenly changed. "Sister, how can you say that? Jason is Anna's husband. Of course we are family." "Jason, you don't know. Let me tell you, the big shot at the party specially invited Anna to go." Chun Wan looked at Jason with a smile. Yuli looked at Chun Wan towards Jason and was suddenly choked with words. It was not right to refute Chun Wan, nor was it right not to refute her. She stood there with her face turning red and white. Chapter 37, Sam, Seeking Death. Jason's eyes suddenly turned cold. Big shot. What big shot could there be? It's probably the Schweff family. Jason, tell me how Lucy ended up attending Lewis kindergarten. Chinwon didn't care about Jason's cold look at all, and went up to him and continued. Chin Peng also nodded and said, yes, your aunt and I have 2 children. You could talk to us about the method. When the time comes, all the children of our Chun family will go to Lewis kindergarten. How face-saving it will be. Yes, if we can get close to the upper echelons of Ningzhou City, maybe our Chun family will soar to great heights. Jason listened to what the 2 said, his heart filled with sneers. Before, these 2 people were as cold to me as they could be, but now after hearing about this kindergarten, they are surprisingly warm to me. These people in the Chun family are really fickle. But his face was still full of confusion. He sighed and said, don't mention it. When I went to pick up Lucy, I offended someone and got Lucy expelled from the Blue Sky kindergarten. Later, I had no choice but to try my luck at Lewis kindergarten. As a result, I happened to meet their school director that day. Seeing that Lucy was cute and smart, he let Lucy into the kindergarten without saying a word. Jason said this. Chinwan and Chun Peng's expressions changed obviously. Are you serious? Chun Peng asked tentatively. Jason nodded immediately and said, we are all family. How could I possibly deceive you about something like this? Chinwan's expression finally relaxed, but then she looked at Jason with a look of good luck. Chun Peng immediately stopped talking, and his expression turned cold again as he looked at Jason. However, after hearing this, Mr. Chin's expression suddenly relaxed, and there was a hint of impatience. Why hasn't Anna come down yet? How long are you going to keep me, this old man, waiting? Jason had a hint of mockery in his eyes. He gently patted Lucy's little head in his arms and said, I'll go and urge them now. After saying that, he walked towards Anna's room. Just a few seconds after walking out the door, I heard Chunwan complaining. How can this poor guy be so lucky? My son must be much smarter than that skinny girl in his family. I will take him to see it tomorrow. After hearing this, Jason smiled and walked into Anna's room. Mom, you are so beautiful, Lucy said as soon as Jason opened the door. Jason's eyes also lit up. Her waist-length hair fell down like a waterfall, her eyes as bright as stars blinked gently. Her small and cute nose was matched with a cherry mouth. Her snow-white neck was as smooth and delicate as ivory. Her golden ratio figure was just right for this dress, and her slender calves were matched with a pair of black high heels. It is true that this girl only exists in heaven and is rarely seen in the world. Anna listened to Lucy's words and Jason's dazed look, and her beautiful eyes smiled. My Lucy is also the most beautiful. Come, give Mommy a kiss. Anna skillfully took Lucy from Jason's arms and kissed Lucy on the face. Jason's eyes were full of smiles, and he also moved closer to Anna's face. What about me? Anna blushed when she heard Jason's request for a kiss, hummed softly, and nodded Jason's head with her delicate hand. You wish. But just as she finished speaking, Anna also gave Jason a light kiss on the face, leaving a faint lipstick mark. What did they ask you to do? Jason stood in front of Anna and asked with concern. Anna looked at the manly man in front of her, her face flushed with embarrassment. She reached out and slowly wiped off the lipstick marks on Jason's face. Grandpa said there's a business gathering tonight, and nearly half of Ningzhou's wealthy businessmen will attend. He asked me to go and broaden my horizons. Anna said slowly. Jason listened to Anna's words and nodded immediately. My heart suddenly turned cold. It seems that Sam still doesn't want to give up. He let Chun Grue test him, and then found out that he had no power, so he wanted to take action against Anna. It seems that I haven't taught him a sufficient lesson yet. Jason felt a chill in his heart. Anna probably knows something about the inside story, and she probably said this to herself just to avoid worrying herself. Okay, go ahead, Jason said slowly. Anna put Lucy down, hugged Jason with both hands, and put her delicate face on Jason's chest. She said softly, don't worry, nothing's wrong. I'll be back soon. Lucy has to go to school tomorrow, so you have to let her go to bed early. Jason raised his head and gently put his arms around Anna, but there was a hint of sharpness in his eyes. Anna, what are you still doing? Don't make your grandfather wait anxiously. This is an important party. Yuli's voice came from outside at this time. Suddenly, Anna let go of Jason and gave him a smile. Yuli had already walked into the room at this time. Jason in the room, his eyes suddenly turned cold. What are you doing here? Do you want to block Anna's future? Or do you want to block the path of our Chun family? Yuli cursed at Jason. Jason didn't say anything. Anna quickly walked over and called Yuli away, saying, "Mom, this isn't Jason's fault. I was just too slow. I've packed everything now and we'll be right there." After saying that, Anna left with Ulila. Dad, what is Mommy going to do?" Lucy hugged Jason's legs, confusion all over her cute little face. Anna on his daughter's face. Jason's face was full of smiles. She picked up Lucy and said, "It's okay, Mom will be back soon, and Dad may be out for a while." Jason gently wiped the lipstick marks off Lucy. Lucy opened her eyes wide and said adorably, "It's okay. Lucy has been home alone before. Lucy is great, but Daddy has to come home early. Otherwise, Lucy won't be able to sleep alone." Jason suddenly smiled, scratched Lucy's little nose, and started teasing Lucy. Not long after, the sound of a car was heard outside Chen's house, and Anna followed Chungrue. Jason looked at Lucy, who was seriously learning to count at the table, nodded, walked out quickly, and made a phone call. "Look after my daughter. I'm going out tonight." Soon, he called Tang Dinghua again, and he planned to attend the party tonight as well. He wanted to see what Sam was going to do. Chapter 38, Heaven and Earth. If he really dared to do anything bad to Anna, Jason wouldn't mind giving him another permanent memory. Jason closed the door gently and walked out slowly. "You useless piece of shit, stop right there. What are you going to do?" Yuli's sharp voice rang out just as Jason stepped over the threshold. Jason narrowed his eyes immediately, turned around, and looked at Yuli with a smile. "Mom, I just sent Lucy home, and I'm going out for a walk," Jason said slowly. Yuli snorted coldly and said, "Who told you to get out? You're staying in my house now. Hurry up and mop the floor in the room, or you won't be able to live here anymore." Yuli looked at her poor son-in-law, and her anger suddenly grew a lot. If there hadn't been that incident at the Civil Affairs Bureau, Sam from the Schwef family would have become her son-in-law, and she wouldn't have to deal with this loser all day long. Jason seemed to have expected this. "The title deed to Chun Wan's house that I gave you 2 days ago was taken away by Chun Gurue." Jason had a sarcastic smile on his face. Now that Chinwa didn't say anything at home today, it means that this matter had already been resolved by Chun Gurue. The only possibility is that the land deed was taken away by Chun Gurue. Yuli's face changed for a moment, and she remembered that day when Jason took away the title deed of Chun Wan's house with just one phone call, and her face suddenly changed color. He walked forward quietly with a smile on his face. "Good son-in-law, you mean you can still take the land deed from Mr. Chun?" Yuli was just the daughter-in-law of the Chun family, and she didn't have much sense of belonging to the Chun family. She felt unhappy when Chun Gray took the land deed away before. Jason immediately waved his hands and said helplessly, "Let me tell you, I know a friend who is very resourceful. He helped me get the title deed to Chun Wan's house before, but now it has been taken away by Chun Gray, so of course I can't get it back." Yuli frowned, but soon understood what Jason meant. Her eyes lit up and she said, "Where else can you get it?" Jason nodded and said, "That's right, I just want to go and take a look, but since you told me to clean up, I'd better go and clean up properly." Jason, who was quite helpless, Yuli suddenly felt anxious. Yuli's face was all smiles. She patted Jason's shoulder and said with a smile, "Oh, Mom was just joking with you just now. Go quickly and don't delay for too long. I will take care of the sanitation at home." Jason nodded, already having a plan in mind. The property that he had deliberately asked Tang Dinghua for would one day be given to Anna. Now that Anna had moved in, she would definitely not let Yuli and her husband live here. So, Jason simply laid the groundwork for this matter in advance. "If I give it to Yuli all at once, it might arouse Chun Gurue's suspicion. Here, this is the key to our electric scooter. You can ride it." Yuli took out the only electric scooter in the house and handed the key to Jason. Jason nodded and didn't refuse. Soon, he got on his electric scooter and left Chen's house. "Jason, where are you? Let me pick you up to go to the party now," Tang Bowen said to Jason in a faint voice on the phone. What happened at the Tang family this morning really had a huge impact on him. But after an afternoon of relaxation, his mood gradually calmed down. As a result, not long after, Mr. Tang called him and asked him to attend the recent party hosted by Mr. Zhu, the richest man, and to bring Jason along. He always felt grateful to Jason. If it weren't for Jason, their Tang family would probably be on the verge of ruin. Jason rode his electric scooter and said slowly, "Let's meet at the party place. Just take me in when the time comes." "Okay, then I'll rush over there as soon as possible." Soon, Jason hung up the phone. Calculating the time, the party should be starting now, so Jason no longer hesitated and quickly drove towards the destination. After a while, Jason arrived at the Paradise restaurant. Although the name sounds tacky, this restaurant is very famous in Ningzhou City because it was the first restaurant opened by the richest Manju. Eventually, it gradually became a must-go place for gatherings of Ningzhou's upper class. Paradise on Earth covers an area of 1,000 square meters and, in addition to a formal large restaurant, also has various entertainment facilities. Various luxury cars are parked casually in the parking spaces, and those coming and going are all well-dressed social elites or upper-class people in Ningzhou City. Of course, there are also many women dressed in gold and silver who keep wandering around places where people gather or next to luxury cars, showing off their figures, just to attract the attention of these top figures in society. If they can marry into a wealthy family, they will become a phoenix. At this time, there were several security guards standing outside the restaurant, checking the invitations of the guests one by one before letting them in. There was a large group of people gathered outside the restaurant. Obviously, not everyone can get in. These people either come to see the excitement or try their luck. Maybe they will be noticed by some big shot and be able to enter the party and meet some top celebrities. Jason immediately shook his head and prepared to walk outside to wait for Tang Bowen. Wow, who is this? How come I have never seen this top beauty before? Jason was standing in the middle of the crowd. Suddenly, he heard someone exclaim in the crowd, so he turned his head slightly. I don't know what happened. Jason left later than Anna and the others, but Anna and the others arrived now. As soon as she got off the car, Anna attracted the attention of everyone around her, and some men looked at her infatuatedly. Anna with a smile on his face, as if leading the way. Wow, this is fucking gorgeous. I used to think that the top beauties in Ningzhou City were just like this, but after seeing this one today, I finally understand what it means to be as beautiful as a fairy. It was really worth coming here today. I really love this goddess. The guy in front of him seems to be Chun Grue, the chairman of Chun Pharmaceuticals. Could this guy be a child of the Chun family? Anna with envy and snorted softly. What's the point of being pretty? The Chun family is about to fall. Maybe they asked him to come tonight just to help them marry into a prominent family and prolong their life. Listening to the words of the glamorous woman, several people's expressions kept changing, and finally their eyes looked at Anna differently. Chapter 39, Zhou Guangxuan. Yes, what's the use of being beautiful? In the end, you will just become a money-making tool for the wealthy families. Soon, Anna and Chun Grue walked in together. Jason listened to the conversation around him. His eyes turned slightly cold, and then he glanced at the gorgeous woman. The woman seemed a little sensitive. When she saw Jason looking at her, she glared back. What are you looking at, you poor bastard? If you keep looking, I'll dig out your eyes. The woman shouted at Jason. The people around seemed to be familiar with this woman and subconsciously stepped back. Isn't this Ning Xiaoa, the Hudong lion roar of Ningzhou City? Why is she here too? Tiske. It must be that the rich man who supported her before doesn't want her anymore. So now he has to look for another partner. Every subtle sound around him was heard clearly by Jason. Jason sneered and turned his head away, as if he was disdainful of talking to such a woman. Ning Xiaoha originally had a deep contempt for poor-looking people like Jason, but now seeing that Jason ignored him when he spoke, the anger in his heart suddenly burned. Jason in 2 steps. Get out of here right now. Look at you, wearing only a short-sleeved shirt, shorts, and a pair of slippers, and you're still dreaming of attending this kind of party? Even the garbage collector here is dressed better than you. Ning Xiaoha raised his head and looked at Jason with contempt. Jason chuckled and said, no matter how well some people dress, it's easy to tell they're wearing pirated goods. No matter how arrogant they are, they can't get into this party. Poochie. Jason said this, and people around him started laughing. Ning Xiaoha's face turned pale and blue when he heard this, and he was secretly calculating in his heart that he was wearing specially customized high-end imitation clothes, and some experts couldn't recognize them. But now Jason actually said out loud. Ning Xiaoha suddenly felt that the people around him were looking at him with contempt, and he felt very uncomfortable. You act like you really want to be able to attend this party. You poor thing. Ning Xiaoha snorted coldly, his face full of anger. Jason shrugged and said helplessly, I knew I couldn't get in, so I didn't change my clothes. But some people can't get in and wear pirated clothes to try to pass themselves off as the real ones. I'm afraid they still won't be able to get in. Ha ha, I didn't expect that the Hudong lioness of Ningzhou would have such a day. It's really an eye-opener. Someone nearby laughed. Just as a few people around were laughing, a convertible Ferrari stopped precisely beside them. Sitting in the driver's seat was a handsome young man wearing a luxurious Versace suit, a submariner on his wrist, a pretty straight nose, and exuding the aura of an upper-class person. "Beauty, do you want to go to the banquet with me?" The young man held an invitation in his hand, his eyes constantly scanning Ning Xiaohe, as if he was going to eat her on the spot. Ning Xiaohe was stunned for a moment, but quickly reacted with surprise in his eyes. Originally, she came here just to find a rich local tycoon, but she never expected to meet such a handsome and wealthy local tycoon, and her face was immediately filled with joy. The young man looked at Ning Xiaohe's eyes and smiled. He opened the car door and quickly got out of the car. "What? You don't want to? My name, Zhou Guangshuan, is so useless." Zhou Guangshuan squinted his eyes and looked at Ning Xiaohe as he walked. Ning Xiaohe listened to Zhou Guangshuan's words and quickly shook his head. He said, "How could that be? Brother Zhou, it's my honor to be invited by you." Ning Xiaohe leaned towards Zhou Guangshuan, and his arm touched Zhou Guangshuan's chest lightly. Suddenly, Zhou Guangshuan's face was full of enjoyment. Zhou Guangshuan's eyes were full of a sense of accomplishment. He waved his hand, and the woman came into his arms. Soon, a hand was placed on Ning Xiaohe's delicate waist and touched it a few times inadvertently. The people around were watching this scene in silence. Zhou Guangshuan had just revealed his name. The Zhou family is also an upper-class family in Ningzhou and is only stronger than the Shui family. Ning Xiaohe felt the hand accidentally touching her butt, with a hint of charm in her eyes. "Mr. Zhou, don't be like this. There are so many people here. If you want, we could do it tonight," Ning Xiaohe said in a coquettish tone, and stopped abruptly after saying the last two words, which aroused people's imagination. Zhou Guangshuan laughed heartily, patted Ning Xiaohe on the butt, and said, "It's you. I just happen to be short of female companion. Come with me to the party." As soon as the words came out, the eyes of the women next to him flashed with jealousy. Such a good opportunity was snatched away by Ning Xiaohe. Jason, who was standing there silently, with a hint of resentment in his eyes. It was he who just embarrassed himself in public. "Mr. Zhou, I also want to go to the venue with you, but just now a man coveted my beauty and threatened me, wanting me to sleep with him tonight. If I don't agree, he will have someone punish me." As Ning Xiaohe spoke, she kept twisting her body on Zhou Guangshuan, and her buttocks rubbed against Zhou Guangshuan's legs intentionally or unintentionally. "What? Who is so bold as to bully the woman I like?" Zhou Guangshuan looked at the hot woman in his arms with lust in his eyes. When he heard Ning Xiaohe's words, he roared angrily. When the people around heard Ning Xiaohe's words, they subconsciously looked at Jason and couldn't help but move a little further away from him. "It's this man. He's been bullying me and making people around him laugh at me." Ning Xiaohe's charming voice was filled with a hint of tears. Zhou Guangshuan snorted coldly, then followed Ning Xiaohe's gaze and saw the poor Jason standing quietly there, with the people around him at least 1 meter away from him. "It was you, you idiot, who tried to touch my woman just now." Zhou Guangshuan saw that it was just a poor boy, and his original vigilance instantly dropped. He stared at Jason coldly and said, "Only an idiot would believe what a woman like this says." Jason snorted coldly, not seeming to be very afraid of Zhou Guangshuan. Jason looked at the time on his phone and couldn't help but frown. Why hasn't Tang Bowen arrived yet? He really didn't want to talk to these idiots outside. Jason angrily. He really didn't expect that this poor guy would dare to speak to him like this. "Do you know who I am? I am the heir of the Zhou family. I can crush you like an ant." Chapter 40, The Angry Young Master of the Zhou Family. "Come here now, kneel down and apologize. Otherwise, I will make you regret what you said today." Zhou Guangshuan was full of anger. From childhood to adulthood, except for some people of equal power, everyone has been respectful to him. Now, a person at the bottom of society would actually speak to him like this. Jason's expression remained unchanged. He glanced at Zhou Guangshuan lightly and finally uttered 2 words. "Idiot." As soon as the 2 words were spoken, everyone around him exploded, staring at Jason with wide eyes and disbelief. The Zhou family of Ningzhou City was actually ridiculed in public by a fool. What irony. "You bastard, you're looking for death." Zhou Guangshuan's face turned ashen when he heard these 2 words. If things weren't done perfectly today, I'm afraid the entire upper class would remember that Zhou Guangshuan was called an idiot by a poor guy. I really don't know what's wrong with the Zhou family. They actually let out a brainless person like you. You believe everything others say. TSK, TSK. If this is the heir of the Zhou family, I'm afraid the Zhou family will be destroyed soon. Jason continued to mock. Jason sarcastically. He dared to offend the Zhou family. He must be tired of living. Zhou Guangshuan was furious when he heard what Jason said. He rushed forward in 2 steps, ready to slap Jason in the face. Jason's eyes, and he stretched out his right hand and grabbed Zhou Guangshuan's hand. At the same time, he slapped Zhou Guangshuan in the face with his left hand. Bang! A clear sound seemed to strike the hearts of everyone around. Everyone looked at this scene with disbelief on their faces. Those who were about to enter the venue stopped and watched this scene with interest. The heir of the Zhou family was slapped in the face in such a place. I'm afraid this matter will spread throughout the upper-class circle tomorrow. Zhou Guangshuan was also knocked dizzy by the slap. He covered his face and took a deep breath, which became much heavier. If I let you survive tonight, my last name is not Zhou. Zhou Guangshuan was furious and shouted immediately. He did not come up to fight with Jason again, but stood back 2 steps and looked at Jason with a cold face. Then you might really want to change your surname. Just when the situation was at a stalemate, a neutral and calm voice rang out. The second young master of the Tang family. Someone exclaimed. Immediately, everyone turned their eyes away, walked towards Jason step by step, looking at Zhou Guangshuan with a mocking expression. Some people looked at all this with amusement on their faces. Doesn't the second young master of the Tang family never attend parties? Why are you here today and helping a young man? Of course, their focus is not here, but Zhou Guangshuan's attitude. If Zhou Guangshuan had been tougher, we might have seen a clash between the 2 major families tonight. However, the Zhou family's power is not a little weaker than that of the Tang family, and Zhou Guangshuan may not be able to cause any trouble. Tang Bowen, why are you here at the party? Zhou Guangshuan saw Tang Bowen walking towards him, his eyes full of caution, and said subconsciously. Unexpectedly, Tang Bowen didn't even look at him. Instead, he walked towards Jason and said slowly, I'm really sorry to have made you wait for so long and encountered such an unpleasant thing. Do you need me to help you deal with it? Jason immediately shook his head. He really had no interest in this kind of scum. Then let's go to the venue now. Tang Bowen nodded and prepared to take Jason in. Tang Bowen. Zhou Guangshuan roared from behind and clenched his fists, seeming to be extremely angry. Tang Bowen snorted in disdain when he heard the voice. He turned around, looked at Zhou Guangshuan, and said, What? Are you okay? Suddenly, Tang Bowen's cold voice was like a basin of cold water pouring over Zhou Guangshuan, calming him down. If the Zhou family dared to clash with the Tang family, they would probably be smashed to pieces, and the Tang family might not be in any danger. The people around looked at the silent Zhou Guangshuan with a joking look. Tang Bowen just said one sentence, and no one dared to continue. What a coward. Tang Bowen looked at the silent Zhou Guangshuan, snorted coldly, and said, If everything is fine, I'll take my brother away first. Tang Bowen patted Jason on the shoulder and quickly walked into the venue. After taking 2 steps, Tang Bowen suddenly turned around and said with a smile, I forgot to remind you, this brother has a good temper and may not want to bother with you, but he is our Tang family's benefactor. If your Zhou family dares to do anything to him, I'm afraid I won't talk to you so nicely next time. After saying that, the 2 of them walked into the venue, leaving behind a crowd of people watching the joke. Zhou Guangshuan was breathing rapidly. His body was shaking constantly, and he felt the mocking gazes of the people around him, and his heart was filled with anger. The face I lost today may never be earned back in my lifetime. Mr. Zhou, Ning Xiaohe shouted fearfully when he saw Zhou Guangshuan getting angry. Get out of here, you stinky bitch. It's all your fault. Zhou Guangshuan looked at Ning Xiaohe next to him with a ferocious face and slapped Ning Xiaohe in the face. If you hadn't fanned the flames beside me, this incident wouldn't have happened today. I tell you, if I see you again in Ningzhou City, I will make you wish you were dead. Zhou Guangshuan stared at Ning Xiaohe fiercely. Ning Xiaohe's face was full of disappointment. She hadn't expected things to develop in this direction. She thought Jason was just an ordinary punk. How could she have known that he would have a relationship with the Tang family? For a moment, I felt extremely regretful. TSK. Is this the eldest son of the Zhou family? The enemy doesn't dare to speak, but instead comes here to beat a woman. Several disciples from aristocratic families around them, whose power was no less than that of the Zhou family, laughed and looked at Zhou Guangshuan. Zhou Guangshuan snorted coldly, glared at the disciples from the aristocratic families, got into the Ferrari in 2 steps, and drove away quickly. If I stay here any longer, it would be the most embarrassing thing. At this time, Jason and Tang Bowen had already walked into the venue. As soon as I entered the venue, several pairs of eyes were staring at me. When they saw Jason and Dishevel, they were all dumbfounded. But then they saw the second young master of the Tang family beside him, and they all looked away. Jason looked towards the venue, but did not see Anna. He must have gone somewhere else. Jason shook his head immediately. Mr. Tang, it's been so long since I last saw you. The last time you attended a party like this was 5 years ago, right? Chapter 41, Sam Finds Trouble. Tang Bowen and Jason entered. A man came over with a smile and patted Tang Bowen on the shoulder. Tang Bowen, smile. The person who came to talk to him was his business partner, so he couldn't help but strike up a conversation. Soon, the two of them started chatting. Jason was tactful. Seeing that the man had no intention of getting to know him, he slowly walked towards the venue. More than 10 minutes passed, and no one came up to talk to Jason. Not many people knew what had just happened outside. The people around him only saw that Jason was dressed simply, and compared with the people in the venue, he was even ragged, and there was a hint of contempt in their eyes. But he was brought in by someone from the Tang family, so even though they despised him, no one went up to pick a fight with him. If Jason really has a close relationship with the Tang family, he might offend the Tang family if he goes up to pick a fight unintentionally. And even though it makes me feel uncomfortable, there's no need to go up and pick a fight. Afterwards, more and more people arrived at the venue. Mr. Shui, have you heard? Just now, Zhou Guangshuan from the Zhou family was slapped in the face by a poor boy. Soon, Sam and his group of 3 also walked into the venue. The young man next to Sam said to Sam with a smirk. Sam smiled, his eyes filled with sarcasm, and said, I've heard a little about this. At first, I thought the younger generation of the Zhou family was so amazing, but I didn't expect them to be slapped in the face by a poor boy. They fled in disgrace and didn't even come to such an important party. Ha ha ha. That's because he's stupid. If we encountered something like this, we would have called dozens of security guards to beat this guy up and throw him out. Why would we have to do it ourselves? Zhou Guangshuan is just a young man with no sense of responsibility. It seems that the Zhou family is not a big threat. Sam shook his head with disdain on his face. The 2 people around him nodded, but they looked at Sam with disdain in their eyes. Even if the Zhou family is rubbish, it is still better than your Shui family. The 2 people behind Sam thought silently in their hearts, but their faces were full of smiles. Mr. Nyo, are you ready with the things I asked you to prepare? Sam suddenly turned around and looked at the young man on his left with a hint of desire on his face. The man called Master Nyo gave a lewd smile and said, We've prepared it for you a long time ago. But, Master Shui, which girl have you taken a fancy to that you have to resort to such despicable means? Tell us quickly, and Master Lan and I can help you then. The young man, next to Nyo Xiao, also chuckled and kept looking around, as if the person Sam was going to attack was among them. You're just a woman from a small family. I tell you, you have to help me get things done tonight. Otherwise, don't even think about attending any smaller gatherings, let alone this kind of gathering. Sam had a lewd smile on his face, but then spoke to the 2 of them very cautiously. Nyo Xiao and Lan Xiao beside them both nodded in agreement. Don't worry, Master Shui. You can trust us to do the job. The medicine we prepared this time is very strong. Even if you get a little bit of it, you won't be able to bear the taste. Master Lan beside him smiled and said. Sam nodded in relief. Mr. Shui, look, why is there a person dressed so poorly in this venue? Mr. Nyo next to him suddenly saw Jason in the corner, frowned slightly, and pointed him to Sam. Huh, how did this poor guy get into the venue? He couldn't have sneaked in on his own, did he? Young Master Lan also let out a soft. Sam listened to what the 2 said, and his eyes turned to follow them, suddenly with a hint of shock in his eyes. Why is he here? Sam stared at Jason intently, and remembered the last time Jason humiliated him, and hatred was revealed on his face. Nearby, young Master Nyo and young Master Lan both noticed that something was amiss with Sam. Young Master Nyo asked curiously, Young Master Shui, is there something wrong with this guy? Do you need us to help you teach him a lesson? Young Master Lan beside him also nodded. Originally, with their family's power, it was impossible for them to participate in this party, but because they helped Sam do something, Sam brought them here. At that moment, the 2 of them naturally spared no effort to please Sam. I only gave the Chun family 2 invitations. How did he get in? Sam frowned, with a hint of doubt in his heart. But every time he saw Jason, he would unconsciously feel a surge of anger in his heart, and the doubts in his heart disappeared instantly. Then, Sam patted Lan Xiao's shoulder and said, "If this guy is as I expected, he must have sneaked in. Go and give him a good beating and have the security kick him out. You'll definitely get some benefits later." When Master Lan heard what Sam said, he was immediately overjoyed and nodded quickly, saying, "No problem, Master Shui. I'll take care of this little thing." Young Master Nyo, who was standing next to him, looked at young Master Lan for getting such a great opportunity, and a hint of jealousy unconsciously flashed in his eyes. Sam didn't completely lose his mind because of anger. He had learned a lesson from being slapped in the face by Jason a few times before. He didn't dare to go up alone at the moment, so he asked his younger brother to try it. Even if you fail, you won't lose anything. Jason cannot ruin his plan. Sam's trusting eyes. Lan Xiao was immediately delighted. It seemed that Sam took this matter very seriously. He no longer hesitated and walked towards Jason with a glass of red wine. Sam stood behind and watched it all quietly. Jason sat calmly in the corner, watching the people in the meeting room quietly. He had also seen Sam come in just now. But the person he cares about most is Anna. Didn't Anna come in just now? Why hasn't he appeared for so long? Even when a young man in a suit walked up to him, he didn't care much. Seeing Jason in a daze, Lan Xiao looked at him with a hint of mockery in his eyes. He picked up the red wine in his hand and prepared to pour it on Jason's face. Suddenly, Jason subconsciously felt something in his body, and he stood up suddenly, his head tilted slightly, and his shoulder rested on Lan Xiao's elbow, causing the red wine that was originally splashed towards Jason to change its trajectory. This glass of red wine was poured all over Lan Xiao's face without leaving a drop. The red wine spilled down Lan Xiao's face. His hair, face, neck, and even his expensive suit were all wet. The wine glass in Lan Xiao's hand also flew out, fell to the ground, and shattered into pieces. Suddenly, everyone around was attracted by the sound of the broken cup. Everyone was surprised to see the disheveled Lan Xiao and the ragged Jason. Chapter 42, The Truth, is revealed. Jason and Zhou Guangshuan outside all had a look of amusement on their faces. That incident just happened, and now there's trouble again in the venue. It must be said that Jason's ability to stir up trouble is really beyond their expectations. Jason frowned and looked at the Master Lan in front of him. Although he was distracted just now, he was still relatively clear about the situation outside. For example, this person was about to pour red wine on his face. But Jason's subconscious action changed the outcome of this matter. Young Master Lan's mind was still in a daze until the red wine slowly flowed from his neck to his upper body. The cool feeling made him come to his senses. Jason fiercely, "What are you doing? You actually deliberately lifted your body up and let the red wine pour on me." Sam next to him was also looking at Lan Xiao with surprise. Originally, he just wanted Lan Xiao to teach Jason a lesson, but he didn't expect that Jason would fight so hard and get himself involved. It has to be said that because of this action, Sam also looked at Lan Xiao with a higher opinion. Young Master Nyo was standing next to him, and his expression was a little unhappy. He hadn't expected that young Master Lan would do such a thing just to please Sam. Jason listened to what Master Lan said and narrowed his eyes slightly. The man's behavior just now made him a little confused. He wondered if Master Lan was here to cause trouble. But now, after hearing these words, he was certain in his heart. "Then what did you want to do by coming here just now?" Jason's tone was a little cold, and he looked at Master Lan with indifferent eyes. The people around also frowned. What happened just now happened too quickly. They were not very clear about what happened, but most people blamed it on Jason. After all, looking at Master Lan's current appearance, it doesn't look like he is deliberately looking for trouble. Who would look for trouble and end up looking like this? Lan Xiao snorted coldly and said, "I saw that you were the most special person in the entire venue, so I wanted to come over and give you a try. But as soon as I raised my glass, you deliberately stood up and pushed me, leaving me in such a state of embarrassment." When Master Lan said this, the looks of the people around him when they looked at Jason changed. They really didn't know why Tang Bowen would invite such a rude and impolite poor guy to such a high-end party. Could it be that he just wants to eat and drink for free? Someone nearby had already brought a clean handkerchief over and handed it to Lan Xiao, asking him to wipe the alcohol off his body. As for Jason, no one even looked at him, but instead, everyone looked at him with contempt. Seeing the changes in the way people around him looked at him, Jason narrowed his eyes. Are you sure you were really going to toast me? Don't you know that before drinking with someone, you always greet them? I didn't even know you were coming, and you held out your glass. Is this the so-called etiquette of the upper class in Ningzhou? Jason said slowly that since this young Master Lan was so persistent in pestering him, there was no need for him to show mercy. Lan Xiao's heart skipped a beat. Almost everyone present here considered themselves upper-class people, so they naturally attached great importance to such superficial etiquette. What Jason had just said undoubtedly touched everyone's heart. Also, you just said that I look special. What's special about me? Is it because I wear ordinary clothes that I look special? Is this what the upper-class people in Ningzhou City look like? If that's the case, I'm afraid I'll look down on Ningzhou City. Jason said, laughing sarcastically. Lan Xiao's expression finally changed. Only then did he finally realize that the poor boy in front of him was not so easy to mess with. Sam, who was standing behind him, also had a gloomy expression on his face, cursing inwardly. You useless piece of shit. You can't even do this little thing. Some people around listened to what Jason said, and finally some of them became unhappy, but it was not because of Jason, but because of Master Lan. Now it seems that it was really this young Master Lan who came here on purpose to cause trouble, and it had nothing to do with this poor young man. Which family are you from in Ningzhou City? Why have I never seen you before? Suddenly, a middle-aged man with a serious face looked at Lan Xiao coldly. If it is really because of this young Master Lan that people mock the upper class of Ningzhou City as a group of ignorant people, I'm afraid that by then, the entire Ningzhou City will be ashamed. After all, some people from other provinces and cities also came to this gathering. Young Master Lan looked at the middle-aged man who suddenly spoke, and his expression suddenly changed. Zhu, Master Zhu, I'm from the Lan family in Ningzhou City. Master Lan looked at the middle-aged man in front of him and seemed to feel a lot of pressure. He held it in for a long time before finally uttering these words slowly. The man called Master Zhu frowned and said slowly, Lan family? How come I've never heard of it? When Master Lan heard what Master Zhu said, his face turned red, as if he was very aggrieved. After waiting for a long time, someone next to me slowly said, The Lan family? Isn't that the small business in Ningzhou that sells sanitary napkins? How can they be qualified to attend such a gathering? Hearing this, Sam's expression changed. He glared at Lan Xiao fiercely and silently took a few steps back, as if preparing to run away. Zhu Xiao frowned, stared at Lan Xiao, and said, Who sent you in? Suddenly, more than 100 pairs of eyes in the venue were fixed on Master Lan. Lan Xiao was filled with panic and turned his gaze to Sam, who was about to run away, but he did not say a word, as if he still had some sense of loyalty. Everyone understood by now and turned their attention to Sam. Jason also looked at Sam with a sneer on his face. He said why this person suddenly came to cause trouble. It turned out that there was this person behind him. Sam saw Zhu Xiaojun looking at him. He was about to walk back, but stopped immediately. Just kidding. Everyone was ready for him to give an explanation. If he suddenly ran away, he would no longer be eligible to participate in the Ningzhou City rally. Mr. Zhu. Sam reluctantly nodded at the middle-aged man with a smile on his face. I need an explanation from you about this matter. Zhu Xiao closed his eyes gently and then looked at Sam. It's not that you're not allowed to bring people to the party, but the people you bring must comply with the rules of the group. If the rules are broken, the first person people will look for is not the person who broke the rules, but the person who brought the person who broke the rules in. Sam now. Jason, are you okay? Suddenly, a loud voice seemed a little anxious, and Tang Bowen was rushing over here anxiously. Everyone's eyes changed again. Chapter 43, Niu Xiao. At first, everyone thought that Tang Bowen and Jason were not very close. But now seeing Tang Bowen's appearance, he didn't look like a stranger at all. Everyone was secretly glad that they didn't cause trouble for Jason at the beginning, otherwise they would not be able to bear Tang Bowen alone. Jason smiled when he saw Tang Bowen jogging over. I didn't expect Tang Bowen to care so much about my own affairs. It's okay, I've already solved the problem. Tang Bowen looked at Jason, who was safe and sound, breathed a sigh of relief, and then looked at Lan Xiao, who was standing there in a daze. Bah! Tang Bowen slapped him hard. Young Master Lan was knocked to the ground by a slap. Everyone looked at this scene in shock, their hearts twitching secretly. Zhu Xiao next to him just watched all this indifferently without saying much. Not to mention whether he can stop it or not. He has no control over whether the matter is right or wrong. Who the hell are you? You want to mess with Brotherly while I'm away? Tang Baoen Giket Lan Xiao again. A trace of fear flashed in Lan Xiao's eyes, but he didn't care about the fear in his heart at all. He knew the second young master of the Tang family, so he could only stay where he was and not dare to fight back. It seems that the Lan family has no need to exist in Ningzhou City. Young Master Tang said indifferently, as if he had completely sentenced the Lan family to death. When Master Lan heard what Tang Bowen said, his eyes suddenly became flustered. If Tang Bowen really wanted to deal with his Lan family, I'm afraid that within the next day, their Lan family would completely disappear from Ningzhou City. No, I didn't want to do this. Sam asked me to do it all. He said Jason had a grudge against him, and that he sneaked in alone, so he asked me to give him a good beating. Lan Xiao shouted loudly, his expression painful, as if it was even more painful than the 2 kicks Tang Bowen had just received. Sam's body was immediately soaked with cold sweat. Seeing that everyone around him turned their eyes to him, he felt uneasy. Although his family was large, it was a world of difference compared to a behemoth like the Tang family. With just 2 words, Tang Bowen could end the fate of the Lan family, and also the fate of their family. What nonsense are you talking about? You begged me before, wanted me to bring you in. Now that I brought you in, you want to be the center of attention at the party, and when something goes wrong, you want to blame it on me. There is no such easy thing in the world. Sam didn't care about anything else. This matter was related to Tang Bowen, so of course he had to stay as far away from him as possible. Lan Xiao listened to Sam's words, seemed to remember something, and was about to speak. Sam changed his expression and quickly stepped forward to help Lan Xiao up. He patted Lan Xiao's back with one hand, but gave him a slight hint with his eyes. Lan Xiao also quickly shut his mouth, cold sweat breaking out on his head. He almost told the story. If he had told it, he didn't know what would happen to Sam, but he would definitely go to jail. Young Master Tang, young Master Zhu, it was indeed young Master Lan who made the mistake. He wanted to stand out at this gathering today, but he also wanted to give his family a chance. Master Lan and I are sworn brothers. Today, I feel sorry for Jason. I hope Master Li can give me a chance. Niu Xiao spoke earnestly, then gave Lan Xiao a look. Young Master Lan was deeply moved. He never expected that, when he was in such a crisis, young Master Niu would come out to help him. Tang Bowen snorted coldly and said, "If you do something wrong, you must be punished. What's the point of just apologizing? Brotherly must vent his anger. Otherwise, none of you will be able to leave today." Sam's face changed. Jason had such a deep hatred for him, and now that he was in power, how could he let him go so easily? The Tang family is powerful, and he can't afford to offend them. Niu Xiao then looked at Jason and said calmly, "Mr. Li, I'm very sorry for what happened today. As Mr. Lan's brothers, we are willing to make amends to you." Jason raised his eyebrows slightly, as if he was a little surprised. He looked at Niu Xiao in front of him with admiration and said, "What apology?" Niu Xiao gritted his teeth, looked at Jason, glanced left and right, slowly walked in front of Jason, and whispered a few words. The people around pricked up their ears, as if they wanted to hear what the two were saying, but they were disappointed. They could hear nothing. Sam also looked nervous. He didn't know whether young Master Niu had told Jason what he had told them at the beginning. If that was true, he might have to let go tonight. Jason rolled his eyes, smiled, nodded, and said, "Okay, I'll let you go this time." Tang Bowen stood beside him with a solemn look on his face. It was not until Jason spoke that he put his hands behind his back and looked at Sam unfriendlily. Niu Xiao helped Lan Xiao up and walked slowly outside. Niu Xiao walked in front of Sam and said slowly, "Don't worry, Xue Xiao. I will come to see you after I send Lan Xiao back." Seeing Niu Xiao's sincere look, Sam felt relieved. It seemed that Niu Xiao did not tell Jason about it. That's right, he didn't know that his target was related to Jason. Okay, now that the matter has been resolved, let's continue as usual. Zhu Xiao looked at all this indifferently, and then greeted the people around him. When the people around heard Zhu Xiao speak like this, they all turned around and stopped making trouble for themselves. "Jason, don't you need my help to deal with this kid?" Tang Bowen looked at Sam not far away and spoke slowly. Sam happened to hear these words, and his heart suddenly tightened. But Jason shook his head and said, "Thank you, Director Tang. I will handle this matter myself." Hearing this, Sam's heart slowly relaxed. He walked away step by step with a smile on his face, as if nothing happened. "Mr. Zhu, thank you so much for what happened today. I didn't expect that you would be the only one willing to help me in the end." Outside, in the parking lot, Mr. Lan sat in the car, looking at Mr. Niu with gratitude. When Master Niu heard what Master Lan said, His smiling face suddenly turned cold, without any trace of the initial friendliness. Lan He, our relationship ends here. Today is the last time I will help you. Don't come to me again in the future. Niu Xiao looked at Lan Xiao indifferently and said lightly. Lan He looked at Niu Xiao in disbelief. He didn't expect that the person who had helped him so much at the party would suddenly change his attitude. Why? It's because you're stupid that you almost told our story to others, causing me to almost go to jail. You're as stupid as Sam, Niu Xiao said sarcastically. You. Lonnie's face flushed immediately. She didn't expect him to be so ruthless. Chapter 44, I didn't take the wrong one. Lonnie's original gratitude towards Niu Xiao disappeared completely. Niuli, you better take care of yourself. Soon, Lonnie drove away, leaving Niuli alone. Ding, ding, ding. Suddenly, Niuli's cell phone rang. Niuli looked around vigilantly and only answered the call after making sure that there was no one around. What are you going to pay me? Jason's voice sounded coldly on the other end of the phone. Sam is planning to rape a woman tonight. Lonnie has prepared an aphrodisiac for him. If you can catch him, you can ruin his reputation tonight. Niuli's voice sounded faintly. In the empty toilet, Jason listened to Niuli's words, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He asked why Chun was so kind to invite Anna to the party, and it turned out that he had some plans with the evil-minded Sam. Okay, I understand, Jason said slowly. On the other end of the phone, Niuli heard words full of murderous intent, and his heart trembled. At first, he told Jason just to give it a try, but now seeing Jason like a powder keg, Niuli was completely relieved. I will cooperate with you later and bring him to ruin. Niuli continued calmly. Jason closed his eyes slightly. Fortunately, he knew about this matter early, otherwise today's matter would be in jeopardy. Okay, Jason said slowly, and then a plan slowly took shape in his mind. Chun Grue, haven't you always wanted to climb up the Shui family's ladder? Today I will make your wish come true. Mr. Lee, why are you here? So many people were looking for you just now. A person suddenly came into the bathroom. He was the one who greeted Jason from behind. Jason smiled faintly and said, I just finished using the bathroom and will be out soon. After what happened just now, everyone around started to greet Jason enthusiastically. Jason has such a good relationship with the Tang family. Isn't being on good terms with him equivalent to being on good terms with the Tang family? Everyone was flocking to Jason. Why are you here so late? Sam looked at Niu Li, who was rushing over, glanced at him lightly, and said slowly. Niu Li felt a sinking feeling in his heart when he saw Sam's attitude. Although Lan He was stupid just now, he was also helping Sam. But in the end, Sam sold him out. In addition, he was almost exposed, so Niu Li simply turned to Jason. Now his attitude toward Jason is also unpredictable. I just sent Lan He to the car to go back, Niu Li said lightly, and he no longer had the initial enthusiasm for Sam. Sam felt unhappy when he saw Niu Li being so indifferent to him, but then he thought about Niu Li's performance at the party and felt a little guilty for leaving Lan He aside, so he didn't care so much. What did you talk about with Jason just now? Sam looked at Niu Li closely. I said to give him the Lan family's property. Lan He was present at the time. Of course, I didn't dare to say it directly, Niu Li said lightly. Sam's eyes were full of confusion, but looking at Niu Li's expression, there didn't seem to be any major flaws. Moreover, with the Niu family's means, it would be easy to get the Lan family's property. Things have changed today. For tonight's events, I'm going to... Before Sam could finish his words, a noisy voice was heard beside him. Wow, who is this? So beautiful. I just saw her outside. She seems to be Anna from the Chun family. I heard she's married. I really don't know which man is so lucky. This is too beautiful. I feel like she's only better than those A-list stars. If I had a wife like this, I would wake up laughing in my dreams. Everyone around kept their eyes on Anna, and Sam also looked at Anna in fascination. Mr. Shui, what did you just say? Niu Li suddenly spoke from the side. Listening to Niu Li's words, Sam had a hint of struggle in his eyes. And finally, he seemed to have made up his mind. I said the plan will remain the same. Just help me prepare everything. Sam said lightly. Okay. Niu Li nudda slowly. Looking at Sam staring at Anna blankly, Niu Li had a mocking smile in his eyes. All of a sudden, some young people around who considered themselves outstanding walked up, ready to strike up a conversation with the brightest star in the venue. Jason had already noticed this, but he didn't go to Anna. Instead, he stared at Sam. Hello, Miss Chun. I am the manager of Baimao Group. It's an honor to meet you today. Ms. Chun. Chun Gray looked at the countless people around him coming up to talk to Anna, and his mind became active for a moment. He knew that many of the people here were more powerful than the Schwef family. If he could get in touch with them, Sam would be nothing. Just when he was thinking about all sorts of things, Sam suddenly walked up to him slowly. When Chun Grue saw Sam, the word Sam had told him before suddenly rang in his mind. Looking at Sam's half-smile, his heart couldn't help but tighten. Chun Grue immediately went up to him and looked at Sam in a flattering manner. After all, it was Sam who gave both him and Anna the invitations. "How's the thing I told you to do going?" Sam looked at Chun Grue indifferently, but his eyes were always on Anna. "Mr. Schwe, don't worry, I've already prepared everything, but the 30 million from our Chun family." Chun Grue hesitated for a while and looked at Sam. Sam's face suddenly turned dark. This old guy only had the 30 million in his mind. "I'll transfer 2 million as a deposit. If you can make me feel comfortable tonight and get Jason to divorce her afterwards, I'll naturally transfer the rest to you." Sam turned his head and looked at Anna with greed in his eyes. Chun Grue's eyes lit up, and he nodded quickly without caring about anything else. As long as he could get the money, what did this arrangement matter? Then, Sam winked at Neoli beside him. Neoli immediately understood and ran out quickly. After a while, Neoli brought 3 glasses of wine and held them steadily. Neoli quickly took out a glass of wine and gave it to Sam, and another glass of wine to Chingure, lowering his head cautiously. "You didn't take the wrong one, did you?" Sam frowned. Neoli quickly raised his head, shook his head, and said, "Mr. Schwe, there's nothing in here yet. I'll add more now." Neoli carefully placed his fingers a few centimeters above the cup at an angle that was only visible to the 3 people, and poured a little powder into it. Sam watched this operation, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Sam's expression remained unchanged. He raised his glass and held it towards Chun Guore. Chapter 45 Calculation. "You put in a lot of effort today. Don't worry. You will definitely get more than 30 million in the future." Sam seemed to be in a good mood and spoke to Chun Guore cheerfully for the first time. When Chun Guore heard this, there was a hint of excitement in his eyes. If this thing could really succeed, the Chin family would be very successful. Chun Guore quickly picked up the wine glass and gently clinked it with Sam's. Boom! The cups collided, making a clear sound. Sam took a sip of the wine lightly, and Chun Guore seemed to be a little excited. He drank the red wine in the glass in one gulp. After finishing it, his face was full of satisfaction. Neoli stood silently by the side, watching the two of them drink the red wine without any expression, but there was a hint of mockery in his eyes. Sam shook the red wine in his hand, then looked at Anna, as if he felt that the red wine tonight was particularly delicious. Chun Kwai. Sam walked slowly towards Anna, while Neoli followed closely behind him, holding a glass of red wine in his hand. Chun Gui watched all this quietly from the side, his eyes full of excitement. Anna looked at the men around her who were paying attention to her, and her expression did not fluctuate much. Every time a man came to toast her, she just took a sip. But in just a short while, I had already drunk almost a cup. At that moment, Anna's cheeks turned a little red. Anna. Just after Anna sent everyone around her away, Sam suddenly came to her side and looked at her with a smile on his face. Anna looked at Sam walking towards her and couldn't help but frowning slightly. She never had any good feelings towards Sam and even felt disgusted. But thinking about what Shin Gurue had told her before, that Shin pharmaceutical company seemed to still rely on Sam. She forced a smile and said nothing. Sam seemed not to notice all this and signaled with his eyes to Neoli beside him, Anna with the red wine on the tray. Sam's eyes flickered slightly. Looking at Anna, who was indifferent to him, he suppressed the strong desire in his heart to press her under him and said sincerely, "Anna, you have always known how I feel about you." Just as she said this, Anna's expressionless face suddenly turned cold. She looked at Sam coldly and said, "Sam, please respect yourself. I got married 5 years ago. I was forced to do those things by my family." Sam's face froze, and the displeasure on his face flashed away. Then, as if he had thought of something, he continued, "Anna, we have known each other for so many years. Of course, I know all this. I came to you today just to make peace with you." Anna still looked at Sam coldly, without any change on her face, as if she didn't believe what he said. Sam continued, "I admit, I was deeply attracted to you, but ever since Jason was released from prison, my thoughts have slowly faded. Now, I just want to wish you and Jason the best. Now, as long as you and I have this glass of wine, let our past unhappiness be blown away by the wind. I will also strongly support Chun Pharmaceutical Company. Neo Lee, who was standing next to him, suddenly widened his eyes. Only then did he realize that the woman Sam wanted to attack tonight was actually Jason's wife. Jason seemed a little excited after he told him that thing just now. But then Neo Lee couldn't help but shudder when he thought of what Jason had told him. Sam did not notice Neo Lee's series of actions at this moment, but just stared at Anna in front of him. Anna looked at Sam doubtfully, as if she didn't quite believe what he said. Sam, you don't have to be like this. From now on, you can go your way and I'll go mine. I just hope you won't bother me anymore. Anna said in a cold tone. Sam listened to Anna's words. A hint of anger flashed across his face. If you don't think about yourself, think about your parents too. Chun Fei's previous investment failed, and his status in the Chun family is declining day by day. However, as long as you drink this glass of wine with me, I will continue to help the Chun family. After all, Chun Grue alone can't support the entire Chun family, Sam said slowly and temptingly. Anna listened to Sam's words with a hint of hesitation on her face. Originally, according to Anna, she didn't want to have any interaction with Sam at all, not even a glass of wine. But then he thought of his parents, and he had to be humble in front of Chun Wan and Chun Peng. Chun Grue sighed and told him about the Chun Pharmaceutical Company today. Anna sighed at the moment. What would be wrong with bowing her head in front of Sam for the sake of the Chun family? Okay, I'll drink it. I hope you can keep your promise, Sam. Anna finally made up her mind and picked up the red wine on Neo Lee's tray without clinking glasses with Sam. The cherry-like little mouth touched the red wine glass, and slowly, the red wine flowed into Anna's mouth bit by bit. Sam was watching from the side with an excited look on his face, his eyes full of greed as he looked at Anna. Soon, Sam also took a sip of wine to ease the excitement on his face. Anna finished the wine quickly. She originally thought that she would not be able to handle the alcohol after drinking it, but this time her mind seemed unexpectedly clear, even clearer than before she drank. Very good. Anna, don't worry, I will keep my promise. Sam didn't seem to have much attachment to this place. After seeing Anna finish her drink, he left with Neo Lee beside him. Chun Grue, who was far away, watched all this happen with a flicker in his eyes and did not make any eye contact with Sam. Chun Grue slowly walked to Anna's side and said to her in a gentle tone that would never appear in his tone, "You must be tired. Let's go back now." Speaking of this, Chun Grue's eyes flickered slightly. Anna didn't find anything wrong and nodded. She really wasn't used to this kind of atmosphere. At this time, Chun Grue took Anna outside. When some outstanding young men who wanted to come up and chat with her saw this scene, their faces were full of regret. I only regret that I didn't come earlier. Sam next to him raised his foot and walked outside, while Neo Lee followed closely behind him. Jason in the corner slowly poked his head out and looked at Chun Grue's back with a sharp look on his face. Jason saw everything that happened just now. The reason why he did not investigate what happened 5 years ago was because he still had a glimmer of hope for Chun Grue. After all, he was Anna's grandfather. But now it seems that there's not much need for it. Soon, Jason took out his phone and dialed a familiar number. Chapter 46 Planning. Help me investigate why I was imprisoned 5 years ago and who was behind it. Investigate every detail. Jason's tone was very sharp. There was a young voice on the other end of the phone. Boss, you're going to tire me to death. I am still in your house helping you take care of the baby. If Lucy is lost, you will tear me apart. The young man said dissatisfiedly. Jason didn't respond, but continued. Give it to me tomorrow. Jason finished speaking. He hung up the phone without caring about the dissatisfaction of the person on the other end of the line. Soon, Jason walked out, and under the gaze of people around him, rode his electric scooter and caught up with Chun Grue and Sam's car. Sam's car was right behind Chun Grue, and Jason's car was behind Sam. Sam's car, Neo Lee was driving slowly, and Sam was sitting in the passenger seat. Jason is still at the party, right? Sam narrowed his eyes and said lightly to Neo Lee. Neo Lee nodded, looked ahead, and said, Mr. Shue, didn't you see it just now? When we left, Jason was still talking to a few other people at the party. Sam slowly felt relieved after hearing this. Originally, he didn't care much about Jason, but after seeing Jason tonight, he had a vague feeling that something was wrong. Mr. Shue, the effect of the medicine may take about half an hour to take effect. Should I overtake their car? You go to the hotel first, and I will ask someone to bring them up later. Neo Lee said indifferently to Sam. Sam heard Neo Lee's words. His eyes suddenly lit up. He imagined Anna's beautiful body in his mind, and his heart was burning with heat. Sam couldn't help but rubbed his hands and said hurriedly, "Okay, let's go first. I'll go to the hotel first, and you remember to bring the person up." Sam thought happily in his heart that he would go to the hotel to take a shower first, and then give Anna a big surprise. A barely perceptible hint of sarcasm flashed across Nyo Lee's lips. He immediately stepped on the accelerator and overtook Chun Gurue's car in one go. Chun Gurue looked at Sam's car in front of him. His eyes moved slightly, and he said slowly in the car, "Anna, I have to go do something later. It will take about 10 minutes. You just wait for me by the side." Anna looked at Chun Gurue, who had an abnormal attitude and was particularly nice to her, and felt a little awkward in her heart. She said, "Grandpa, no need. You could just park there later. It's the same if I take a taxi home." Anna's words hit Chun Gurue's mark. He hesitated and said, "Is this okay? It's not safe at night, and you're just a girl." Anna shook her head and smiled. "It's okay, although I just drank a little wine, but my mind is still clear now." Chun Gurue frowned and looked at Anna, thinking, didn't Yoli give her some drugs just now? How come she's still so awake? But then Chun Gurue shook his head slightly and didn't think too much about it. He only needed to send Anna to the side of the hotel, and the mission would be completed. The rest was none of his business. Chun Gurue remained calm on the surface, nodded gently, and said to the driver who was driving, "Stop at the Sanching Hotel in front and let Anna get off first." After a while, Chun Gurue saw Sam's parked car in front and said to his private driver, "It's right here." Anna didn't hesitate much and opened the car door and got out. Chun Gurue looked at Anna's back with a smile of success on his face and laughed sinisterly. Soon, Chun Gurue's car moved forward a little distance. Suddenly, Chun Gurue felt the urge to urinate. "Stop the car. I'm going to the bathroom first." After leaving Anna there, Chun Gurue didn't feel excited at all, but felt a little depressed. Soon, Chun Gurue got out of the car and hurried to a nearby toilet to relieve himself. As soon as he entered the toilet, Chun Gurue saw 3 or 5 strong men with their heads covered while using the toilet. Chun Gurue was very doubtful, but he was so angry that he didn't care about anything else and quickly went to the toilet. Great! Chun Gurue felt his body greatly relaxed while he was using the toilet, and he felt as if he was floating in the air. Bang! Suddenly, a strong man behind him hit Chun Gurue on the head with a stick in his hand. Chun Gurue fell to the ground. The strong men looked at each other, quickly wrapped Chun Gurue in a sack, and walked into the hotel with the sack in their arms. Inside the hotel, Anna took out her cell phone and was about to take a taxi home. "Beauty, do you need a ride?" A voice sounded in Anna's ears. Anna frowned and raised her head to refuse. But Anna happened to see Jason's smiling face, and her heart beat faster. "Why are you here?" Anna's face was full of smiles. She quickly walked over and sat on the back seat of the electric scooter without any hesitation. Jason touched Anna's hair, his eyes full of tenderness, without any of the sharpness at the beginning, and said softly, "Isn't this to take my wife home? You're so unruly." Anna glared at Jason in disapproval, but didn't ask any more questions. "Let's go," Jason shouted, stepped on the accelerator, and drove towards home. Inside the hotel, Sam couldn't wait to take a shower and quickly climbed onto the bed, naked, thinking happily about what he would do when Anna came in. Sam's eyes were lustful, and he kept saying, "Anna, Anna, don't you usually pretend to be noble in front of me? I haven't married you yet, but now you're in my bed. I want to see what kind of attitude you have when you are unsatisfied." Sam's mind is now full of Anna. After a few minutes, it seemed that the drug was slowly taking effect. Sam only felt, damn, why hasn't she come yet? Sam was a little out of his mind now. If he was in front of a mirror now, he would definitely be able to see it. Another 2 minutes passed, and Sam seemed to have. But until now, Sam still hasn't realized that he has been drugged. Chapter 47 Villa. Slowly, Sam discovered that the door was opened and several figures seemed to walk in. Sam opened his eyes wide to try to see who it was, but no matter how wide he opened his eyes, he couldn't see the faces of those people. Neoli opened the door and looked at Sam, who was like a beast at the moment, and sneered. "Open the bag and turn on the camera. When you're done, give me the video you shot." There was a hint of ferocity on Nyo Lee's face. After Nyo Lee gave his instructions to his men, he walked out. The cloth bag was opened, and inside was Chun Gurue, who had been knocked unconscious. He seemed to be awake now, his eyes full of desire. The strong men around couldn't help swallowing their saliva when they saw this scene. They set up the camera, looked at each other, shuddered, and walked out silently. At this time, Jason had already driven his electric scooter to the door of his house. Anna, please sign this. Jason suddenly took out the villa property transfer agreement that Tang Dinghua had given him from his pocket, took out a pen, and handed it to Anna. Anna widened her eyes, took out the transfer agreement from Jason's hand, and looked at it, and was surprised. Why do you want me to sign for such a valuable item? Anna looked incredulous. Anna looked at the Highland Villa district above and felt dizzy because she had heard of this villa district before. It was said that a villa was worth hundreds of millions. Now Jason actually had a copy in his hand and asked her to sign it, which made her stunned. Jason smiled, gently caressing Anna's smooth face, and said, I cured a wealthy man of his illness, and he was so grateful to me that he forced it on me. So I'm going to ask you to sign it. Then sign it yourself. Anna was shocked and now had a new understanding of Jason's medical skills. He can earn hundreds of millions just by curing a disease. So how superb must his medical skills be? We are a family, and I told my mother-in-law today that I will give her property. This one will be perfect for her to see, and then we can move in as a family. Jason said softly. Anna still felt dizzy and rejected it in her heart. She didn't want this property. Forget it. My parents don't seem to like you either. If your name is on it, maybe they will treat you better. Anna still refused. Jason shook his head, pulled Anna's hand over, took out the red seal, and pressed a handprint on it. You are my wife, so of course you are the one who keeps such an important property. And your fingerprint is already on it. If you don't sign, the agreement will be invalid. Jason said half-frogly. Anna looked at Jason, who was extremely serious, and her heart suddenly trembled. She is not a greedy woman. If she were, she probably would not have been with Jason in the first place. But now that she has obtained this property, Anna is inexplicably touched that Jason actually trusts her so much. Suddenly, Anna pouted, touched the stubble on Jason's chin, and said with a smile, Okay, we're all family anyway, I'll sign it. But don't regret it later, I won't pay you back. Soon, Anna signed her name on it. Anna smiled slyly, and there seemed to be a glimmer in her eyes. What's mine is yours. Jason gently put his arms around Anna's waist, but his face got closer and closer to Anna. Anna's pretty face flushed, and she gently closed her eyes, as if expecting something. Jason, have you finished what I asked you to do? Suddenly, Yuli's voice sounded at the door, completely destroying the next action that Jason and Anna were planning to take. Anna trembled slightly, then looked at Jason apologetically with a smile in the corner of her eyes. Jason was also a little speechless at this time. When he saw Yuli, he sighed softly. I've already got the house ready. Jason responded. Jason coldly heard these words, and the coldness in her eyes disappeared and turned into a slowly warm one. Really? Where? What house? Yuli rushed up impatiently. Her eyes seemed to be shining. Anna looked at Yuli and curled her lips slightly, as if she was a little dissatisfied with Lee. Mom, the property transfer is with me, and my name has been signed. Anna's tone seemed to change a little. Yuli turned her head suddenly, snatched it from Anna's hand, and looked at it carefully. Oh my God, Highland Villa District. Yuli looked at the content above and screamed, as if she saw something incredible. What Highland Villa District? Chun Fei also rushed out of the room, looking at Yuli anxiously. But Yuli ignored it and stared at the words above. Soon, Fei Chen also saw the content above and took a breath. Anna's name written on it. Fei Chen swallowed Anna closely and said, Anna, you didn't get this at some party tonight, did you? Could it be that some important person gave it to you? Jason frowned when he heard Yuli say that, but soon relaxed his brows. Fortunately, Yuli had nothing to do with what happened tonight. No, Jason gave it to me and asked me to sign it. Anna said this, holding Jason's hand with her other hand, looking at her parents proudly. This time, his parents won't look at Jason that way, right? What? Jason? Where did you get this? As far as I know, this villa must cost at least hundreds of millions. Yuli narrowed her eyes and stared at Jason closely. Jason shrugged helplessly and said, This was given to me by someone else. Anyway, the method is legal. So you just gave it to Anna like that? Fei Chen seemed a little shocked and said blankly, He's such a good son-in-law to my mother. That's what he should do. She didn't care how Jason got this. What mattered more was that Jason gave this agreement to Anna. At this moment, Yuli suddenly felt that her son-in-law was not so annoying anymore. Jason smiled, but didn't say anything. Mom, Jason is very tired. I'll take him in to see Lucy first. Anna looked at her parents and said helplessly. After saying that, Anna quickly pulled Jason into the house. Hey, when are we moving in? Chip dosam, crazy Sam. On the second day, Sam gradually woke up from his coma. At this time, his whole body was sore, especially that thing, which seemed to have lost consciousness. For some reason, my mind wasn't very clear yesterday. I thought Neoli should have come into Anna Song's room. Thinking of this, Sam felt excited and turned his head slightly. But instead of Anna's long, fragrant hair, he saw short, pale, white hair. He didn't see Anna's smooth skin, but instead saw wrinkled, dark skin covered with dark spots. Suddenly, the old face opened his eyes, and his bloodshot eyes clearly showed that he did not get enough rest last night. Sam suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. He jumped up from the bed, looked at his naked body, and then looked at his bedmate. She was also naked, and her shriveled and skinny figure showed Sam that this was not Anna, but a skinny old man. Suddenly, the old man on the bed spoke. Shwe, Master Shwe? The voice was still a little hoarse, but it was this voice that made Sam recognize who it was. It was the head of the Chun family, Chun Gurue. Sam seemed to recall some of the things that happened last night, and his breathing became heavier. Niuli. Sam's voice was sad and full of murderous intent, as if this person and he had an irreconcilable feud. Chun Gurue, who was lying on the bed, heard Sam's voice and suddenly woke up, but there was still a look of confusion on his face. Mr. Shwe, why are you here? Wasn't I in the bathroom yesterday? How did you get to this room? Chun Gurue swallowed and tried not to think of the worst. Sam heard Chun Gurue's voice. He became furious and looked at Chun Gurue on the bed. Bang! Sam punched Chun Gurue in the face without mercy. At this time, Sam's eyes were red and he was breathing heavily. Sam didn't care about Chun Gurue, who was beaten and bleeding on the bed. He quickly found his clothes nearby, put them on, and rushed out of the room. Sam went out. He saw a few people who looked like reporters outside, holding cameras and seemed to be waiting for him outside. Sam's heart suddenly tightened, and his original anger became even more intense. Is it really Mr. Shwe? A young reporter quickly picked up the camera and prepared to shoot Sam's face. But Sam reacted faster. He took off his suit, put it on his head, and ran out madly without looking back. Suddenly, several reporters rushed over like a swarm, as if they had discovered some big news. The other young reporters at the scene narrowed their eyes and looked towards the room Sam had just come out of. Mr. Lee, everything's settled. Sam ran away this morning, covering his head with his suit, and Chun Gurue jumped out the window. I still have the video of them last night. Would you like to take a look? Jason was sitting leisurely at home, listening to Nyo Lee's report on the other end of the phone, with a hint of coldness in his eyes. Let them suffer for a few days first, and then I will deal with them bit by bit. There was a hint of coldness in Jason's eyes. Just before Neoli made the call, the people he sent out had already thoroughly investigated the matter of his imprisonment 5 years ago. Coincidentally, it happened that Sam and Chun Gurue were in cahoots with each other, and Chun Wan and Chun Peng were also involved. Now Jason's revenge on Sam and Chun Gurue has just begun. Jason wants them to experience the pain he suffered before he went to prison. Okay, Mr. Lee, but after today, the Shwe family might retaliate against our Nyo family. Having said that, Neoli suddenly shut his mouth and tactfully stopped talking. Jason's mouth suddenly curled up into a smile. He understood what Neoli meant. He had seen that Neoli had a good relationship with the Tang family, so he wanted him to ask the Tang family to protect the Nyo family. Do you still need my protection? Jason smiled coldly and said to Neoli inside with a joking tone. Neoli seemed to not understand what Jason was saying. He said in surprise, Mr. Lee, I'm helping you. How could you do this to me? As Neoli spoke, his voice seemed to become a little aggrieved. You surrendered to me last night because you were forced to do so. If the matter of that so-called Major General An were to be made public, the status of your Nyo family in the entire Ningzhou city would be in jeopardy. Jason said indifferently, but after I told you about Sam's plan, we were even. Later, I even helped you deal with Sam. Neoli's tone was a little flustered, as if he was trying to calm down, and he slowly spoke to Jason. Jason snorted coldly and said, Do you think I can't see the look in your eyes? You originally wanted to deal with Sam, but this incident just happened. You wanted me to stand in front of you and protect you from Sam's revenge. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a few seconds. Neoli's tone turned a little cold, and he said, So what if that's the case? I still helped you. If it weren't for me, Anna might have been in Sam's bed today. Jason picked up the pencil Lucy was writing on the table and slowly turned it around. His eyes narrowed as he spoke softly. Yeah, with my personality, this is considered surrender, so I'll help you. But you absolutely shouldn't have poisoned Anna's glass last night. Do you really think I thought it was just a hangover sobering thing? You secretly sent people to observe the Chun family last night without my knowledge, and even went out of your way to look for Lucy's room. Do you think I don't know these things? Jason continued in a cold voice. Neoli was silent for about 10 seconds before he slowly said, "What is your relationship with the Tang family?" Jason sneered as he listened to Neoli's words. He had noticed that something was wrong with Neoli a long time ago, and later he secretly observed that Neoli had long wanted to deal with Sam. And Jason's appearance last night happened to make Neoli think it was an opportunity, so he attacked Sam directly. If Jason was a little dumber, he might have really been fooled by Neoli and fought with Sam foolishly, while Neoli stood behind and reaped the benefits. The relationship between me and the Tang family is beyond your imagination. Jason sneered. It was ridiculous that Neoli still thought that the things he discovered were all done by the Tang family to help him. Jason saw Anna last night. He had already discovered that Anna was poisoned. Later, the people he sent to protect the Chun family also discovered 2 spies. Naturally, Jason suspected Neoli of this matter. Chapter Kurdokuziefan. Even if you have a good relationship with the Tang family, what does it matter? I'm telling you, I poisoned Anna last night. No one else can cure it without me personally taking action. Now, if you go and deal with Sam, I'll help Anna get rid of the poison. Otherwise, Anna will definitely die within 5 days. On the other end of the phone, Neoli said in a deep voice that since they had already fallen out, he naturally didn't care about anything else. Looking at Neoli, whose true nature was finally revealed, Jason sneered. He had already solved the poison in Anna's body last night. Poor Neoli really thought that no one could solve it. If you think I can't solve it, you can give it a try. Jason sneered and hung up the phone. Jason's eyes. He originally wanted to help Neoli, but Neoli poisoned Anna yesterday, which had touched his bottom line. In this case, Jason decided to stand back and watch him and the Schweff family fight to the death. When they're almost done fighting, it is time for Jason to close the net. Good son-in-law, when will we move to that villa area? Jason's door was suddenly opened, and Yuli walked in with a smile on her face. Looking at Jason, her smile was as gentle as it could be. Jason looked at Yuli expressionlessly and said, "It would be best if it were after next week, because they are still under renovation. You could discuss these matters with Anna." Yuli's eyes suddenly lit up, and she nodded. Although the house is named after Anna, she still consulted with Anna last night. Who would have known that his own daughter did not obey him as before, but instead told him that whether they could move in depended on Jason's opinion. After all, this house was obtained by Jason. When Yuli heard this, she almost burst into curses, thinking secretly in her heart that a daughter who is married off is like water spilled. But considering the villa, Yuli did not get angry, but ran over early in the morning to discuss with Jason. Seeing that Jason didn't have much objection, she felt a lot more at ease. "Oh, you're such a good son-in-law. This is tea I made especially for you. I think you worked hard yesterday. Drink it while it's hot." Yuli placed the tea on Jason's table and walked out happily. Jason shook his head, then stood up and walked outside. Taking out the key that Yuli gave him yesterday, Jason rode on his electric scooter and headed towards the Highlang Villa area. Not long after entering, Jason took a jar of wine that he had taken from the Tang family, stabilized it on the electric scooter, and slowly drove out of the city. The road outside was not as wide and smooth as the one inside the city. After a few hours, the road in front of Jason had become muddy. But Jason didn't care. He continued to look at the familiar scenery around him, lost in thought. This is not his home, but it is another place of memories. This is the only way to get to the home of his former best brother, Yifan. Yifan is Jason's childhood friend. Jason is in an orphanage and Yifan is a country boy. Perhaps because of their similar experiences, the two have been best friends since elementary school until Jason was 20 years old. When Jason was 20 years old, Yifan just retired from the army and returned home. That day, Yifan took his girlfriend, whom he had just been dating, to meet Jason. As soon as the 3 of them met, Yifan was hit by a speeding car. From then on, Yifan suffered an irreparable wound on his leg and had to sit in a wheelchair for the rest of his life. As for what happened afterwards, Jason had no idea because he had already been framed by Sam and put in jail. Jason was so hopeless at the time that he couldn't even grasp what was happening around him. The electric scooter was still moving slowly, and soon Jason saw the outline of a village. Sighing inwardly and shaking his head, Jason put the wine in his car and slowly drove into the village. According to his memory from 5 years ago, Jason came to a relatively quiet courtyard. Jason was about to knock on the door. There was a noise from inside. "Yi Fan, when are you going to pay me back? You borrowed 20,000 yuan from me last time, and you haven't paid it back yet." A sarcastic voice sounded. But then Jason didn't hear Yi Fan speak. He only heard a female voice. "And didn't I borrow it from you last month? We agreed to pay it back in half a year." A slightly tired female voice sounded. The sarcastic female voice seemed to get stuck, and after a long pause, she continued, "My son is going to college. What can I do?" A male voice was heard nearby. He sighed softly and said, "Hey, niece-in-law, it's not that we don't want to lend it to you, but we never thought that our uneducated son would be able to get into college. We really have no other choice but to come to you today. Why did I hear from people around him that he didn't pass the exam?" The female voice at the beginning seemed to want to protest and continued. Jason frowned slightly and slowly pushed open the half-closed door. "I saw a young and pretty woman standing in front of a middle-aged couple, silently lowering her head with red eyes. Suddenly, the middle-aged woman spoke up and snorted coldly. "Even if he doesn't get into college, we plan to spend money to send him to college." Jason stood there silently, understanding everything in his heart. It is obvious that this couple lent them money and now regrets it, and this is just an excuse for the fight. "Yenran, return the money to them. It's not too late to see my legs later." A strong male voice sounded in the house, but the tone was full of helplessness. Jason suddenly remembered that this woman was Yi Fan's girlfriend when he had the car accident, Su Yenran. I didn't expect that after Yi Fan became disabled, Su Yenran was still willing to stay by his side. Jason couldn't help but look at Su Yenran with a higher opinion. Su Yenran's eyes turned red, and she shook her head and said, "No, I heard that a neurologist from the hospital returned from abroad this month. He will definitely be able to cure you." "What's the use of curing him? He'll still be a useless person." The middle-aged woman couldn't help but mutter as she listened to what the two said. Hearing this, the middle-aged man next to the woman couldn't help but push her. "Why are you pushing me?" The middle-aged woman glanced at the man coldly. Then he looked at Su Yenran and said, "The money must be paid back today. Otherwise, we will stay here and not leave." Su Yenran listened to the middle-aged woman's words and couldn't help but clench her fists, her face full of reluctance. Chapter 50 Treatment. "Can you give me 2 months' grace? I will definitely pay you back within 2 months." Su Yenran gritted her teeth and said pleadingly, 2 months later? Then why would my son go to college?" The middle-aged woman said sarcastically, cursing constantly. "Yenran, return the money to them. There's plenty of chance to cure my disease." Inside the room, the sturdy man said with a hint of fatigue, "Did you hear that your man has spoken? So return the money quickly." The middle-aged woman snorted coldly. The man next to her also had a hint of helplessness on his face, but did not say anything. Su Yenran looked at the two of them sadly and was about to go in to get the money. 20,000 yuan, right? I paid it back for my brother." Jason, who was standing next to him, finally spoke. The three of them were startled by the voice and then looked over. Su Yenran looked at Jason and felt like she had seen him somewhere before, but she couldn't remember who he was. The middle-aged woman looked at Jason and sneered. "You want to help pay it back? Then bring the money." Jason had a blank expression on his face as he walked towards the three people and took out his wallet from his pocket. Jason took out the tens of thousands of dollars he had prepared today, took out 20,000 from it, handed it to the middle-aged woman, and said, "Count it. Is it enough? If it is enough, then you can leave. Don't disturb my brother's peace here." Suddenly, the voices in the room became excited. "Jason? Is it Jason?" The man in the room raised his voice, seeming to be full of surprise. "Fanzi, it's me. I'll come and catch up with you after I've dealt with things outside." Jason listened to the familiar voice inside, and his heart was filled with emotion for a moment. Okay. Yi Fan in the room said 3 okay words in a row, as if he would have rushed out now if it weren't for his leg disability. Su Yenran looked at Jason and finally remembered who he was. The person Yi Fan took her to see when he was injured, but Su Yenran could only see some of his previous appearance in Jason. The middle-aged woman next to her slowly counted the money one by one, then nodded with satisfaction. "Okay, now we're even." The middle-aged woman took out the IOU from her pocket and threw it on the ground. Then, The middle-aged woman glanced at Su Yanran and said with a smile, I should have known earlier that your family had such a noble person to help you. Please go out. Su Yanran looked at the IOU on the ground and shook her head, as if she didn't want to say more to the middle-aged woman. What are you so proud of? Your husband is a disabled person. The middle-aged woman cursed and dragged the middle-aged man out. Thank you for what happened today. Su Yanran glanced at Jason, a hint of gratitude flashing in her eyes. Jason waved his hand and said, It's just a small favor, and Fanzi and I are brothers. Jason looked at the room where Yifan was, then glanced at Su Yanran and said, I'll go in and see Fanzi first. Under Su Yanran's gaze, Jason picked up the wine he had brought and walked into the house. Soon, he saw Yifan. His short hair was neatly trimmed, and there was not a trace of stubble on his thin face. Although his clothes were very old, they were neat and clean. Obviously, they had been carefully taken care of by Su Yanran. But his eyes were full of bloodshot, and there were heavy dark circles under his eyes. The man Jason originally thought of had now become a skinny and unrecognizable patient. Obviously, Yifan has not had a good life in recent years. Jason, it's really you. After 5 years, you finally came out. Yifan's bloodshot eyes were filled with excitement. Jason smiled, walked up, and hugged Yifan. Jason hugged Yifan tightly in his arms, with a hint of excitement in his eyes. Half a minute later, the two separated. Yifan stretched out his fist and hit Jason's chest. Not bad. You're living a very comfortable life. Your ex-girlfriend is now your wife, and she dresses you up so well. Jason looked at Yifan with a smile and teased. Listening to Jason talking about Su Yanran, Yifan's eyes were filled with tenderness. That's right. It's mainly because I have a good image. Yifan laughed heartily, but there was a hint of sadness in his eyes. Soon, the two started chatting. Although they hadn't seen each other for 5 years, their relationship didn't seem to be affected much, and they continued to joke and laugh with each other. During this time, Su Yanran came in, brought 2 glasses of water, and then walked out silently, not wanting to disturb the 2 brothers from reminiscing about the past. After a few hours, Jason's voice became a little hoarse from talking, and then he looked at Yifan with a smile. Jason sincerely. Jason shook his head and gently closed his eyes. What? Do you look down on me too? You know, I don't need other people's charity. Yifan looked at Jason and shook his head, then suddenly spoke with a red face and thick neck. What nonsense are you talking about? I just want to tell you that you have to return the money to me today. Jason said with a smile on his face. Coincidentally, these words were heard by Su Yanran, who had just entered the room, and a hint of sadness suddenly flashed in her eyes. Yifan laughed, nodded without hesitation, and said, Okay, brother, you just got out of prison. You must not have much money. Jason laughed and said, You misunderstood me. The main reason I came here today is to heal your leg. Jason's shoulder gently. Brother, there's no need to be like this. I appreciate your kindness. But my leg has been like this for so many years, and I'm also desperate. Yifan sikit heavidi. Su Yanran suddenly spoke up and said, Jason, I don't know if you are in a hurry for this 20,000 yuan. If not, I would like to borrow some from you. I want to take Yifan to the hospital in a couple of days. Su Yanran pursed her lips with a hint of shame on her face. After all, Jason had said at the beginning that he would take back the 20,000 yuan today, and now she is asking for it again, which is really not good. Yanran, there's no need to be like this. Yifan looked at Su Yanran. A hint of caution flashed in his eyes, and he shook his head. Brother, we won't borrow money from you, and I don't need treatment. This leg cannot be cured in this lifetime. Yifan said slowly to Jason. Jason frowned, then looked at Su Yanran and said, I have money, but I won't lend it to you. Jason finished speaking. Su Yanran lowered her head heavily, and Yifan next to her also closed his eyes gently. Yifan, you have to believe me. Your leg will definitely be healed today, Jason said in a serious tone. Chapter 51 Treatment. Yifan shook his head. 5 years had passed, and he had become desperate about his leg injury. He decided in his heart that he was already a cripple. Su Yanran opened her eyes wide, looked at Jason, and said with a hint of anticipation in her tone, Jason, can you really cure Yifan? Jason nodded without saying anything, picked up the wine jar he had brought in, and prepared to tear it open. Okay, Fanzi, I know my own condition. I still had some hope for the first 2 years, but now 5 years have passed, and I'm afraid the nerves here have atrophied. So I just hope that we 2 brothers can have a good talk, and I don't expect anything else. Yifan was silent for a moment, then spoke to Jason. Then, Yifan turned his gaze to Su Yanran and said, "It's probably time for dinner now. Yanran, go and cook a few more delicious dishes. I want to accompany my brother today." Jason looked at Yifan helplessly. He didn't expect that Yifan was so desperate now. It seemed that he really wouldn't believe it unless he showed his skills. Jason opened the wine bottle, and a strong aroma of wine immediately escaped. When Yifan smelled it, his face flushed immediately, as if he had smelled something he loved. Then he looked at Jason and said hurriedly, "Good brother, give me 2 mouthfuls quickly." Su Yanran also sighed softly and prepared to go out. "Is this for you to drink? This is for your medical treatment." Jason widened his eyes and looked at Yifan with dissatisfaction. Jason picked up the glass on the table, poured some wine into it, and walked in front of Yifan. Yifan's eyes were completely fixed on the wine in Jason's glass, as if he would not stop until he took a sip. But Jason ignored him and rolled up Yifan's trouser legs. "Brother, what are you doing? Can this wine cure me? Don't waste such good wine." Yifan stared at the wine in Yifan's hand. When he saw him pour the wine into his palm, his eyes suddenly turned red. Yifan had never smelled such a fragrant wine. The aroma was mellow and long-lasting, and now it was being ruined by Jason like this, which made him feel painful. "Do you want legs or wine?" Jason looked at Yifan speechlessly. After so many years, he thought Yifan had changed, but he didn't expect him to still be so irritable. Seeing that Jason was going to treat Yifan, Su Yanran stopped curiously and looked at the two of them quietly. Then, Jason placed his alcohol-soaked hands on Yifan's shriveled legs and rubbed them continuously in a strange way. Jason helplessly. But Jason ignored Yifan and continued his movements. Yifan saw that Jason ignored him and continued chattering. 1 minute later, "His brother, what are you doing? Why does my leg hurt so much?" Yifan yelled, and sweat immediately broke out on his forehead. Yifan's feet, which had originally lost consciousness, moved unconsciously. Su Yanran, who was standing next to him, looked at this scene and her eyes widened suddenly, her face full of disbelief. "Yifan, can you feel your legs?" Su Yanran looked at the scene in front of her, her body trembled, and then she looked at Yifan expectantly. Yifan finally regained consciousness from the pain, his eyes wide open, looking at Jason who was squatting to treat him, his heart filled with horror. "My leg!" Yifan's face was full of disbelief. At this moment, sweat was still pouring down his forehead, and the pain in his leg was getting more and more intense. But there was no pain on Yifan's face. Instead, he gritted his teeth and smiled. It was the first time in 5 years that he felt any sensation in his legs. "I have feeling in my legs." Yifan took a deep breath, his face becoming more and more shocked. Then his nose felt sore, and it seemed like something was flowing out of his eyes. Tears welled up in Su Yanran's eyes as she cried, "You're feeling it again. That's great, Yifan. There's finally hope for your leg." Afterwards, Jason rubbed the medicinal properties of the wine in his hand into Yifan's legs, then slowly stood up and said with a smile, "I didn't lie to you, did I? I said I could cure it." At this time, Yifan and Su Yanran's eyes changed when they looked at Jason. "Brother," Yifan still felt some pain in his legs, but it was slowly disappearing and he slowly became numb again. Jason didn't explain much, but simply said, "I was just testing the waters a little bit just now. I wanted to show you, little brat, that I have the ability to heal you. You've been talking nonsense here and still don't believe me." Listening to Jason's words, Yifan's eyes were red, not knowing whether it was because of excitement or shame, but he still said unyieldingly, "See what you can do, kid." On the side, Su Yanran's tears slowly dripped onto the ground. She looked at Jason with gratitude on her face, but she felt even more ashamed in her heart. It turns out that the reason Jason gave for not lending her money was true. It was ridiculous that she thought it was just an excuse. Afterwards, Su Yanran stood up silently, walked to Jason's side, and said tremblingly, "Jason, I'm sorry, I was rash just now, but please make sure to cure Yifan." As she spoke, Su Yanran suddenly burst into tears. Yifan felt uncomfortable when he saw Su Yanran like this. Jason said he is sure, so you can rest assured. Yifan was silent for a long time, and finally spoke slowly. Jason looked at Yifan's carefree look and couldn't help but curl his lips and sneered. "Just now you said you were desperate and didn't believe me. Why did you change your attitude so quickly?" Jason unwillingly, and said, "Do you want me to keep talking? Hurry up and treat me. When I get better, I'll take you out to find a job." Jason felt warm in his heart. Yifan thought he didn't have any job. Jason didn't say anything, but looked at Su Yanran with a smile and said, "Sister-in-law, go get a basin of hot water and wipe the sweat off Fancy's face. The treatment will really begin shortly. The process may be a bit painful, about half an hour. Go to a nearby pharmacy and get me some medicine. Let's boil it into a pot." Su Yanran nodded, took the note handed to her by Jason, hurried out to get some hot water, and wiped the sweat off Yifan's body. After a while, Su Yanran also hurried out. Jason looked at Yifan lying on the bed and said slowly, "It will be a little painful later. You have to bear it." Yifan raised his eyebrows, looked at Jason, and smiled. "After so many years, you know that I can endure hardships the most. If I call you today, you will be my big brother, and I will be your brother, and let Yanran call you big brother." Chapter 52, Recovery. Jason nodded with a strange smile on his face. He and Yifan had always been arguing about who was the boss. It seemed that the result would come out today. Then, Jason picked up a few silver needles on the table and inserted them into several acupuncture points on Yifan's legs. Yifan suddenly felt as if he had been hit hard. His expression suddenly became painful, his fists clenched tightly, and sweat appeared on his forehead again. "Isn't it exciting?" Jason chuckled, but his hands didn't stop moving. "Damn it, I admit defeat today." Yifan said each word with difficulty. "Haha, don't worry. You will definitely scream out in pleasure later." Jason smiled and inserted a few more silver needles into his hand. Slowly, Jason inserted the silver needles faster and faster, and he could insert several silver needles in 1 second. At first, Yifan was able to hold on, but as time went on, Yifan couldn't help but scream. This cry seemed like an outlet for venting, and then Yifan's screams became louder and louder. Su Yanran, who had just returned home, was shocked when she heard the screams in the room and quickly ran over. Watching Jason continuously giving acupuncture to Yifan, whose face turned pale and whose voice gradually became hoarse, Su Yanran's heart suddenly tightened. "Hurry up and boil the medicine." Jason didn't care about Su Yanran's expression, but gave the order hurriedly. Su Yanran finally came to her senses and quickly ran out. Half an hour later, Yifan lay heavily on the bed. At this moment, he felt that he was breathing less and breathing more, but the excitement in his eyes could not be concealed, because at this time Yifan could clearly feel a slight tingling sensation in his legs, which continued continuously. "Is my leg healed now?" Yifan said weakly to Jason. Jason shook his head and said, "Don't worry. I'm just resuscitating the nerves in your legs. After I rub some wine on your legs, you can walk for about an hour every day. You need to take medicine all the time. It will probably take a month for you to recover to normal." A normal person? Yifan's eyes suddenly lit up. He thought that even if he was cured, there would be sequelae. But Jason's words completely dispelled his concerns. "That's right. Don't you see which miracle doctor treated you?" Jason said, half-jokingly. "You kid." Yifan smiled, his eyes full of gratitude, but he didn't show it. "You have to call me Big Brother now. The way some people screamed just now was really, wow, completely different from what you said at the beginning." Jason said jokingly. "Okay, Big Brother is Big Brother. Anyway, it was you who cured my leg." Yifan nodded heavily and said with a smile. Then, Jason continued to pick up the medicinal wine from the ground and rubbed it on Yifan's legs. But Yifan's eyes were fixed on the wine jar, and he licked his lips. Jason shook his head and said, "You can't drink this wine now. Wait until your leg is healed before drinking it. Otherwise, it will leave sequelae in the future." Yifan lowered his head in disappointment. Jason smiled mysteriously and said, "Don't worry. When you drink this wine again after it's healed, it will definitely give you an unexpected surprise." "What surprise?" Yifan looked at Jason and curled his lips, seeming to be unconcerned. But Jason kept his mouth shut and refused to say anything more. Soon, Jason helped Yifan prepare the medicinal wine and said softly, "You can stand up in 10 minutes. Jason tightly and said, "Are you telling the truth? Whether it's true or false, can't you feel it now?" Jason curled his lips and said slowly. Yifan supported himself on the bed with both hands, looking at his red but sensitive feet. An idea flashed through his mind, and his toes immediately moved slightly. "My feet, my toes moved," Yifan said in surprise. Now he was convinced of what Jason said. Just when Yifan wanted to tell Su Yanran about this surprise, Su Yanran's scream came from outside the door. Jason glanced at Yifan and said, "You take a rest first. I'll go out and take a look." Soon, Jason walked out of the room. At some point, A wretched man in a suit appeared in Yifan's yard. His face was covered with pimples, and there was a lewd smile on the corner of his mouth. At this moment, he was pulling Su Yinran's sleeve, wanting to pull Su Yinran over and hold her in his arms. Jason frowned immediately, and without saying a word, he rushed forward and punched the wretched man in the face. All of a sudden, the wretched man fell to the ground, and a fist mark appeared above his eye. Su Yinran also took the opportunity to escape and ran behind Jason. Jason looked at the middle-aged man in front of him with a bad face. He and Yifan were chatting so happily in a room just now that he didn't notice someone coming into the yard and trying to assault his sister-in-law. Jason viciously, "Who the hell are you? How dare you hit me?" The wretched man looked at Jason, slowly got up from the ground, and said viciously, "Who is this person?" Jason ignored the wretched man, turned around and looked at Su Yinran, and said lightly. There were still a few tears in the corners of Su Yinran's eyes. After listening to Jason's words, she seemed to have found her backbone. She said sadly, "This is Songdo, the boss of our factory. I wanted to treat Yifan's illness before, so I borrowed some money from him. He seemed to have heard today that I had paid back the money to my aunt's family, so he came to see me just now, but he started to make advances on me while talking." Jason frowned slightly after hearing this, and then looked at Song Dahu. Song Dahu covered his eyes, and when he saw that Jason ignored him, there was a hint of resentment in his eyes. Jason coldly, "Is this your new lover? She's not that great." Song Dahu glanced at Su Yinran and said sarcastically. Jason's eyes turned cold, and he rushed out suddenly. Song Dahu panicked and quickly shouted to the bodyguard around him, "Come on." After hearing this, several bodyguards around rushed towards Jason. "Be careful." Su Yinran looked at Jason and shouted worriedly. Looking at the bodyguards in front of him, Jason had a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. Jason threw a few light punches, and several strong men fell to the ground and fainted instantly. Chapter 53, Yu Fang's Provocation. Song Dahu looked at this scene in horror. These strong men were carefully selected by him, but they could not even last a single round in front of this young man. Seeing Jason walking towards him, Song Dahu's body trembled. He wanted to run away, but then his legs felt like they were filled with lead, and he couldn't move. "You, what do you want to do?" Song Dahu's voice trembled. He swallowed and looked at Jason with fear. Jason's eyes turned cold, and he slapped Song Dahu in the face. Bang! With a clear sound, Song Dahu was slapped to the ground by Jason. "Watch your mouth." Jason looked at Song Dahu coldly, then ignored him. Instead, he turned to look at the stunned Su Yinran and said, "How much do you owe this fat guy?" Su Yinran seemed to have not recovered yet, and said in a dull tone, 50,000. Jason nodded, looked at Song Dahu struggling on the ground, and took out a card from his pocket. "There are 50,000 in this card. Now your two families are even. If I find out that you dare to cause trouble for them again, I will break your legs next time." Jason's tone was very cold, and Song Dahu shrank his neck when he heard it. Okay, Song Dahu said tremblingly, not daring to look up at Jason at all. "Get out." Jason looked at Song Dahu coldly. After hearing Jason's words, Song Dahu felt as if he had been pardoned. He kicked a few of his men around him and ran out of the door in shame. "Are you okay?" Suddenly, a cold voice sounded in the ears of Jason and Su Yinran. The two turned their heads and found that Yifan was standing at the door of the room without them knowing when. Yifan moved his feet little by little, just like a baby learning to walk. It was very difficult, but with every step he took, the smile on his face became brighter. "Ah, you can stand up." Su Yinran's face was full of disbelief and surprise. She rushed forward and ran to Yifan's side. Yifan hugged Su Yinran gently and said with a smile, "You don't have to work so hard alone anymore." Listening to Yifan's words, Su Yinran's eyes became wet, and she hugged Yifan tightly in his arms. Jason stood in the distance, watching all this with a smile on his face. "Jason, after my leg heals, I plan to go out and find a job. You have just been released from prison. Are you interested in joining me?" At the dinner table, Yifan looked at Jason quietly and said. Su Yinran rolled her eyes at Yifan and said, "With such good medical skills, does he still need to go find a job with you?" Jason with a little embarrassment. Jason laughed and said, "Actually, I just got out of prison not long ago, and I don't have any substantial job yet." Then Jason thought about it, and a plan slowly took shape in his mind. "Fanzi, when you recover, come and do it with me if you're interested." Yifan listened to Jason's words, his eyes lit up, and he nodded. After dinner, Jason treated Yifan for a long time before slowly walking out of Yifan's house. Yifan's leg is now beginning to heal. It's no use for Jason to stay here. Now he is waiting for Yifan to come to him after he recovers in a month. Walking out of the village, Jason took out the IOU that Su Yanran had secretly clipped on the electric scooter, looked at it, suddenly laughed, and tore the IOU into pieces. Jason just returned to Shen's house and saw a strange man sitting in the living room. Anna, Chun Fei, and Yuli were also sitting in the room next to him. With neatly trimmed short hair and a pair of glasses on his slightly feminine face, he exudes a scholarly air. The man was dressed in designer clothes and had a warm smile on his face, but he kept looking around the house with a hint of disdain in his eyes. "Come, nephew, have a cup of tea." Yuli looked at the feminine man with a smile on her face and handed him a cup of tea. The feminine man took the tea, but his eyes kept looking at Anna, and he was chatting with Chun Fei next to him. "Dad, Mom, wife, I'm back," Jason said slowly, then casually looked at the young man in the room. "I guess this is your brother-in-law. He's such a handsome guy. 7 years ago, when I went abroad to study, I was amazed by Anna. I never thought she would marry you." The feminine man rubbed his wrist, inadvertently revealing the Rolex on it, and looked at Jason with a light look. Anna was delighted to see Jason coming back, but a hint of unnaturalness appeared on her face as she listened to Yufeng's words. When Yuli saw Jason, her eyes lit up with enthusiasm. She introduced him to him. "This is my distant nephew, Yufeng. He went abroad to study 7 years ago and just returned today. Jason was wearing a set of cheap goods today, and the whole thing cost less than 200 yuan. Yufeng's words undoubtedly meant that Jason was only worthy of this cheap set of goods. Yufeng's words were full of thorns, and Jason could hear it. He sneered and said, "So you're still a sea turtle?" "I was saying that after hearing the language we use here, I still don't understand what you're saying." Yufeng's expression suddenly stiffened, and he responded to Jason with a forced smile. Originally, Yufeng wanted to give Jason a warning, but he didn't expect that he would capsize in the gutter. "I have been abroad for the past 7 years, and all I've been thinking about is Anna. So when I came back today, I wanted to see Anna, but I didn't expect that Anna was married. Well, my brother-in-law is really powerful, but I don't know where he is working recently," Yufeng said to Jason indifferently. Yufeng then turned his gaze to Anna, looking at her graceful figure greedily, and swallowed unconsciously. Yuli, who was standing next to him, happened to see this scene, and a gleam in her eyes flickered slightly. Jason, who was wearing cheap clothes, and thought about the real estate certificate that had been signed in Anna's name, and his mind suddenly became active. "Ah, Jason hasn't had any job recently. Does my nephew want to introduce Tu to him?" Yuli smiled and said slowly. Hearing Yuli say this, Yufeng suddenly became delighted and said with a smile, "I recently submitted my resume to a company, and I think I'll get a manager position. If my brother-in-law really wants, I can arrange a job for you. But if you're not capable enough, I'm afraid you can only do some cleaning work." Yufeng spoke slowly, with a hint of pride unconsciously on his face, and looked at Anna. But seeing that Anna's expression remained unchanged, Yufeng felt a little disappointed. Chapter 54, Yufeng's Ridicule. "I don't have good appetite. I just like to live off gigolos. After I help Anna invest in a company, I can start living off gigolos officially." Jason shrugged and said casually. Hearing Jason's casual words, Yufeng suddenly laughed, his face full of sarcasm, and said, You're helping others set up a company, just relying on the clothes you have on you that are worth no more than 200 yuan. Yes, Jason, it's time for you to go out and find a job. It's not good to stay at home all the time." Yuli couldn't help but speak. Now she felt very uncomfortable seeing Jason staying at home every day. Jason shrugged helplessly, not really caring about what the two said. Jason's current assets have already exceeded hundreds of billions. Even if he just puts them in the bank to earn interest, the profit will be more than some ordinary people can earn in their entire lives. As for Yufeng, who just came back, Jason naturally had no interest in playing house with him. Anna watched Yufeng mocking Jason with a hint of disgust on her face. This is still her home, and an outsider is so arrogant, as if he is going to shit on their heads. Thinking of this, Anna's disgust towards Feng increased a lot. Jason, who was silent, and thought that he had hit upon his secrets. He sneered in his heart, thinking that this was a good opportunity to show off in front of Anna. Anna realized once and for all that Jason is nothing but trash. "You mentioned investment companies. Do you understand the operating procedures? Of course, the most important thing is, do you have the funds? For a young man in his 20s, if he doesn't even have a house and a car, his life is a complete failure." Yufeng continued to mock Jason. Yu Fong rummaged through his pockets and pulled out a BMW key. He exclaimed, "See? Even though I just returned to China and don't have a formal job yet, I can already afford a BMW. In the future, I can easily drive a Ferrari or a Lamborghini." "Yu Fong, what do you mean?" Anna's face turned a little ugly. This person actually took the initiative and taught her husband a lesson in her own home. "Anna, don't worry. I'm just trying to make him face the reality. In today's society, you can't get away with just a few words." Yu Fong looked at Anna affectionately, as if he was constantly thinking about Jason. Jason's expression didn't change at all, as if Yu Fong had no effect on him at all. "Speaking of the house, the company and I have already discussed it. When I get there, I will be allocated a house of 200 square meters in a luxurious area of Ningzhou City. Look at yourself now. How can you give in a good life? I don't want my cousin to follow a poor and powerless man and haggle over every kilogram of cabbage in the future." As Yu Fong spoke, he extended the topic to Anna. Yu Li, who was standing next to him, listened to what Yu Fong said with a strange look on her face. The villa in Anna's hand and the small house of 200 square meters were completely different. But now the person who was speaking was her distant nephew, so she shut her mouth and did not refute. Chun Fei looked at Yu Fong, who had been talking, and then looked at Yu Li, who had been silent. He was hesitant in his heart, not knowing whether he should remind Yu Fong. Jason gently closed his eyes and leaned his head on Anna's shoulder, as if taking a nap. It was obvious that he ignored what Yu Fong said. When Yu Fong saw this scene, he was furious. He didn't care whether Jason listened or not. Instead, he looked at Jason's head resting on Anna's shoulders, which made him feel a nameless fire in his heart. "Anna, you should work with me in the future. I will be the department manager when I come over. If you come to my company, I guarantee that you will be promoted quickly," Yu Fong said softly, holding the car keys in his hand. Yu Li's eyes lit up immediately, and she said, "Yes, Anna, Yu Fong is the department manager now. If you go there, it should be much better than your current company." When Chun Fei saw Yu Li speak, he also echoed her. "No, my current company is pretty good." Anna shook her head and refused directly. "Anna, don't be so quick to refuse. I checked out your company before I came here, and it's a rubbish company. You might as well work with me. I can guarantee you an annual salary of at least $200,000, and it will also be convenient for us to get close." Having said this, Yu Fong stared at Anna with a lewd smile on his face. Anna ignored Yu Fong. She was very impatient with him in her heart, but she was forced to put on a forced smile on her face. Jason looked at Yu Fong and knew what he was planning. "Don't tell my wife what to do. It's her decision where she wants to go," Jason said calmly. Yu Fong felt unhappy after hearing what Jason said. What qualifications do you have to say that? You, a son-in-law, are now staying at Anna's house. I really don't know how a person like you has the nerve to live on. If it were me, I would have jumped off the building long ago. Yu Fong originally had a big prejudice against Jason because he married Anna. Seeing that Jason actually refuted him, he immediately scolded him without mercy. "Jason, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but it's really not good for you to be like this. A grown man should at least go out and find a job." Yu Li also chimed in. Fei Chen also nodded. With the support of Yu Li and her husband, Yu Fong became even more unscrupulous. He said, "Look at yourself. Why are you worthy of Anna? You live like a parasite all day long. Anna is embarrassed to ask you to get out. Today I'm back. As Anna's distant cousin, I naturally have to take good care of her. I'm telling you, you can get out now." As Yu Fong spoke, he pointed at Jason in a domineering manner, his face full of disdain. Jason frowned. He was too disdainful to pay attention to him, but he was still pushing his luck and wanted to jump on his head. "The manager of Tang Pharmaceuticals is very powerful," Jason sneered and said disdainfully. "That's right. The Tang family is a wealthy family in Ningzhou City. The pharmaceutical company under their name, well, you, a country bumpkin, will never understand in your life. Even I had to spend a lot of effort to get a good friend there to take me in through the back door," Yu Fong said excitedly, a sense of pride emerging on his face. "Through the back door," Jason said thoughtfully. "You need to have the ability to use the back door. Someone like you is not even worthy of sweeping the floor at Tang's," Yu Fong said sarcastically. Chapter 55, Yu Fong, Seeking Death. This is the first time I've seen someone talk about taking the back door in such a high-sounding way. Wow, this really sets a new level. Jason looked at Yu Fong with a smile. Yu Fong said, disapprovingly, "If you could get into Tang Corporation through the back door and even get a manager position, I wouldn't say anything. I happen to know someone from the Tang family. Do you want me to ask for your opinion on whether your offer has come through? Jason sneered and looked at Yu Fong with disdain. Huh, with your appearance, you still know someone from Tang's group? You're bragging like that. Yu Fong listened to Jason's words and immediately covered his stomach and laughed nonstop. Yuli put her hands on her hips, glared at Jason, and said, Look at you, you stay at home all day, and now you are embarrassing yourself like this. Fortunately, Yu Fong is not an outsider. If you said this in front of others, our Chun family would be completely disgraced by you. Jason tugged at his sweatshirt, then took out his cell phone from his pocket with a nonchalant look on his face and called Tang Bowen. When Yu Fong saw Jason actually took out his phone seriously, he laughed even more happily. Oh, this is the first interesting thing I encountered after returning to China. Aunt, it doesn't matter if your son-in-law has no money, but don't find a fool. Yu Fong looked at Jason with sarcasm on his face. Yuli felt a little embarrassed and could only say awkwardly, It's all because of this brat. He's always been obsessed with our Anna. Hello, is this Bowen? The call was connected quickly, and Jason spoke casually into the phone. Haha, are you talking about Tang Bowen? This is really making me laugh. How could someone like you know someone like Tang Bowen and call him so intimately? TSK. Anna, you'd better quickly distance yourself from this idiot, otherwise he might get into trouble in the future and you'll suffer too. Yu Fong continued to say sarcastically. Anna, who had been silent beside her, frowned. Now, she was a little unsure about Jason and didn't know whether he was telling the truth or not. It's brother Jason. What's the matter? Do you have something to talk to me about today? Tang Bowen said with a smile on the other end of the phone. Jason's phone was a bit loud, and everyone in the room could hear it clearly. Oh, you actually found a Tang Bowen. Who the hell would believe you? Yu Fong continued to say sarcastically. Who is the person next to you? So irritable. Tang Bowen couldn't help but frown when he heard Yu Fong's words on the phone. Jason smiled and said, I came to you today to tell you that Tang's Pharmaceuticals recently hired a manager, didn't it? This is him. Ha. You two acted really alike. If the person you found is Tang Bowen, then I will be Tang Dinghua. Ha. Yu Fong continued to say sarcastically, looking at Jason with a teasing look on his face. There was a long silence on the line. After a while, Tang Bowen slowly spoke. I've only been in charge of the company for the past 2 days, so I'm not very familiar with these things. Who's that person next to you? Tell him not to come to our Tang Pharmaceutical Company anymore. Watching this scene, Yuli couldn't help but sneer. Jason, what are you pretending to be? Don't I know how powerful you are? Hang up the phone right now and stop embarrassing yourself here. As for Yu Fong, he had been sneering ever since Jason called until now. When he heard Tang Bowen say this, he snorted coldly, walked up to Jason, grabbed the phone, and answered it. Jason had already observed all this and did not stop it. Instead, he handed the phone over reluctantly. Okay, where did you come from, you poor bastard? Have you had enough of acting with Jason? How much does he pay you a day? Yu Fong said arrogantly into the phone. Tang Bowen seemed to have not yet reacted. With a hint of anger in his tone, he said, What did you say? Are you pretending? My cousin at Tang's Pharmaceuticals has never met Tang Bowen. I don't believe it today. How can a poor guy like Jason know Tang Bowen? If you're Tang Bowen today, I am Tang Dinghua. Yu Fong picked up the phone with one hand and played with the BMW key with the other hand, his face full of disdain. Tang Bowen on the other end of the phone immediately understood. What's your name? What's your cousin's name? Tang Bowen's tone was a little gloomy. He didn't expect that after not managing Tang Pharmaceutical for so long, the people under him would be in such a state. This gave Tang Bowen the idea of reforming the company. Yu Fong was certain that the person on the other end of the phone was a fake Tang Bowen. Then, looking at the sarcastic expressions of Yu Li and Chen Fei, as well as Anna's increasingly ugly face, he felt happy. It seems that his words have really alerted the Chen family. He must make Anna and Jason completely disappointed today. That way, he'll have a chance. Listen carefully, I will not change my name. My name is Yu Fong, and my cousin's name is Yu Liang. If you are really Tang Bowen from Tang Pharmaceuticals, fire me if you have the guts. Yu Fong looked fearless, which made the Chun family members around him completely believe that Jason was just pretending. For a moment, Anna's face turned much paler, but she didn't question Jason. She just sat there blankly, not knowing what she was thinking. Before Tang Bowen could say anything, Yu Fong immediately hung up the phone and threw the phone at Jason. All right, look at you. You insist on showing off in front of me. Don't you know how painful it is to get slapped in the face? Yu Fong put his hands behind his back, with a slight smile on the corners of his mouth, and the sarcasm on his face was self-evident. Okay, Jason, go mop the floor in the room now, and don't embarrass yourself here. Yuli pursed her lips, her face full of sarcasm, as if she had already noticed Jason's current expression. Anna sighed softly. She had thought Jason would be the same as before when he came back, but Jason seemed to have been tainted with some bad aura. Jason, don't say these things in the future. Weren't we all fine before? Don't be angry. Don't worry, I won't leave you just because of a few words from others. Anna snuggled up to Jason gently. She wanted to change Jason in her own way. Yu Fong, who was standing next to him, watched this scene with eyes that seemed to be spitting fire. Just when Yu Fong was about to explode, his phone suddenly rang. It was his cousin Yu Liang calling. Suddenly the anger on his face subsided, and he answered the phone with a smile on his face. Yu Fong, what the hell did you do? You got me fired. On the phone, Yu Liang was cursing at Yu Fong madly. Chapter 56, Impotent Rage. I waited so long for Chairman Tang Bowen to come and manage the company, just to perform well in front of him. The leaders above were originally planning to promote me. What the hell did you do? Why was I fired all of a sudden? Yu Liang roared. Listening to Yu Yang's words, Yu Fong began to panic. Now that Yu Liang has been fired, doesn't that mean he will have no support at Tang Pharmaceuticals in the future? Cousin, I haven't done anything. I just came back from overseas. What can I do? Yu Fong felt a little depressed when he thought about the fact that he would have no backing for his future work. But thinking that he should be fine, Yu Fong felt a little relieved. Yu Yang sneered and yelled, "You still say it wasn't you?" I quietly asked the higher-ups, and they said this notice was issued by Chairman Tang Bowen, and he specifically mentioned you. Insulting the chairman is really a good move. Now you're fired, and you've caused me to get fired too. I shouldn't have gotten involved in your affairs in the first place. Yu Liang was very angry, but Yu Fong caught a message from it. That is, he was also fired. Yu Fong suddenly became panicked. He originally thought that only Yu Liang was fired, but he didn't expect that he would be fired as well. But the more Yu Liang spoke, the more outrageous Yu Fong felt. He said in surprise, "When did I insult the chairman? This must be a misunderstanding." Yu Fong was talking. Then he widened his eyes and looked at Jason. He didn't hear the harsh words Yu Liang said later. He just stared at Jason. When Yu Li and the others heard the news, their faces were filled with shock. They really thought what Jason said at the beginning was a joke. Jason fiercely, "Asshole, why the hell didn't you tell me earlier that that was our chairman?" Yu Fong stood up and slammed his fist on the table. The table seemed to be unable to bear the weight and made a crackling sound. But Jason's eyes didn't change. He said with a sneer on his face, "Didn't you say you were Tang Dinghua? After all, I was just pretending. You're a sea turtle doctor, and I'm just a poor boy. How could I be worthy of your attention?" Hearing Jason's words, Yu Fong suddenly became furious. He grabbed the chair next to him and smashed it down on Jason's head. "Be careful." Anna's heart immediately jumped when she saw the chair falling towards Jason, and she quickly shouted to Jason. Yu Li, who was standing by, was stunned. She had never expected that Yu Fong would do such a thing. Jason sneered, looking at the chair that fell on his face, without a trace of panic in his eyes. Anna wanted to pounce on him anxiously, but Yu Fong's movements were too fast for her to react at all. Yu Li and Chun Fei turned their heads away timidly, as if they didn't dare to look at the blood-splattering scene below. Jason slowly stretched out 2 fingers and gently clamped the chair leg when the chair was 2 centimeters away from his face. No matter how hard Fong pushed, the chair didn't shake at all. Jason's chest hard. Jason didn't even blink. He picked up the chair with 2 fingers and gently threw it at Yu Fong. Bang! With a clear sound, Yu Fong's leg failed to kick Jason, but was hit by the chair in Jason's hand, and the whole person flew backwards. Yu Fong's body slammed heavily to the ground, and the originally sturdy chair broke into pieces. At this time, Yu Li and her husband slowly opened their eyes and looked at the scene in front of them in surprise. They did not see Jason bleeding, but instead saw Yu Fong lying on the ground, his body bent, and coughing continuously. Yu Li was startled. If something happened to Yu Fong in her house, her relative would probably come back and kill him that same day. Yu Li stepped forward quickly, trying to help Yu Fong up. "Get out!" Yu Fong was now filled with anger. Looking at Yu Li, who was supporting him, he pushed Yu Li to the ground. "Mom!" Anna saw Yu Li falling to the ground and quickly walked over to help her up. Yu Li stood up, and her eyes changed instantly when she looked at Yu Fong. She didn't expect that despite her kindness, Yu Fong would treat her like this. "Yu Fong, what are you doing?" Yu Li yelled like a shrew. Yu Fong snorted coldly, slowly got up from the ground, and looked at Jason and Yu Li and others angrily. Your family is no good. Especially you, Jason. Just wait for me. Yu Fong clenched his fists, his eyes full of hatred. Just impotent rage. Jason sat quietly, looking at Yu Fong indifferently. Yu Fong felt a sinking feeling in his heart as he listened to Jason's words. Now Yu Fong felt that he had lost face so much that he couldn't lose it anymore. He originally wanted to continue to fight Jason, but when he thought of what Jason had done just now, he loosened his clenched hands. Yu Fong, get out of here right now. This is our home. Anna was furious. She pointed at the door and looked at Yu Fong with a cold face. Anna, you little bitch, why are you so arrogant? Sooner or later, I will. Before Yu Fong could finish her words, Jason grabbed her clothes and threw her down from the second floor. Suddenly, there was a pig-slaughtering scream from downstairs. Anna was shocked. She didn't expect Jason to be so fierce. She wanted to go over and take a look, but was pulled back by Jason. You won't die, Jason said softly. After listening to Jason's words, Anna's panicked heart finally calmed down. Jason said there was no problem, so she didn't have too many doubts. If I don't avenge this, I'm not surnamed you. Yu Fong's resentful voice rang out downstairs, but it disappeared very quickly. He seemed to be afraid that Jason would come down to teach him a lesson, so he ran away in disgrace. Yuli had stood up at this time, but her impression of Fong had reached the bottom. How can he be a manager? I learned a good lesson today. Humph, Yuli said angrily while rubbing her sore, but then Yuli looked at Jason and thought of the scene where he had just taught Yu Fong a lesson. Unconsciously, her eyes softened as she looked at Jason. My dear son-in-law, it was my fault just now. I shouldn't have said that to you. Yuli actually apologized to Jason for the first time. In a Chun family manner, Chun Gurue was walking around anxiously. Although their Chun pharmaceutical company was on the verge of bankruptcy, it was still able to hold on for a while. But ever since he was knocked unconscious that day and had an unspeakable relationship with Sam after sleeping with him, some of the original partners of their Chun pharmaceutical company have canceled their cooperation with them. Chapter 57, Chun Gurue and Sam. The medicinal materials are not available for purchase, and the prepared medicines cannot be sold. Moreover, Chin's pharmaceutical company was already on the verge of bankruptcy. After all this trouble, if they did not have strong support, I am afraid that Chin's pharmaceutical company would not last more than 3 days. Dad, why are some of our former friendly partners now targeting us? Suddenly, the door of the room was opened, and Chun Peng and Chun Wan strode in, their faces full of anxiety. Chun Gui looked at the two of them and sighed silently in his heart. He also investigated this matter, and all signs indicated that it was done by the Shui family. Most of them are Sam's work, Chun Gui thought silently. After all, he had failed to do his job that day and had himself put at risk. If he had not been a little concerned about his identity as the head of the Chun family, Sam would probably have wanted to kill him directly. Thinking about what happened that day, Chun Grue still felt a dull pain in his buttocks, and his old face turned red for no apparent reason. Don't let him find out who did this, otherwise I will definitely skin that person alive and make him wish he were dead. Chun Grue was filled with anger, but he couldn't tell this to his 2 children. Oh, I don't know either. I'm afraid this is God's will. Chun Gurue's eyes were almost narrowed together, and his face was full of sorrow. Chun Peng and Chun Wan lowered their heads silently. Dad, if Chun Pharmaceutical Company goes bankrupt, what will we eat and live in? In the brand name bags I bought before. Chun Wan said with a slightly dissatisfied tone. Bah! Chun Peng looked at Chun Wan with anger on his face, and without saying a word, he slapped her in the face. Chun Peng, why are you hitting me? Chun Wan covered her face with one hand, looked at Chun Peng with resentment, and with her other hand picked up her bag and hit Chun Peng on the head. But Chun Peng grabbed her and threw her brand name bag to the ground far away. It's already this late, and you're still thinking about Bao. Is your brain full of shit? Chun Peng said angrily. But Chun Wan acted as if she hadn't heard anything. With a pang of heartache, she said, just because something big happened, you can slap me in the face? And you threw my bag worth hundreds of thousands of yuan on the ground. The two immediately started arguing. Chun Grue had a hint of impatience on his face and shouted, All right, I called you two here to discuss the future of our Chun Pharmaceutical Company, not to have you two quarrel here. After Chun Grue said this, the two of them shut up. Dad, why don't you call Chun Fei over? Chun Peng looked at Chun Grue and saw that he only called the two of them, and said in a low voice. Hearing this, Chun Guru snorted coldly. What's the use of that loser Chun Fei? He's always so timid. Last time I asked him to invest, he ended up owing me hundreds of thousands. From now on, I'm going to remove him from the Chun family's assets. Chun Guru snorted coldly, his face full of coldness. After listening to Chun Guru's words, Chun Wan and Chun Peng's eyes suddenly lit up. It seemed that now they had one less competitor. Okay, tell me what you think. Chun Guru seemed to have calmed down a little. He sat in the main seat and slowly spoke to the two people below. Chun Peng and Chun Wan frowned. How could they know what to do? Just as they were racking their brains, suddenly, a servant knocked on the door and said anxiously, Master, someone from the Shui family is here. When Chun Guru heard this, his eyes flashed. Someone from the Shui family actually came to him on their own initiative. Maybe Chun Pharmaceutical Company can be saved. Who is it from the Shui family? Chun Guru asked. Sam and Shui Sheng, the head of the Shui family. The servant continued to answer. Chun Guru nodded, stood up hurriedly, and said with caution in his heart, Hurry, follow me to greet him. Soon, the three of them ran out in a hurry. Master Shui, young Master Shui, you're such rare guests. I didn't expect you to come. You really make our humble home proud. Chun Guru spotted Sam and Shui Sheng from afar and hurried to greet them. Shui Sheng glanced at the humble Chun Guru and nodded with satisfaction. Sam glanced at Chun Guru and remembered the old face he saw that morning. Thinking about how excited he was with the old man that night, he almost vomited the food he had eaten in the morning. Can you fucking cover your face? Sam got angry when he saw Chun Guru and kicked him hard. Then Sam stood there retching. Chun Guru was kicked over by Sam and fell to the ground. He knew what Sam wanted to express. In fact, he also wanted to vomit when he saw Sam, but he forced himself to hold it back and forced a smile on his face. Wonder, what are you doing? Is this how you deal with people? Shui Sheng said, pretending to be angry, but his tone was very calm. Chun Guru quickly took off his clothes and covered his head, then said in a muffled voice, This has nothing to do with Master Shui. It's because I'm too ugly that makes Master Shui feel sick. Now that I've covered my head, do you think I'm feeling better? Sam heard this and turned his head. Sure enough, without seeing Chun Guru's disgusting face, Sam felt much less disgusted. You're smart. Sam snorted coldly. Shui Sheng watched all this and didn't find any problems. He was just silently happy for Chun Guru's attitude. As long as Master Shui is happy, I, an old man, can cover my face every day when I go out, or I can get plastic surgery. Chun Guru covered his head with his clothes, leaving only his eyes exposed. He looked as funny as he could be. Chun Wan and Chun Peng behind Chun Guru bit their lips tightly to prevent themselves from laughing. After a while, several people came into the room. Chun Guru ordered his servants to make tea for the two people from the Shui family, and then he sat down happily. Mr. Shui, I wonder what instructions you have for coming here this time? Chun Peng spoke first, looking at Shui Sheng with an apologetic smile on his face. Chun Guru was in an inconvenient state to speak at this time. He considered himself the heir of the Chun family, so of course he had to stand up at this time. It's not really an instruction. We are just here to resolve the crisis of your Chun family. Shui Sheng shook his head, a fox-like smile on his face. Really? Chun Peng and Chun Wan's faces were full of surprise. However, Chun Guru, who covered his head with his clothes, knew that the Shui family was the culprit behind all this. Of course, otherwise why do you think we came here today? Sam couldn't see Chun Guru's old face at this time, and his heart was relieved a lot. He spoke calmly to Chun Peng and others. Chapter 58, The Shui family forces Chun Peng to seize power. Originally, he planned to directly destroy the Chun family and the Niu family. But Niuli seemed to have been prepared for this. The Niu family's property was suddenly scattered throughout Ningzhou City, making it difficult for him to deal with it for the time being. When Sam was about to transfer his anger to the Chun family, he was stopped by Shui Sheng. The purpose was nothing else but the soup in Jason's hand, which was more powerful than the Miaobu soup. If the Shui family had this thing, it wouldn't be long before they would catch up with the Tang family or the Zhu family, a wealthy family. It wouldn't even be impossible for them to break out of Ningzhou City in one go. Sam also agreed. As long as his family could become stronger, it didn't matter if he suffered a little grievance. At worst, he would get the formula and then destroy the Qin family. Chun Peng sat quietly by the side, but now he was certain in his heart that the Shui family was here to help them. First of all, as for the 30 million yuan investment we mentioned earlier, our Shui family will still invest the same amount, and we don't want any shares of Chen's. Secondly, we in the Shui family will help you find the suppliers and buyers that you lack, and we will even provide you with the talents that you lack. I guarantee that your Chun family will be reborn within a week, and maybe even become one of the wealthy families in Ningzhou City. At this time, Shui Sheng spoke, his expression calm, as if he was talking about something very normal. But Sam's words sounded like thunder to the three members of the Chun family, buzzing in their ears. The conditions offered by the Shui family were undoubtedly pie in the sky. With the power of the Shui family, it would be a simple matter to help them enter the wealthy family. Chen Wan's eyes widened, and she nodded repeatedly, as if she couldn't wait to agree to it. Chen Peng didn't say anything, but turned his gaze to his father, Chen Guorui. I wonder what the Shui family wants us to do. I'm afraid Anna won't be able to marry you. You know, the last time we went to the Civil Affairs Bureau, the top leader of Ningzhou City came specially. Shui Guorui said slowly, and the first thing he did was to dispel Sam's fantasy about Anna. Sam heard Anna's name, and his heart twitched. The one who was in bed that night should have been Anna. It must have been that bitch Niu Li who was causing trouble. He even drugged himself at first. Sam thought about it. His knuckles clenched together, and his eyes were filled with hatred. But Shueshing didn't notice all this. He turned to look at Chen Guorui and sneered. We only have two conditions. The first is that you step down and give up the position of chairman of the group. Shueshing slowly extended his index finger with a grim expression. What? This is impossible. Chen Guorui listened to Shuesheng's words and was ready to refuse without thinking. Chen Peng and Chen Wan standing next to them had a glimmer in their eyes and looked expectant. If Chen Guorui steps down, won't the position of chairman be theirs? You have to think carefully. Chun Pharmaceutical Company is a company that is going to go bankrupt. Shui Sheng said disdainfully, with a look of confidence on his face. Yes, Dad, you have to think about this matter carefully. Chun Pharmaceutical Company is the hard work of you and our ancestors. If it collapses like this, I'm afraid it will be a shame to our ancestors. Chen Peng rolled his eyes and said quietly. Normally, Chen Peng didn't dare to have any thoughts about the position of chairman. That was because Chen Guorui held the power too tightly. Even though he was Chen Guorui's son, he had no position in the group. It can be said that Chun Pharmaceutical Company is a one-man show led by Chen Guorui. But the situation is different now. With the Shui family holding up the pressure, if Chen Gui doesn't want Chun Pharmaceutical to go bankrupt, he will probably give up the position of chairman. Chen Guorui had a look of hesitation on his face. He had been greedy for money and power all his life. It was obvious that he couldn't give it up just like that. Yes, Dad, if Chen's company goes bankrupt, it will be useless for you to be the chairman. It will be better for you to give the position to us. Who knows, you might even be able to see Chen's pharmaceutical company soar to new heights. Chen Wan also advised. Shut up. Chen Guorui yelled at Chen Wan, the veins on his neck exposed, and it was obvious that he was extremely angry at this moment. Chen Wan and Chen Peng sat there in a daze, looking at Chen Guorui in silence, not daring to say a word. This was the first time they saw Chen Guorui so angry. The current situation of the Chun family was all caused by the Shui family. Forcing me to abdicate now is obviously a wolfish ambition. But if he did not abdicate today, without the support of the Shui family, the Chen family would probably go bankrupt within 3 days. Chen Gui stared at the Shui family father and son with his eyes wide open. Seeing how confident they were of winning, he couldn't help but clench his fists. Sam sneered, with a hint of resentment in his eyes. It was this old guy who made him feel insulted both physically and mentally. What do you think? Master Chun, have you thought about it? I don't have that much time to wait with you. Shuesheng sat on his seat, took out a cigarette, and smoked it quietly. Shrouded in smoke, his expression was filled with confidence. Dad, if you don't agree, we will have no chance. Chen Peng was a little anxious at this time and said hurriedly, Yes, Dad, even if you give up the position of chairman, the Chen family is still yours, and you can still accuse us remotely. Chen Wan said softly, as if trying to reassure Chen Guorui. After a while, Chen Gui finally let out a breath, as if relieved, and said slowly, Okay, today, I will give the position of chairman of the group to Chen Peng. Are you satisfied? After Chen Guorui said this, His body suddenly became hunched, as if he had aged several years. Really? Dad, don't worry. I will definitely make Shin Pharmaceutical Company flourish. After hearing this appointment, Chun Peng couldn't help but feel happy. His expression became elated, and he felt that everything he saw was pleasing to the eye. Then, looking at the Shui father and son, Chun Peng gave them a grateful look. If it weren't for the Shui father and son, he might have to wait until Chun Grue died of old age. I'm afraid we'll have to wait many years. Shuesheng looked at Chin Peng with gratitude in his eyes and nodded with satisfaction. Chin Wan, on the other hand, curled her lips in dissatisfaction. She thought she still had a chance, but Chun Grue seemed to have never considered her at all. For a moment, Chun Wan's eyes were filled with resentment. However, things have come to this, and she can do nothing about it. After all, Sam and the others are still here witnessing it. Chun Grue looked at the excited Chun Peng indifferently, leaned back on the chair behind him, and sighed deeply. Chapter 59, Magie. I wonder what Mr. Shue's second condition is. Chun Peng straightened his suit, stood up straight, and his tone of voice gradually became serious, as if he had already put himself in the position of chairman of Chun Pharmaceutical Company. Shuesheng looked at the slightly presumptuous Chun Peng with no expression on his face. The second condition is that Jason hand over the secret recipe of the decoction. Secret recipe? What secret recipe? Before Chin Peng could say anything, Chen Wan spoke up, her face full of anger. Speaking of Jason, Chen Wan believed Jason's words last time and took her son to Lewis kindergarten, but was kicked out by the security guard as soon as she arrived at the door. There were many people around at the time, and she was laughed at by them for a long time. She almost lost all her face, and in the end she had to leave Lewis kindergarten with her son in shame. Sam then turned his gaze to Chun Peng, only to see confusion on his face. I understood in my heart that it seemed that the Chun family didn't know about this matter yet. At the same time, he was secretly happy in his heart. It was a good thing that the Chun family didn't know about this medicine. Otherwise, if the Chun family got the formula, they might not need their Shui family anymore. Just ask Jason for it. It's the medicine he made when I met him at the pharmacy last time. If we get it, we will help your Chun family. If we don't get it, I think it would be better for Chun Guorue to be the chairman of the Chun family. Shuesheng spoke slowly, and then seemed to wake Chin Peng up and said softly. Upon hearing Shuesheng's words, Chun Guorue and Chun Peng's expressions changed. Chin Peng didn't think about anything else. He was just afraid of losing his position as chairman. He had just obtained the position of chairman, and if he gave it back all of a sudden, it would be better to kill him. So no matter what, he has to keep his position as chairman. Chin Guorue heard a faint threat from Shuesheng. If he and others did not get the formula, the Shui family might not help them. Don't worry, Mr. Shui. I will do this myself and try to give you the formula as soon as possible. Chun Peng patted his chest with a serious look on his face. Chun Grue straightened his body slightly. For the Chun family, something still had to be done. Chen Wan sat there silently, expressionless, her eyes moving around, not knowing what she was thinking. Boy, Brother Ma is looking for you. On the street, Jason was suddenly stopped by two burly men in black clothes and sunglasses. One of them took out an electric baton and pointed it at him, as if the two men would use force if he did not agree. Jason had just brought Lucy home and originally wanted to go out for a walk, but he was stopped by these two people. Who is Brother Ma? Jason narrowed his eyes, without any fear on his face. He was confident that he could knock down both men before the burly man in black pressed the button on the electric baton. I just don't want to do it now. Jason fiercely. Jason listened to the two strong men, spread his hands helplessly, sighed, and said, Okay, then I'll go with you. The two strong men nodded in satisfaction after hearing what Jason said, and their initial vigilance relaxed a little. However, let me keep this electric baton. Jason took advantage of the two men's unpreparedness and snatched the electric baton from a strong man. He turned it around and pointed it at the strong man's chest. Seeing that the situation was not good, the other strong man was also ready to point the electric baton in his hand at Jason. But Jason was faster than him. He quickly changed the direction of the electric baton in his hand and pressed it against the hand of another strong man. Jason pressed the button without hesitation. Zizi, the other strong man, twitched his body and suddenly loosened his hand. The electric baton fell down and was caught by Jason. Was initially subdued by Jason, seemed to see an opportunity, and was about to punch, but Jason's electric baton had already hit his hand. Zizi, With the sound of electric current, the strong man at the beginning took a few steps back and loosened his fists. It took a long time for the two strong men to recover. They looked at the electric batons on their chests, and their hearts sank to the bottom. "Who is Brother Ma?" Jason said boredly. One hand seemed to be trying to press the button of the electric baton. The burly man, who was initially shocked, shuddered and quickly said, "Brother Ma is our boss. He opened a bar and several casinos in Ningzhou City." We all followed him. The other strong man seemed a little dissatisfied with his companion, speaking so fast. But when he looked at Jason, his electric baton, the words in his mouth were stuck. "Then what does he want from me?" Jason narrowed his eyes and spoke slowly. "We don't know." The two strong men shook their heads, indicating that they didn't know. Jason narrowed his eyes at the sight, looking at the stun gun in his hand, his thumbs seemingly ready to press the button. The two strong men's faces turned pale with fright, but they still shook their heads frantically. Jason was sure they didn't know. He immediately said, "Then take me to meet the legendary Brother Ma." TSK, the Gray Force, this is my first time seeing it." Jason muttered to himself, with a hint of interest on his face. Seeing this, the two strong men were delighted, looked at each other, stood in front of Jason, and began to lead the way. Jason also put down the electric baton in his hand and followed behind board. A burly man glanced back at him, confirming that Jason was following them, and had no intention of continuing to attack, choosing instead to lead the way. If Jason just followed them. Soon, the two of them took Jason through many twists and turns and arrived at a club. Two strong men of similar appearance to them were standing at the entrance of the club. They seemed to know each other. Then the two guards glanced at Jason and looked at the electric baton in his hand warily. "It's okay, take us in," said a strong man captured by Jason. The guard hesitated for a moment and seemed to think of the strict security inside. He no longer hesitated and let the three people in. Soon, several people walked into the club. Unlike what Jason had imagined, this club seemed particularly deserted. There was not a single customer, only dozens of strong men patrolling constantly. Nearby, in the lobby, there were 2 rows of sofas. A bald strong man was smoking a cigar in his mouth. On either side sat a graceful woman who was leaning tightly against him, and his hands were constantly wandering on the 2 women. From time to time, a soft moan could be heard from the 2 women. Jun, whom Jason had met before, was sitting there shivering in fear. "Have you brought people?" Chapter 60, shocking everyone. The bald strong man pulled one hand away from a woman, picked up the cigar, and took a deep puff. There was something unnatural on the faces of the 2 strong men, and they looked at the boss in front of them with fear. "We've brought the people, but..." One of the strong men said hesitantly. Sizzle, sizzle. 2 electric shock sounds were heard, and the 2 strong men rolled their eyes and fainted on the ground. Seeing his 2 men fall to the ground, Ma-gun narrowed his eyes and looked at Jason, whose figure was exposed with a hint of dangerous aura. Zhang Junjun's foot is still in a cast, and there are 2 crutches beside him. Seeing Jason at this time, I felt uneasy. He still remembered how cruel Jason had been to him last time, and now seeing Jason again, the fear he felt last time resurfaced. "Are you Brother Ma?" Jason looked at Brother Ma, smiled, threw the electric baton in his hand casually on the ground, and sat down opposite Brother Ma. Maga didn't say anything, his eyes still fixed on Jason, and even stopped caressing the woman beside him. Jason picked up the cigar and lighter on the table. With his feet on the table and a cigar in his mouth, he picked up the lighter and lit it. He took a light puff and blew a smoke ring towards Zhang Junjun's face. Zhang Junjun shuddered with fright. Not bad cigar. From beginning to end, Jason's eyes were very dull, as if the Ma-gu in front of him was just a piece of air. The men around Ma-gu came over one by one, weapons in their hands, looking at Jason with vigilance. Jason glanced at the dozens of strong men around him, sneered, shook the ash of his cigar, and there was no fear on his face. Zhang Junjun looked at this scene, swallowed, and then glanced at Ma-gu lightly. I saw that Ma-ji's face was a little ashen, but then it seemed to slowly relax, and he sneered. "Not everyone can smoke my cigars," Ma-gu said slowly, with a hint of coldness in his eyes. Jason also laughed and said, "I don't smoke just anyone's cigars." The atmosphere seemed to freeze all of a sudden, and the thugs around took several steps forward, as if as long as Ma-gu gave the order, they would take the machetes in their hands and chop Jason into pieces. "You are really a newborn calf who is not afraid of tigers." I still remember that the last person who was so arrogant to me was beaten into the pillar by me, and you were the second one. Ma Ji's eyes were cold, and one hand was pinching the delicate leg of the woman beside him. The charming woman felt a pang of pain. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she clenched her teeth tightly, but dared not make a sound. Jason twisted his neck, looked at Ma Gu, and said, "You asked someone to come here just to avenge this loser?" You. Zhang Junjun listened to Jason's insults and wanted to speak out in retort, but when he saw the strong men around him looking at him, he shut his mouth obediently. My brother Ma is a man of his word. Even though he is a loser, he has helped me before, so I must help him this time. Brother Ma seemed to be oblivious to Jason's arrogant attitude and spoke with familiarity. Zhang Junjun was originally a little nervous, but when he heard what Ma Gu said, he was overjoyed. Although he brought dozens of people to teach Jason a lesson last time, those people were all good-for-nothings and ran away in the end. But Ma Ji's men are all elite, so it is easy for them to teach Jason a lesson. Aren't you afraid of getting into trouble? Jason seemed to feel that the cigar in his hand was not easy to smoke. He frowned slightly and threw it aside casually. Haha, Hayu, you are a nobody in Ningzhou City, and I have been looking for you for a week. What qualifications do you have? Brother Ma sneered and suddenly took his hand away from the leg of the woman next to him. The woman's legs were covered in black, obviously having been ravaged beyond recognition. Now that the person is here, tell me, how do you want to teach him a lesson? This is the last time I will help you. Brother Ma fixed his gaze on Zhang Junjun and said lightly. Zhang Junjun was delighted, looked at Jason with resentment, and said, break his limbs and make him sit in a wheelchair and be a useless person in his next life. Listening to Zhang Junjun's words, Brother Ma was not surprised at all, as if all this was normal. Soon Ma Gu waved his hand. Several strong men around rushed towards Jason, each holding a machete in their hands and with a bloodthirsty gleam in their eyes. It was obvious that they had committed a lot of murders and arson in the past. Jason's expression remained unchanged. He took his feet off the glass table, stood up, picked up the glass table, and threw it at the strong men rushing towards him. Bang! Several strong men were not spared. They were hit by the glass table and flew backwards, spitting blood. The glass table also turned into fragments, flying around. One piece after another, either hit the ground and broke into pieces or pierced into the bodies of the strong men around them. The strong men who were splashed with the fragments all groaned. The scene became quiet, leaving only the sound of broken glass on the ground and the groans of several injured men. Ma Gu frowned, with a hint of surprise in his eyes, as if he didn't expect Jason to be so difficult. Several strong men around rushed up again, but Jason snorted coldly, picked up Zhang Junjun's crutch, and stopped a few centimeters in front of Ma Gu. The strong men who originally wanted to rush forward stopped and stared at this place coldly with weapons in their hands. Ma Gu seemed to be a little surprised. How do you want to teach me a lesson? Jason looked at Ma Gu with a smile and knocked Ma Ji's head with his crutch, making a thudding sound. Everyone around was watching this scene in shock. Brother Ma had been rampant in the underground forces of Ningzhou City for so many years, but he had never been treated like this. Zhang Junjun also swallowed unconsciously. Good boy, I underestimated you. There was a hint of anger in Ma Ji's eyes, but then he calmed down, staring at Jason without looking away, and showed an interested expression for the first time. Jason had a sneer on his face. This Brother Ma was really bold. Did he really think he could do whatever he wanted in his own territory? Ma Gu continued, how about following me? Be my right-hand man, and I promise to let you run rampant throughout Ningzhou City, and you can do whatever you want with this piece of trash. Hearing what Ma Gu said, Zhang Junjun became anxious and looked at Ma Gu. Brother Ma, you can't do this. I saved you when you were down and out. Zhang Junjun was very flustered. She didn't expect to push him away so quickly. Brother Ma just glanced at Zhang Junjun lightly with a look of disdain on his face. What leverage do you think you have to talk to me now? Chapter 61, Display of Divine Power. Jason laughed lightly, his face full of sneer. Jason quietly, do you think these dozens of your useless men can kill me? Or do you think you have some trump card that can make me submit to you? As for that loser, I no longer have any interest in him. I can control him if I want. To me, there is not much difference between you and him. Jason sneered and said slowly. Ma Ji's face turned pale. Zhang Junjun's crutch is made of special iron. Now, as long as Jason wants, his head will be split open at any time, and his men probably won't even have time to save him. I guarantee that if I don't ask you, you will never leave here tonight. This place will be your grave. Marco snorted coldly, and he didn't seem to be afraid of the crutch in Jason's hand. Jason sneered, shook his hand slightly, and the iron cane hit Ma Ji's face with a loud bang. Magu tilted his head and felt an extreme pain on the right side of his face. All of a sudden, Magu spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with 3 teeth. Ma Ji's eyes turned cold, and the moment he lowered his head, he grabbed the woman next to him and used her to shield himself. Ah! The charming woman screamed, her entire chest pressed on Ma Ji's head. Feeling the crutches on her body, her face turned pale. I thought you wouldn't hide. Jason sneered, not surprised at all, and slowly put the crutch back in his hand. Zhang Junjun, who was originally pale, looked at this scene with ecstasy. He believed that as long as Magu escaped, Jason would be the one to suffer. Sure enough, when dozens of strong men saw that Magu had escaped, they rushed forward, waving their machetes continuously. Jason glanced at Brother Ma, who was like a turtle hiding in his shell, and sneered. This Brother Ma looked very tough, but it turned out that he was just a softy. Then he turned around, picked up the cane in his hand, and swung it vigorously. Several strong men who were close to Jason were hit by the crutch. There was a sound of broken bones in their bodies, and they lay on the ground wailing. Someone threw a dagger at Jason, his head quickly and sharply. Jason's eyes flashed, and his hand suddenly reached out, grabbed the dagger, and threw it back in the direction it had just been thrown. Ah! A scream was heard, and the short knife just now pierced straight into the shoulder blade of a strong man. For a moment, blood kept flowing, and the whole man completely lost his fighting ability. Kill him for me. Magu took advantage of Jason's fight to escape. At this time, he was standing far away and giving orders to his men. Zhang Junjun, who was still lying on the sofa, had no way to walk because he had no crutches, so he had to lie on the sofa, his body shaking constantly for fear of being accidentally injured. The strong men around him kept rushing forward, but they were all knocked to the ground by Jason. Gradually, the strong men formed a circle around Jason, and each of them was wailing in pain. The thugs outside could not rush in unless they rushed in. If they stepped in, they would step on their own people, so they had to watch from outside. A bunch of trash. Jason snorted coldly and rubbed his arms. He had just finished warming up. After listening to Jason's words, the group of strong men around him woke up, seeing their own people lying all over the ground, and they didn't even touch the corner of Jason's clothes. They couldn't help but tremble. They were also very brave, but it was impossible not to feel fear in the face of such a hopeless opponent. In the distance, Magu stared at the scene blankly, seeming to be frightened. It was only now that he understood what kind of person he had offended. Zhang Junjun was already frightened out of his wits. He curled up into a ball, his face completely pale, and he was muttering something. Jason's face was full of disdain as he slowly walked out. With every step he took, the burly man in front of him would take a step back. It was obvious that he was terrified to the extreme. Magu is also scared now. My dear brother, I failed to recognize your great talent today. I, Mabiao, would like to apologize to you. I hope you can let us go. Brother Ma knew that it was useless to hide at this time. He used to believe that as long as there is life, there will be no shortage of firewood, but facing an opponent like Jason who could fight dozens of people alone was really too despairing. At the moment, he didn't dare to play any tricks. He slowly walked in front of Jason and said tremblingly. Jason sneered and said with a smile, "Didn't you just ask Zhang Junjun how to deal with me? Now I'm in front of you, you decide." Ma Ji's face trembled, his eyes were full of fear, and soon, he seemed to have made up his mind. He immediately knelt in front of Jason and whispered, "Brother, I'm sorry. I was blind. I will accept any compensation you ask for today. I just hope you can let us go." Jason then laughed, walked to the side, picked up a cigar on the ground, and put it in his mouth. Seeing this, Magu panicked and quickly took out a lighter from his pocket and lit it for Jason with a wry smile. Jason took a deep breath and then slowly said, "No need for compensation. It just so happens that you helped me loosen up my muscles today. But I have always had a principle, which is that I will treat others the way they want to treat me." After saying that, Jason looked at Magu in front of him with a hint of fierceness in his eyes. Magu took a deep breath, nodded, and a fierce look appeared in his eyes. He picked up a knife from the ground and, without thinking, put his finger on it. The knife fell with a loud swoop. Magu endured the pain, threw the knife aside with his right hand, and stretched out his left hand, which was trembling constantly. When everyone looked over, they saw Ma Gu cutting off 3 of his fingers, with blood constantly flowing out of them. Brotherly, Ma Biao, am sorry for what happened today. I hope you can let me go this time. Brother Ma spoke word by word, seeming to be struggling. You'd better take care of yourself. Seeing this, Jason didn't intend to pursue the matter further. He shook his head and slowly walked out. Others wanted to cripple him, but he was already very merciful by only cutting off 3 of his fingers. Watching Jason leave, Ma Ji's men rushed up one after another. Hold my finger, take me to the hospital, and deal with that piece of trash for me. Brother Ma said sternly, and then glared at Zhang Junjun fiercely. Jason, I'm going to work. Remember to pick up Lucy and take her home this afternoon. Outside the Chin family's house, Anna held Lucy's hand and said to Jason. Chapter 62, Ma Guangtao and Xing Li Wen. Jason was tying Lucy's shoelaces at the moment. After hearing what Anna said, he nodded immediately. Our company will be moving tomorrow, so might not be on the same route as Lucy. I'll have to trouble you to take Lucy to school in the morning. Anna said to Jason with a smile. Anna works as an administrative specialist in a local small business. Her work is usually very busy and tiring, but the salary is pretty good. When Lucy Lee went from Blue Sky Kindergarten to Lewis Kindergarten, Anna was happy for a while, thinking that Lucy's school was finally on the same way as her workplace. But the good times didn't last long. Their company was moving to the westernmost part of Ningzhou City in the next few days. Naturally, she had no way to pick up Lucy from school. Besides, there was no car at home. Every time she went to work, she had to walk for more than half an hour and then take the bus for more than half an hour. Jason looked at Anna distressfully and said, Why don't you just not go to that company? It's exhausting all day, and now that the location has moved, it will be very troublesome for you to go to and from work in the future. Anna shook her head and said with a smile, No, actually, I quite like this kind of busy work right now. It makes me feel more fulfilled every day. Besides, it's not so easy to change jobs. I spent a long time looking for this job before, and now you change it so easily. I thought you were going to work for your company. If I started a company, you would definitely be the chairman. Jason looked at Anna with a smile. Anna immediately rolled her eyes at Jason and said, Then why don't you set up a company and show me? After saying that, he ignored Jason, gently hugged Lucy, and walked outside. Jason stood at the door, looking at Anna and her daughter thoughtfully. It seems that setting up a company is not impossible. Jason muttered to himself. Now he has so much wealth in his hands that he can't even count it. Setting up a company is just child's play. But this matter is rather complicated. I still need to find a professional to set up the company. Jason continued, seeming to have made up his mind. But now he has not found any talent in this area. Tang Bowen is a good person, but he has to run Tang Group and cannot work with him. After thinking for a while, Jason slowly walked out. Anna will definitely not resign until he has run the company well. But thinking about how hard Anna would have to go to and from work every day, Jason first thought about buying a car. In the past, a car was just a means of transportation for him. After returning to Chin's house, he thought that Chin's electric scooter was pretty good. But the electric scooter broke down yesterday, and it couldn't carry 3 people. After thinking for a while, Jason slowly walked towards the car. Hello, sir, welcome to our store. Do you have a car you like? As Jason walked in, a 24 or 25 female salesperson came up and looked at him with a smile. Jason glanced at the name tag on the saleswoman's chest and saw the 3 big words, Guo Jingjing, printed on it. Not yet. Can you introduce one to me? Jason asked politely. Guo Jingjing smiled professionally and didn't seem annoyed by Jason's clothes or anything like that. It seemed that this kind of smile had become her usual posture every day. Soon, Guo Jingjing introduced herself to Jason. Honey, are you really going to buy me a car this time? At this time, a man and a woman walked in from outside the 4S store, and the woman was looking at the man with anticipation on her face. Jason happened to know this woman. She was Xing Li Wen, the mistress kept by Zhang Junjun, who had been taught a lesson by Jason before. At this moment, she was leaning against a pot-bellied man, her eyes full of charm, but there was a hint of impatience in them. This man was the financial sponsor she found after being dumped by Zhang Junjun, but this man was not as young and rich as Zhang Junjun, who could not easily throw millions to her to play with. She had been with this man for several days, and the most he spent on her was only a few 100,000 yuan, and she only agreed to it after he had been in bed with her for a long time. Today she had tried her best to get the man to agree to buy her a car. For this car, she even hurt her mouth. Of course, considering how hard you've worked today in this 4S store. The middle-aged man waved his hand heroically but was interrupted by Xing Li Wen before he could finish his words. I can choose any car in the 4S store. You're so nice, husband. Thank you, husband. Xing Li Wen was immediately delighted and quickly stood on tiptoe to kiss the middle-aged man on the face. The middle-aged man is called Ma Guangtao, the boss of a private enterprise in Ningzhou City. He is greedy, lustful, and concerned about reputation, but he has a shrew at home who controls everyone in the family strictly. As a result, he wants to go out to have fun, but is always controlled by his wife. But it happened that his wife was traveling abroad these days, which made him think about it, and he went to find Xing Li Wen. Thinking that he and Xing Li Wen would not be together for long, he didn't want to spend any money on her at all. Hearing Xing Li Wen's words, the middle-aged man curled his lips immediately, ignored Xing Li Wen at all, and was about to refuse. Actually, I said 500,000. Honey, I'll learn a new way to play. Maybe we could try it tonight. Xing Li Wen panicked when she heard what Ma Guangtao said. She didn't want her car to be worth only a few $100,000. Sure enough, Ma Guangtao quickly shut his mouth. There are cars worth around 1 million here. You can choose any of them. Ma Guangtao's eyes lit up. Among all the women he had played with, Xing Li Wen was the one with the best skills. She made him feel so good last night. So after hearing what Xing Li Wen said, he immediately changed his mind. Xing Li Wen quickly rubbed her body against Ma Guangtao, breathed softly in his ear, and whispered, "Husband, you are so good." Ma Guangtao swallowed his saliva. If they were not outside, he might have been ready to take up his gun and go into battle. Buy it quickly. We'll go back after we're done. Ma Guangtao coughed, put his arm around Xing Li Wen's waist, and slowly walked in. But when the two walked in, they were not received by anyone. There seemed to be a lot of people coming to the 4S store to look at cars today. When they came in, basically all the receptionists were explaining things to the guests. Chapter 63, Targeting. Xing Li Wen couldn't help but curl her lips when she saw this scene. She said, "Didn't you say this morning that this was a 4S store you knew? Why is there no one here to greet you now?" Ma Guangtao also looked unhappy. This was the 4S company founded by his best partner at the beginning of his business. He had visited it several times before, and these employees lined up to welcome him. But today, when he solemnly promised Xing Li Wen, these employees seemed to ignore him. Ma Guangtao suddenly felt a little angry. This 4S store belongs to my best brother. Anyone I call will definitely come to receive me. Ma Guangtao patted his chest and assured. Then he straightened his chest and looked around the hall, finally stopping at Jason S. back. He was wearing clothes worth only 200 yuan each, and it was obvious that he was just here to stroll around. Moreover, the salesperson next to him seemed to be quite good. If I drive Jason away, it will not basically damage the business of the 4S store, and I will also save face. As Xing Li Wen listened to Ma Guangtao's words, her face was filled with arrogance, and she looked at the employees around her with a bit more contempt. You come here." Ma Guangtao waved at Guijing, who was not far away from the opposite side of the characters, and said, his tone full of command. Guijing was introducing the surrounding car models to Jason at this time, but she happened to see Ma Guangtao calling her. Jason apologetically and said, "Sir, please wait a moment." Guijing immediately stopped explaining and looked at Ma Guangtao with a professional smile. "Sir, how can I help you? Please introduce these cars to us. I'm here to buy a car today." Ma Guangtao kept looking at Guijing, but he was thinking in his heart, "I have never seen such beautiful cars when I came to this store before." When Xing Li Wen saw Ma Guangtao's eyes, she immediately felt unhappy because she was much prettier than Guijing. As expected, men fall in love with every girl they meet. Xing Li Wen originally planned to let Guijing leave here, and they would find another salesperson. Jason turning around with a hint of shock in his eyes. Why is he here? When Xing Li Wen saw Jason, the shock in her heart slowly turned into anger. If it weren't for Jason, she would probably still be with Zhang Junjun, enjoying the happiness of a rich man spending money lavishly. There would be no need for her to compromise here and spend so much effort to get a car. As she thought about it, Xing Li Wen felt unhappy. "I'm sorry, sir. I'm introducing this gentleman now. A more professional person will introduce you later." Guijing also saw that Ma Guangtao was worth a lot. If she explained it to Ma Guangtao now, she would definitely get the commission today. But when she felt Ma Guangtao's lustful eyes looking at her and thought of Jason's gentle affection, she refused directly. Ma Guangtao's eyes flickered slightly, and he couldn't help but sneer at the ungrateful salesperson in front of him. But this was the 4S store of his entrepreneurial partner, so he had to give her due respect. Ma Guangtao was ready to wave goodbye and let her leave and find another one himself. Do you know who he is? It should be your honor to introduce him to you. Now you run over and say something to that poor guy. Xing Li Wen's sharp voice sounded, and she said sarcastically. Jason also recognized Xing Li Wen at this time and sneered. It's really a narrow road for enemies to meet. I didn't expect that I would meet such a person when I came to see a car. Guo Jing listened to Xing Li Wen's words, pursed her lips, and said with a professional smile, I'm sorry, everyone who comes to see us in our 4S store is a customer. I introduced this gentleman first, so naturally I can introduce you to him after I've introduced him. Xing Li Wen immediately snorted in dissatisfaction and turned her head slightly to the side, as if she was very disdainful of Guo Jing's behavior. My husband has a very close relationship with your boss. What's your attitude? Do you look down on your boss? Every time my husband comes to the 4S store, you line up to welcome him. Is this the reason why you, as a salesperson, cannot satisfy your customers? Xing Li Wen sneered and started to boss Guo Jing around. Ma Guangtao, who originally wanted Guo Jing to leave, listened to Xing Li Wen's words and nodded. After all, he is the store's top customer. How could he be treated like this? Ma Guangtao didn't say anything, but just looked at Guo Jing quietly. Guo Jing's expression suddenly became a little unnatural. This job was indeed very important to her. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so dedicated. Isn't this Xing Li Wen? It's only been a few days, and she's already changed her big sponsor? Jason, who was behind her, saw Guo Jing's embarrassment and walked up slowly, ready to rescue her. When Xing Li Wen saw Jason exposing her, her face suddenly turned ugly. Where did you come from, poor guy? What nonsense are you talking about? You slander me so maliciously, or I'll make you pay for it. When Xing Li Wen saw Jason coming towards her, her anger grew even greater. Ma Guangtao next to him also looked unhappy. He knew that Xing Li Wen must have been around many big money bags in the past, but now that she said it in front of him, he felt a little embarrassed. It makes Ma Guangtao look like a rag picker? Boy, judging by your attire, you must be here just to take a look. The cars here all start at hundreds of thousands. Can you afford it? Get out of here now. Don't waste our time. Ma Guangtao looked at Jason, who didn't look like a rich man, and immediately mocked him. Jason with gratitude. She was very embarrassed by what Xing Li Wen said just now, but she didn't expect Jason to come up and help her out. But Guo Jing is now more worried about Jason, because after helping her out of the predicament, he will have to face the bombardment from the two. What I wear has nothing to do with you. What does it have to do with you whether I can afford it or not? Jason sneered and looked at Ma Guangtao sarcastically. In an instant, everyone around turned their attention over here, looking at the few people and pointing at them. This is my friend's 4S shop. Of course it has something to do with me. I don't want people like you to destroy the human resources in his store. Every day, I'm talking to people like you who only look but don't buy, and I talk until I'm dry and dry, but in the end, I don't get a penny. What I hate most is social scum like you. Ma Guangtao said to Jason with disdain, the attitude of a successful person in society. Xing Li Wen's face also showed a hint of excitement. It seemed that Ma Guangtao's eloquence was much better than Zhang Junjun's. Chapter 64, Unconventional Means. The people around also frowned, and many of them couldn't help but nodded after listening to what Ma Guangtao said. Indeed, sales is a very tiring job, especially when dealing with someone like Jason. Suddenly, the people around looked at Jason with disdain. I volunteered to explain to this gentleman. Guo Jing also looked unhappy. She could feel that everyone around her began to condemn Jason, which made her feel very uncomfortable, because she caused all this. If it were you, it would be even more inappropriate. You're the salesperson of this store, and your first consideration should be the store's profits. This person isn't buying a car, and you're explaining it to him. Isn't that a dereliction of duty? Are you worthy of a salary the people in the 4S shop pay you every month? Ma Guangtao became more and more excited as he spoke, his attitude completely considering the owner. Guo Jing's face turned pale, and he waved his hands repeatedly, saying, No, since this gentleman is here, he is my client. Of course I have to do my best to explain it to him. TSK, explaining to this poor guy, are you afraid you've fallen in love with her? This kind of love is really pure. Xing Li Wen narrowed her eyes and said sarcastically to Guo Jing. Ma Guangtao also had a look of disdain on his face. Just as several people were arguing, the manager of the 4S store finally rushed over. When he saw Ma Guangtao for the first time, his heart skipped a beat. Mr. Ma, it's you. Why didn't you tell me you were here to buy a car? If you want to buy a car, just tell me, and I will deliver the car to your door. The manager said with a smile, giving Ma Guangtao enough face. As expected, Ma Guangtao's face was full of enjoyment. It's okay, I just happen to have nothing to do these days, so I wanted to buy a car. But I didn't expect to encounter such dereliction of duty employees in your store right after arriving. It seems that you still need to strengthen this aspect and make your employees more discerning. Ma Guangtao said with a smile. That's right. How could such a poor guy afford a car? Don't you even let the employees in your store open their eyes and take a good look? Xing Liwen said sarcastically from the side. The manager's expression suddenly changed. He then turned around and looked at Guijing coldly. Without waiting for her to explain, he said directly, "You are fired from today. Go to the finance department to collect your salary now." Guijing's face suddenly turned pale. She didn't think she had done anything wrong, but she didn't expect that Mr. Ma would lose her job with just one sentence. You fired the employee without any reason. Did you ask why? Jason, who had been silent until now, spoke lightly, staring at the manager calmly, his tone carrying a hint of coldness. No matter what, most of the reasons why Guijing was fired were related to him, and he couldn't just sit back and watch what happened today. What does it have to do with you? I just fire my own employees. I'm a manager of this 4S store, so naturally I'm considering the store. If you don't like it, you can leave now. The manager looked at Jason and said expressionlessly. He always had many ways to deal with such a poor guy. Of course, the best way was to ignore him. Ma Guangtao looked at this scene and smiled more. Get out of here right now. Why are you still here looking at cars? Xing Liwen said sarcastically. But Jason stood there quietly, looking at the manager. For some reason, the 4S shop manager always felt uneasy when he looked into Jason's eyes. Sir, I'm really sorry for what happened today. Please get out of here as soon as possible. I've caused you trouble today. Guijing gently pulled Jason. At this time, Guijing had tears on her face. She seemed to be worried about the unfair treatment she received and also worried about losing her job. Jason turned his head, looked at Guijing, and said softly, I must ask for an explanation for what happened today. The people around laughed at this scene. Jason looked like a man without money or power. What qualifications did he have to ask for justice? The manager sneered and said, if you want an explanation, go outside and ask for it. Don't stay in the store, or you'll offend my customers. Ma Guangtao and Xing Liwen also smiled at each other, and both could see the sarcasm in each other's eyes. Call your boss. Jason's tone was very calm, and his face was serious, as if he was ready to take this matter seriously. Haha, forget it. Our boss won't even look at you. You're kind. Just go back to where you came from. The manager looked at Jason fearlessly. There are so many people watching here. If you use force, these people here will be witnesses and will be taken directly to the police station. Xing Liwen seemed to think of the scene that day when Jason slapped Zhang Junjun and sent him 3 meters away. She was still frightened and said quickly. No one around him stood up to speak for Jason. They all just watched the show and waited to see how things would develop. Sir, let's go. After all, they're outnumbered and we can't defeat them. Guijing whispered beside him. He was very nervous because, after all, this incident was caused by her. Jason also stood up for her, and now he is being ridiculed by everyone. This makes Guijing feel very guilty, and at the same time she is afraid that Jason will do something stupid. So Guijing quickly grabbed Jason's arm, so that if Jason made any unusual movements, she could still stop him slightly. But Jason didn't seem to have any intention of taking action, or rather, his expression remained calm from beginning to end, and it was just that the people around him were mocking him and didn't notice the scene. How can we contact your boss? Jason said calmly. If Jason really wanted to kill the manager, it would be a simple matter. But Jason knew that if he just made a phone call, the entire Ningzhou city would be shaken. This matter was relatively small, and he didn't want to make a big fuss. Guijing listened to Jason's calm voice, and unknowingly, her originally panicked mood calmed down. I've only been here 3 months and don't know our boss's contact information, but he seems to come here every day. I just don't know how long he'll be here today. Guijing said softly, lowering her head, as if she felt very guilty for not being able to help Jason. Jason nodded. He originally just wanted to resolve the matter peacefully, but it seemed that things were not developing in accordance with his wishes. Then we have to use some special means. What's wrong with you? Why are there so many people gathered in my store today? Just as Jason was about to take special measures, a loud voice rang out. Chapter 65, Fan Jean arrives. Everyone around turned their eyes away. I saw a middle-aged man with an imposing appearance walking towards me with a smile on his face. His muscular body supported the expensive Armani suit. A watch was faintly visible from his suit. The diamonds inlaid on it seemed to highlight its extraordinariness. The leather shoes on his feet made a ticking sound as he stepped on the ground. Everyone around stepped aside to let the middle-aged man in. Ma Guangtao, why are you here? The middle-aged man was the first to see Ma Guangtao and Xing Liwen beside him. He said slowly with a smile on his face, Brother Fanjin, I haven't seen you for a long time. I was planning to buy a car from your store today. When Ma Guangtao saw Fanjin, his previous gloom disappeared, and he was replaced by a sunny smile. Xing Liwen was also staring at the handsome Fanjin with a glimmer in her eyes. Someone like Fanjin was exactly her ideal type. Since that's the case, I'll make my own decision. I'll sell you the car you come to buy today at cost price. Fanjin looked at Ma Guangtao warmly and said slowly. Ma Guangtao seemed to like Fanjin's attitude very much, and the smile on his face became even more intense. Boss, you're here. The manager of the car shop walked up attentively and looked at Fanjin flatteringly. Looking at his manager, Fanjin didn't smile. Instead, he looked at him and said calmly, What happened? Why is it so congested here today? Don't you know that this will affect the customers around here for buying cars? As the manager listened to Fanjin's words, sweat broke out on his forehead. He knows his boss very well. He usually seems to be a very easygoing person, but he may explode and hurt you severely in the next moment. Boss, listen to my explanation. This is what happened. Today, a poor guy just looked at the goods, but didn't sell them. He also took up our human resources. At this time, Mr. Ma came over to put an end to this situation. But our salesperson refused to admit her mistake and kept talking back, so I fired her. But that poor kid seems to be trying to get ahead. The manager exaggerated, putting all the blame on Jason and Guijing, while Ma Guangtao seemed to have become the troubleshooter for the 4S shop. Ma Guangtao nodded repeatedly as he listened and seemed very satisfied with the manager's attitude. After hearing this, Fanjin frowned, glanced at the manager with a cold look in his eyes, and said, Who are you talking about? Soon, the manager pointed at Jason. Seeing this, Guijing's heart tightened and her face was full of confusion. If the boss came to target Jason later, how would she make this matter go away? Fanjin turned his head and looked at Jason. He was stunned and stood there motionless, as if his body had been electrocuted. Brother Fan, look, these are the two people who have been affecting the business of your store. They just said a lot of bad things about you. You have to deal with these two people properly. Ma Guangtao said slowly, as if to wake Fanjin up. Xing Liwen, who was standing next to him, nodded and said flatteringly, Boss Fan, we both said a lot of good things about you just now, but this person is so ungrateful that he made us all speechless from refutation. When Xing Liwen said that her mouth was dry, her voice suddenly became much more charming. Ma Guangtao next to him looked at Xing Liwen with dissatisfaction, as if he was very dissatisfied with her seducing a man in front of him. Jason frowned, looked at Fanjin, who was staring at him blankly, and said in a cold tone, Are you the boss here? After listening to Jason's words, Fanjin finally reacted. Looking at Jason's cold face, his body trembled unconsciously, and his face was filled with fear. Fanjin slowly walked toward Jason. Xing Liwen looked at this scene with a sneer on her face. It seemed that Jason had to be beaten today for daring to cause trouble in the store of such a big boss. Thinking of the scene where Jason was beaten later, Xing Liwen felt a sense of pleasure in her heart. Boss, this is all my fault. It has nothing to do with this gentleman. I don't want this salary anymore. I'll take him away now. Guijing looked at Fanjin, who was getting closer and closer, and said hurriedly with a panic in her heart. As soon as he finished speaking, Fanjin stopped 3 meters in front of Jason. Just as everyone was staring with their eyes wide open, Fanjin suddenly bowed. Hello, Jason. I'm the owner of this store. Today's incident was due to my negligence, and you had a bad experience. I apologize to you here. Fanjin bowed to 90 degrees, lowered his head, and said respectfully to Jason. The people around were in an uproar. The manager behind saw this scene and turned pale. He now realized how big a mistake he had made. When Ma Guangtao saw this scene, his face was full of disbelief and his eyes were wide open. He knew the power of his brother. Since he became successful, he basically never bowed down to anyone. Now he actually bowed in front of an unknown kid. So what is this kid's background? The surname is Li. Is there any wealthy family with the surname Li in Ningzhou City? As he thought about it, Ma Guangtao's face turned pale. Xingli Wen, who was behind, also swallowed her saliva, and her mood was not much better than Ma Guangtao's. Do you know me? Jason narrowed his eyes and had no intention of asking Fan Jin to stand up. At first he was planning to use some unconventional means, but now it seems there is not much need. His heart tightened when he heard Jason's words. He didn't dare to raise his head and said slowly, I had the honor of seeing your majesty both inside and outside the Ningzhou upper class gathering before. At that time, I wanted to go up and make friends with Jason, but I didn't expect to meet like this today. Jason, I'm so sorry. Jason nodded. It seemed that this matter could be resolved today. Get up. There's no need to grovel to me like this. Jason said calmly. After listening to Jason's words, Fan Jin felt as if he had been pardoned and quickly straightened up. Then he slowly said to Jason, Jason, please take a rest first. I will definitely take care of this matter today. Soon, Fan Jin waved his hand, and some salesmen who had been watching the show hurried over and handed 2 large chairs to Jason and Guijing. Jason didn't hesitate and sat down directly. Tell me what's going on? Fan Jin turned around, his face extremely gloomy, and stared at the manager. The manager looked at Fan Jin and his body trembled. He didn't expect Fan Jin to be so angry, but he still opened his mouth slowly and told him the whole story. Chapter 66, Fan Jin's Request. Very good. Fan Jin stared at the manager closely, then looked at Ma Guangtao with a gloomy expression. The manager was very nervous and lowered his head, not daring to look at Fan Jin. You are fired now. Get out of here right now. Fan Jin looked at the manager and pointed to the door. The manager raised his head and looked at Fan Jin in disbelief. He originally thought that Fan Jin would at most punish him by deducting a few months' salary. But now Fan Jin actually fired him directly. Manager, don't do it. I have worked here for so many years. Although I can't say I am particularly outstanding, I have worked hard even if I don't make great contributions. The manager said painfully, his face full of regret. If he had known earlier, he would not have transferred Ma Guangtao. Come here, drag him out. Fan Jin showed no mercy, and a large group of security guards dragged the manager out. The people around were all staring at this scene in a daze. They didn't expect that the boss would be so decisive in doing things. The manager's voice gradually faded away, and the people around him thought that the matter was over. When they were about to continue looking at the car, Fan Jin suddenly turned his gaze to Ma Guangtao. Tell me yourself, how do you want to deal with this matter today? Fan Jin's voice was low and deep, and the warmth in his eyes when he looked at Ma Guangtao was completely gone. Ma Guangtao's face turned ugly. He thought Fan Jin was just going to deal with the manager, but he didn't expect that he actually wanted to settle accounts with him. What do you mean? Ma Guangtao's voice also turned cold, and he looked at his former partner with a grim expression. Xingli Wen, who was standing behind, watched the scene quietly, not expecting that things would develop into this way. She could never have imagined that such a poor Jason could have such power to make Fan Jin break up with his business partner. Starting today, all our cooperation will be canceled. You go your way and I go mine. Fan Jin said coldly. What did you say? Ma Guangtao's voice became hoarse, and he stared at Fan Jin with wide eyes. He didn't expect that he could make such a decision. Are you going to cut off contact with me just for such a poor thing? Do you know how much you will lose if you cancel the cooperation with me? Ma Guangtao said in a low voice. But Fan Jin snorted coldly and said mockingly, I was planning to tell you in a few days. I've long felt that you're unreliable and have already negotiated a partnership with another company. So even without you, I won't lose much. Ma Guangtao's eyes turned red, and he roared, Did you plan this all along? The cancellation of cooperation between Fan Jin and him did not mean anything to Fan Jin now, but it was a huge blow to him. If his company lost Fan Jin's support, it would probably file for bankruptcy within 2 days. Fan Jin snorted coldly and looked at Ma Guangshuan with disdain. No, you can't do this. We have been working together for so many years. If you leave me, you will never have an easy life. Ma Guangtao shouted, his voice distorted. Fan Jin seemed to be getting a little impatient, so he waved his hand and asked the security guard to pull him out. Xingli Wen, who originally wanted to stay, was also dragged out by the security guards. No, you can't drag me out. I'm here to buy a car. Xingli Wen looked at Fan Jin with fiery eyes, wanting to hook him. Although Ma Guangtao was out of the moment, she felt that with her looks, she might still have a chance to become Fan Jin's bedmate. Even getting in touch with Jason is not impossible. But Jason and Fan Jin didn't even look at him. The people around were staring at this scene in a daze and swallowing their saliva. Jason, I don't know if you're satisfied with this result. Fan Jin walked in front of Jason and said in a low voice. Jason nodded. Now that things had come to this, what else was there to say? If there's nothing else, let's go. Fan Jin said in a light voice. The people around heard it, turned around, and busied themselves with their own affairs. Fan Jin's influence was still there, so how could they resist? Guo Jing, from today on, you are the manager here. You must seize the opportunities in the future. Fan Jin said admiringly as he looked at Guo Jing, who was still standing there. Me? Guo Jing's face was full of disbelief. She really didn't expect that a casual action of hers would lead to her promotion to manager today. Then she looked at Jason and seemed a little hesitant. He said it, so just accept it. Jason sat in his seat with a solemn look and said softly. Seeing this, Guo Jing also nodded. Okay, you can go down now. Fan Jin glanced at Guo Jing and said softly. Guo Jing was still a little confused. After listening to Fan Jin's words, she walked away blankly. It seems that my performance at the party is not enough to make you like this. Jason, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke. Looking at Fan Jin, who was a little too attentive, he said lightly. He saw everything that just happened, and he understood that Fan Jin did everything for him to see. Fan Jin's thoughts were exposed by Jason's words, and he sat down next to Jason awkwardly. Jason, to be honest, after the party that day, many people went to investigate your identity, including me. Fan Jin said slowly. Oh, so what did you find out? Jason said slowly with a smile on his face. They only investigated the son-in-law of the Chun family and found nothing about the rest. But I'm different. I deliberately investigated the Tang family and found that the recent illness of the Tang family was cured all of a sudden, and the third young Master Tang also disappeared inexplicably. So I think you must have cured the old man of the Tang family's illness. Fan Jin said lightly. Jason raised his eyebrows slightly, a hint of interest in his eyes, and looked at Fan Jin. So, because of this speculation, you are willing to offend a collaborator to please me? Jason tapped his hand on the chair, his eyes drooping slightly. Fan Jin nodded and said, Yes, Jason, actually I have another unwelcome request. I would like you to help me check the illness of someone who is very important to me. Jason chuckled and said, Just because it's important to you, does that mean I have to treat it? You're really overestimating yourself. Seeing Jason reject him, Fan Jin quickly shook his head and said, No, Jason, I've wanted to come to you before. Really, if you can help me cure this person, I'm willing to pay any price. As he spoke, there was still a trace of earnestness and pleading on Fan Jin's face. Jason was not very interested in all this. He had encountered such things countless times in prison. If he wanted to treat the patient as soon as someone told him to, he would be exhausted to death. No. Chapter 67, Fan Jin's Wife. Jason still shook his head and directly rejected Fan Jin. Jason, I really beg you to save my wife. You can even cure Tang Dinghua, so you can definitely cure my wife's illness. Fan Jin pleaded to Jason with a hint of sincerity. If you want to save your wife, send her to a big hospital. The medical level is very high now. Jason said lightly. Although there's a saying that doctors are like caring parents, many diseases in the world can be cured in hospitals, so Jason does not have much intention of taking action. I've been to hospitals all over the country, big and small. I've taken her to see the doctor many times, but each time the treatment wasn't effective and couldn't be completely cured. Just recently, I took her for a checkup, and the doctor told me that she only has 3 months to live at most. If she dies, I don't have much desire to live anymore. Wait until I raise my daughter to adulthood. Fan Jin said in a low voice, chattering beside Jason. Jason felt a little more sympathy when he heard Fan Jin's words. Unconsciously, he thought of Anna and Lucy. If Anna became like that, would he become like Fan Jin? If the treatment in the hospital really doesn't work, I can help you take a look. I'm a lazy person and I don't want to waste time on anything other than a common illness. Jason finally nodded in agreement. Fan Jin was suddenly delighted, his face full of excitement. Although he didn't know how good Jason's medical skills were, he felt relieved when he thought that the Tang family would rely on him. Thank you, Jason. There is 1 million in this card, which is considered as a deposit. If Jason is cured, I will definitely reward him handsomely later. Fan Jin gritted his teeth and said solemnly. Jason had a blank expression on his face. He waved his hand and said, No need for money. I just need to buy a car. After you cure your wife, you can give me that Audi A8 over there. After listening to Guo Jing's explanation for a long time, he still prefers Audi. Although he could buy a more expensive car, this one was just right for taking in a home, and it wasn't too conspicuous. Fan Jin nodded immediately and hurried into the carriage. He casually ordered someone, "Hurry up and bring me the contract, and then drive that Audi over to me." Immediately, those behind him quickly followed suit. After a while, Fan Jin came over with the contract, handed it to Jason respectfully, and said, "Jason, please sign it now, and this car will be yours." Jason immediately shook his head when he saw this and said, "You should go check on your wife's illness first. It won't be too late to sign after she's cured." Fan Jin was immediately overjoyed and gained more trust in Jason. Soon, Jason followed Fan Jin into the car and headed towards Fan's house. More than 10 minutes later, the vehicle stopped in front of a villa. "Jason, please." Fan Jin hurriedly opened the car door and said to Jason. Jason got out of the car without hesitation. "Dad." As soon as Jason got out of the car, he saw a little girl with pigtails rushing towards Fan Jin. Seeing this, Fan Jin's face lit up with joy. He picked up the little girl and touched her pigtails lovingly, but said in an angry tone, "Yin Yin, why didn't you go to kindergarten again today? Didn't I tell you to go to kindergarten?" Yin Yin seemed a little aggrieved when she heard what Fan Jin said. She whispered, "But Mom coughed again this morning. I want to stay home and take care of her." Fan Jin's face suddenly softened, and there seemed to be a trace of tears in his eyes. "It's okay, Mom is okay." Fan Jin held back his tears and said to Yin Yin, "I made an appointment with my new friend Lucy to play games today. She must be angry with me for not going today." Yin Yin tapped her thumb and said a little aggrievedly. Jason next to him saw this and immediately understood. This Yin Yin is probably my daughter's friend in kindergarten. He still remembered that Lucy had been talking to him about Yin Yin all day long. "Yin Yin, Lucy won't be angry with you. After all, you're her first friend in Lewis kindergarten," Jason said with a smile. "How do you know I'm Lucy's first friend?" "Uncle." Yin Yin's eyes widened, and she looked at Jason with curiosity in her eyes. "Because I'm his father, Lucy was still talking about you today." Jason continued. Yin Yin's eyes were full of surprise, and she hurriedly said to Fan Jin, "Really? Then I'm going to the kindergarten now and tell Lucy that I met his father today." There was also a smile on Fan Jin's face as he looked at Yin Yin. He immediately ordered a housekeeper in the villa to send Yin Yin to school. "Jason, please." After watching Yin Yin leave, Fan Jin came back to his senses and smiled at Jason. Jason nodded and followed Fan Jin inside. Soon, they arrived in a room and a woman appeared in front of Jason. She only showed part of her arms and head, but Jason could see how shocking it all was. Her body was so emaciated that there was not a trace of flesh on it. Her face was vaguely exposed. A few hairs were sticking out of her head, and the rest of her body was bare. The skin on her arms was so thin that it seemed that with just a little force, it could be torn open to reveal the flesh and bones inside. However, her body was unreasonably red. "It's so hot," said the woman on the bed weakly, but before she could finish her words, she started coughing continuously. This scene was a bit shocking to Jason. "Wife, how are you?" Fan Jin seemed to have no regard for the woman's appearance. He rushed forward and said anxiously. The woman forced an ugly smile on her face and said softly, "I'm fine, just a little hot." Although the woman said this, Jason could faintly see her body trembling, and now her body was in pain all the time. Jason was very impressed by the fact that he could persist like this. No wonder the doctor said he only has 3 months to live. Judging from his current condition, 3 months is a long time. Fan Jin's face was filled with loneliness and discomfort. He shuddered, then seemed to have thought of something. He quickly turned around, looked at Jason, and said hurriedly, "Jason, you must have a way, right?" Fan Jin was half kneeling on the ground at this time, one hand gently holding his wife's hand, and the other hand weakly grasping the bed sheet. His face was full of weakness, but his eyes were full of expectation when he looked at Jason. Chapter 68, Feng Shui. "If you keep holding her hand, there's no way I can save her," Jason said helplessly. When Fan Jin heard what Jason said, he was shocked. He quickly let go of his wife's hand and gently placed her on the bed, but his face was full of joy. Jason didn't reject him like other doctors did, which means there is still hope. "If you come to me tomorrow, I'm afraid I won't be able to save her," Jason said helplessly. Now Fan Jin's wife's condition is too serious. He could tell more than 10 kinds of diseases just by looking with his eyes. These different diseases combined made the treatment exponentially more difficult. It was no wonder that the doctors refused to treat them. Fan Jin listened to Jason's words with excitement on his face. It seemed that Jason had a solution. Jason, as long as you can cure my wife, I am willing to pay any price. I can give you all my property. Fan Jin said excitedly. Jason immediately waved his hand and said, You just need to give me the car. Fan Jin nodded immediately. Fan Jin's wife also heard what Jason said, and her eyes were full of the desire to survive. Thank you, Jason, for your help. My name is Lu Tingting. Lu Tingting said very weakly, as if a gust of wind would blow her away at the next moment. Don't talk. I'm going to check your body now. Jason shook his head gently. Then Jason slowly walked forward, put a finger on Fan Jin's wife's pulse, and very slowly sent a strand of true energy into it, exploring Lu Tingting's body bit by bit. You go out first. Jason turned his head and looked at Fan Jin, who was a little excited. Fan Jin listened to Jason's words without daring to refute him. He walked out quietly and closed the door gently. Lu Tingting's body is extremely fragile. If he is not careful and is disturbed, Lu Tingting will probably become a corpse in the next moment. More than 10 minutes later, Jason slowly pulled his hand back, his face full of thought. Jason, am I going to die? Lu Tingting said sadly on the bed. Jason was stunned, looking at Lu Tingting's earnest eyes with a trace of pity in his heart. But he nodded and said, Normally, you only have 5 days to live. After all, your condition is too serious. It seems that it was just liver cancer at first, but later your body seemed to be particularly attracted to foul air. Gradually, your body became like this. Lu Tingting listened to Jason's words, her eyes full of reluctance, and she seemed to want to cry, but she couldn't cry anymore. Yin Yin is still so young. I really don't know if Fan Jin can take good care of her. Lu Tingting said slowly, with death in her eyes. Although you only have 5 days to live, I can still help you. Even though it will take a long time for you to recover, more than half a year, as long as you go through this period of time, you'll be able to return to normal. Jason's tone was very calm, as if he was explaining something very normal. Lu Tingting's eyes seemed to light up, and she said tremblingly, Can I really be cured? Jason sighed, nodded, and then walked out slowly without paying any attention to Lu Tingting on the bed. Jason, how is it? Fan Jin asked anxiously when he saw Jason coming out. Your wife has 5 days to live. Now you must do every step according to what I tell you. Otherwise, even Hua Tuo will not be able to save her. Jason saw paper and pen on the table and walked over without hesitation. Fan Jin listened to Jason's words with a feeling of uneasiness in his heart. He had been waiting for a long time, but this was the result. I saw him grit his teeth lightly, as if he had made up his mind. First of all, the foul air from your wife is too strong. I initially thought of letting your wife go to a masculine place, but now her body is not suitable for movement, so the only option is to change the layout of the room. Now you should break through the east wall of Lu Tingting's room, make a door and a window, so that she can bathe in the morning and evening sun every day. Open the window to ventilate the room as well. Also, remove the toilet outside the bedroom. The foul air is too strong. Jason kept talking to Fan Jin. Jason in amazement. At first, he thought Jason would ask him to bring some medicine, but Jason kept talking for a long time, and it turned out to be all about feng shui. He was a materialist himself, and when he heard Jason's words, he was full of disbelief. Jason ignored Fan Jin's thoughts and continued writing on the paper while talking. After a while, Jason finally finished. He turned to look at Fan Jin and said, Normally, feng shui is not necessary for treating illnesses, but your wife's condition is too serious, so we must improve it in these aspects to increase your wife's chances of survival. Although Fan Jin didn't really believe what Jason said, he had no other choice but to do as he was told. Jason, does this feng shui really exist? Fan Jin said word by word, his face full of disbelief. Jason nodded, sneered, and said, Do you really think that the things passed down by our ancestors for thousands of years are all fake? Then Jason wrote down a prescription and handed it to Fan Jin, saying carefully, Go get the medicine now, boil it, and let her drink it once every morning, noon, and evening. I'll come back on the 4th day. When Fan Jin heard what Jason said, he became anxious. He said hurriedly, Jason, didn't you say my wife only has 5 days to live? Jason nodded immediately and explained, Your wife is too weak right now, and she has many symptoms. The medicine I'm giving her now is to regulate her body and cure her illness. She will be much better in 4 days, and that's when I'll start treating her. Remember, the feng shui layout I told you about must be completed today. Fan Jin listened to Jason's words. Although he was worried about his wife's 5-day lifespan, since Jason said so, he had no choice but to do as he was told. Okay, I don't have anything to do now. You can go and make the arrangements now. I'll come back on the 4th day. Here's my contact information. Jason handed the 2 lists to Fan Jin, stood up, and prepared to go outside. Fan Jin quickly put the 2 lists in his hands and held them tightly, as if they were some treasures. Afterwards, Fan Jin quickly followed Jason out. Chapter 69, Manager Wong. Jason, I have delivered the car you wanted. Should I have someone send it back to you, or do you want to drive it back yourself? Soon, the 2 came to the outside of the villa, where an Audi A8 was parked. Isn't the person cured yet? Why are you giving me a car? Jason looked at Fan Jin in surprise. Seeing this, Fan Jin lowered his head and said with a smile, whether Jason is cured or not, you treated my wife today, so this is your consultation fee. And if my wife has any urgent matters later, I'm afraid you will have to come over. Jason smiled and did not refuse. Fan Jin was very worried about his wife's condition, so he had to give Fan Jin some confidence. If he accepted the car, it would mean that he had the confidence to cure his wife. A car worth over 1 million yuan was just a drop in the bucket for him. If he wanted to, he could buy it easily. Don't worry, the next time I come, your wife's condition will have improved. Jason said with a smile. He did not say cured, because Lu Tingting's condition was too serious. With his means, it would take more than half a year for her to recover completely. In Jason's opinion, if there is no recovery, there is no cure. Then give me the keys. I happen to have something to do, so it would be convenient for me to drive. Jason nodded and said. Fan Jin was immediately delighted and waved his hand hurriedly. A person in front of the car quickly ran over and handed the car keys to Jason. Okay, I'll be leaving first. Remember to call me if you have anything. Soon, Jason took the key and drove away under Fan Jin's gaze. Fan Jin hurriedly went to find someone to change the layout of the villa. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Manager Wong, you called me? Anna walked slowly into the manager's office, looked at the middle-aged, fat, bald man sitting in front of the desk in the room, and said with a little respect. Hearing Anna's voice, Manager Wong seemed very happy. He raised his head and looked at Anna in surprise. Suddenly, he said kindly, It's Anna. Please close the door first. Anna didn't think much about it. She stood up, walked to the door, and closed it. Manager Wong stared blankly at Anna, with a hint of greed in his eyes. Come, sit down. After seeing Anna close the door, Manager Wong's face showed a hint of eagerness. Anna looked at Manager Wong flatteredly, and without saying a word, she sat down. Because the company was moving, most of the things in the manager's office had been moved away, leaving only a table and 2 chairs. Manager, what do you want to talk to me about? Anna sat awkwardly on the chair. She had only been in this company for more than a month. During this month, the manager had not talked to her alone. He was also very indifferent at other times. That was why she was worried about the problem the manager would talk to her about. Besides, it was already time to get off work. Originally, according to her wish, she was going to rush to Lewis Kindergarten and go home with Jason and Lucy, so she didn't want to talk too much with the manager. Manager Wong glanced at Anna, slowly stood up, and said with a smile, Relax, I'm not a cannibal. I don't think I've ever spoken to you alone since you joined. I'm here to get to know you, and for you to get to know me. At this point, Manager Wong coughed and said lightly, Yes, let's learn about our company. Anna sat in her seat in silence. Manager Wong smiled, stood up, picked up the cup, walked to the water dispenser, and took a glass of water. Drink some water. Manager Wong handed the water to Anna. Anna was stunned for a moment, then nodded, took the glass of water, and whispered, Thank you, Manager Wong. Seeing Anna take the water, Manager Wong still stood in front of Anna and did not leave. Anna, I have observed you carefully over the past month. You are very serious and meticulous in your work. Most of the time, you are able to complete the tasks I assign to you. You are indeed very capable. You are also beautiful, generous, and dignified. So I think you are very suitable to stay in our company. Manager Wong said naggingly. Anna listened to what Manager Wong said and quickly said, Thank you for the compliment, Manager Wong. Actually, I still have a lot of things I don't do well, and I have a lot to learn from you. When Manager Wong heard this, his eyes narrowed and he smiled. Yes, young people should learn more. Anna, what do you think of me? Hearing what Manager Wong said, Anna was stunned for a moment, and looked at Manager Wong with a hint of confusion in her eyes. Huh? Manager Wong, you are very capable. As the leader of the company, you are able to lead our human resources department to become bigger and stronger. All of this is inseparable from your astute leadership. Anna said lightly, picked up the water glass, and took a sip. Manager Wong had a hint of displeasure in his eyes and slowly walked to Anna's side. No, you misunderstood me. What I meant was, what do you think of me? Do I make you feel safe? Manager Wong seemed to want to get closer to Anna. Anna's body trembled violently, and she stood up hastily, quickly moving away from Manager Wong. Manager Wong, I'm sorry, I don't have any feelings for you. Anna's tone suddenly became cold as she looked at Manager Wong. The displeasure in Manager Wong's eyes turned into anger. Anna, let me tell you, after the company moves there may be a large-scale layoff because the company plans to transform. At this time, Manager Wong's tone had become a little cold. Anna still looked at Manager Wong warily and did not answer him. Actually, I also understand your family. Your husband is in prison, and you live with your parents in a poor village in the city. I guess your life is very stressful now. Look at me. I'm only 30 years old, but I've become a company manager. Although I can't say I'm particularly rich, I still own several properties in Ningzhou City. If you can work hard with me, what's mine will be yours in the future. Manager Wong stared at Anna, as if he wanted to swallow her up in one gulp. Anna could hear the threat from Manager Wong, but she still refused. Thank you for your kindness, Manager Wong, but I'm afraid I don't need these yet. Manager Wong's eyes suddenly turned cold, and he said calmly, Anna, you're already an adult. You have to think about your future. If the company accidentally lays you off, wouldn't it be even harder for your daughter to go to school? Chapter 70 arrived in time. Walked towards Anna as he spoke. Anna's eyes. She originally thought that everyone in this company was very nice, especially the manager. Although he had never spoken to her much, he was still very caring towards her. I didn't expect that in just 1 month, he would show such a face. What do you want to do? Don't come over here. Anna kept backing away, looking at Manager Wong coldly. Manager Wong didn't care about so many things and continued to move forward closely. Soon, Anna was backed into a corner. Anna's eyes. She then looked around, wanting to take out an item for self-defense, but because the company was moving, everything in the office had been emptied. Thinking of this, Anna quickly prepared to take out her cell phone. But Manager Wong was faster. He grabbed the phone from Anna's hand and threw it aside. Now that everyone in the company has left, there are basically only the two of us. Anna, do you know how much I like you? I have fallen deeply in love with you and been deeply fascinated by you since the first time you joined the company. I have dreamed of your hair and your face countless times, but I only had close contact with you in my dreams. Today, I really can't bear it anymore. Don't worry, I will treat you well. Manager Wong stretched out a hand, intending to touch Anna's shoulders. Anna's eyes were filled with panic as she screamed, "Help!" At the same time, he shrank his body and slipped out from the gap between Manager Wong and the wall. Manager Wong watched the fat meat that was about to reach his mouth slip away, and his eyes became gloomy. Quickly rushed towards Anna. Don't run, otherwise I may not treat you so gently later. But as long as you cooperate with me, I promise to make you feel so comfortable that you will be in heaven. Manager Wong smiled, his eyes full of lust. Anna rushed to the door anxiously, but she was just a weak woman after all, and there was no way she could compare to Manager Wong, who was in his prime. 2 seconds later, Manager Wong grabbed the corner of her clothes and pulled it towards her fiercely. Help! Anna screamed again, with a hint of despair in her eyes. Manager Wong's eyes were filled with lustful light, and his heart was filled with excitement that he would be able to eat the lamb the next moment. Bang! Suddenly, there was a loud noise, and when the two people in the room were caught off guard, the door of the room flew out from the door frame. Then it fell heavily to the ground with a clang, and the whole door shattered into pieces. Manager Wong seemed stunned by the loud noise and stood there in a daze. But he reacted quickly and looked out the door fiercely, wanting to know who had ruined his plan. Boo! Manager Wong's face was full of twisted resentment. Obviously, his good thing was ruined, and he was naturally angry. But the figure outside the door did not seem to respond to his wishes, and in an instant, rushed in front of Manager Wong. Manager Wong only felt a flash before his eyes, and just when he wanted to see the figure clearly, the figure in front of him suddenly kicked him in the chest. Crack! Manager Wong flew backwards. His brain was almost unconscious during the flight, but he could still clearly hear the sound of several bones breaking. Bang! Suddenly, Manager Wong crashed into the wall like a kite with a broken string, and the wall seemed unable to withstand such a heavy impact, and a large part of it was dented. Anna saw the tall figure who had saved her. Jason! Anna cried out, tears welling in her eyes. Jason turned around, looked at Anna with pity, his eyes full of heartache, and picked her up. Comforting. It's okay, don't you have me? And Anna continued to cry in Jason's arms. Jason continued to comfort Anna and prepared to take her out. Before turning around, he looked at Manager Wong on the wall, whose life or death was unknown, with cold eyes. If I hadn't bought a car today and wanted to pick up Anna, I don't know what would have happened. So, in his eyes, Manager Wong is just a dead man. But letting him die like this would be too easy for him. Soon, Jason hugged Anna and made a phone call. I'm in Anna's company. Their manager is now embedded in the wall. He's still got a breath left. You handle it, Jason said in a cold tone. Okay, boss. It was still the same lazy voice on the other end of the phone, but it seemed to have noticed Jason's anger and answered very solemnly. Remember, don't let his death be too pleasant. Jason's tone was very cold. Soon, Jason hugged the sobbing Anna and walked into the Audi A7. At this time, Anna's mood seemed to have recovered a lot, and she looked at Jason blankly as he carried her into the car. It's okay, I'm here. Jason hugged Anna comfortingly and patted her back gently. Anna's heart tightened, and she leaned her head tightly on Jason's shoulder. I'm much better now. How's that manager? You didn't do anything to him, did you? Anna said anxiously, as if she was afraid that Jason would do something out of line. If Jason went to jail because of this, she would probably feel even worse. Jason felt warm in his heart and smiled. It's okay. I didn't do anything to him. Just let someone else handle it for her. That's good. Anna breathed a sigh of relief, opened her arms, hugged Jason tightly, and snuggled up to him. Starting tomorrow, don't go to this company. After a long time, Jason spoke slowly. Anna pursed her lips, as if she felt sorry for losing the job, but when she thought of Manager Wong, her heart trembled. Without much hesitation, she nodded. The money in my card is actually enough for our family to squander for a lifetime. Jason suddenly said slowly, You can never squander all your money in your lifetime. Anna listened to Jason's words and immediately shook her head, with a hint of stubbornness in her eyes. Jason, I remember telling you about my dream before. I don't want to stay at home and be a useless housewife. I also want to carve out my own path in my career. Anna spoke lightly, looking at Jason from time to time, as if she was afraid that Jason would disagree. After all, what happened today was a lesson. If Jason hadn't come, she would have been in real danger today. But this kind of people are always a minority, and Anna just happened to encounter them. But Jason never showed any objection from beginning to end. Instead, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 71, Beautiful. I know, not long after we met, you told me that you wanted to start a company and name it Starry Sky Company. You also wanted to become the leading enterprise in Ningzhou City. Jason spoke word by word, repeating what Anna had said to him before. Anna blushed immediately and patted Jason's shoulder gently. I just want to be a real strong woman. I don't want to be like our Chun family, where we have to beg others for help for the so-called family and force our descendants to do things they don't want to do. Anna said in a low voice. Jason immediately understood that Anna was talking about the Schwef family. Do you remember what I said to you 2 days ago? I said I would set up a company and you would be the chairman. I was not lying to you. I plan to set up a company in a few days and let you manage it. Jason looked at Anna with a smile on his face. No, I'm afraid I can't do that. I've never been a chairman of the board. If you really give me the management of the company, what if the company collapses in a few days? Anna said hurriedly, waving her hands. Jason hugged Anna and said with a smile, Actually, I also have a dream. I want to be the man standing behind the strong women in our Starry Sky Company. They all disdain to be gigolos, but I dream of being my Anna as gigolo. You're so talkative. Anna touched Jason's chest with a hint of charm in the corner of her eyes. Don't worry, when the company is established, you won't be the only one managing it. I will find someone with experience in this area to teach you slowly. After all, those who become chairman were not chairman at first, and they all learn step by step. Jason said softly. Seeing a hint of hesitation on Anna's face, Jason said hurriedly, Don't worry, you just need to manage the company well. I'll take care of everything else for you. Even if the company collapses, it's okay. I can set up 100 companies for you and let you run them slowly. You are really unruly, but just start a company. I will try my best. If I really can't do it well, then forget it. Maybe I really don't have the talent for this. Anna didn't refuse this time, but she didn't have as much confidence as before. Jason gently took Anna's hand and slowly moved his face closer to Anna's. Suddenly, their eyes met. You can do it. I believe in you. Suddenly, Anna's heart was beating fast. Although Jason had never said a word of love to her since she and Jason were together, everything he did touched her all the time. Although he did something wrong at the wedding, Anna was still willing to believe him. The atmosphere in the car suddenly became ambiguous. The two of them closed their eyes unconsciously, and suddenly, their lips pressed tightly together. Just like water suddenly appeared on the dry land that had been dry for many years, the two of them couldn't help but start kissing passionately. Jason's body also seemed to be getting hot. Just when he was about to take the next step, Anna suddenly opened her eyes, seemed to have thought of something, and quickly pushed Jason away. Anna's cheeks were flushed, and she took the opportunity to put on some of her scattered clothes. Jason looked at Anna with a depressed face. He originally thought that this would be his first spring after being released from prison, but it seemed that Anna did not want to give him this opportunity. I suddenly remembered that Lucy seemed to be out of school. We have to go pick her up quickly. Anna murmured, her eyes lowered, not daring to look at Jason at all. Jason coughed twice, and after hearing this, he felt even more depressed. My daughter made a mistake. He quickly circulated his true energy and forcibly suppressed the evil fire in his heart. He coughed twice and said with a little embarrassment, "Then let's go over there quickly." After saying that, Jason quickly got out of the backseat of the car and prepared to get in the driver's seat to drive. When Anna saw Jason's disheveled back, a smile appeared in her eyes, followed by a hint of worry. Just when she was about to take the next step with Jason, she inexplicably thought of her best friend who was victimized. She suddenly sighed in her heart. The guilt she felt towards her best friend made her not in the mood to continue with Jason. Jason knew this very well. He understood at the moment Anna rejected him. Thinking of Anna's best friend, Jason felt a sense of guilt, but the person he owed the most was Anna. After all, it was their wedding, and Anna must have been the saddest person on the wedding day. Shwe family, Chingurue. Jason thought of these words silently in his heart, his eyes full of coldness. Along the way, neither of them spoke much, each with their own thoughts. Dad, Mom. Lucy stood at the door of Lewis Kindergarten, watching Jason and Anna walking toward her. She greeted them hurriedly, her little face full of excitement. "Lucy, your parents are here, so I'll be leaving first." Yin Yin was standing next to Lucy, and she was very happy to see Jason. But now he wanted to go back to see Lu Tingting, so he simply followed the housekeeper who came pick him up. "Goodbye, Yin Yin." Lucy waved to Yin Yin hurriedly. Jason quickly walked up to Lucy and hugged her. "My dear daughter, do you miss your daddy?" Jason gently lifted Lucy up with a smile on his face. He. Lucy misses her daddy the most. Lucy kept laughing. But then Lucy looked at Anna, who looked a little dejected beside her. Of course, Lucy loves her mother the most. Anna couldn't help but laugh and said, "She obviously loves Dad the most." I don't know who saw Dad just now and jumped into his arms. Even I couldn't see it. "No way." Lucy pouted, quickly got off Jason, ran to Anna's side, and snuggled up to her. Jason and Anna looked at each other and could see the smile in each other's eyes. There were some awkward scenes originally, but with Lucy as the funny guy, everything seemed to disappear completely. "Dad, is this the car you bought?" Lucy sat in the car, touching it left and right, her little face full of joy. "Yes, Dad bought a car specifically to pick up our Lucy from school," Jason said with a smile. Lucy's eyes suddenly lit up, and she opened her mouth exaggeratedly, then covered it with her hands. "Really? Thanks, Dad." Then Lucy quickly leaned forward and kissed Jason on the face. Chapter 72, Chun Peng's Sugar-Coated Bullet. In the Chun family yard, Chun Wan and Chun Peng just walked in and saw Yu Li and others cleaning up, throwing a lot of debris in the yard. "Hey, sister-in-law, what are your family doing? Are you planning to sell these things as junk?" Chun Wan couldn't help but sneer when she saw this. Anna, Yu Li finally decided to move into the Highlang Villa area. This made Yu Li happy for a long time. After all, she could finally get rid of this urban village. So early in the morning, Anna and Jason had not yet gotten up, but she had already dragged Chen Fei into the room to clean up. Originally, according to Anna, Most of the things in the urban village could be kept. After all, if they were left here, they might come back one day. And according to Jason, everything in the villa was fully prepared, and they just needed to move in. But Yuli seemed to never want to come back here again, and this morning she prepared to throw away a lot of things. Isn't this her aunt and uncle? Why are they interested in coming to my house today? Yuli was in a very happy mood now, because she was going to move into the villa area. She felt that she was superior to others, so she didn't feel afraid of the ordinary Chunwan anymore. Instead, they started to ridicule each other. Chunwan looked at Yuli in surprise. Normally, Yuli would not dare to talk to her like this. But for some reason, Yuli became tough today, which made her feel a little uncomfortable. Can't I come to your house if there's nothing wrong? Besides, is this your home? Chen Huan is knitted coldly. Chun Peng next to her frowned, patted Chun Wan gently, and then shook his head. They didn't come here to quarrel today. Brother, why are you dressed so nicely today? Did something happy happen to you? Chun Fei, who was standing next to them, ignored the quarrel between the two women and looked at Chun Peng. Although Chun Peng usually wears suits, he never wears such expensive ones. Although Chun Fei is timid in doing things, he can still see through the price of a suit at a glance. When Chun Peng heard what Chun Fei said, a smile appeared on his face and his body became a little firmer. Oh, I forgot to inform you that Dad has retired now, and I have become the chairman of Chun Pharmaceutical Company. As Chun Peng spoke, arrogance was revealed on his face, as if he wanted to announce it to everyone. What? Dad actually gave up his seat for you? Chun Fei widened his eyes, looked at Chun Peng in disbelief, and said in a low voice. But then he gradually became bitter, because he didn't expect that such a big thing in the family was not informed to him. Congratulations, Fei Chun said with a forced smile. Yuli felt unhappy when she heard what Chun Peng said. She knew that her husband was not cut out for an investment company, but she didn't expect to be squeezed out by Chen's pharmaceutical company like this. They didn't even know about the change of chairman until Chun Peng came to show off to them. So, you are here just to show off today? Yuli looked at the two of them coldly. Under normal circumstances, she would have been jealous, but now she was going to live in the Highlang Villa area, so how could she still bother with these people like this? A house in the Highlang Villa district is worth hundreds of millions, which is more valuable than the entire Chun pharmaceutical company. So even though Chun Peng is the chairman now, he is still not as good as them. Thinking of this, Yuli gradually felt better. Of course not. The main reason is that I am now the chairman of the company. I am thinking of the brotherly relationship between us. So this time I want you to return to the company and join the company. Chun Peng's face was full of smiles. Chun Wan next to him also had an attentive smile on her face, but that smile was much more fake than Chun Peng's. This isn't appropriate. After all, my father gave me a chance at the beginning, and I also failed in my investment in the company. Fei Chun said hesitantly, but with an urgent hope in his eyes. They said they wanted you to go back to the company, but I don't want you to be a security guard or something. Yuli said coldly. In fact, she had seen the faces of these two people clearly a long time ago, but because she still had to rely on the Chun family for food, she didn't dare to explode. Chun Peng smiled awkwardly and said hurriedly, "Of course not. This time I want you to return to the company as the production manager. Yuli, you will also be a part of this. I plan to make you the deputy production manager." Really? Chun Fei, who was a little excited, was about to speak when Yuli suddenly interrupted him. Her eyes were full of heat. Chun Fei had worked at Chen's pharmaceutical company before, and she knew that in Chen's pharmaceutical company, a manager's monthly salary was basically over 10,000. Chun Fei's face was also full of desire. When Chun Peng and Chan Wan saw that both of them had taken the bait, they smiled at each other. It's not just you. This is our family business after all, so I plan to keep it within the family. There are some important positions in the company that I want Jason and Anna to take up. Chun Peng seemed to be sincere enough, looking at the two of them with a smile. Chun Wan also stood up, took out a land deed, and placed it in front of Yu Li and her husband, saying, "See, this is your family's land deed. Although it has always been with your father, our chairman Chun deliberately went to your father to get it today. We want to give it to you to show our sincerity. Yes, after all, we are a family, so let's not think about the past." Chun Fei had already been coaxed into giving the two men sweet talk. Now that he saw the deed, he couldn't wait to sign it and start working in the company. Yuli looked at the title deed and thought about the Highlang Villa district, and her mood gradually cooled. You two can't let our family work for nothing, right? Tell me, what do you want to do? Yuli looked at the two of them arrogantly, as if with a hint of disdain, and said slowly, Now her daughter's assets are much larger than the entire Chun pharmaceutical company. Naturally, she has to broaden her horizons and not be swayed by Chun Wan's small profits and benefits. Chun Peng looked at Yu Li's attitude, and a hint of anger appeared on his face, but it quickly disappeared. He smiled and said, I really don't want you to do anything. It's originally a family business, and I just want you to join. By the way, where's Jason? I haven't even seen him yet. Call him out quickly. We plan to make him the manager of the company. This is also what Dad wanted. It means that our Chun family recognizes him. Chapter 73, Bewitching. At this time, Jason and Anna also came out and happened to hear what the two said with a hint of surprise in their eyes. Hey, Jason is awake. I haven't seen you for a long time. You are getting more and more handsome. Shenwan saw Jason with a hypocritical smile on her face. Shenping also turned his attention to Jason. Jason, our Chen family now plans to let you work as a project manager at Chen Pharmaceutical Company. You should get ready and come to work tomorrow. Chen Peng stood in place and said to Jason in an imperative tone. Jason watched the two people's performance quietly. He already knew what the Chun family was like, so he just treated what they said as fart. Manager? I'm afraid I'm not worthy of a job at Chen Pharmaceutical, a big company like this. Jason sneered and looked at the two hypocritical people. Anna, who was standing next to them, was listening to what the two were saying, her eyes full of disbelief. I am now the chairman of Chun Pharmaceutical Company. Of course, I'm the one who arranges all this. So if I think you can do it, then you can do it. Chun Peng straightened his clothes, his face full of pride. Jason, I think what your aunt and uncle said makes some sense. After all, you are still young, and our Chun Pharmaceutical is also a big company. You could train yourself there. Chun Fei next to him suddenly said something, obviously wanting Jason to go to Chun Pharmaceutical. Yuli pursed her lips, looked at Chin Fei, and said nothing. She knew very well that Fei Chun was a little unwilling about his last investment. Jason saw the few people. There was a hint of teasing in his eyes. Really? But I just joined Chin's pharmaceutical company, and my influence is insignificant. I'm afraid I can't do anything big. Jason looked at Chun Peng in front of him timidly, as if he had been frightened by his arrogant attitude. Chun Peng listened to Jason's words, with a hint of disdain and impatience in his eyes. But thinking of the people above, he suppressed his impatience and forced a smile. It's okay. I am the chairman of the company now. If anyone dares to criticize you, I will fire him directly. Jason was immediately delighted and looked at Chun Peng, saying blankly, Really? Are there any requirements for me to join Chen's pharmaceutical company? Anna, who was standing next to Jason, looked at his current appearance and couldn't help but give him a blank look. She knew very well that Jason just wanted to play a trick on them. Ahem, indeed. After all, your ability is not very strong, and unlike Chin Fei, you have not worked in the company before, so there is no problem for me to promote him. Even if I were the chairman, it would be difficult to promote you to the position of manager all at once. So you need to make contributions to our Chun Pharmaceutical Company. Chun Peng said indifferently, touching his chin with one hand, as if he was considering Jason very carefully. When Chin Fei heard what Chun Peng said, he couldn't help but be happy. It seemed that his position as production manager was almost certain to be secured. Like, how can I make a contribution? I don't have any strengths. Jason frowned, seeming hesitant. Seeing this, Chen Wan was immediately delighted and said, Some time ago, I heard that there was a large family in Ningzhou City who was collecting some herbal formulas, and the bids were quite high, 30 million per formula. If you can get this 30 million and invest it in our Chun Pharmaceutical Company, then your position as manager is a sure thing. Chun Peng nodded beside him without refuting Chun Wan's words. Jason sneered in his heart. He wondered why the Chun family was so enthusiastic about him all of a sudden. It turned out that they wanted the prescription he had given Lucy last time to replenish her body. They really thought of it. I'm afraid this 30 million is also what the Xue family wants. But then Jason thought about it. A hint of sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Since the Xue family wants it, just give it to them. I do have a formula here, and it can be of great help to children. But if I exchange the 30 million and don't save the child, can I buy a Chun Pharmaceutical Company myself? Why should I invest in it? Jason looked at Chin Peng in surprise and said slowly. When Yuli heard this, she was suddenly shocked and looked at Jason with much more eagerness. A few days ago, he brought a property worth hundreds of millions of yuan, and now he has a prescription worth 30 million yuan. This made her feel more and more that Jason was a good choice as her son-in-law. I was even wondering if I had been too harsh on Jason in the past. When Shin Peng heard this, he suddenly became anxious and glared at Chun Wan fiercely. It would have been fine if Chun Wan didn't say anything, but once she opened her mouth, everything would have been ruined. Chun Wan was also a little disappointed. She stood there and didn't dare to say anything. She originally wanted to use this opportunity to show off her achievements, but she didn't expect things to turn out like this. Think about it. You're the son-in-law of our Chun family, so you're also a member of our Chun family. Previously, Chun Fei lost face in front of Dad because of his failed investment, and the people in the company also looked down on him, so he was forced to resign. And that's why Anna couldn't work at Chun Pharmaceuticals. Chun Peng spoke slowly, and Jason nodded beside him. He didn't expect that there would be such a thing here, which was really unexpected for him. So, don't you want Anna to return to Chun Pharmaceutical? Don't you want your father-in-law to stand up straight and join Chun Pharmaceutical? Although you think it's a big deal, they are all members of the Chun family, so you have to think about them too. As long as you give me the formula in your hand, I can guarantee that I will announce your public morality to the entire Chun Pharmaceutical the next day. Chun Peng said patiently. Chun Fei, who was standing next to him, blushed profusely because of what Chun Peng said. He was the only one who could understand how uncomfortable it was to be laughed at by the entire company. Simply turned his hopeful gaze towards Jason, hoping that Jason would nod. Yu Li's expression next to her was a little unnatural. After all, it was 30 million. But thinking of Chun Fei, she forcibly held back her emotion and remained silent for a while. After Chun Fei resigned, her life became difficult. People often talked about her and said that Chun Fei was a coward. If the situation could be improved now, she would accept it even if it was 30 million. Jason's face seemed to be full of excitement. He then looked at Chun Fei and Chun Peng, who had opened him, and nodded. Okay, since you said so, it would be my fault if I didn't help our Chun family. I don't want the position anymore. Just give the manager position to my father-in-law. After all, he is just a production manager and not as high-ranking as me, the general manager. Jason said lightly. Chapter 74, Chun Fei and Yu Li's attitude changes. When Fei Chun heard this, tears almost came out his eyes. Jason, I misunderstood you before. It's really a blessing for me, Fei Chun, to have you as my son-in-law. Fei Chun said word by word, his face full of emotion. Okay, now that you've agreed, write down the secret recipe. Xinwan quickly took out a piece of paper and a pen from her pocket and prepared to hand it to Jason. But Chun Peng snatched the pen and paper from her hand and walked in front of Jason. Xinwan, who was standing in place, couldn't help but have a flash of anger in her eyes. Seeing that Chun Peng was trying to steal the credit from her, she hurried over. This credit cannot be taken away by Chun Peng alone, otherwise she will not get any benefit at all. Chun Peng looked at Chun Wan, who was approaching, with displeasure in his eyes, and ordered, "This is a company secret. How dare you come close to me? Get back now. I'm also a member of the Chin family. Why can't I watch it?" Chun Wan was not willing to be outdone and started arguing with Chun Peng. Chun Wan almost messed things up just now, but he didn't blame him yet. After he'd spent a lot of time and effort to get it, how could he let Chun Wan come up and share the profits? Chun Peng then stood there and started talking to Chun Wan. You haven't done anything, and you still want to see the Chun family secrets? I'm afraid you're not qualified now. Chun Peng said coldly. Why? I came here with you. Don't think you can get rid of me so easily. Jason just stood there, watching the two people quarreling as if he was watching a show. Anna beside him pulled Jason as close, her face full of worry. Jason, you should know very well who they are. You must not give them this thing. Anna's face was full of confusion, and she spoke in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Although Chun Peng spoke eloquently at the beginning and deceived his parents, she remained rational in this matter. She did not believe that Chun Peng and Chun Wan, who were always stingy, would really do this. I'm afraid they will still be rejected for various reasons. Jason glanced at Anna, a smile on his face, and said, It's okay. I know my limits in this matter. These people will learn their lessons sooner or later. Anna heaved a long sigh of relief when she saw Jason sober. At first she thought Jason was bewildered, but now it seems not. Do you still want the secret recipe? Jason finally spoke, looking at the two of them calmly. Yes, Chun Wan and Chun Peng said at the same time. Jason, who was smiling beside him, and suppressed the anger in his heart. After all, the overall situation was more important now. Soon, Jason took the paper and pen from Chun Peng and began to write slowly. Okay, that's all. Take it and don't forget what you said. Jason said slowly. Chun Peng and Shan Wan looked at the paper full of incomprehensible Chinese medicine, and their hearts gradually calmed down. Is that really all? Chun Peng said, with some disbelief. Jason nodded and said, That's all. Give it to them. Remember what you said. Suddenly, Chun Peng felt relieved. Brother, what about my work? At this time, Chun Fei came up and looked at Chun Peng with a wry smile. Chun Peng now had the secret recipe in his hand, and he felt relieved. He looked at Chun Fei with disdain in his eyes, and his tone became superior. Don't worry, just wait a few days and we'll arrange for you to go to work. Chun Fei was immediately delighted and began to ask about the two of them's well-being. But Chun Peng just wanted to take the things and report back. He didn't want to stay any longer. He said a few perfunctory words and left with Chun Wan. My dear son-in-law, I was blind before and thought you were an incompetent person. I shouldn't have treated you like that. I apologize to you today. Chun Fei saw that the matter was almost settled, as if the huge stone that had been settled in his heart had suddenly settled. He then quickly looked at Jason with his eyes as eager as they could be. Jason pondered for a moment. He had not expected Chun Fei's change of attitude towards him. He originally had his own plans in mind, and Chun Fei's transformation was an unexpected surprise for him. It's okay. After all, you're my father-in-law, and we are family. Jason shook his head lightly, and his attitude towards Chun Fei also changed a lot. Yuli also came up and looked at her husband's appearance. She couldn't help but cursed. Hurry up and pack up. Do you still want to move in later? When Chun Fei heard this, he didn't dare to stay any longer and quickly went to pack up. Yuli also looked at Jason with emotion, without the previous arrogance in her eyes. She only said, Thank you for what happened today. This is Anna's father's wish. After saying that, he left before Jason could respond. A little ashamed of Jason, Anna walked up, took Jason's hand, and smiled. You did a great job today. Here's a reward for you. After saying that, Anna kissed Jason on the cheek and then walked away with a blushing face. Jason looked at Anna as departing back, wiped the red lipstick marks on his face, and suddenly smiled warmly. It was really an unexpected success. Now it seems that even if the secret recipe was really given away, what would it matter? However, the seeds have been sown, and it will be harvest time soon. He will not let go of the Shui family and those two old guys, Chun Grue. Mr. Shui, we got the stuff. Chun Peng and Chun Wan walked into the Chun family manor excitedly and shouted. Today seemed to have been planned. Sam and Shui Sheng were waiting here on purpose. Chun Grue sat in his seat like an old man in his twilight years, listening to Chun Peng's words, and then he moved slightly. What? Hurry up and bring the things over here. Sam seemed very excited, looking at the two of them, and said anxiously. Chun Peng had a flattering look on his face and handed the recipe written by Jason to Sam. Shui Sheng next to him also turned his gaze over. Mr. Shui, we have obtained the secret recipe now. I would like to know about your Shui family's investment. Chun Peng asked tentatively. Sam's mind was now drawn to the secret recipe. He was thinking of the scene of the Shui family dominating Ningzhou City. After hearing Chun Peng's words, he immediately said, Okay, I'll give you 3. Before he could finish his words, Shui Sheng grabbed him. Sam a cold look, which frightened Sam. Chun Peng next to him also shut his mouth. Chapter 75, Second Hospital. Jason's decisive voice reached Fan Jin's ears, but Fan Jin did not back down. He took 2 steps closer with a firm look in his eyes, bent his knees, and knelt in front of Jason with a plop. I'm begging you. My wife is in the late stages of liver cancer and is now lying unconscious in the hospital. The doctors told me to give up treatment, but how can I just give up like this? When I decided to work in the automotive industry and started from scratch, she didn't despise me because I was a pauper. She has been by my side all these years and has taken care of everything at home for me. My business finally started to pick up, but before she could even enjoy a day of peace and quiet with me. Fan Jin's voice almost trembled at the end, and Jason even heard a hint of pleading in his sincere tone. But after Fan Jin finished speaking, Jason still didn't answer. Fan Jin simply gritted his teeth, bent down, and was about to cut out at Jason until he agreed, but when he bent down, he was held up by Jason. A man's knees are made of gold. He should kneel to heaven, earth, and his parents. How can he kneel to a stranger? I can promise to save your wife, but you have to agree to one condition. Fan Jin's words reminded Jason of Anna. When he was suddenly imprisoned, she was the only one who believed in him and never left him. Upon hearing that Jason actually agreed, Fan Jin quickly stood up, his face showing anxiety and worry for his wife. I'll agree to anything you ask, as long as you ask. I want you to use all your financial resources to find 1,000-year-old ginseng on the black market in Ningzhou City. My daughter is weak, so it's perfect for her to take home to replenish her body. Jason naturally didn't bother to be polite with him, and he started by talking about 1,000-year-old ginseng. This thing was very valuable, and it was not available for purchase openly. It could not be purchased without using a certain amount of financial and human resources. This little thing is a piece of cake for Fanjin. Jason actually doesn't care about ginseng at all. He just wants to test Fanjin's strength and see if he is really willing to give up everything. As expected, after hearing Jason's request, Fanjin nodded and agreed without even thinking about it. Okay, I promise you. To be honest, in order to treat my wife's illness, I have collected a variety of rare medicinal herbs, not just the 1,000-year-old ginseng. I am willing to offer all of these herbs to you with both hands. Could you please move to the second hospital immediately? Ningzhou Second Hospital is a place that gathers the world's top doctors. Not only does it have many overseas returnees with PhDs, but it also has Shun Tian and Shun Lao, who are known as national masters. Even such a hospital is helpless against Fan Jin's wife's illness. He must be the only one in the whole Ningzhou city who can cure her. There's no time to lose. Please drive me there. Jason nodded in agreement, and Fan Jin hurried to drive. The two of them drove very fast and arrived at the gate of the second hospital in just 10 minutes. Second hospital? I haven't been here for a long time. Jason looked at the four big words, second hospital, above his head. If it weren't for the fact that Fanjin and he shared the same illness, he would never want to come here again. Sam bribed the doctor at the second hospital to further prove his evidence of raping women. But after all, human life is at stake. So regardless of how people around him look at him, Jason still follows Fanjin into the elevator and goes all the way to the 5th floor. The 5th floor is the intensive care unit. In the entire Ningzhou city, only the powerful and wealthy have the financial resources and qualifications to live here. Sure enough, at a glance, Jason saw that the person lying in the intensive care unit behind the glass window at the end of the corridor was none other than Lu Yun, the third daughter of the Lu group. How is my wife doing today? When he reached the front of the ward, Fanjin stopped a nurse and asked anxiously. The nurse glanced at Fanjin, then noticed Jason, who was dressed simply. A look of contempt immediately appeared in her eyes. Miss Lu's condition is getting worse day by day. I advise you to prepare for your funeral in advance. As soon as these words came out, Fanjin felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He collapsed powerlessly on a chair outside the ward, his eyes already red. Why are you in such a hurry? I'm here now. It's just a minor illness. No surgery is needed. Jason glanced at Fanjin's anxious and collapsed look, and he had obviously forgotten his existence. Just as the two were about to enter the ICU ward, the elevator door slowly opened. The two of them couldn't help but look towards the elevator door, only to see three people walking out of the elevator. The leader looked very old, about 60 or 70 years old, with white hair and beard, and behind him were two middle-aged people, a man and a woman, who were dressed very expensively and looked either rich or noble. Father and mother-in-law, you've come at the perfect time. I just found a miracle doctor for Yin'er. If you were to treat her, Yin'er would definitely be saved. When he saw that they were Lu Yun's parents, Fanjin couldn't wait to speak. Oh, I wonder which miracle doctor can be compared to me. The first person to speak was the old man walking in front. Jason observed him carefully and judged from his tone that he must be the director of the second hospital, Mr. Shun Tianhe. This is Jason, the miraculous Dr. Li. He was the one who cured the old man from the Tang family. Fanjin still believed in his own judgment and introduced Jason to the three people in front of him. But the middle-aged man following behind Mr. Shun looked at him unkindly, looking Jason up and down, and finally his eyes fell on his clothes. He had seen countless miracle doctors who could bring people back to life, and all of them were wealthy. Jason was so ordinary that he had no connection with the word miracle doctor at all, not to mention that he was so young. This young man looks no more than 20 or 30 years old, but Elder Shun has been practicing medicine for 50 years and is known as a national expert. He only came to treat Yin'er today out of respect for my Lu family. There are many charlatans these days, and human lives are at stake. If you want to get rich, young man, you'd better find another way out and take care of yourself. Lu Huada simply didn't believe that this ordinary-looking young man in front of him, dressed so poorly, could cure his daughter's illness. Without saying a word, he pushed Fanjin away and walked into the ward. Although Fan Jin felt embarrassed, after all, Lu Huada had invited Mr. Shun, who was known as a national master, so he had no way to refuse and had to follow him. Jason, who was left behind, showed an intriguing smile after everyone entered the ward, and then he slowly walked into the ward. Dare to call himself a liar? He wanted to see how advanced the medical skills of this national master, Mr. Shun, were. Chapter 76, The True Miracle Doctor. I saw old Shun walking to Lu Yun's bedside. Although Lu Yun used to be very handsome, his fair skin had become dry and withered due to long-term illness. Now he could only rely on a ventilator to barely maintain his life. Liver cancer is in the late stages. Western medicine would probably say it's incurable, but fortunately, I've studied Chinese medicine for many years. Now I can only try using my signature Hua, 10 secrets, but I only have a 10% chance of success. Old Shun took Lu Yun's pulse, then waved his hand and had someone bring a few silver needles. Mr. Shun is a national player. Even if there's only a 10% chance, we still trust you. The person who spoke was the middle-aged woman next to Lu Huada named Wang Ping, Lu Yun's mother. When she heard that her daughter had a chance of survival, she was willing to try even if there was only a 10% chance. But at the same time, Wang Ping and others noticed that Jason didn't leave, but stood at the door without knowing what was good for him. Wang Ping glared at Jason angrily and said, "Fan Jin, where did you find such a poor boy? And he's still hanging around here? Could it be that he's planning something bad to my daughter?" Wang Ping's daughter's illness had nearly brought her to a state of mental collapse, and Jason was just the outlet for her anger. So she pointed at Jason and started to scold him. "Look at how shabby you're dressed. Everything on you put together is worth less than the soles of my shoes. A charlatan like you wants to pretend to be a miracle doctor? Don't you just want it? Okay, take the money and get out of here. Don't disturb Mr. Shun from treating his illness." As she spoke, Wang Ping took out a thick stack of cash from her bag and threw it at Jason. Red bills fell to the ground one after another. Jason just raised the corners of his lips slightly, but had no intention of picking up any of them. How ignorant! How dare you claim that your Hua Tuo's 10 wonders are inherited from your ancestors? That's my master's original acupuncture technique. But since I can't help you, you should prepare for Miss Lu's funeral as soon as possible. Fan came in and had no time to try to stop Jason. Jason left a word, turned around gracefully, and disappeared from everyone's sight. Wang Ping glared at Jason as departing back. As soon as her daughter's treatment was over, she would make this charlatan pay for his outrageous words. But Mr. Shun was much calmer. Under the gaze of everyone, he began to give acupuncture to Lu Yun. After 10 needles were injected, Lu Yun's fingers suddenly moved slightly in the expectant eyes of everyone. When the Lu couple and Fan Jin saw this scene, they immediately showed joy on their faces. But before they could be happy for long, the sleeping Lu Yun suddenly coughed up blood and his heart rate stopped in an instant. What on earth is going on? Mr. Shun, look, what happened to my daughter? This scene scared Wang Ping, who had just been beaming with joy. She hurriedly grabbed Mr. Shun's sleeve, but seeing Mr. Shun's regretful expression, the Lu couple's hearts suddenly fell into an icy cave. "My condolences, Miss Lu. I'm afraid there's no way she can be saved." "What do you mean it's impossible to save someone?" "I think it's because of your poor medical skills that you almost killed someone." "Get out of the way." Just when everyone in the room was on edge, a voice suddenly appeared behind them. Jason, who had already left, suddenly appeared in the ward again. He pushed Mr. Shin away, and without waiting for anyone to react, he took out the blood-red silver needle he carried with him. Mr. Shin had just steadied himself when he saw that it was a blood-red silver needle and staggered 2 steps again. Bloody silver needle. How did you get this thing? How could Mr. Shin not recognize this thing was once used by that person? When that person appeared, it caused a sensation in the entire medical community of Ningzhou City. However, he disappeared suddenly. No one expected that the blood-colored silver needle would appear again one day. Furthermore, considering the master this young man just mentioned, could he really be that person's apprentice? The reason why Hua Tuo's 10 wonders are called the 10 wonders is because the acupuncture points he used were all at 10 major acupoints on the human body. The order is from head to toe, and not only did you get 10 acupoints wrong, you completely messed up the order. Besides, ordinary silver needles are completely ineffective. Only the blood-colored silver needles in my hand can work. Miss Lu is just suffering from cardiac arrest, and you dare to say she is beyond help? You are a national champion, but you are worse than an apprentice. Jason's movements were steady and orderly, and his true energy was injected into Lu Yun's body along with his movements. Lu Yun's chest, which had stopped breathing, suddenly rose and fell. Then Jason took the time to take out a prescription from his pocket and threw it to Fanjin. Follow my prescription and don't leave out any of the herbs. Get the best quality. Take 1 dose every other day for a total of 3 doses. Fanjin did not dare to hesitate. He took the prescription and went to get the medicine without saying a word. Who are you? Seeing Jason perform the set of movements with ease and without a trace of fatigue, even Mr. Shin couldn't help but be shocked, not to mention that he couldn't refute what Jason had just said to him. Jason didn't answer until Fanjin brought in the boiled medicine. He took the medicine and put it into Lu Yun's mouth. At this moment, Lu Yun's expression suddenly changed drastically. His originally withered face suddenly became radiant as if he were reborn, and even his lips began to have color. Suddenly, a whisper came from Lu Yun's mouth. Everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes. Fanjin rushed over and grabbed Lu Yun's hand. Tears welled up in the corners of his eyes, and he shouted, "Yunner, you finally woke up." Although Lu Yun was still weak, she slowly opened her eyes under the gaze of everyone, looked at Fanjin, who was crying for her, then smiled and said weakly, "Hubby, stop crying. I'm awake now, aren't I?" Seeing this heartwarming scene, the Lu couple finally couldn't help but stepped forward. Wang Ping had already shed tears after seeing her daughter gradually recovering. Now she couldn't help but burst into tears when she saw her daughter open her eyes and even speak. "Nothing, I'm leaving now." Looking at this heartwarming scene in front of him, Jason couldn't help but think that his daughter Lucy Lee and his wife, Anna, should be waiting for him at home at this moment. But just as he was about to leave, a hand suddenly rested on his shoulder. He turned around and saw that it was Lu Huada. "Young man, I apologize for my wife and I's rude behavior just now. But could you please tell me your name? My Lu family has always been grateful for gratitude. Please give me a chance to repay you." Seeing Lu Huada's sincerity, Jason was not moved by him at all. He just slapped his hand away and glanced at everyone in the room. "Fanjin has already promised to pay me." After saying that, Jason turned around casually, and this time he really left. "Jason, if you need anything in the future, just come to my Lu family. My Lu family members are always at your disposal." Even though he had walked far away, Lu Huada still shouted in the direction where Jason disappeared. Such a young miracle doctor. It would be great if I could have even the slightest connection with him. Chapter 77, Amusement Park. Jason returned home, and, as expected, 3 days later, all the things Fanjin promised him were delivered to him. In addition to the rare medicinal herbs he promised him, there was also a check for 100 million yuan. But Jason no longer had any interest in the check. His savings were dozens or even hundreds of times the amount of the check, and he was not short of money at all. "Dad, I'm back. Look what this is." Just as I finished packing my things, I saw Anna leading Lucy Lee's little hand into the house. Lucy Lee was holding a red certificate in her hand and smiling brightly. Anna covered her lips and smiled secretly. She had clearly agreed on the way to give her father a surprise, but she still couldn't help it and said it as soon as she entered the door. Seeing his daughter and wife come back, Jason couldn't help but smile. He stretched out his arms, picked up Lucy Lee, and kissed her on her little face. "Lucy is awesome. What's this certificate?" Lucy Lee just giggled. She held the certificate in one hand and pointed at it with her other little hand and said, "It's a 3 Good Students Award. Even the teacher praised me for my excellent academic performance." "Lucy is awesome. Tomorrow is the weekend. So, as a reward, how about we go to the amusement park together?" When Lucy Lee heard the word amusement park, her eyes suddenly lit up. She had only seen amusement parks on TV before, but had never actually been there. "Honey, tomorrow is the weekend. You don't have to go to work, right? Let's go with Lucy." Jason also smiled at Anna, and Anna couldn't help but blush. Is this considered a date? But they really haven't been on a date for a long time, so Anna nodded without thinking. "Lucy, let's go frame the certificate." Jason came back from prison. He seemed to have become more manly. Just a few words from him could make her heart beat faster. Anna took Lucy Lee from Jason's arms, turned around shyly, and went to hang the certificate with Lucy Lee. Looking at this heartwarming scene, Jason's heart was suddenly filled with happiness. At this moment, his phone suddenly rang. It was an unknown number that had called several times, but he hadn't heard it just now. Not knowing who the other party was, Jason went to the living room and answered the phone. A familiar voice came from the other end of the phone. "Jason, I'm Fanjin. Have you received the item? How did Fanjin know his phone number? But if you think about it carefully, he is the son-in-law of Liu Huada of the Liu Group. Although the Liu family has never liked to show off in Ningzhou City, the forces hidden behind the scenes cannot be underestimated. Therefore, it should not be difficult for them to find his contact information. Received. Just as I was about to hang up the phone, Fanjin suddenly said, Jason, my father-in-law and mother-in-law have always felt guilty about what happened 3 days ago, so they also investigated you privately. Wanted to help you secretly to repay you a favor, but they discovered that you were imprisoned 5 years ago. So, what do you want to say? Jason was already very disgusted with those who secretly investigated him. Now, when he heard Fanjin actually mentioned his imprisonment again, his tone naturally didn't get any better. Don't be angry. I actually want to tell you that I got news from an aviation company run by the Liu Group that the Liu you are looking for has returned to China. In fact, the Shui family is not strong enough to fight against our Liu family. As long as you give the order, we will immediately raise the entire Shui family to repay your kindness. Liu, this name, Jason will never forget. 5 years ago, when he woke up after being framed by Sam, the person lying next to him was Anna's best friend Liu. As soon as the incident happened, she tried her best to correct herself, but after she was imprisoned, she went abroad to avoid the limelight, and she had no contact with Anna during this period. That's not necessary. I will avenge myself. After saying that, Jason hung up the phone. Liu unexpectedly returned to China at this time, and it happened to be not long after he was released from prison. He was afraid that new troubles would arise. The next morning, Jason held Lucy Lee in his right hand and Anna in his left hand as they walked towards the amusement park. Many men on the street cast passionate glances at Anna. Anna was born beautiful. She didn't wear heavy makeup today, just a thin layer of lipstick, but she looked even more bright and charming. She was wearing a snow-white long dress, which made her look pure and beautiful. Wife, you look so beautiful today. Jason praised sincerely. Anna's face suddenly turned red, and she cursed softly, slippery-tongued. The family of 3 soon arrived at the amusement park. Jason was pulled by Lucy Lee, and the 3 of them tried almost everything there was to play, from the carousel to bubble tea. I bought an ice cream for Lucy Lee. Jason was so happy that she didn't notice that some of it got on her face. He reached out and wiped her mouth considerately. Dad, I want to ride the Ferris wheel. Before they finished their ice cream, Lucy Lee pointed to the tallest Ferris wheel in the amusement park. Jason nodded and said, Okay, let's go ride the Ferris wheel. Just as she finished speaking, a boy who was chasing his companion in front of him suddenly bumped into Lucy Lee and knocked the ice cream off her body. The ice cream spilled on Lucy Lee's pink clothes, wetting a large area. Don't you have eyes? You didn't even try to hide when you saw me coming. The boy who bumped into someone spoke in an arrogant tone and showed no intention of apologizing. He put his hands on his hips and glared at Lucy Lee, not even paying attention to the 2 adults behind Lucy Lee. Lucy, let mommy check if you're hurt. Anna squatted down distressfully, took out the handkerchief in her arms, and wiped the stain on Lucy Lee's body. Lucy Lee was wearing a pink dress today, and the stain would probably be difficult to wash off. Mom, I didn't hit him. Lucy Lee stared with her eyes wide open in grievance, and she looked at Jason in grievance. Just as Jason was about to speak, he heard a burst of hurried footsteps. Looking up, he saw a plump woman walking towards him. As soon as she saw the boy, she embraced him in her arms with a doting smile on her face. Son, what's wrong? Mom, she hit me, and she still hasn't apologized to me. Jason frowned. Such a young child was actually the first to complain. He must have been spoiled. It was obviously your son who came first. Shut up. Look at how poor you are. What kind of rag is that on your daughter? My son is so delicate. What if he gets hurt? Can you afford the compensation? The woman didn't care about right or wrong. Seeing that Anna was dressed simply and Jason had no valuable parts on his body, she became even more arrogant. Chapter 78, just one word. Ma'am, your son bumped into us first. If you don't believe me, we can check the surveillance footage. The woman's harsh, scolding voice reached Jason's ears, causing him to feel a surge of anxiety. He quietly protected Anna and Lucy behind him, only to see the woman opposite him raise her chin and say, Watch the surveillance? The entire amusement park is owned by our family. How dare you cause trouble on our territory? Just because you're a poor bastard. Seeing that she had no intention of being reasonable, Jason really didn't want to argue with the woman. He was about to pull Anna and Lucy Lee to ignore her and turn around and leave. However, He didn't expect that his tepid attitude would greatly stimulate the other party's self-esteem. He heard the woman shout, "How dare you? A country bumpkin, look down on me. Someone beat him up." As soon as he finished speaking, 4 or 5 bodyguards in black came over from all directions. The boy who bumped into someone threw himself into his mother's arms, looking at the 3 people who were about to get into trouble with a smug look on his face. Their bodyguards were all special forces level. He said arrogantly, "My father is the chairman of the Wong family. Even if you apologize to me now, it's too late." As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the 4 or 5 bodyguards rushing towards Jason. Although Anna was afraid, Jason protected her from behind, and she believed that Jason would protect her. So Anna just held Lucy Lee in her arms and did not retreat a single step. It's funny to say that the Wong family is actually a branch family under the Liu group. If it weren't for the Liu group support, they would have died countless times. Jason calmly took out his cell phone and dialed Fanjin's number. At the same time, his figure was like a ghost, and none of the bodyguards who rushed towards him could touch the corner of his clothes. "Those blind people from the Wong family attacked me. I don't want to see them again in Ningzhou City." As soon as he finished speaking, Jason quickly launched several consecutive palm strikes, each of which hit the chest and back of the head of several bodyguards. In just a few breaths, he knocked 4 or 5 bodyguards to the ground with only one hand. "Wow, Dad is so handsome." Lucy Lee, who was hiding behind Anna, clapped her hands happily. Jason had always been a great figure in her mind. Not only could he heal illnesses and save lives, but he was also the first person to rush out and protect her at the critical moment. How could she, who was still so young, not admire him? "You, who do you think you are? Are you crazy? Just one word from you, and the Wong family will disappear." Although she saw the bodyguard she brought with her being knocked down by Jason one after another, the woman remained tough. She laughed in anger and said that she would tell her husband when she got home and ask him to teach this ignorant bumpkin who only knew some mediocre kung fu a lesson. Suddenly, the cell phone in the woman's bag rang. Who called her at this time? I took out my phone hesitantly, and after receiving the notification, I heard a barrage of scolding from the person on the other end. "What on earth did you? A stinky bitch. Mess with someone you shouldn't mess with. It's over, it's all over. The Liu group has withdrawn its investment from us. I'm going bankrupt." Not only that, the Liu family also warned us not to appear in Ningzhou City again. "Get back here right now." The news was like a bolt from the blue, exploding in the woman's head in an instant. She fell to the ground, staring blankly at Jason, who was holding Lucy Lee and pulling Anna away. With just one sentence, Jason completely brought down the Wong family, a branch of the Liu group. Anna held Jason's hand, her face burning hot. Although she didn't know how Jason did it, Jason's sharp skills just now were so handsome. She had never seen a man so powerful. At this moment, Lucy Lee's words brought her back to her senses. "Dad, where are we going?" Seeing that Jason was not heading towards the Ferris wheel, but the shopping mall and the amusement park, Anna finally realized that she had just followed Jason instinctively, but now even she was looking at him with doubt. "Lucy, your skirt is dirty. Let's go change into another skirt, and then come back to play, okay?" When she heard that she had a new dress to wear, Lucy Lee happily waved her hands, held Jason his face and kissed him, and said with a smile, "Dad is the best. I love Dad the most." Anna heard that they were going to the mall to buy things. She couldn't help but say, "Lucy already has a lot of dresses. Don't waste your money." Jason smiled and looked at Anna's blushing face and said gently, "Not only for Lucy, but also for you. I haven't been able to take care of you in prison these years. At least let me make it up to you now." With his words, Anna's heart seemed to be filled with something in an instant. She felt extremely happy at this moment. Sure enough, Jason was still the kind Jason, the Jason she had always loved deeply. She had not misjudged him. As soon as the family of 3 walked into the mall, they immediately attracted the attention of the salesgirls, especially Anna. If others didn't know about her pretty face, they would have thought she had done a lot of expensive maintenance. But only she knew that Jason had specially prescribed her some nourishing medicine and a facial mask made with Chinese medicine, which was more effective than any other beauty product sold on the market. Jason chose a luxury store that sold both children's and women's clothing. Seeing the expensive luxury logos printed on it, Anna couldn't help but look at Jason with a blaming look. "Honey, I'm not short of money at all now. You can buy as much as you want." Jason shrugged helplessly, although he said that Jason knew that Anna was never the kind of materialistic gold digger. Anna was about to refuse and go to the cheaper store next door, but Jason grabbed her waist. What are you doing? There are so many people here. Anna didn't expect him to be so bold. She looked around, and although she pushed Jason away without hesitation, her heart couldn't help but beat faster. You've worked so hard for so many years. You don't have to live that hard life anymore. You and Lucy go in and choose. Unable to refuse, Anna nodded, took Lucy Leah's hand, and walked into the clothing store. Jason also walked in. He happened to like a light yellow floral dress. Anna looked great in light-colored clothes, which made her look pure and youthful. Just as he was about to reach out and take down the dress for Anna to try, an extremely harsh and unpleasant voice suddenly sounded behind Jason. "Sir, the clothes here are luxury goods. You can't touch them unless you buy them." Chapter 79 Private Show. Looking up at the voice, he saw that the person speaking was a clerk in the specialty store. Jason frowned unhappily. He had excellent eyesight and had already seen the label above. But the mere 30,000 yuan was just like $3 in his eyes, meaningless. The clerk saw Jason frowning and thought he was discouraged by the price. Seeing how shabby he was dressed, he must have never seen such a thing in his life, let alone bought one. He was just a poor guy who only looked but didn't buy anything. But who knew that the next second Jason took out his wallet from his pocket, pulled out a black card from it, and threw it directly to the clerk. "I bought all the clothes in the store. By the way, tell your store manager that I've bought everything in the entire mall." The clerk took the card. He wanted to mock Jason as a lunatic, but the moment his eyes touched the black card, he took a deep breath. Isn't this the platinum black card, of which only 50 have been issued worldwide? If you don't have assets worth over 100 million, you're not eligible to own this card. Even in Ningzhou City, where there are many talented people, the number of people who own platinum black cards can be counted on one hand. How could he dare to neglect this important client? He instantly changed his face like a peaking opera performer and said with a flattering face, "Sir, what do you want? We can deliver it to your door for free." No. Everything here is already yours. Please take your pick." Jason ignored him and just reached out to take off the light yellow dress. As soon as he took it off, he found that there was a smaller one next to it. It turned out to be a parent-child outfit. She took the smaller yellow dress and walked to Anna and Lucy Lee. "Lucy, would you like to wear this dress with your mother?" Lucy Lee saw the beautiful dress. She was naturally very happy to take it and took Anna to the fitting room. But after the two entered the fitting room, two familiar figures suddenly appeared at the door of the store. Jason looked over there, and the eyes of the three people met at the same moment. One of them was a tall and plump woman with long, beautiful black hair. "I didn't expect to meet Liu here," and the person she was holding on her left hand was Sam. Jason didn't expect that the two of them would appear here. Naturally, the two of them also noticed Jason here. Sam walked over first, looked at Jason arrogantly, and said loudly, "Who did I think it was? Turns out you're a loser. Can you even afford all these things? Are you here just to feast your eyes?" Jason narrowed his eyes. He never thought that Liu would be with Sam, but he ignored Sam's plan. Jason's eyes were on Liu from beginning to end. "So you've been in cahoots with Sam for a long time?" Jason's voice was very cold, but Liu had Sam's support after all, so she was not scared at all. Instead, she said arrogantly, "That's right. I have been Master Shue's woman for a long time. Jason, it's been so long since we last met, and you're still acting like a wimp. You know, different from before." Liu didn't seem to feel any guilt at all, which made Jason sneer. It seemed that when Liu approached Anna, she had no good intentions at all. However, a woman like Liu didn't really not love Sam. She just loved his money. It was a pity that both she and Anna were deceived by her at that time. From this we can see that Sam doesn't really love Anna. He just treats Anna like other women and abandons her when he gets tired of her. Thinking of this, Jason couldn't help but clench his fists secretly. "Mr. Shue, I heard that a new high-end bag was released when I returned to China this time. It's worth 2 million. You promised to buy it for me, so don't break your promise." Liu pressed her whole body against Sam's, her plump buttocks rubbing against Sam's body. Sam reached out and held Liu in his arms, then said, "Okay, it's just 2 million, right? Go show it to this loser and let him see the difference." When Liu heard Sam's words, she was overjoyed and went straight to her bag. But at this moment, there was movement from the fitting room. It turned out that Anna and Lucy Lee had already tried on the clothes. Lucy Lee put on a new dress. The light yellow dress was dotted with white flowers, making her look as cute as a little angel. Anna, standing next to her, was even more beautiful. It seemed as if the dress was made for her. There was no one more suitable for her. Anna had never expected Jason to have such good taste. She was about to go up to him and ask if his clothes fit her, but suddenly noticed Sam was there too. After what happened last time, Anna has become wary of Sam, but from Sam's eyes, it can be seen that he still has a great interest in Anna Faye. I'll try something else. Anna was very smart. She sensed that the atmosphere was not right, so she immediately pulled Lucy Lee to try on other clothes. At this time, she happened to see Liu coming back with a bag, but the two of them just looked at each other briefly and did not communicate much. Master Shui, stop wasting time with this loser. Let's go and pay the bill. Sam's arm affectionately, but Jason suddenly said with a half smile, Sorry, I paid for this bag. As soon as the words came out, Sam burst into laughter. Jason, I think you're really crazy. Do you know how much this bag cost? 2 million. You don't need to be so naive to brag, right? Anna seeing you? Could it be that you acted crazy and stupid? Are you kidding me? How could Jason possibly afford such luxury? He's just trying to be nice, and now he's still trying to be nice. At this moment, the clerk who had just gone to check out came over with Jason's black card in his hand. Thinking that he was here to greet her, Liu walked up with her bag and said, Clerk, wrap this up for me and pay in full. But before she finished her words, the shop assistant didn't even look at her and walked straight past her. Liu widened her eyes and then heard him say, Jason, here's your card. It's been charged. Jason has bought everything here, including our store. Upon hearing this, Liu's face instantly turned red with anger. She turned her head and glared at Jason, unable to believe that he actually had this ability. Please give me back my things. Jason stretched out his hand and pointed at the bag in Liu's hand. Seeing her gritting her teeth and not intending to return it, Jason repeated, Get it back to me. Seeing Jason's resolute attitude, Liu couldn't help but look at Sam beside him for help. Sam gritted his teeth and hated Jason even more, gnashing his teeth in anger. Come on, let's go buy it somewhere else. This isn't the only store in the mall that sells it. If they refuse to sell it, I think it's bad luck. Sam didn't want to waste time with Jason anymore, so he pulled Liu up and was about to leave, but Jason suddenly kindly reminded him, I've taken over this mall, and no one will sell your stuff. Please leave now. If you don't leave, I will send security to ask you to leave. Jason's calm words not only made Sam's expression twisted with anger, but also made Liu's face fall. You know, this bag is the only one in the country that has this store in Ningzhou City. She came back to the country just for this. But he looked at Sam's face, which was so gloomy that it couldn't be gloomier. It seemed that there was no hope this time, so he threw the bag in his hand on the chair beside him in anger. Suddenly, he heard Sam turn around, glaring at Jason and saying viciously, Jason, you wait and see what happens today. I'm going to punish you right away. Just wait and see. After saying that, Sam left quickly without looking back. As soon as she heard the two people leaving, Anna pulled Lucy Lee out of the fitting room. Jason, who had a blank expression just now, put on a gentle smile when he saw the two people appear in front of him. He was afraid that his expression would scare them. This suit suits you very well. I've already paid for it. Let's continue to the amusement park. When she heard about the amusement park, Lucy Lee happily came to Jason and held his hand. Lucy Lee was young and didn't understand much, but she could hear clearly the conversation outside while Anna was hiding in the fitting room. Jason is a little different now. He is no longer the weak Jason who allows himself to be bullied. Even when facing Sam, who once framed him, he can fight back without batting an eyelid. What are you thinking about? Let's go ride the Ferris wheel with Lucy. Seeing Anna's thoughtful look, Jason turned around and stretched out his other hand. Anna smiled and also stretched out her hand to hold his, and the three of them returned to the amusement park again. After leaving the mall, Sam opened his car door with a gloomy face, while Liu beside him kept begging, Mr. Shui, you promised to buy me a bag. I just want that one. Can't you handle Jason? Sam was already feeling upset and angry. When he heard Liu say that she couldn't deal with Jason, he slapped her in the face. Liu was dizzy from his sudden slap, but she didn't dare to complain. She just held back the tears in her eyes and watched Sam leave her, get into the sports car alone, and gradually disappear from her sight. It seems I'm too nice to him. Just wait and see. Sam thought about it. The more he couldn't swallow his anger, so he dialed a number. No need to wait any longer. Buy all the shares of Chun Pharmaceutical immediately. I want them to go bankrupt right now, so that Jason, that beast, can be taught a lesson. With the pleasure of revenge, Sam's frown gradually smoothed out. How could Jason stand against him? Moreover, the Shui family had recently gained a more powerful backer. After riding the Ferris wheel for a circle, Lucy Li's little face was finally filled with satisfaction. It was already late at this time, and when the three of them were about to go home, Anna suddenly received a call from her father, Chun Fei. "Anna, come back soon. Something happened to the Chun family. Bring that beast Jason along too. He's definitely involved in this matter." Chun Fei's voice was filled with a great deal of collapse, and the sound was so natural that it could not escape Jason's ears. Without a doubt, it must be Sam's doing. He and Anna looked at each other and decided to send Lucy Li to Yi Fan's care first. The two of them were very fast and returned home in a short while. However, when they opened the door, they found that not only Chun Fei, but also Chun Gui, Yuli, Chun Wan, and other members of the Chun family were gathered in the house. Each of them had a solemn or devastated expression, and the moment Jason walked in, he felt all the resentful and angry gazes gathered in his direction. "Dad, what's going on? What happened?" Anna was also confused by the sudden situation. As soon as she finished speaking, Chun Fei suddenly rushed over and punched Jason in the face, scaring Anna to scream. "Dad, what are you doing?" But how could Jason accept being beaten so easily? He calmly grasped Chun Fei's fist with his right hand, then shook him off with force, forcing Chun Fei to retreat a few steps. "It's over, it's all over. If you, a blind loser, hadn't offended the young master of the Shui family, how could this have happened?" Just now, the Shui family called and wanted to buy out all the shares of Chen's pharmaceuticals. After hearing this, even Chun Wan and Yuli could no longer sit still. They stood up, pointed at Jason's nose, and started cursing. "You useless thing. Don't you see that Master Shui is someone you can't afford to offend? I tell you, you must give us an explanation for what happened today. Otherwise," Yuli never thought that Jason would have the courage to confront the Shui family. She really didn't know who gave him the courage. He was just a useless son-in-law who married into the Chun family. Yet he dared to fight against the Shui family with an egg. "Mom and Dad, Jason is not that kind of person. Please sit down and listen to me first." Anna stood on Jason's side from beginning to end. Moreover, she heard it clearly in the mall. It was clearly Sam who spoke wildly to Jason first, and it had nothing to do with Jason at all. But no one listened to Anna at this moment. Except for Anna, everyone in the Chun family blamed all the mistakes on Jason, wishing they could pull out his tendons and peel off his skin right now. "Why, if it's okay? Since it's my business, I'll handle it." Jason patted Anna's shoulder, signaling her not to be too nervous. But when others saw this scene, they just thought Jason was crazy and out of his mind. How could he handle the situation now? Even if he knelt down and apologized to the Shui family, it would probably be of no use. Jason didn't pay any attention to those looks of distrust and contempt. He just protected Anna behind him and said firmly, the reason they were so angry and furious this time that they dared to attack the Chun family must be that they must have found a new backer. Otherwise, they wouldn't act so rashly. Jason had been monitoring the Shui family's every move since a long time ago, so he naturally knew about this matter. The old man of the Chun family, Chun Gui, who had been sitting there, finally couldn't help but speak. "Do you know that the power behind the Shui family is the Bai family of Ningzhou City? That's a big family on par with the Tang and Liu families. I'm afraid none of US can escape this time." Chapter 80, One Going to the Banquet Alone. Jason had heard of the Bai family before. "I remember when I was still in prison, the young master of the Bai family was poisoned by the southern Xinjiang goo poison planted by his enemies. They spent a lot of money to ask me to treat him. I did a favor to the Bai family out of consideration for my master. I didn't expect that they would dare to come and bite me back now. But so what? If he dares to provoke me like this, I will have to come and meet him in person. I will take care of this matter. It will be resolved within 2 days." Jason left a word and went back to the room with Anna without looking back. "TSK, he's just a piece of crap. Why doesn't he take a piss and see what he looks like? Forget it. We're at our wits' end now. If Jason can't give us an explanation in 2 days, it won't be too late to deal with him then." Chun Gui knocked his crutch, and the surroundings immediately became quiet. But from the contemptuous eyes of the crowd, it could be seen that no one believed that Jason could do it. In fact, the reason why Jason dared to say this was because tomorrow was the day when the young master of the Bai family would succeed as the head of the family. Out of kindness, the Bai family also sent him an invitation to a reception. Normally, he would have disdained to accept such an invitation. Which powerful person in Ningzhou City didn't want to have some connection with him? But this time it was different. He calmed Anna down and asked her to pick up Lucy Li. The next day, he prepared to go to the succession banquet held by the Bai family in person. Ningzhou City is located on the sea, and the banquet was held on a cruise ship on the sea. After sending Lucy Lee to kindergarten, Jason went to the cruise ship alone with the invitation. He refused the very fancy suit that Anna had chosen for him and only wore the white t-shirt that he usually wore. As soon as he arrived at the dock, he saw several men and women in bright and beautiful clothes looking at him unfriendly. Jason didn't care and just handed the invitation in his hand to the waiter who came to greet him. The waiter took a look at Jason's invitation, then at his attire, his face full of disdain and ridicule. He shook his head and said, "Sir, we are hosting a banquet for an important person today. I'm afraid someone dressed like you won't be able to attend. Are you kidding me? Everyone who came to the banquet today was a powerful figure in Ningzhou City. How could a poor guy like Jason, wearing only a t-shirt, be invited by the current head of the Bai family to attend his succession banquet?" But just as he finished speaking, he saw a graceful figure slowly walking towards him from behind. "He came with me. Is there a problem?" Tang Shui, wearing a sapphire blue dress, appeared behind Jason, holding an invitation in her hand as well. When the waiter saw that it was someone from the Tang family, he immediately put on a smile and nodded in agreement. "Miss Tang, you are here too?" Jason didn't expect Tang Shui to appear here. He thought that the previous matter of the Tang family had come to an end. Tang Shui nodded and said, "Father guessed that you might be in trouble this time, so he asked me to help you." Unexpectedly, the news of Tang Dinghua came so quickly. This old man had been hiding the whereabouts of his master. "I don't know what he is up to, but I saved his life after all, so he probably doesn't have the courage to harm me." Nodding, Jason followed Tang Shui and boarded the cruise ship with her amid the jealous and suspicious gazes of everyone. "Miss Tang, it's been a long time since we last met. You are still as beautiful as ever." As soon as we got on the cruise ship, an unsociable person came over with a wine glass. Jason looked closely and saw that the man was none other than Sam's cousin Duan Chung. Duan Chung actually appeared here, which meant that Sam should be here too, making it easier for me to settle the score with him. At the same time, Duan Chung also noticed another person following Tang Shui. His expression froze for a moment, and then he said, loudly, "Who did I think it was? Turns out it's the Chun family's useless son-in-law. Did you steal someone's invitation to come here? This is also a place you can come. Security, come and kick him out." Duan Cheng's voice was so loud that it instantly attracted the attention of everyone nearby. Everyone looked at Jason with confusion at first, and then with undisguised disgust at the end. The atmosphere was very weird. "Duan Cheng, you're crazy. Do you know that Jason is?" How could Tang Shui tolerate someone speaking so arrogantly about the benefactor of the Tang family? She was about to teach this ignorant brat a lesson, but was stopped by Jason. "Don't bother with him. I'm not here to see him today." To others, these words seemed like a way to calm things down, but to Duan Cheng, they became naked sarcasm. He was furious. How could this loser Jason be so bold as to treat him like this? "Jason, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but you really are good at relying on women. 5 years ago, you were imprisoned because of a woman, and after you got out, you still only rely on women, right?" Duan Cheng's voice rose a few degrees again. He looked at the people around him, pointing fingers at Jason with satisfaction. He believed that this time he could completely embarrass Jason and make this country bumpkin get lost as far away as possible. Jason turned a blind eye to his provocation, but Tang Shui couldn't help but feel a little angry when she was criticized in this way. However, when she saw that Jason had no intention of getting angry, she endured it and pretended not to see it. "Why aren't you talking? I hit a sore spot, didn't I? Now that the Chun family is about to fall, you can't wait to find Miss Tang to support you? You don't deserve it." Duan Cheng's words became more and more aggressive. In the end, many men who were interested in Tang Shui even cast undisguised hostile glances at Jason. Jason scratched his ears. In his eyes, Duan Cheng was just a clown. To deal with such a person would simply dirty his hands. However, Tang Shui on the side could no longer bear to listen. She glanced at Duan Cheng with her beautiful eyes, walked a few steps to him, stretched out her hand, and slapped him in the face in front of everyone. "Take back all your words. If you dare to disrespect Divine Dr. Lee again, don't blame me for telling my father and making sure you don't have a foothold in the entire Ningzhou city." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was in an uproar, and Duan Cheng, who was beaten, was stunned for a moment. He did not expect that Tang Shui, as a member of the Tang family, would fight with him for such a waste. Suddenly, a surge of anger rose from the bottom of his heart. Duan Chung grabbed Tang Shue's wrist and shouted, You actually hit me for that piece of trash. Even if you are from the Tang family, so what? Young Master Bai is already the head of the Bai family. With Young Master Bai backing our Shui family, what can your Tang family do to us? Chapter 82 Action. Tang Shue's wrist was held tightly by Duan Chung. After all, she was a woman with limited strength. She couldn't break free at this moment. Her wrist was held so hard that it hurt, so she could only grit her teeth and endure it. Jason frowned. What he despised most was people who hit women. He quickly stepped forward, reached out and grabbed Duan Cheng's hand, and violently pried his hand away from Tang Shue's hand. What kind of man are you if you bully a woman? Duan Cheng was so angry at his words that his face turned red. He was about to break free from Jason's hand, but found that Jason was extremely strong. In a rage, Duan Cheng picked up a wine bottle on the table and hit Jason on the head, shouting almost crazily, Jason, you shameless bastard. I'll teach you a lesson. Tang Shui screamed, but Jason was very fast. He squeezed the hand that was holding Duan Cheng hard. With a snap, Duan Cheng's hand was broken. At the same time, Jason caught the bottle steadily with his other hand, snatched it away with his backhand, and hit Duan Cheng directly on the head. Blood mixed with red wine and glass fragments dripped from Duan Cheng's head. The pain for his wrist made Duan Cheng lose consciousness instantly and fall to the ground. Help! There's trouble here. In the panic, someone suddenly shouted loudly, and the venue became a commotion in an instant. Then several burly men in security uniforms emerged from the crowd. From a distance, each of them looked strong and muscular. Jason could tell at a glance that each of them was a trained Super Special Forces soldier, and they were all on a list. Dare to cause trouble on the Bai family's territory? Don't want to live anymore. One of the leaders roared and rushed towards Jason. The man was very fast. Tang Shui saw that something was wrong and shouted, Stop! Jason is the benefactor of our Tang family. Who dares to touch him? But her words fell on deaf ears in the ears of those burly men. It was obvious that they didn't care who Jason belonged to. Anyone who dared to cause trouble here would be made to pay the price. You really don't accept my toast, and end up drinking the forfeit. Jason sighed, his hands already swatting at one of the men charging at him. With a quick, effortless movement, he snapped the man's arm. He then struck another man across the nose, shattering his sunglasses and nose with a single blow. For a while, screams were heard everywhere, but in just a few minutes, all the bodyguards who rushed over fell to the ground. Jason in front of him in surprise, watching him attack as fast as lightning, without any fancy moves, only the simplest and most direct attacks. He originally thought that Jason could only heal diseases and save lives, but he didn't expect that he had such skills. No wonder his father praised and appreciated him so much. What happened? Who dares to cause trouble on my family's territory? Just when the atmosphere became tense, a clear voice came from behind everyone. Everyone couldn't help but look back and saw a man in his 30s wearing a white robe and walking towards them with a serious expression. Sam followed the man, but when he saw that the person standing among the crowd was Jason, and the person lying behind Jason was his cousin Duan Cheng, he rushed forward regardless of everything, picked up Duan Cheng, who was lying on the ground, and reached out to check his breath. Fortunately, Jason knew his limits and avoided the vital parts. Duan Cheng just fainted and was not in danger of life. Jason, are you crazy? How dare you hit my cousin? And you even dared to cause trouble on the Bai family's territory? I think you don't want to live anymore, do you? Sam had Duan Cheng taken away, and then glared at Jason with murderous eyes. But on the other hand, he was secretly happy in his heart. He thought that after Jason knew about the Chun family's affairs, he had no choice but to chase here. But God helped him. Jason should never cause trouble here. This time, he would not only go to jail, but he might also lose his head. Sam, you never dare to confront me head-on. You can only resort to despicable means. It was like this 5 years ago, and it is still like this 5 years later. Jason looked at Sam with cold eyes, and then fell on the man in white. That man was none other than the current head of the Bai family, Bai Jianglong. He was the one who saved him 5 years ago, but now he was biting him back, repaying kindness with enmity. Patriarch Bai, long time no see. I think you should know why I came here. But when Bai Jianglong heard Jason say this, he just smiled indifferently and said, What is this gentleman talking about? I don't think we even know each other. But if you cause trouble in my Bai family, I'm afraid it won't be easy to leave. Although his words seemed very polite, His tone was not as friendly as he said. Jason narrowed his eyes. It seemed that Bai Jianglong was going to play dumb with him to the end. Ha ha ha, Jason, you've hit a wall this time. What do you think the Bai family is? I'm afraid you won't be able to get out of here alive today. Sam also echoed this. Bai Jianglong was actually a very selfish person. He thought to himself that no matter how good Jason was, he was just a doctor. Even if he had some skills, so what? There was really no need to fall out with the Schweff family over him. Oh, really? Jason shook his head helplessly. He didn't expect that he really saved an ungrateful person. He sighed helplessly. If it weren't for his master's compassionate heart as a doctor at that time, he would never have even looked at Bai Jianglong. Whether I can get out or not is up to me, but whether I can survive today is up to you. Your complexion looks rosy, so I guess you've been taking tonics. Back then, you were infected with the southern Xinjiang goo poison. Unfortunately, I only reluctantly cured you of the poison out of respect for my master, but I didn't prescribe a prescription to fill the void in your body. So, no matter how you take care of yourself, it's just a temporary fix. I'm afraid that after all these years, your body has become weak on the inside. From what I've seen, you have at least 5 fatal invisible diseases all over your body. As soon as these words were spoken, Bai Jianglong's face turned pale in an instant, and the smile he had just maintained disappeared in an instant. However, he did not take Jason's words seriously in his heart, and soon regained his composure. Without saying another word, Bai Jianglong stretched out his hand and called another wave of people to attack Jason. Why did you choose to go to the sea? The sea is so cold and humid. I'm afraid your illness will be brought on in no time, and you'll die of physical weakness and vomiting blood. Facing the siege of many people, Jason's face did not show any nervousness. He handled all the people who attacked him with ease. He also noticed that Bai Jianglong's expression became worse and worse after he said this. Chapter 83, The Bai Family Becomes a Subjugator. What nonsense are you talking about? Patriarch Bai is standing right here. Sam couldn't believe that Jason was still bragging at this time, but a moment later, Bai Jianglong suddenly fell to the ground trembling, holding his chest in pain. Just as Jason said, a mouthful of blood rushed up his throat and spurted out. For a moment, the already chaotic banquet hall was silent due to Bai Jianglong's sudden situation. He also knocked out a bodyguard. Seeing this, Jason waved his hand and called Tang Shui to leave. But he had only taken a few steps when he heard Bai Jianglong slowly get up behind him and shout loudly, "Dr. Li, I was wrong. I was blind and ungrateful. Please save me." Faced with favors and interests, Bai Jianglong chose the latter, but faced with life and interests, he obviously valued his life more. Compared with his life, what was the Schweff family? Only now did he realize how foolish his actions were. He felt extremely regretful and only hoped that Jason would stop and treat him without holding a grudge. "Mr. Bai, do we know each other?" "I don't think we know each other." Jason turned around, raised his eyebrows, looked at Bai Jianglong lying on the ground with a pleading look on his face, and repeated his words to him exactly as they were. Bai Jianglong was extremely annoyed at this time. Although he was spitting blood and trembling all over, he still got up, knelt on the ground, and kowtowed to Jason. "Dr. Li, please save my life. I'd be willing to work like a slave for you. Please save my life. 5 years ago, I saved you from prison, and 5 years later, you turned your back on me. You betrayed me for the sake of the Schweff family, and even colluded with Sam to attack me. Now you're begging me to save you. How can I trust you?" Jason was not stupid enough to be fooled by Bai Jianglong again. He heard Bai Jianglong immediately say, "I, Bai Jianglong, swear before our ancestors that I will be at the mercy of divine Dr. Li from now on. Furthermore, everyone in the Bai family will be at your mercy. With so many witnesses, I, Bai Jianglong, will keep my word." "Oh, really?" Jason still didn't hear the answer he wanted, so Bai Jianglong shouted with all his strength, "Someone come here! Duan Chung is disrespectful to divine Dr. Li. The Bai family will immediately withdraw their investment from the Schweff family and return all shares of Chun Pharmaceutical to divine Dr. Li." As soon as he finished speaking, the bodyguards who hadn't had time to rush over picked up Sam. Sam looked at it in disbelief and said loudly, "Master Bai, you can't be fooled by him. He's just a charlatan. How could he know medical skills? You can't let him fool you." But no one believed Sam anymore. Those bodyguards were no pushovers. They quickly carried Sam away from everyone's sight. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Jason walked forward and, under the gaze of everyone, stretched out 2 fingers and quickly pressed several major acupoints on Bai Jianglong's body. Bai Jianglong's body was weak due to the evil spirits that entered his body. Jason didn't even use silver needles. The strength in his hands was just right. With just a few strokes, he forced all the evil spirits out of Bai Jianglong's body. Bai Jianglong, who had just felt his blood boiling and his body empty, now only felt a warm current running through his body, as if it was traveling through all his meridians, replenishing all his true energy that was about to be exhausted. The moment Jason withdrew his hand, he was completely healed. Bai Jianglong stood up in disbelief. His physical condition was even better than when he was healthy. He looked like he had been reborn. He thanked Jason repeatedly. Divine Dr. Lee, this is all my fault. Having the good fortune to meet Divine Dr. Lee is the greatest fortune of my life. Jason's value is greater than any family. But Jason didn't want to listen to his flattery, just turned his head and left only one sentence. Let's deal with this first. I will definitely satisfy Divine Dr. Lee. Looking at Jason leaving back, Bai Jianglong bowed deeply, and then really went to fulfill his promise. Seeing Jason leave, Tang Shui naturally did not stay for long. Just now, like everyone else, she was afraid to speak because of his extraordinary skills and courage. Now she mustered up the courage to follow him and said in disbelief, Divine Dr. Lee, you are so amazing. You actually managed to make that Bai Jianglong surrender. Tang Shui's praise came from the bottom of her heart. Although she had long seen that Jason was extraordinary, she had never expected that he could make Bai Jianglong of the Bai family bow down to him with just one move. It's nothing, it's just their own fault. But I think it's time to prepare to establish our own power in Ningzhou City. This was something he had decided long ago. Although there were countless powerful people who wanted to curry favor with him. In fact, they all had their eyes too high. This time, the incident with the Bai family was just a warning to others. But in order to establish his authority in the entire Ningzhou City, he still had to have a force that could intimidate people openly. Although Tang Shui didn't know what Jason meant, she understood that Jason was a rare talent. If she could establish a good relationship with him, it would probably be beneficial to the Tang family. No matter what Divine Dr. Lee wants to do, you are the benefactor of our Tang family. Just give me your orders. Jason nodded to make a note of it. Things here had been dealt with. After getting off the ship, he happened to pass by a cake shop. When he thought of Lucy Lee happily eating ice cream in the amusement park, he couldn't help but smile. After saying goodbye to Tang Shui, Jason bought a few cakes at the cake shop and couldn't wait to go home. The next day, the entire Ningzhou City was in an uproar. The Bai family, a famous family, actually prepared generous gifts. The head of the Bai family, Bai Jianglong, personally went to the Chun family, which was almost bankrupt, to deliver generous gifts and even invested in Chen's pharmaceutical assets. In fact, all the shares of Qinjiao Pharmaceutical are already in Jason's hands. But Jason specifically instructed the Bai family not to reveal his identity. Therefore, everyone in the Chun family only thought that the Bai family was showing favor and also took a fancy to their family, but no one attributed the credit to Jason. As soon as the crisis of the Chun family was resolved, Chun Fei couldn't wait to show off. Inviting people to dinner was too vulgar, so he held an exhibition of antiques, calligraphy, and paintings, and invited many guests under the name of a calligraphy exhibition. After all, the Chun family is no longer the same as it used to be. Now, people who come to ask the Chun family for help can be said to have broken down their door. Everyone in the entire Ningzhou City knows that they now have the Bai family as their backing. Even people who had no contact with them in the past come to give gifts. Anna naturally had to attend, but Jason did not receive an invitation from the Chun family at all. However, he did not care. He heard that Bai Jianglong had sent Duan Cheng, who had just woken up, to prison. Duan Cheng is Sam's cousin, who has always been by his side, doing shameful things for him. Thinking that he could get some useful information out of him, Jason went to Ningzhou City Prison first. Chapter 84, Silver Mask. I don't know if it was deliberately arranged by the Bai family, but Jason got the right to visit without even introducing himself. Back in the familiar prison, Jason looked at Duan Cheng sitting across from him through a glass. Only one day had passed, and his situation had changed drastically. When Duan Cheng saw that it was Jason who came, he became extremely excited. He immediately stood up and banged on the glass window in front of him violently. Jason, you son of a bitch. How dare you mess with me? I'll make you suffer when I get out. Seeing that he had fallen to this point, but was still so harsh in his words, the prison guards around him quickly grabbed Duan Cheng and forced him to sit on a stool to prevent him from making any rash moves. Who gave Sam the idea to frame me? And who was behind it? Jason didn't care how Duan Chung insulted and cursed him, because the Shui family was no longer the same as before. Based on Sam's personality and IQ, he would never come up with such a detailed plan. There must be someone behind the scenes giving him advice, but Jason still doesn't know the identity of the person behind the scenes. Bah, who the hell are you? You think I'm going to tell you a piece of shit? Duan Chung was furious when he saw Jason. How could he tell him so easily? Your only chance of survival now is to tell me the whole story. If you don't, I will make you suffer more than I have in the past 5 years. Jason didn't want to waste any more time talking to him, and there was a hint of murderous intent in his tone, which instantly cheered Duan Chung up. He swallowed his saliva. Jason didn't seem to be joking. The murderous aura like Shura made Duan Chang's teeth chatter. He could clearly feel that he was no longer the Jason who allowed himself to be bullied. Gritting his teeth and hesitating for a moment, Duan Chung still didn't want to die so easily, so he said, I don't know who he is. I only saw that he was wearing a silver mask. He knew my cousin wanted to deal with you, so he gave him that idea. It was also his people who quietly put you and Li Yu together. Silver mask? Jason frowned. From what Duan Chung said, it seemed that they had been targeting him for a long time. He suddenly remembered his master. Before he was released from prison, his master disappeared mysteriously. No one knew where he went, and no one mentioned him after that. It was as if he had evaporated from the face of the earth. Could it be related to these? Jason was about to ask something else. His cell phone suddenly rang. He looked over and saw that it was Anna calling. Wife, what's wrong? However, when he picked up the phone, he didn't hear Chun Ruofei's voice for a long time. Just when he was about to speak, the phone was suddenly hung up. Jason felt that something was wrong. He was afraid that Anna had encountered something. The call gave him an ominous premonition. Without asking more questions, he left the prison and went to the venue without saying a word. Anna, why are you so pessimistic? What's wrong with Master G? He is 1,000 times better than that loser Jason in your family. Our Chun family is no longer what it used to be. How can Jason be worthy of you? Yuli took Anna's hand and introduced the wealthy man in front of them. The man looked to be in his 40s or 50s. Then Anna said, with an unhappy look on her face, Mom, I will not divorce Jason. No matter what you say, he is my only husband in my heart. Anna tried her best to reject Yuli's unreasonable request. Ji Xiong, known as Master Ji, did not show any embarrassment. He had heard that the eldest daughter of the Chun family was very beautiful, so he persuaded her gently. Miss Chun, although I'm not a prominent figure, I'm a veteran in the art of collecting calligraphy, paintings, and antiques. I brought a genuine Tang Bohu painting with me today. If Miss Chun agrees to divorce, I'll give it to the Chun family as a gift. Upon hearing that it was Tang Bohu's authentic work, Yuli was overjoyed. Ji Xiong slowly unfolded the scroll in his arms, and then a picture of a tiger descending the mountain appeared vividly before everyone's eyes. This is truly an authentic Tang Bohu work, and it's worth at least hundreds of millions on the market. The master is always generous. Your Chun family has picked up a great bargain this time. Everyone was talking about it, but the most excited ones were Yu Li and other members of the Chun family, who saw it all. Anna, Jason hasn't made any significant contributions to our family over the years. Master Ji spends hundreds of millions at a time. How can we not have a good life with him? Chun Fei liked these antiques, calligraphy, and paintings the most. When he saw the original work of Tang Bohu, he swallowed his saliva several times. Who the hell is Jason? That piece of trash is not even as good as the dust on the original work. Jason is the only one in my heart. How can you be so ignorant, kid? Chun Fei naturally couldn't wait to get this original painting into his pocket. Hearing Anna's contradiction, he couldn't help but slap her in anger. I think you've been bewitched by Jason. You'd better divorce him as soon as possible. If you don't ever step foot in my Chun family again. Anna covered her slapped face and looked at her father in front of her with grievance. She didn't expect Chun Fei to say such a thing. Anna bit her lip angrily and said, From the very beginning, you only treated me as a tool for your family to make money. They need Jason, they order him around, and when they see higher interests, they slander him in every way. But I am his wife, and no matter what happens, I will always stand by him. Chun Fei was about to raise his hand again when a stone flew out of nowhere and hit his hand, causing it to hurt. Just when he wanted to see which blind bastard dared to hit him, he saw Jason suddenly appear at the door of the venue. Hundreds of millions, but I think it's just garbage that's not even worth $10, right? Husband, Seeing Jason's appearance, Anna seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw and rushed towards him. Jason looked at her red and swollen face with a trace of heartache in his eyes. Finally, he heard Chun Fei shouting angrily. Jason, who asked you to come here? If I hadn't come, you would have been deceived by Master Ji. What he held in his hand was not an authentic Tang Bohu painting at all, but a replica. When these words came out, everyone was shocked. Ji Xiong's face turned ashen. He put away the scroll. Although the anger on his face was self-evident, he still said politely, Is this Jason? I bought this from Master at a high price, and dozens of experts have confirmed it's the original. If you're saying this just to save face, then there is no need to do so. Chapter 85 I Can Prove. That's right, Jason. You're such a blind bastard. Master Ji is a famous calligraphy and painting master in Ningzhou City. How could he possibly produce a fake? Chun Fei refused to believe that it was a fake. Besides, he also had the habit of collecting calligraphy and paintings, so he could naturally see that the smooth and detailed brushwork on it must have come from Tang Bo's hand. What if I could prove it? Jason shrugged off everyone's doubts. If others didn't know, didn't he know too? This painting of a tiger descending the mountain was originally a treasure of Mr. Zhu, the richest man. However, he gave it to me a few years ago when he asked me to treat his illness. Now it is placed in the cabinet in his room. Hearing Jason's arrogant words, Ji Xiong could no longer hold back his expression. His face was instantly filled with sarcasm. He said arrogantly, Since Jason is confident that he can prove that my painting of a tiger descending the mountain is fake, then I will wait and see. If it is really as you said, then I, Ji Xiong, will kneel down and apologize to you. But if that's not possible, Jason shouldn't ask for trouble and should leave Miss Chun as soon as possible. No one present believed that Jason had this ability. After all, they were all experts, but no one thought there was anything wrong with the picture of the tiger descending the mountain. Just as everyone started to laugh at Jason for digging his own grave, a man suddenly walked out from the crowd. He looked to be in his 60s. Even Ji Xiong was surprised by his appearance and quickly stepped forward and said, Master Ma, I didn't expect you to come too. The man who came out was none other than Master Ma Ruixiang, a famous master in the calligraphy and painting world, whose collection was worth over 10 billion yuan. Ma Ruixiang is an expert in calligraphy and painting appraisal, and he just arrived at the venue. In fact, he was reluctant to come to such a small occasion, but 3 years ago, when he was suffering from chronic illness, it was Jason who prescribed the tonic medicine to cure him. After knowing that Jason was the son-in-law of the Chun family, Ma Ruixiang immediately wanted to come and meet him. But after searching for a while, I couldn't find any trace of Dr. Li, but I didn't expect that he was here. Godlis. Jason excitedly, but Jason gave him a look. He was naturally a smart man and immediately understood what he meant. It seemed that Dr. Li did not intend to reveal his identity, so Ma Ruixiang smiled and said, As a senior, why bother with a young man like that? I'm also very interested in the originals, and I have quite a few hidden away. Why don't you let me take a look? When the people around heard that Master Ma was going to take action, they quickly made way for him. Even Chun Fei did not expect this and politely invited him over. Ma Ruixiang took the calligraphy and painting from Ji Xiong, put it on the table, and unfolded it. He saw that the painting was a majestic tiger. This painting is so lifelike and expressive, you can tell a lot of effort went into it. A unique scent of ink emanates from the scroll, and the gravel dotted around it is indeed Tang Bohu's usual painting style. Ma Ruixiang reached out and stroked the scroll carefully. Listening to his words, Ji Xiong was overjoyed. He became more and more certain that Jason would soon lose face and Anna would fall into his hands. He couldn't help but smile confidently. Master Ma has good judgment, Jason. Are you convinced now? Why don't you apologize to Master Ji right away? Even Master Ma said this is the original. You shameful piece of shit. Why don't you get out of here right now? Although Fei Chun was angry, he was overjoyed in his heart. Even Ma Ruixiang praised the painting highly. He thought the painting must be worth even more. Wait, I never said this painting was authentic. At this moment, Ma Ruixiang's voice broke the silence. He raised his hand, took the scroll in his hand, and unfolded it for everyone to see. Although I can't find any faults with the brushwork, and it can even be said to be exactly the same as the original, I have seen countless originals after all. Please look at this original painting paper. Chun Fei's face froze instantly. He looked up and down the drawing paper again, but didn't find any problems. Master Ma, this drawing paper is intact, and there is nothing wrong with it. What nonsense! Ji Xiong, do you still dare to say it is an authentic work based on this? The original painting has been around for so long. The paper must have yellowed. How could it still look so pristine? This kind of thing might fool others into thinking it was real, but anyone with a discerning eye could tell at a glance that there was something wrong with the paper. The handwriting can be imitated, but the age of the paper cannot be faked. In my opinion, this authentic work is not even worth 10 yuan. Manhwa voice suddenly became sharp, and he threw the drawing paper in front of Ji Xiong. Ji Xiong picked up the scroll in disbelief and checked it over and over again like crazy. The result was exactly as Manhwa said. This is impossible. He had bought this at a high price of 50 million, but now he was told that it was a piece of garbage not even worth $10. How could Ji Xiong accept this? Master Ji, didn't you just say that if you can prove that this painting is fake, you will kneel down and apologize to me? Jason didn't forget what he had just said, but Ji Xiong seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. He held the painting crazily, and it was likely that he would not be able to recover for a while. Dad, Ji Xiong tried to fool you with a fake painting and even tried to destroy the harmony of our family. Do you really want to let such a person stay here? Jason changed the subject and looked at Chun Fei, who was also speechless. Chun Fei hesitated for a moment. His face darkened, and then he said, "Security, please get Ji Xiong out." Then several security guards came over and carried Ji Xiong out. Ji Xiong was so shocked that he was still mumbling to himself while being carried out. This is impossible. How could it be fake? Jason awkwardly. Just as he was about to say something to break the silence, Manhwa on the side spoke first. Mr. Chun, you have a good son-in-law. He has a very good eye and can tell at a glance that this is a fake painting. I believe that your Chun family will have a bright future with such a good son-in-law. Manhwa smiled and patted Chun Fei on the shoulder, and Chun Fei also laughed awkwardly. Master Ma is right. Jason has always been a good son-in-law to our family. Although he said this, Chun Fei still felt that Jason must have been lucky and that Manhwa must have wanted to do the Chun family a favor. So he helped them. Dad, if there's nothing else, I'll take Anna back first. Jason could naturally see that Fei Chen's attitude towards him had not changed. Fei Chen waved his hand impatiently. Just as Jason was about to leave the venue, suddenly, more than a dozen dark cars slowly drove towards this side, stopped at the entrance of the venue, and blocked the entrance. Who is Jason? Called Jason out. Immediately afterwards, more than 50 people got out of more than a dozen cars. Each of them was wearing black clothes and holding a pistol in their hands. It's someone from the Qinglong gang. Someone in the crowd noticed that the people in black all had a green dragon tattooed on their chests. And as soon as the 3 words Green Dragon Gang came out of their mouths, it was like a blockbuster bomb exploding. Fear spread among the crowd in an instant, and everyone was in chaos. Shopter 86 Qinglong. Qinglong Gang. This name is known to everyone in Ningzhou City. It is the largest underground organization. To put it bluntly, it is the underworld. Unlike the powerful clans in Ningzhou City, they only do things based on how much money the employer gives them and never recognize favors. In this extremely chaotic scene, a leading member of the Qinglong gang raised his pistol and fired a shot into the sky. The deafening gunshot drowned out all the noisy sounds, leaving only complete silence all around. Let Jason come out. If Jason doesn't come out, don't blame us for being rude. The other party once again asked to see Jason. Everyone in the venue was frightened and only then realized that they were implicated by Jason. They cast angry eyes on him, wondering what trouble he had caused to make the Qinglong gang come to their door. Anna was also very scared and hid behind Jason. Jason reached out and touched her head, saying gently, "It's okay, don't be afraid. I'll be back soon." As he spoke, Jason really left the venue alone. He walked straight towards the man who fired the gun and stood in front of him. The person who fired the gun was none other than Liang Feng, the second in command of the Qinglong gang, known as the Underground King of Ningzhou City. When Liang Feng saw someone walking towards him and saw Jason's shabby clothes, he couldn't help but ask, "Are you Jason?" Jason nodded, but asked in a neither humble nor arrogant tone, "I don't know what the Qinglong gang wants to talk to me about. I'm very busy and don't have time to entertain you. Stop talking nonsense. If you don't want us to attack the people in the venue, come with us." Liang Feng didn't intend to waste any more time with him. He waved his hand, and the few brothers following him rushed towards Jason. Jason looked around. If Anna wasn't in the meeting room, he wouldn't mind making them pay for their actions right here. However, Everyone in the Qinglong gang was holding a gun, and there was no guarantee that they would accidentally hurt someone in the meeting room. Jason frowned and said coldly, "No, I can walk by myself." As he said that, he waved away the hands extended by those people and got into one of the cars at random. The car drove for about half an hour before finally stopping at an abandoned factory in the suburbs. After getting out of the car, Jason was surrounded by the 50 people. If you want to blame someone, you should blame yourself for provoking someone you shouldn't have provoked. He wants us to silence you. Do you have anything to say before you die? Liang Feng pointed a gun at Jason's head, but Jason was not afraid at all. He was so calm that Liang Feng felt a little surprised. I guess the person who hired you is Sam, right? Without the Bai family's backing, he can only use dirty tricks to attack me. As soon as he finished speaking, Jason's figure flashed behind Liang Feng like a ghost. Liang Feng didn't expect that he was so strong. He wanted to dodge, but he didn't expect that he was hit on the neck by his knife, and he fainted. Jason took the opportunity to grab the gun, pointed it at Liang Feng's head, and said to the people around him, "Put down the gun. Otherwise, your second-in-command will be dead." No one expected that an unknown son-in-law of the Chun family would have such skills. Just when everyone was wondering whether to put down their guns, a rough voice came from the factory. "Don't worry about him, just do it." But as soon as he finished speaking, Jason was even faster. Before the first person fired a shot, he quickly took action with the pistol he had snatched from Liang Feng. Both his fists and guns became Jason's weapons. In an instant, wailing and gunshots were heard everywhere. Jason grabbed gun after gun, and every bullet hit its target. His unusual calmness contrasted with the panicked 50 people around him. They never thought that as the elites of the Qinglong gang, they could not even touch Jason's hair. In just a few minutes, Jason had knocked down 50 people. "I've heard that you're a skilled martial artist, but I never thought you could defeat 50 elite members of the Qinglong gang so easily. I'm Chu Jie, the boss of the Qinglong gang. You're right, it was Sam who sent us to take your head, but don't think you can get away alive." Along with Chu Jie's voice, more and more members of the Qinglong gang came out of the abandoned factory and walked towards Jason. When they counted carefully, there were actually hundreds of them. These 100 or so people brought together all the elite forces of the Qinglong gang, and even included many veteran figures. Any one of them would be enough to kill everyone. Chu Jie was confident that such a lineup would be a piece of cake to deal with a mere Jason. At this time, Liang Feng, who was knocked unconscious by Jason, also regained consciousness. He touched the gun on his waist and found that it was snatched away by Jason. He couldn't help but yelled, "Brother, save me." But Chu Jie sneered and said, "Save you? Save you so I can split the 30 million with you. Come on, everyone." Liang Feng was completely dumbfounded. He couldn't believe it. He was the second in command of the Qinglong gang. He had been working hard for the Qinglong gang for so many years, but now Chu Jie wanted to kill him for money. Liang Feng hated his own blind loyalty at this moment. At the critical moment, he suddenly saw that all the people he brought had fallen to the ground. He couldn't help but gasp. Jason was actually able to take down so many of his elite men by himself. If it were him, "Master Li, please save me. I've fought tooth and nail for the Qinglong gang, but I never imagined that old villain Chu Jie would abandon me just to pocket the 30 million. If you save me, I would repay you 100-fold. From now on, I will bring my brothers who trust me to join you and serve you for the rest of my life." Seeing that the people from the Qinglong gang were about to take action, Liang Feng no longer cared about anything else and shouted at the top of his lungs. Jason raised the corner of his mouth. Liang Feng was indeed a pitiful man. He was loyal to the organization, but was betrayed by his eldest brother. It might not be a bad thing to accept him. Jason suddenly dropped his gun. Chu Jie couldn't help laughing when he saw this action. "What? Are you giving up the struggle? This is the wisest thing to do." But before Chu Jie could finish his words, he saw Jason suddenly pull out a blood-red silver needle from his waist. He exerted force with 2 fingers, and the speed of the silver needle was faster than a bullet. In just a moment, it pierced directly into Chu Jie's forehead. Chu Jie seemed to be frozen in time, with that mocking smile still on his face, but his pupils had begun to dilate, and his huge body slowly fell backwards. The blood-colored silver needle is blood-colored not only because it can save lives, but also because it can kill people invisibly. The leader of the Qinglong gang is dead. Considering that you are all ignorant of the truth and have been seduced by Sam with money, if you can stop now, I will not pursue the matter any further. This scene was seen by all the high-ranking members of the Qinglong gang. Who on earth was this Jason? He had only used a tiny silver needle to kill the Qinglong gang leader Chu Jie. The Qinglong gang has its own rules. The leader is dead, and now I, as the second in command of the Qinglong gang, am the boss. Put down your guns. Liang Feng was naturally a smart man. Seeing that everyone was still planning to attack Jason, he shouted loudly, looking very majestic. Chapter 87 New Master. Everyone looked at each other. Chu Jie was dead after all. Although they had all worked under Chu Jie in the past, they were all members of the association and would never betray their association. In this situation, they cannot be left without a leader. Without any certainty, Liang Feng should indeed be the successor, so they all listened to him and stopped attacking Jason. But I'm not the boss of the association. Jason will be the one managing us from now on. We all need to respect him. Yes, Jason was. He was able to kill Shangren instantly with just one move. Before, he could easily knock down 50 members to the ground, and now he could make Liang Feng willingly give up his own interests. The strong prey on the weak, and only the strong can become the leader of the association. This is the only rule. From now on, the operation of the association will depend on you. Jason looked at the person who was speaking softly to him and said slowly, "Someone wants money and my life. I can't just let it go like this. If someone gives me an inch, I will give them a yard. If they give me a foot, I will pay them back double." Jason knew that Sam was really desperate and had resorted to this desperate measure, but he still underestimated himself. However, he thought of the man wearing a silver mask mentioned by Duan Qingzhong, the man with unknown identity who had helped Sam behind the scenes and harmed him, and said, "Leave him here. I have something to ask him." Yes. Everyone answered in unison, and then headed towards the Shui family. In the evening, Sam was sitting in the hall waiting for good news from the association. He thought that the loser Jason not only put Duan Chung in jail, but also used sweet words to make the Bai family withdraw their investment from the Shui family. The association has always been efficient and clean in its work, but this time he will make sure Jason is killed to pieces. Just when Sam was feeling smug and was about to make Jason disappear from this world forever, the door of the Shui family was kicked open, and the person who appeared in front of Sam was Liang Feng with a cold face. Seeing that it was Liang Feng, Sam was naturally overjoyed, thinking that the matter was settled, and hurriedly walked up to him respectfully and said, "But is it done? Thank you to everyone in the association for helping me eliminate this major threat. I, Shui, am deeply grateful and will send another generous gift to the association tomorrow." But Sam had finished speaking. Liang Feng's eyes were still cold. He didn't say a word more. Just when Sam was confused, he saw several more people from the association rushing out from behind the door, each of them holding a gun in their hands, all pointed at his head. "Put the things down. Don't forget that Big Brother said he has something to ask him, but we can't just let him go so easily. Be careful not to break his mouth so he can speak. Don't hit him too hard either, and leave him alive." Liang Feng's words were like a bolt from the blue, leaving Sam completely disoriented. Just when he was about to ask for clarification, he suddenly felt a pain in his stomach, his body trembled and fell to the ground. And then the members of the association surrounded Sam tightly. "I don't know what I, Shui, have done wrong to upset you. I am willing to offer my sincerity, sir, to ask you to calm down." Sam had a bruised face. He hadn't lost his composure. Staring at the person in front of him, he still shouted loudly while enduring the pain. "Our eldest brother doesn't care about this little money. That's enough. Take him away." Liang Feng turned around with a cool look, no longer paying attention to how much Sam begged. Sam wanted to say something, but he felt a pain in his neck, and then he fainted. The car drove onto a busy street. The entire street was the association's territory. Jason had specifically instructed that in order to prevent anyone from following Sam, he should be taken to a secluded place, so he was taken to a room that had been prepared. "Brother, the person has been brought here." Jason, who was sitting on the chair, frowned slightly and asked someone to wake him up. Sam was still a little dazed, but when he felt the pain in his body and the darkness in front of him, he suddenly came to his senses and woke up. Seeing that he woke up, Liang Feng took off the cloth that was blocking Sam's mouth. He had lost his mind now. "I don't know what I did wrong. Please forgive me once. I will definitely change my ways. Please give me another chance." Sam's eyes were still blindfolded, so he naturally didn't know that the boss of the association was Jason. Jason looked at his miserable appearance, but he didn't feel any sympathy in his heart. "I have something to ask you. You know the answer better than I do. When Sam heard his elder brother asking questions, he nodded quickly. His legs could no longer move. At this moment, he was completely different from his usual arrogant self. He could only become a fish on the chopping board, at the mercy of others. Who gave you the idea to frame Jason and put him in jail 5 years ago? There was no emotion in Jason's voice. When Sam heard that the leader of the association would actually ask him about Jason, his expression was stunned for a moment. How could it be related to Jason again? Nothing good would come of it if he had anything to do with that jinx. But Sam didn't care about his dignity at this moment. His life was the most important thing. So he told everything. They were a group of people dressed in black with silver masks on their faces. They claimed to be from an organization called the Ravens. They seemed to have some grudge against Jason. Although I don't know what happened, they have always been happy to help me. Dark Raven. Jason frowned. This was a name he had never heard of before. It was very likely that it was not from a domestic organization, but from abroad. What is the leader's name? I don't know. Sam spoke almost tremblingly, feeling the chill around him, knowing that if he didn't cooperate, he would probably be in trouble today. Are you going to tell me or not? Please forgive me, I really didn't know. How dare I lie to you when I'm in this state? Sam was so frightened that he was shaking like a sieve. How could he dare to hide anything at this moment? The darkness and coldness around him made him breathless. Suddenly, Sam seemed to have suddenly thought of something and shouted loudly. I remember now. Judging from their accent, they don't seem to be Chinese. As expected, Sam's words further confirmed his guess. Jason withdrew his foot from him, and Sam breathed a sigh of relief. Then he felt the cloth on his eyes being pulled off. He thought that his big brother was showing mercy and letting him go, and he couldn't help but look happy. Sam narrowed his eyes slightly when he regained his sight, and then when his sight fell on his eldest brother, his eyes widened instantly. Why is it you? Chapter 88, The Raven Organization. Sam couldn't believe that Jason was the person in charge. He stared at Jason in front of him, and the pleading expression on his face disappeared in an instant, replaced by shock and anger. Jason, you bastard. Let me go. But just as he finished speaking, Sam felt a pain. Before he could scream, someone said, How dare you address the gentleman by his full name? Don't you know that the gentleman in front of you is someone you can't afford to offend? There are some things you should know, but don't say them out loud. Sam Hu fell to the ground, but Sam was even more shocked after hearing Liang Feng calling Jason. He had no way of connecting Jason, the useless son-in-law of the Chun family, with the head of the association. I'm not a cruel person, but you keep provoking me, and I'm not a pushover. Jason raised his hand, and someone stepped forward and said with a warning, Don't you understand what the sir means? This greatly irritated Sam's nerves and made him quickly recover from his anger. Jason, let's talk it over nicely. I was wrong about what happened before. I will take the Shui family away from Ningzhou now and never appear in front of you again. Oh yes, and Miss Chun, I will never bother her again. I just hope you can let me go. At this moment, Sam was like a stray dog. He no longer had the glory he once had. He had completely forgotten how he treated Jason in the past. Now he only hoped to leave here successfully and deal with the rest of the things after he returned. Liang Feng, what are you still standing there for? Jason was not moved at all. Perhaps in the past, he would have had a little sympathy for Sam, but he had been out of prison for so long, and not only did Sam not show any remorse, but he became even worse when he saw him. Just as Liang Feng was about to take action, everyone heard a loud bang coming from the door, and everyone in the room couldn't help but look outside. This basement was very hidden, with a thick iron door at the entrance. It was unknown who had punched a big hole through it with their bare hands. It looks like we've successfully lured the snake out of its hole. Jason narrowed his eyes and stared at the man who came out of the dust. Sam felt like he had found a life-saving straw the moment he saw that man. But he couldn't move now and could only shout, I'm here. The person who came was wearing a black robe and a silver mask on his face. Judging from his figure, he was actually a woman. Sam, we still have some use for you. I'll take you with me. A charming voice came from under the black robe. Liang Feng gave the people around him a look, and they rushed towards the black-robed woman, trying to catch her. However, the black-robed woman was very skilled and acted extremely quickly repelling all the members of the association who rushed over. Who are you? What is your purpose? Seeing that the association members were defeated, Jason stood up and attacked the woman in black robe. Although he didn't like to be violent towards women, the woman in front of him was also one of the culprits who framed him and sent him to prison. The woman didn't expect Jason to attack while speaking, and she barely dodged Jason's palm. He's so fast. I'm afraid I can't defeat him with just my own skills. The woman in black robe did not answer Jason's question. She quickly picked up the disheveled Sam from the ground and carried him on her shoulder. Then she took out a smoke bomb from her waist, threw it on the ground, and it exploded, and then quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. It's our fault that we failed to stop the intruder. Please punish us. When the smoke cleared, the woman in black had disappeared carrying Sam. Liang Feng regretted it deeply. He had clearly sent people to guard the entrance to the basement, but he didn't expect someone to break in anyway. How did this woman in black robe discover their whereabouts? After all, the association is one of the largest organizations in Ningzhou City, and not everyone could find their way here. You were no match for her in the first place. Besides, it was obvious she was well prepared. She probably hid a wireless transmitter on Sam, so he didn't notice it right away. Jason shook his head helplessly. Although he failed to take Sam's life this time, judging from his injuries, his legs were probably disabled. In addition, the Schweff family was no longer the same as before, so he probably couldn't cause any trouble. Send spies throughout Ningzhou City and report to me immediately if you find any trace of that woman. Jason also noticed that the woman's accent didn't sound like someone from China. It seemed that he would need to go abroad to investigate in person. After arranging relevant matters for Liang Feng and others, Jason left the room and walked on the street. The woman's skills were obviously different from those of ordinary people. She was probably a cultivator. In fact, many people in Ningzhou City don't know that there is a mysterious skill called cultivation that is mastered by only a very small number of people. There are 10 levels of cultivation. The higher the level, the stronger the strength. Cultivation can not only strengthen the body, but also enable one to do things that ordinary people cannot do, but it depends a lot on one's aptitude. However, Jason had already broken through to the 10th level. He was naturally gifted and had received the true teachings from his master. In the brief fight between him and the woman just now, Jason felt that she had only reached the 2nd level, which was just the basics. In this way, the scope of the search can be gradually narrowed, and as long as we look for foreign cultivation organizations, we may be able to collect information related to the Dark Crow. Just as Jason lowered his head in thought, he accidentally bumped into someone's shoulder. Where did this poor boy come from? Do you know that my clothes are very expensive? Can you afford to pay for it? Jason was thinking about something and didn't notice that he bumped into someone. He said sorry and then immersed himself in his thoughts again without going to the person. Stop. How dare you ignore me like this? Is an apology enough? Each piece of my clothing costs millions. I don't even want to wash it after someone like you touched it. Do you think you could just walk away like this? The owner of the voice obviously had no intention of letting him go. Jason turned around and saw a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 30s or 40s. He had a mediocre appearance and a pot belly. He wore a luxurious gold chain around his neck, and his 5 fingers were full of gold rings. There were 2 beautiful women beside him holding his arm. Hey, who did I think it was? Isn't this Jason, the Chun family's useless son-in-law? Don't think that what happened last time will just be forgotten. One of the women suddenly spoke up. That person was Li Yu. Unexpectedly, after the Schweff family fell into decline, she actually found a new financial backer. The speed was simply astonishing. Baby, do you know him? Although the man in front of him was not good-looking, he was Gu Tianba, a cadre of the White Tiger Gate, one of the 4 major organizations in Ningzhou City. Chapter 89, Slap Yourself. Li Yu droolet her lips. She didn't expect to meet Jason here. She thought he was going to be in big trouble today. She pretended to be in tears, pressed her full chest against Gu Tianba's, and said coquettishly, Boss Go, he's the Chun family's useless son-in-law. He was imprisoned 5 years ago, and I'm the poor victim. But now I'm yours. Look at how arrogant he is. He doesn't even take you seriously. Li Yu's words completely made Gu Tianba furious. Hearing that his woman had been coveted by this poor boy, and he still had that arrogant attitude, how could he not feel angry? Looks like I'm going to teach you a lesson, you little brat. How dare you mess with me? When Gu Tianba took off his shirt, his figure was not good, but he was heavyweight. So Jason recognized at a glance that the moves he was going to use were Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, and he couldn't help but laugh sarcastically. It's a waste for Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu to be used by someone like you. Stop talking nonsense. I think you were scared, right? Gu Tianba just felt that Jason thought he didn't dare to attack, and was just pretending. Looking at Jason's thin body and then looking at his strong body, he was afraid that he didn't even need to use his real strength, and could even pin him to the ground with one hand. But Jason hooked his finger calmly, and that provocative gesture made Gu Tianba so angry that his blood boiled. He roared and waved his fist as big as a sandbag, laughing secretly in his heart. With Jason S. fancy moves, he could kill him on the spot with just one punch. Gu Tianba's powerful fist came towards Jason S. body, but Jason was faster and dodged to the side, leaving Gu Tianba empty-handed. Taking advantage of Gu Tianba's unstable chassis, Jason punched Gu Tianba hard on the back. The force was so great that it left a heavy red mark on his broad back. After all, he didn't want to risk a life in public, so Jason didn't use his full strength, but Gu Tianba was still knocked heavily to the ground by this punch. He looked at Jason with an expressionless face in disbelief. He was seriously injured by just one move. Who was this guy? Liu was frightened out of her wits. She had not expected Jason to be so ruthless. He was completely different from the Jason who was at the mercy of others 5 years ago. The current Jason was like a devil crawling back from hell. Anyone who went against him would not have a good ending. Suddenly, a strong sense of fear rose in Liu's heart. She wanted to escape from here immediately, but if she escaped now, not to mention whether Jason would let her go, even Gu Tianba on the ground would not let her go easily. Do you want to fight again? Jason looked down at Gu Tianba coldly. Gu Tianba, who was usually as fierce as a tiger and invincible, was now like a trembling kitten in front of Jason. He couldn't help but shout loudly, "No more fighting, I lose. If the fight continues, I'm afraid I won't be able to leave here today." Gu Tianba didn't expect that Jason's seemingly thin body contained such great strength. Suddenly, he remembered that he had met a master decades ago. That person was a cultivator, and the strength of Jason in front of him was even greater than that of the masters at that time. I'm afraid his level of cultivation has reached the peak. How could he possibly defeat such a person? At this moment, Gu Tianba cursed Liu, the stinky woman, in his heart. If it weren't for her, why would he provoke such a person who should not be provoked? Liu felt that Gu Tianba's anger was concentrated on her. Without caring about anything else, she took 2 steps back in fear. Her instinct drove her to escape immediately, but just as she was about to run, a group of people in black suddenly appeared behind her. Gu Tianba's eyes widened immediately. Aren't these people from the association? Why are they here? Although on the surface the 4 organizations in Ningzhou City are evenly matched, everyone actually knows that although the boss of the association, Chu Jie, is just a mediocre person with a bad temper, the second in command of the association has always been known as the Underground Emperor of Ningzhou City. He can be said to be a one-man stand guard against 10,000 men. There are even rumors that if it weren't for the balance between the association and the clan, Liang Feng and his group of elites would be enough to wipe out the remaining 3 organizations. Just when Gu Tianba was wondering why the people from the association appeared here, the figure he least wanted to see slowly appeared from behind the crowd. Liang Feng. The moment he saw Liang Feng, Gu Tianba's teeth began to chatter. He really didn't want to confront this man. What shocked him even more was that Liang Feng actually walked up to Jason, knelt on one knee, and saluted him. "Jason, we are late. It's my fault." Jason blurted out that word, and Jason just nodded lightly, then looked at Gu Tianba with cold eyes. Gu Tianba felt like a prey being stared at by a cheetah. Although he was trembling all over, he didn't dare to say a word. He knew that the association has always been a place where the strong prey on the weak and the fittest survive. The young man in front of him was actually called Big Brother by Liang Feng. He must have some outstanding qualities, and his actions just now have proved this. Regardless of the pain in his body, Gu Tianba forced himself to put on a smile and said, "I was blind and angered Big Brother. I deserve death. No matter how Big Brother wants to deal with me, I have no complaints." As he spoke, Gu Tianba actually started to slap himself. The sound of slapping his face echoed throughout the street. Until he slapped the 20th time, Jason finally spoke. "Forget it. Remember, there won't be a next time for something like this." Jason was not in the mood to argue with him. What he cared about more at the moment was the affairs of the Dark Crow organization. When Gu Tianba heard that he had been pardoned by his eldest brother, he burst into tears. He just felt that he was so lucky today that he could still go back alive, etc. Just when Gu Tianba was about to leave, Jason suddenly called him back. Thinking Jason had changed his mind, Gu Tianba was so frightened that he shuddered and his fat body trembled. "Leave Liu here, and you can leave." Liu, who was named, was shocked instantly. This incident was caused by her, but to Gu Tianba, women were like clothes. Moreover, he knew that these women did not really love him, but only loved his money. Compared with his own life, What difference would it make if he lost one or two women? Okay, Jason. Without saying a word, Gu Tianba grabbed Li Yu's hand and pushed her forward. Before Li Yu could refuse, Gu Tianba quickly disappeared from Jason's sight. Chapter 90, Redress. Brother Li, let's talk. I was wrong at the beginning. I was forced to do it. Sam was so scary, relying on his few dirty dollars to threaten me. I had no choice. Unexpectedly, Gu Tianba actually left her and left. Li Yu had no one to rely on at this time. She could only pretend to be innocent, hoping to escape. Jason didn't react at all. He just looked at Li Yu coldly. Li Yu saw that he didn't react and thought he really believed it. Li Yu thought she had a beautiful face and a sexy figure. She guessed that maybe Jason was attracted by her looks. Now that he was the big brother of the association, it would not be bad to be his bedmate. So she moved closer to him more boldly, leaning on Jason, and said coquettishly, "Brotherly, let the past be the past. Actually, I find you quite manly, many times more manly than any other man I've ever met. Why don't you let me?" Before Li Yu could finish her words, Jason raised his hand and slapped her in the face, knocking her to the ground. He withdrew his hand and looked at Li Yu, who fell to the ground. He thought she would tell him some useful information, but she was a hopeless case. How could she be qualified to seduce him? Anna is hundreds of times prettier and gentler than her. He has no interest in a woman like Li Yu, who is greedy for money and has no dignity at all. Sam really forced me to do this. Li Yu's face was burning with pain, but she still struggled to crawl over and hug Jason's thighs, fearing that she would end up like the Schweff family. Naturally, she didn't care about her dignity at this time. Liang Feng couldn't bear to watch it any longer, so he stepped forward and pulled Li Yu down first and asked, "Brother, what should we do with this woman?" Jason lowered his eyes and glanced at Li Yu's face. If it weren't for her, he wouldn't have been charged with rape, and he wouldn't have been separated from Anna for 5 years, leaving them both helpless. "Sam asked you to do 5 years ago. I'll have it recorded, and tomorrow it will be played on all the screens in Ningzhou. If you dare to tell a lie." When she heard there was still a chance, Li Yu nodded desperately, almost breaking her neck, and said with tears in her eyes, "I will tell you everything, just as you tell me, without missing a single word, not a single lie. Considering that you and Luo Fei once had some friendship, don't let me see you appear in Ningzhou City again." After saying that, Jason left without looking back. The next day, the same video was played on loop on all the big screens in Ningzhou City. Under the supervision of 2 association members, Li Yu tearfully recounted how Sam had framed Jason and put him in jail 5 years ago, and how he had made things difficult for Jason after he was released from prison. After this incident, Jason's name became famous in Ningzhou City. From then on, no one dared to look down on him when he walked on the street. They regarded him as a stain on the Chun family. After 5 years of forbearance, his injustice was finally redressed. Anna's eyes were already filled with tears the moment she saw the video. She had known for a long time that Jason was not that kind of person. She had always believed in Jason, and now that he had been vindicated, she was sincerely happy for him. Not only Anna, but even the Chun family, who had originally treated him badly, seemed to have changed their attitude. Jason saw all this, but did not take it too seriously. "Tang Dinghua, how much do you know about the Dark Crow organization?" At this moment, Jason was sitting in the Tang family's reception room, and in front of him was the old man of the Tang family, Tang Dinghua. He had previously expressed that he knew something about his master's affairs, but he was keeping his secret at the time and did not tell him clearly. Divine Dr. Li is indeed very perceptive. He immediately guessed that this matter was related to your master. However, what I know is just the tip of the iceberg. Tang Dinghua had long expected Jason to come to him, but he didn't expect that in such a short period of time, he would not only make the Bai family of Ningzhou City surrender to him, but also make the largest underground organization association become his subordinate. He has already proven that he has such strong strength, so it probably won't matter even if I tell him. Don't keep me in suspense anymore. This time you have to tell me everything you know. Seeing Jason was getting anxious, Tang Dinghua stroked his beard. His thoughts seemed to drift back to many years ago. He slowly said, "Many years ago, there was a man just like you. He turned the entire Ningzhou City upside down as soon as he appeared. He possessed unique skills and was a master of both medicine and martial arts. For a time, all the powerful people in Ningzhou wanted to establish a relationship with him. It's just that he can clearly distinguish between good and evil. So he has offended many evil people, and the Dark Crow organization is one of them. I originally thought that they would not dare to act rashly due to your master's identity as a miracle doctor, but I didn't expect that their leader would do such a cruel thing that he killed your master's entire family overnight while your master was away. Your master originally wanted to seek revenge, but he was no match for the leader and was defeated. Even his chi was sealed, so he could no longer seek revenge himself and could only hide in Ningzhou City. Tang Dinghua's faint voice reached Jason, his ears, causing Jason to frown slightly. He had not expected that the leader of the Dark Crow organization was so powerful that even his master was helpless. But the master said that his talent was higher than his, and he was far superior to him in both medical skills and martial arts. This was also the reason why he was unwilling to teach him anything 3 years ago, because there was nothing left to teach him. Who exactly is the Dark Raven organization? Where's my master now? This is what Jason is most concerned about. He believes that even if he fights with the boss of that organization, he will never be at a disadvantage. However, he has no information about the Dark Crow organization at the moment. I don't know. They're just like their name suggests, hiding in the shadows and never revealing their true identities. Your master might have been captured by them. As for where he went, I don't know. Tang Ding Guo Sai Haopa. This was all he knew. After confirming that Tang Dinghua had truly told him everything without hiding anything, Jason stood up and said with a firm gaze, "Don't worry, Mr. Tang. I've been without parents since I was a child. Over the years, besides Anna, Master is the first person who has treated me well. If it weren't for him, there would be no Jason. I will definitely find him even if I have to go through fire and water. Well, the young are formidable. The young are formidable. If there is anything I can help you with, just let me know." Jason in front of him. He was quite different from the one he saw in prison a few years ago. Now he had become more responsible and mature. He believed that in time, he would create a new legend for Ningzhou City. Chapter 91, Anna is in trouble. It was already afternoon when Jason returned home from Tang Dinghua's place. Tang Dinghua wanted to keep Jason at the Tang family for dinner, but Jason felt that no delicacies could compare to the food cooked by Anna herself. But it was almost time for dinner, and Anna still hadn't come home. Normally, she would have picked up Lucy Lee from kindergarten by now. Jason waited for nearly an hour, but still didn't see Anna. I just felt something strange and was about to call Anna to ask, but suddenly someone rang my doorbell. I was wondering who it was when I saw Yi Fan stumbling towards me. Doktordi. Something happened. Jason felt something was wrong when he saw his appearance. He helped Yi Fan over and laid him on the sofa, then reached out to check his pulse. Yi Fan's body was covered with wounds of varying sizes. He seemed to have been beaten by many people, and his face was covered in bruises. Although he didn't know what happened, saving people was the most important thing. Jason quickly reached out and pressed the acupoints on his body, which made Yi Fan feel a little better. "Dr. Lee, leave me alone. Quick, go find my sister-in-law. She's been taken away by a group of people." Yi Fan was breathing heavily. He had been secretly protecting Anna, according to Jason S. instructions. When Anna went to Lewis Kindergarten to pick up Lucy Lee, a group of mysterious people wearing black robes and silver masks suddenly appeared on the road and kidnapped her into the car. Yi Fan originally wanted to stop them, but he was helpless because he could not beat them alone. Fortunately, they did not take him seriously, otherwise he would not have come back alive. Jason heard that the crows dared to attack Anna. His expression instantly became extremely angry. He stood up suddenly. Someone actually dared to attack his woman. It seemed that they really didn't know their place. Did they leave any words or clues? The other party kidnapped Anna for obviously only one purpose, which was to lure him into taking action. Yesterday's incident at the association was too eye-catching, and he probably had been targeted by the Dark Crow organization. They said they wanted you to go to the suburbs. Well, they dare to touch my woman. I will make them pay the price right now. Jason clenched his fists tightly and rushed out the door without saying a word. He hailed a taxi and asked the driver to go to the agreed location with the Dark Crow organization as quickly as possible. However, it would take at least half an hour to get from Ningzhou City's avenue to the suburbs, and it was also rush hour. Jason kept repeating to himself that nothing must happen to Anna, so he simply dropped the money and got out of the car, then started running. His physical fitness was already very strong, and his cultivation had reached the extreme. He ran with all his might and at a very fast speed. Jason arrived at the agreed location about 15 minutes early, but when he arrived, he did not find any member of the Ravens. He shouted Anna's name loudly, but no one answered. "Anna, wife, where are you?" Jason was searching for Anna in the barren grass, almost like crazy, and finally found Chung Nuafe, who had passed out under a dead tree. He immediately rushed over and hugged her in his arms. Husband, while unconscious, Anna heard someone calling her name. She opened her eyes and found that it was Jason. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she hugged him tightly. It's okay, I'm coming. Jason clenched his fists tightly. It seemed that he was still a step too late. He didn't know what the Ravens wanted to do. They deliberately lured him here, but did not show their true faces. The only possibility was that they had done something to Anna. What happened? What did they do to you? Jason comforted Anna, who was trembling in his arms, feeling heartbroken. He tried every possible way to compensate Anna, but the more he did so, the more people with bad intentions seemed to be attracted. Anna shook her head. In fact, she didn't know who those people were just now. She just fainted and found herself on this piece of grass when she woke up. Seeing that Anna didn't know what was going on, Jason reached out and felt her pulse. But this made Jason completely furious. In fact, Anna's body was very weak. My sudden departure 5 years ago left her to shoulder all the affairs of the Chun family alone. After I came back with great difficulty, I replenished her body, but her pulse suddenly became so weak again. And there's also a vague feeling of a foreign object wandering in the meridians. Jason then lifted Anna's hair again, and sure enough, he found an unusually eye-catching red spot on Anna's neck, as if she had been bitten by an insect. It's good that you're okay. Let's go home. Anna's symptoms were obviously caused by a poisonous insect. Jason injected his true energy into Anna's meridians without leaving any trace, but the poisonous insect was very cunning, and there was no way to catch it. I guess the insect is still small and has not yet taken shape, so it is extremely difficult to get rid of it immediately. Jason didn't tell Anna about the poison because he was afraid that Anna would be even more frightened after knowing it. However, the anger in his heart grew bigger and bigger. After sending Anna home and calming her down, Jason's face instantly turned gloomy. He took out his cell phone and immediately called Tang Dinghua. Give me a ticket to Nanjiang. The sooner the better. Jason actually did a lot of research on poisons. As far as he knew, there were 4 or 5 kinds of poisons, large and small, that had the same symptoms as Anna. However, each one was extremely toxic and could be fatal if not handled with care. He now understood what the Ravens wanted to do to him. First, he instigated Sam to attack him, and then he continued to hurt the people around Jason and played him around. He probably just wanted to see him trapped in a cage like a trapped animal, struggling constantly, but helpless. But they miscalculated. Jason has never been the kind of person who would be controlled by others. If anyone dares to hurt those around him, he will definitely return the favor 100-fold. Tang Dinghua had guessed that this day would come. Within half an hour, the plane ticket was delivered to Jason by the Tang family. Jason looked at the ticket to Nanjiang and had already made a plan in his mind. Anna was poisoned with was not an ordinary poison, but an ice poison. Without an antidote, her health would deteriorate day by day, and she would eventually die of weakness. This kind of goo often penetrates deep into the human meridians. If it is forcibly removed, it will hurt and backfire on Anna. Fortunately, even if there is no antidote, the goo will disappear as long as the person who put the goo in it dies. Jason was looking for this time was none other than the master of the Wanchong Valley, who lived in seclusion in Nanjiang City. After all, he was the only one who could refine the ice goo. Chapter 92, heading to Nanjiang City. This matter cannot be delayed. Jason cured Yi Fan, and then saw Liang Feng returning with Lucy Li. Although he forgot to give instructions just now, the association spies are spread all over Ningzhou City. They must have learned the news the moment Anna got into trouble. Brother, how is your wife doing? Liang Feng handed Lucy Li over to Jason. Although Lucy Li was young, he could feel the tense atmosphere and knew that something must have happened. So he just sat obediently in Jason's arms, with his eyes wide open, but surprisingly quiet. It's nothing serious, but I do have to go to Nanjiang for something. During this time, you must take good care of my wife and children. If anything happens to them, I will only hold you responsible. Jason didn't tell them about the Dark Crow, but Liang Feng, who was perceptive, still noticed Jason's emotional fluctuations. He knew that something big must have happened, which was why he went to Nanjiang at this critical juncture. However, he would never question his elder brother's decision, so he immediately started to make arrangements. Then, Jason sent messages to the Tang family, by family and Liu family respectively, ordering them to protect the Chun family while also keeping an eye on the entire Ningzhou city. For a while, the level of alert in Ningzhou city reached its peak. Lucy Lee heard Jason was leaving. Her face immediately fell. She hugged Jason's neck and said coquettishly, "Dad, where are you going? Can you take Lucy with you?" Jason finally came back, but suddenly he had to leave. What if his father disappeared like he did 5 years ago and never came back? Lucy, be good. Daddy has something to do. There are some bad guys who want to bully Mommy. Daddy is going to teach them a lesson. You just be good at home and take good care of Mommy. Don't make Mommy worry, okay? Jason couldn't help but feel sad. If possible, he didn't want to leave his wife and children, but this time he had to go. Lucy Lee was very sensible. She nodded obediently. This time Jason didn't want to leave without saying goodbye again, so he led Lucy Lee into Anna's room. "Honey, I have to go on a business trip for a few days. I will be back soon." Anna didn't expect Jason to leave so suddenly. Her haggard face was immediately filled with worry. She vaguely guessed that Jason was leaving because of her own affairs, and she couldn't help but say with concern, "You have to be careful when you're out there alone. I know you're very strong, and no one can beat you, but be careful not to hurt yourself." Jason smiled with relief. No matter what time it was, Anna would support everything he did, trust him unconditionally, and stay by his side, which made him feel warm in his heart. "Don't worry, I'll be back with you and Lucy soon. Lucy, wait for Daddy to come back and bring you a gift, okay?" Lucy Lee heard that Jason was going to bring her a gift. Her little face, which had just been drooping, broke into a big smile. "Then, Dad, you have to come back early and bring me a gift." The next morning, Jason packed his things and came to Ningzhou Airport. He originally wanted to keep a low profile, but Liang Feng insisted on sending him to the airport in person. The association even mobilized almost all of its members, and the grand scene was extremely impressive. At the same time, members of the major families in Ningzhou City had surrounded the airport early on. They were all people who had received favors from Jason. Although they didn't know the reason, when they heard that Jason was leaving suddenly, they naturally felt unwilling. If Jason leaves, there will be no more miracle doctors in Ningzhou City. Jason felt very embarrassed about this. It was not like he would never come back. Surrounded by the crowd, Jason saw those familiar faces. Tang Shui from the Tang family, Fan Jin from the Liu family, Bai Jianglong from the Bai family, as well as Mr. Zhu, the richest man, Master Ma. All these familiar people came to the airport to see him off without exception. "I'll be back in less than a month. Why make such a fuss?" It is really speechless. Any one of them can create countless values every minute, but they actually dropped what they were doing and gathered here, just because they had to leave. When everyone heard that Jason would come back, their hearts finally settled down. Jason was still wearing the familiar outfit, a white t-shirt on the upper body. He had long been accustomed to this outfit. He didn't like clothes that were too expensive and gorgeous. He waved his hand calmly, and soon disappeared from everyone's sight. After boarding the plane, Tang Dingwa booked a first-class ticket for Jason. At first, the crew responsible for receiving him did not take him seriously because he was dressed simply. But then someone called out Jason's name, and the entire crew immediately went into an uproar. Jason, this name spread throughout Ningzhou City not long ago. Such a big shot actually boarded this flight, and people immediately provided services to Jason with great enthusiasm. Jason just ordered a glass of water, sat in his seat, looked out the window, and waited for the plane to take off. "I advise you not to refuse a toast and drink the penalty. You're lucky I've fallen for you. This first-class ticket isn't cheap. Can't you get some special treatment?" As the plane was about to take off, a noisy sound suddenly came over. Looking back, I saw that a man dressed like a rich kid was sitting not far behind me and was holding a stewardess's hand tightly. "Sir, please don't do this." Every flight attendant on this flight was carefully selected. Not only do they have perfect figures and looks, but even when faced with such an emergency, they can still handle it calmly. But the rich kid refused to give in and tried to touch the stewardess's black stockings with his hands, but the stewardess dodged him. "Isn't this Nanjiang the young master of the Shun family?" Someone recognized the rich kid. It turned out that he was not a local, and the young master of a noble family in Nanjiang. The flight attendant suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Everyone sitting on this flight could easily buy the plane, and she would be in trouble if she offended any of them. Can't you see she doesn't want to? Jason really couldn't stand it anymore. He had seen too many guys like this who would bully others by taking advantage of their power, no matter whether the other party was a man or a woman. Jason rarely stood up for what was right, but he simply couldn't stand this kind of bullying behavior. What's more, he had never even heard of the Shun family, and yet they dared to cause trouble in Ningzhou City. After all the bigwigs in the country gathered in Ningzhou City. A small business like the Shun family, which was not even as good as a third-rate clan in Ningzhou City, was not worth mentioning in Jason's eyes. Who do you think you are? I'm from the Shun family. Look at your shabby outfit. Did you cheat your way into buying this first-class ticket? Seeing that someone dared to come out and ruin his good thing, Shun Yuping stood up from his seat abruptly. However, he did not expect that the person who blocked his way out was Jason, a poor man sitting in front of him. It doesn't matter who I am. I'm afraid you won't be able to take this flight today. Chapter 93, Cold Beauty. As soon as these words came out, Shun Yuping couldn't help but burst into laughter. Who did he think he was? Did he think that he could call the shots just by sitting in the same first-class cabin with him? Jason arrogantly, looking down at him, and saying in an extremely contemptuous tone, "Just because you're a piece of trash, you think you could be a hero and save the damsel in distress? If you kneel down and lick my shoes right now, I'll forgive you. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences." As soon as they saw someone causing trouble, everyone in the first-class cabin focused their attention on the two people. Most of them boarded the plane from Ningzhou City and had heard of Jason to some extent. The reason why no one took action was that they were just waiting to see the show. It seems that there are always these ignorant people who like to run into trouble. Jason was about to speak when a clear voice suddenly broke the tense atmosphere between the two of them. "Mr. Shun, I advise you to have some self-awareness. Leave this flight before it takes off to avoid further embarrassment." Shun Yuping didn't expect that someone would come to ruin his plans one after another. He had seen many people with such a strong sense of justice, but no one dared to really mess with him. Today, two of them appear at once. As soon as he turned around to see who was so bold, he suddenly saw a woman with a beautiful appearance standing behind him. That woman is even several times more beautiful than the stewardess. She has a curvy figure, wearing a simple yet elegant white shirt on the upper body and a black hip-hugging skirt on the lower body. The perfect proportions make people want to fall in love with her. She has long black hair that reaches her waist. Although it is not deliberately styled, it reveals a mature charm. She wears a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on her face, which adds a bit of bookish air to her stunning face. "Mr. Shun, your actions just now constitute harassment. I've recorded everything with my phone. Besides, you were trying to attack Jason just now. If you hand this evidence over to the police, I believe the Shun family won't be able to protect you if the matter gets out of hand." The unknown beauty spoke in a firm tone, but Shun Yuping did not take her threats seriously at all. His greatest hobby in life was beautiful women. Seeing that a beauty who was even more beautiful than the stewardess was coming to his door, how could he let her go so easily? "Since you want to help him so much, why don't you take over the stewardess's duties? That way I won't have to bother with this country bumpkin." He was about to make a move on the beauty, but the cold-faced woman narrowed her eyes, clearly not one to be trifled with. Jason could already tell there wasn't a single piece of excess fat on her body. Compared to the women he usually saw walking with such a charming and graceful demeanor, her swift gait showed she had practiced physical training. As expected, the cold-faced beauty frowned, and then she swept her leg and knocked Shun Yuping down. Shun Yuping fell heavily. Then the beauty raised her foot again, and the heel of her high heels stepped firmly on Shun Yuping's stomach. "You attacked me first. I was acting in self-defense. Now I have a right to sue you for harassment." Such sharp skills, and that beautiful face suddenly recognized her identity and exclaimed, "Isn't this the eldest daughter of the Lan family in Nanjiang City? She's the golden medal lawyer, Lan Xian, who earned a double doctorate in law and criminal psychology at the age of just 20. Oh my God, it really is her. I heard that the Lan family is the most prestigious family in Nanjiang. I didn't expect Miss Lan to be so beautiful." Everyone looked at Lan Xian with either envy or amazement, and after hearing Lan Xian's name, Shin Yuhang's arrogant attitude disappeared in an instant. He couldn't afford to offend this woman, let alone take action. Even the power of his own family was probably not even 1/10 of that of the Lan family. "Miss Lan, I've offended you. I'm leaving right now, right now." This time he hit a wall and offended someone he shouldn't offend. Seeing Shun Yuhang begging for mercy, Lan Xian retracted her foot. She saw Shun Yuhang really crawling to his feet, picking up his things. Before leaving, he glared at Jason and then hurriedly left the plane. "Jason, are you okay?" Lan Xin saw Shin Yuhang leave tactfully. She looked at Jason, who had a calm and expressionless face. It seemed that he had been watching the show quietly from the side since she made the move. Lan Xin then smiled a smile that melted the ice and snow. This smile was very beautiful, just like the warm sunshine in April. If an ordinary man saw it, he would definitely be moved. However, Jason only had Anna in his heart. He just nodded lightly and then asked, "Miss Lan, do you know me?" Of course. Who here wouldn't know Jason? Hasn't Jason's name spread all over Ningzhou City a long time ago? Lan Xin seemed to be prepared for his question. She sat down next to Jason without any hesitation and looked at him carefully. Jason's appearance was above average, and although he was strong, he was definitely not the tough type. The cheap white t-shirt he wore was totally out of tune with the wealthy atmosphere here, making him look so special. In terms of appearance, I'm afraid no one would be able to look upon him with any respect. Shortly after Shin Yuping got off, the plane closed its door and took off slowly. The flight attendant, who had just been entangled, was very grateful to Lan Xin and Jason for coming to the rescue, and even gave them a bottle of excellent red wine. Lan Xin took the red wine, poured a glass herself, and handed it to Jason, but Jason refused it. "I don't like drinking. Thank you for your kindness, Miss Lan." Lan Xin seemed to be very interested in him. She had been staring at him since the plane took off, and now she was being attentive and offering him a drink. But Jason could clearly feel that Lan Xin was different from other women who were obsessed with money. She was the eldest daughter of the Lan family in Nanjiang City, and there was no need for her to be attentive to someone like him who was dressed poorly. Could it be that she has something to ask for? As soon as this thought came to mind, Lan Xin said, "I heard Jason can heal illnesses." Sure enough, it was another person who came to ask me to save someone. But Jason is not a pushover. He won't easily help someone just because the other party wants to save someone. But after all, the other party is the eldest daughter of the Lan family. She must have prepared a corresponding reward. So Jason waited for her to continue speaking. "To be honest, my family once offended the Myriad Insects Valley. My brother was poisoned by someone from the Myriad Insects Valley. I have already searched for famous doctors all over the world, but to no avail. I heard about you after arriving in Ningzhou City, and I also learned that you're going to Nanjiang City. So I resorted to this desperate measure and bought this seat." Chapter 94, Please Help. They wanted to use the Lan family for their own benefit. They had infected my brother with an incurable, heart-eating poison. Although the poison wouldn't take effect immediately, if he didn't take the antidote they gave him every month, he would die from bleeding from all 7 orifices. My father and I are both people who hate evil, so we will naturally not be threatened by them. But I still don't want to give up my brother like this. He is only 7 years old, so young and knows nothing. Lan Xin had a polite smile on her face at first, but after mentioning her brother, her expression could no longer be maintained, and her eyes became red. I didn't expect Lan Xin to mention the Valley of Insects. What a coincidence that was also his destination. Jason couldn't help but glance at her and motioned her to continue. Seeing that Jason seemed interested, Lan Xin quickly said, "As long as Jason is willing to make a move, I am willing to give you half of the Lan family's assets." Lan Xin looked at him anxiously. If it was for her brother's life, what would half of the assets mean? But Jason had plenty of money. Just when he was about to shake his head and refuse, he heard Lan Xin say again, "Jason is also a cultivator, right?" Jason's deeds in Ningzhou City a long time ago. He was able to make the Bai family and Lu Jia submit to you, and he took over the association in just 1 day. My grandfather was also a cultivator. Before he died, he gave me the key to the Lan family's vault and asked me to keep it safe. There's a treasure that only cultivators can use. If Jason is willing to help me, I will offer it to you with both hands. Cultivators possessed only a limited number of weapons, and only a handful could be considered treasured. Jason had only heard his master mention them. The blood-red silver needle was one of them, a gift from his master before his departure. Hearing that other treasures existed, Jason weighed the pros and cons and finally nodded, agreeing. Seeing that Jason finally agreed, Lan Xin breathed a sigh of relief. Along the way, she enthusiastically told Jason about the beautiful scenery of Nanjiang and the various delicacies, hoping to build a good relationship with him. But it seemed that she failed to arouse Jason's interest. This made Lan Xin, who was usually treated like a jewel in the palm of her hand, feel very strange. She thought about other men she met, who could be bewitched by her smile, not to mention how excited they would be if she took the initiative to approach them. This Jason is completely different from those men. Even though she was so passionate, he was as unmoved as a stone. What Lon Xan didn't know was that Jason was already married. In his heart, Anna was the best woman in the world and the only wife in his heart. Even if 10 Lon Zins stood in front of him, he would not be moved. The plane landed slowly. Jason didn't bring any luggage this time. He simply brought a few sets of clothes that Anna prepared for him. In comparison, Lon Xian had a lot of luggage. Jason a little embarrassedly. Jason sighed. After all, they were partners for a short period of time, so he kindly helped Lon Xian carry her luggage. As soon as the two of them left the airport, they saw a man in a white suit standing in the distance, waiting there for a long time. The man had dyed his hair with eye-catching blonde hair, which was very eye-catching. As soon as he saw Lon Xian coming, the man immediately came over to greet her. Xian, your father-in-law and mother-in-law have been waiting for you for a long time. Let's go over there quickly. Compared to this man's warm welcome, Lon Xian's expression seemed much more indifferent. She was not moved at all, but just responded indifferently. Then, the man noticed Jason following behind Lon Xian. Why are your servants dressed so poorly? I'm Xian's fiancé. Just give me the things. Du Yunbua's tone was filled with undisguised contempt, but Lon Xian said unhappily, Du Yunbua, who said you're my fiancé? And what's with that attitude? Jason isn't my servant. He's the genius doctor I hired to treat my brother. Please be more polite. Lon Xian stopped Du Yunbua from taking his luggage. This was the first time in his life that Du Yunbua saw Lon Xian defend a man like this. He was immediately furious and could not help but yell. Lon Xian, there should be a limit to how much you can lie to others, right? How can such a country bumpkin be called a miracle doctor? Although your Lon family is a top-tier family, our Du family has been on equal footing with you for many years. How could I have wronged you by asking you to be my fiancé? Are you really going to turn against me just for this country bumpkin who came from nowhere? Du Yunbua's tone was very sharp, and Lon Xian couldn't help but bite her lip. Although she didn't like Du Yunbua at all, she couldn't make things too awkward with him because of the relationship between the families. Since Miss Lon doesn't want to, why force her? Mr. Du should also know that a forced melon is not sweet, right? Seeing Du Yunbua repeatedly bullying others, Jason could not help but speak coldly. Lon Xian did not expect Jason to speak up for her. She was suddenly touched, but she did not want him to be hated by Du Yunbua because of her. So she spoke. Just drop you off here, Jason. I'll definitely send someone to pick you up tomorrow. Lon Xian had good intentions, but Du Yunbua on the side really couldn't swallow this. In terms of appearance and wealth, he was the perfect match for Lon Xian, but she was talking to another man in front of him. Moreover, Lon Xian also claimed that Jason was a miracle doctor, which made Du Yunbua's face show an even more contemptuous look. Are you kidding me? The way he's dressed, someone who doesn't know him would think he's a beggar. I've seen a lot of people like you. Don't think that just because you have a pretty face, you can trick Xian away from me with just a few words. Don't you just want to marry into the Lon family and enjoy the wealth and glory? There's $1 million in this card. Take the money and get out. As he spoke, Du Yunbua pulled out a card from his wallet and threw it at Jason. The card fell at Jason's feet. Jason just glanced at it lightly, then stepped on it as if nothing had happened, and then said, Miss Lon, this is a matter of life and death. Take me to the Lon family now. Goo poison is extremely difficult to treat. Every day of delay increases the risk. Jason's expressionless face, but his calm eyes were filled with composure, which made Lon Xian stare blankly for a moment. She nodded as if possessed, and then followed Jason's footsteps. Lan Xing, are you really going to turn against our Du family? Just for this pretty boy? Just wait. I will tell Grandpa about this matter, and your Lon family will be in big trouble. Jason and Lon Xian, who were gradually walking away, acted as if they couldn't hear it. They left the airport without even turning their heads. Chapter 95, Untrusted. After leaving the airport, Lon Xian followed Jason into a taxi. As the eldest daughter of the Lon family, she had met many men. Every man who tried to approach her was attracted by her beauty or intended to use this opportunity to establish a relationship with the Lon family. But Jason was completely different from them and never showed any interest in her. For some reason, the image of Jason defending himself just now lingered in Lon Xian's mind. Lon Xian's heartbeat began to accelerate uncontrollably, and her face was already flushed when she noticed it. Miss Lon, what's wrong with you? Jason didn't know why Lon Xin was like this. He thought she was feeling unwell and asked curiously. I'm fine, just a little hot. I'll be almost to Lan's house. Lon Xion's thoughts were brought back to reality by Jason's voice. She then realized that her face had turned red. What happened to her? She had never been like this before when facing any man. Lon Xion quickly fanned herself with her hands, feeling embarrassed and not daring to look Jason in the eye. The taxi drove very fast and arrived outside the Lon family villa in a short while. In fact, the biggest difference between Nanjiang and Ningzhou City is that Ningzhou is close to the sea, while Nanjing is close to the mountains, but the level of prosperity of the two is comparable. The Lon family's villa is located in the most prosperous area of the city center. The luxurious 3-story building and the spacious garden all show that the owner of the house is extremely powerful. When I got out of the car, someone was already waiting to greet me at the door. It was a butler who looked very experienced, followed by several young maids. Uncle Zhang, I'm back. How is Xiao Shua? Lon Xian handed the luggage to Butler Zhang. Butler Zhang looked like an old man in his 50s or 60s, but he was still strong. He took Lon Xian's luggage and said, Miss, the young master's condition is not good. Please come and take a look. He was still able to speak a few days ago, but for some reason, he suddenly fell into a coma these past 2 days. The master and his wife searched all over Nanjiang City for a miracle doctor, and finally the Du family came forward to hire someone, who they said would be arriving soon. As soon as these words were spoken, Lon Xian felt dizzy. She had not had a good rest in the past 2 days, and suddenly heard this bad news. She lost her balance and fell backwards. Jason caught her quickly, and Butler Zhang then noticed that there was another person next to Lon Xian. Miss, who is this? There is no trace of wealth on Jason's body. Although he has a handsome appearance, there is nothing else that stands out about him. Being supported by Jason, Lon Xian's face flushed again, and she quickly stood up and introduced. This is Dr. Jason Lee. I hired him specifically to treat Xiao Shua. Please don't neglect him. Heard that Jason was also here for treatment. He couldn't help but frown. The young man in front of him was too young, and even his clothes were so shabby. Jason was already used to being looked at like this. He also saw the distrust of Zhang Wanjia. Lon Xian was a little anxious and wanted to speak for him, but Jason spoke faster. You have an old injury on your right foot, and you've been plagued by stomach problems for a long time. Looking at your complexion, while it appears rosy on the surface, I don't know which quack doctor prescribed this. It hasn't replenished the emptiness within you at all. It's just a superficial appearance. Therefore, you often suffer from insomnia, have many dreams at night, and feel anxious and restless. Jason said this. Butler Zhang, who was standing beside him, was frightened. What he said was absolutely right. Every one of these symptoms was true. Butler Zhang had a complicated look on his face. When he looked at Jason again, he actually saw a hint of neither humility nor arrogance in Jason's eyes. It was a resolute pride. He had seen countless people standing at the top, and they all had such momentum. As expected, one cannot judge a person by his appearance. Butler Zhang swept away his previous skeptical attitude and said respectfully, It's my fault for being blind. You are indeed a miracle doctor. You saw through my stubborn illness at a glance. Please follow me. Jason in front, but Lon Xian was secretly delighted. Jason really had real skills. How could she be happy that she could have a relationship with such a miracle doctor? Besides, not everyone could be recognized by Butler Zhang. The two followed Butler Zhang up to the second floor. Before they entered the innermost room, they heard a sound coming from the room. When will Xiner be back? Is the miracle doctor hired by the Du family coming soon? It was the voice of a middle-aged man. From his tone, it was not difficult to tell that he was Lon Xian's father. Butler Zhang knocked on the door and said, Master and Madam, the eldest lady is back. Then the door was pushed open, and Jason followed Lon Xian into the room. The surroundings were decorated in a low-key yet luxurious style, and the decoration was just right. In the center of the room stood a large snow-white bed, and lying on the bed was a 7-year-old boy. The originally delicate and pretty face now had no luster at all, and the chest that was constantly rising and falling showed that she was experiencing shortness of breath. This is Lon Xian's younger brother Lon Shua, and the two middle-aged men and women with extraordinary temperaments beside his bed are their parents Lon Hai and Su Hua. Xiner, you're finally back. The doctor hired by the Du family will be here soon. Although they said so, they must be unsure in their hearts. Even if the Du family takes action, They may not be able to truly cure the poison in the Valley of 10,000 Insects. Jason Lee from Ningzhou City. His medical skills are probably among the best in the country. You must trust me. Only he can cure Xiao Shua's illness. Lan Exine looked at her haggard brother, her heart filled with worry. Then she remembered Jason and quickly pushed him in front of her. When Lan Hai and Su Hua heard that he was actually a miracle doctor, their eyes showed hope at the same time. However, when they noticed Jason's ordinary appearance, disappointment was written on their faces without any concealment. Exiner, I know you're worried about your brother, but not everyone can enter our Lan family. This gentleman looks too young. We really can't trust your brother's life to him. Jason in his words. Instead, they were filled with worry for his son. Indeed, no one would easily believe that an ordinary person with ordinary dress and appearance would treat their family members. No, listen to me. Lan Xian also expected her parents to have this kind of reaction. She was about to explain when there was a sudden noise from the entrance. Butler Zhang hurried down to greet them. Lan Hai also stood up, patted Lan Xian on the shoulder, and said, "It must be the miracle doctor the Du family hired. Xian, I know you don't like Du Yuhang, but can you please, for Dad's sake, not make things too awkward with the Du family this time?" Chapter 96, Master Son. Lan Hai's face was very haggard due to long-term worry. Lan Xin beat her lip. She also felt sorry for her father, so she had to suppress her sadness and displeasure and nodded. Xinia, I brought a miracle doctor with me. I guarantee he can cure my brother-in-law's illness this time. A familiar voice sounded from the entrance, and then a familiar figure walked in. That person was none other than Du Yuhang, who had just been left behind by Jason and Lan Xian. Du Yuhang went upstairs with a smug look on his face, but he couldn't smile anymore after seeing Jason in the house. He didn't expect Jason to be so shameless as to chase him here. He pointed his finger at his nose in disbelief and said, "How dare you, a liar, keep pestering Exiner? I know Exiner must have been bewitched by you. A liar, using improper means. If you leave him now, I can still spare your life." Du Yuhang's voice was so loud that almost everyone in the room could hear it. After hearing Du Yuhang actually call Jason a liar, Lan Xian immediately stood up and refuted. "Du Yuhang, Jason is my friend. No matter how much you dislike me, don't use that tone toward my friend." Unexpectedly, Lan Xian was still defending Jason even after the conversation had come to this point. Although Du Yuhang was angry, he suppressed his anger when he thought of what his grandfather had said to him. He forced himself to put on a smile and said, "We'll discuss this later. This is Master Sun, whom I invited back from abroad. Master Sun is not only proficient in traditional Chinese medicine techniques, but is also well-versed in Western medicine. He will definitely be able to cure Lan Shua's illness." Just then, everyone saw that behind Du Yuhang was an old man who was a few centimeters shorter than him. The old man looked to be in his 60s or 70s, even a few centimeters older than Butler Zhang. His hair and beard were all white, but he had an immortal aura. Don't worry. I heard that young Master Lan was poisoned by someone, but I'm best at removing poison. Let me give it a try." As he said that, he walked over to Lan Shua's bed and sat down, stretched out his hand, and took his pulse in a very professional manner. Master Sun is the true miracle doctor. Although he is old, he is a true cultivator. You liar, just open your eyes and see how vastly different the difference is between a true master and you. Du Yuhang deliberately approached Jason and provoked him, but Jason didn't take his words to heart at all and didn't even show any displeasure. This contemptuous attitude made Du Yuhang even more angry and gritted his teeth. After a while, the old man called Master Sun took out a pair of silver needles from his waist and seemed to be ready to take action. Since young Master Lan was infected with the heart-eating goo, the first injection must be placed where the heart is connected to the heart in order to completely kill the goo. Master Sun muttered something to himself and casually took out a silver needle, pointed it at Lan Shua's eyebrows, and was about to stab him. But Jason caught a strange look on Master Sun's face in an instant. Just as his silver needle was about to pierce Lan Shua's skin, Jason shouted, "I'm afraid it's not right to place the first needle there." This voice attracted the attention of everyone in the room. Master Sun couldn't help but frown. He had heard Du Yuhang complain about this unknown person on the road, but he never took Jason seriously from beginning to end. Hearing that he actually dared to speak so arrogantly and said that there was something wrong with Master Sun's technique, Du Yuhang was furious and immediately felt humiliated. He then shouted, I call you a liar. It's fine if you're full of lies, but now you're trying to stop Master Sun from treating patients. What are you thinking? Jason actually tried to stop them again and again. At the same time, not only was Du Yu Hang very excited, he even felt that the gazes of the Lan couple towards him had become less friendly. Sir, please leave here if you're all right. Don't waste your time and delay my son's treatment. When Du Yu Hang heard that Lan Hai also offered to send someone away, a triumphant smile appeared on his face. Once Lan Hai spoke, even if Butler Zhang admired the young man in front of him, he really couldn't speak for him. He could only walk up to Jason, say sorry, and then open the door as if to ask Jason to leave. Dad, Lan Xin was Ansi Osut. She was about to explain to Jason, but she was stopped by Lan Hai's sharp look. Since you don't believe me, then let that so-called Master Sun come and treat your son. But I have to warn you, if the needle had fallen there, your son would have died within 10 minutes. Get lost. It's already this late, and you're still talking nonsense. If you don't leave, I'll call for help. This time, Du Yu Hang couldn't let Jason ruin his plan again. He raised his fist and was about to hit him, but was stopped by Butler Zhang. Jason sneered, and without saying anything else, he turned and left the room. Forget it. Young people don't know how to reason. I won't bother with him. Master Sun waved his hand, then continued to pick up the silver needle, pointed it at Lan Shua's eyebrows, and then dropped the first needle. Dad, you'd rather believe some crappy miracle doctor someone else found than me, right? Lan Xin clenched her feet. Among all the people present, she was the only one who believed what Jason said. If what Jason just said was true, then the Master Sun in front of her was not treating Xiao Shua at all, but was trying to kill him. The grievance and anger in her heart burst out in an instant, and Lan Xian felt like the sky was falling. In fact, she didn't know why. She had just met Jason today, but she felt that Jason would not lie to her. Seeing that no one answered her, Lan Xian decided to turn around and rush out to chase Jason. She had a premonition that if she failed to stop Jason today, something irreversible would happen. Xianer, you've been bewitched by him. That liar is just after your body. Shin Yu Hang originally thought that after Jason was asked to leave by Lan Hai, Lan Xian would recognize his true face and then follow him wholeheartedly because of the favor he had given Master Sunday. However, she was still willing to offend the Du family for such a liar, and now even chased him out at this critical moment. Let her be. As soon as my son recovers from his illness, I will teach this unfilial girl a lesson. Lan Hai also felt that his daughter's condition today was very abnormal. Normally, she would never do such a stupid thing. Usually, Lan Xian loved her younger brother the most. Perhaps it was really as Shin Yupeng said. Jason used some shameful means to confuse Lan Xian's mind. Seeing that Master Sun had finished administering the last injection, everyone in the room looked at Lan Shua lying on the bed and saw that his breathing was indeed much steadier than before. Master Sun, you are indeed a master. Your moves are different from others. Chapter 97, Undoing the Poison. Du Yu Hang stood aside and flattered him. Seeing that Lan Shua's condition had improved, the Lan family couple could not help but excitedly step forward. Seeing Lan Shua's breathing gradually stabilized, their tense nerves relaxed in an instant. Lan Hai's wife, Su Hua's eyes were filled with tears as soon as she relaxed. She rushed forward and held Lan Shua's hand tightly, looking forward to her son waking up. However, as she took Lan Shua's hand, she felt something was wrong. Su Hua quickly put Lan Shua's hand against his face and found that the temperature of his hand was abnormally low, completely different from the weak coldness he usually felt. It's like a body without temperature. Thinking of this, Su Hua was horrified. She couldn't help but smell Lan Shua's breath worriedly. Su Hua screamed, stood up, and shouted loudly, Hubby, Xiao Shua is not breathing. What? Lan Xian chased after him. She originally thought that Jason would leave the house in a rage, but she didn't expect that after he left the second floor, he sat down in the living room on the first floor and even leisurely poured herself a cup of tea. Dr. Li, didn't you promise me to save my brother? I don't trust anyone that bastard Du Yu Hang brought in. So please help me. Lan Xin stood berita opposite Zetsung. Jason had never expected that she would catch up with him. He had originally planned to treat the patient according to their wishes since the Lan family all believed in Master Sun Sunday. Anyway, they didn't believe in him at all, so he might as well wait until they believed in him before coming. Lan Xian's appearance was something he had never expected. He put down the teacup and said self-deprecatingly, "There's no way. Who made me a liar?" He shrugged helplessly. Lan Xian saw that he was really angry, and 2 tears rolled down her eyes. She lowered her head dejectedly. She felt very sad that her parents did not believe her. At this moment, a figure quickly ran down from the second floor to the first floor. Suhua ran to Jason like crazy. Before Jason could say anything, she plopped down on her knees in front of Jason, hugged his feet tightly, and said, "Jason, no, Dr. Lee. We were wrong just now. Please go and check. My son is not breathing." Upon hearing that Lan Shua was in such a serious condition that he couldn't breathe, Jason frowned. After all, it was a matter of life and death, and he didn't care about his face at this moment. He asked Suhua to stand up, and then he took 2 steps at a time and quickly went up to the second floor. Lan Xian and Suhua looked at each other, then followed closely. With a bang, the door was pushed open. Jason looked at the people in the room who were at a loss and pushed away Du Yuhang, who was blocking the door. He was so strong that he almost pushed Du Yuhang to the ground. "Hey, why haven't you left yet? What are you doing back here?" "Jason? Wasn't he chased away by Lan Hai just now? Why is he still showing up here with such brazenness?" "Shut up. You have no right to speak here. Get out of the way." Jason's voice was low as he pushed away Master Sun, who was still standing there, swept all his silver needles to the ground, then pulled out the blood-red silver needles from his waist and arranged them in front of him. "What's this?" Master Sun was shocked. He had never seen a bloody silver needle before. Just as he was wondering what it was, Jason pulled out one of the needles, tore open Lan Shua's clothes, turned him over, and then quickly started acupuncture again. At Jason's swift and precise movements. Who is this young man? How could the acupuncture technique he used be exactly the same as the long-lost Yin Emperor's secret technique? An epiphany, a celestial being showed me the way, the energy entering my body, and then I was brought back to life. Master Sun's lips began to tremble unconsciously as he recited word by word the array acupuncture method Jason was using. Every part of it was used with extreme exquisiteness, and the technique was clean and neat, with no part being redundant. Everyone held their breath. They seemed to see a layer of faint golden light on Jason's body. As this layer of golden light slowly entered Lan Shua's body, Lan Shua's pale face actually began to slowly turn red. Cough! With a sudden sound, a mouthful of black blood spurted out of Lan Shua's mouth, and in the blood, one could clearly see a constantly twisting poisonous insect, its wings shaking. Oh no, it's looking for its next host. Lan Xin et Golim. Although she was not as proficient in the long-lost secret techniques of Emperor Yin as Jason, she had been seeking medical treatment for many years and had some understanding of the habits of poisonous insects. As soon as he finished speaking, a blood-red silver needle flashed red light under the light, and in an instant it pierced the abdomen of the insect. The insect twisted a few times and then lost all signs of life. You should be thankful that the person who cast the poison on you showed mercy, as the poison they cast happened to be one that I can cure. But this also shows how much they despise you, that such a poison can force you to be so helpless. Jason wiped the sweat from his forehead, took out a prescription from his arms, and threw it to the stunned Lan Hai. As soon as he finished speaking, Lan Shaw, who had just lost his breath, suddenly began to rise and fall again. "So, how are you feeling?" Su Hua couldn't wait to hold his hand again, but this time it was completely different from before. Although Lan Shua's hand was still very cold, he could feel that it was slowly warming up. Surprised, Su Hua could no longer hold back her tears. She used her other hand to tightly grasp Jason's sleeve and said gratefully, "Thank you, Dr. Lee. Thank you, Dr. Lee, for saving my son's life. Dr. Lee is truly a peerless doctor who can bring people back to health." Lan Xian, who was standing by, had tears in her eyes. Seeing that her brother had indeed improved, she couldn't help but wipe away her tears, but she couldn't help but ask, "Dr. Lee, the poisonous insect is already dead. Why hasn't my brother woken up yet?" As soon as she asked this question, Jason rolled his eyes at her and said, "He's completely exhausted now. I'm sure he's regained consciousness, but he probably doesn't even have the strength to open his eyes. The prescription I gave you is a tonic. Why don't you quickly prepare the medicine according to my prescription?" When everyone heard this, they suddenly understood. Lan Hai took the prescription without saying a word and drove to the best pharmacy in Nanjiang City to get the medicine. In a short while, he came back with the medicine. Lan Xian took the medicine personally and put it into Lan Shua's mouth. As the bitter medicine soup entered Lan Shua's mouth, his almost exhausted physical strength was instantly restored. When he finished drinking all the medicine, he suddenly coughed violently twice, his eyelashes trembled slightly, and he slowly opened his eyes. Elder Sister. Chapter 98. Substituting. Xiao Shua. Lan Xian excitedly hugged Lan Shua in her arms, but Jason was not as leisurely as her. His eyes were then fixed on Master Sun. From a moment he started, Master Sun had a gloomy face and didn't say a word. His weird look made people suspicious. Sister, I'm hungry. Lan Shua was held by Lan Xian and Lan Xian. He was still a little weak after just recovering. When Lan Xian saw that he even had the strength to speak and had an appetite to eat, she couldn't help but feel happier. Without saying a word, she stood up and went to prepare dinner for Lan Shua. Why don't you stay and eat with me, Dr. Li? Just try my cooking. Lan Xian then realized that she had lost her composure in front of Jason, and she spoke shyly. Su Huan naturally noticed his daughter's little thoughts, thinking that Jason could save his son's life with just a simple move, and he was still so young and must have a bright future. Intent on winning over this young man, Su Hua smiled and said, Yes, Dr. Li, please stay for dinner. We were wrong not to trust you just now. Please at least let us do our best to show our gratitude. Just when Lan Xian was wondering whether Jason would agree to stay for dinner, Jason suddenly pointed his finger at Master Sun, who had been silent. Who are you? You're not Master Sun himself, are you? As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked, and there was silence all around. It was Du Yuhang who had just been yelled at by Jason who reacted first. He couldn't help but say angrily, What are you talking about? Master Sun was brought here from overseas by me. Besides, this poison is difficult to cure. You don't have to be like this, right? Jason didn't want to waste time with this idiot Du Yuhang. He had already taken his stance, clenched his fists, and before anyone could react, he punched Master Sun hard in the face. An even more bizarre scene occurred. In the surprised eyes of everyone, Master Sun's body dodged Jason's punch like a ghost, and at the same time, a strange smile suddenly appeared on his face. His skills were not like those of an old man at all. Jason felt that something was wrong. The scene in front of him was exactly the same as when he was treating Tang Dinghua at the Tang family. He rushed forward with lightning speed, grabbed Master Sun's neck with both hands, and quickly pushed him to the ground, so that he could not commit suicide so easily like the spy who sneaked into the Tang family that day. There is still information to be obtained, and we can't let him die so easily. This is, under the gaze of everyone, Jason's hand approached Master Sun's face, and with a raise of his 5 fingers, the skin on his face was peeled off. What's going on? He's really not Master Sun. Lan Xian screamed in surprise as she looked at the completely unfamiliar face under the human skin mask. No one present could recognize who he was. Although Jason had never seen this face, he could still vaguely guess the other person's identity. You're from the Dark Crow organization, right? It seems like your organization isn't just targeting me. If I'm not mistaken, you're after the treasure in the Lan family vault that only cultivators can use. You were planning to take advantage of this opportunity to kill the Lan family and steal the vault key, but unfortunately, your plot failed. Jason's tone was light. He was just stating a fact. Master Sun's expression became more and more shocked. He seemed to not understand why Jason could guess all of this when he clearly didn't reveal a single word. He suddenly remembered that Lan Xian had called his name just now. Jason. He was familiar with the name, but he never imagined that such an ordinary-looking young man was actually the Jason that the boss feared the most. Fine, no, so what? Jason, do you think you can go against our entire organization by yourself? I advise you to be more careful. After saying that, the man revealed an even more bizarre smile. And then, in full view of everyone, he suddenly vomited black blood, his whole body twitched, and then his eyes rolled back, and he kicked his legs as if he had committed suicide. Oh my God, is he dead? Du Yuhang is just an ordinary young master from a wealthy family. He is used to being domineering in the family. How could he, who has always been spoiled, have ever seen such a scene? But unlike him, this kind of thing is commonplace to Jason. I'm afraid this man must have hidden poison in his teeth in advance. And if the plan fails, he will immediately commit suicide by taking poison. Master Sun had already committed suicide. All the unfriendly eyes in the room fell on Du Yuhang. Du Yuhang felt that something was wrong. He quickly waved his hands and said, I didn't mean to hurt anyone, and I didn't know Master Sun was being replaced. Let me explain. What explanation do you have? I don't believe that if you had investigated carefully, you wouldn't have found any clues about Master's son. So how could he have sneaked in here? Besides, I had already warned you just now, and I repeatedly emphasized that his method was problematic, but you still insisted that I was a liar and almost killed a life. You used your family's power to coerce Lon Xin, repeatedly trying to take her by force. When force failed, you thought of using Master Sun's favor to get her. You know exactly what your intentions are. Jason S.'s voice was cold as he approached Du Yuhang step by step. Du Yuhang was speechless and could only step back. He shook his head mechanically, but could not utter a word to refute. Although our Lan family is indeed on equal footing with your Du family, we are not subject to others' control. Butler Zhang, send Mr. Du back, and by the way, terminate all cooperation with the Du family from now on. A family that can teach such a person with bad behavior is not worthy of cooperating with our Lan family. Lan Hai waved his hand, and Butler Zhang immediately took the order. He called several security guards to carry Du Yuhang and directly threw him out. The troublemaker was gone. Lan Hai ordered people to clean up the room again, then sighed and said, Jason, please allow me to apologize to you. If you hadn't intervened in time this time, I'm afraid the Lan family would have been taken advantage of by villains, and my son's life would have been in danger. You repay evil with kindness and have a broad mind. If Jason needs help in the future, just tell me. I, Lan, will do it for you even if I have to go through fire and water. Jason actually had a very good impression of Lan Hai. He didn't look down on him because of his dress at first, but he did stupid things because he was eager to protect his son. Now that he could apologize sincerely, he could let it go and accept it. So he nodded. Lan Xin saw that the atmosphere had eased. Then she remembered that Jason had not agreed to stay for dinner. So she immediately said, Dad, stop standing there and talking. I'm going to prepare the food and invite Dr. Lee to have a meal with us to show our appreciation. Lan Hai, note that. He was now very glad that Lan Xin had chased after him just now. Lan Xin had a good eye, and the person she chose must be right. Chapter 99, The Sword Recognizes Its Master. Jason nodded in agreement. He was planning to ask about the treasure and inquire about the information related to the Dark Crow organization from the Lan family. At the dinner table, Lan Shaw, who had almost recovered, had a big appetite. He had not eaten well due to the pain from illness for many days. Now his body was no longer in danger. Su Hua was very happy to see that his son had finally recovered his health and kept picking up dishes for him. Dr. Lee, we haven't heard of the Dark Crow organization you just mentioned. I guess it's not a domestic organization, right? After listening to Jason S.'s description of the Dark Raven organization, Lan Hai began to think seriously. He had never heard of this organization and had never seen anyone related to them. Jason nodded. As the head of one of Nanjiang City's leading families, he immediately realized the key to the matter. Since we don't know who they are, I'm afraid all we can do is keep an eye on Nanjiang City for Divine Dr. Lee. If we find any movement, we'll do our best to send someone to investigate. If we have any news, we'll tell you immediately. Jason nodded in satisfaction at Lan Hai's words. Actually, he had originally thought that he wouldn't get much information here, so he asked again, Lan Xin told me earlier that there are treasures in the Lan family's vault that can be used by cultivators. This is the condition for asking me to heal Lan Shaw. I wonder if I can take it. Of course, no problem. To be honest, our Lan family has only produced one cultivator so far, my father, Xiner's grandfather. However, he passed away in an accident when Xiner was young. My father told me that if you're not a cultivator, you can't use cultivator weapons. Since it's something we've already agreed on, there's no reason to go back on your word. I'll have Xiner take Dr. Lee to get it later. Lan Hai was unusually generous and said that Jason could take anything he needed. After dinner, Jason followed Lan Xin and drove to a dense forest in the back mountain. After pushing aside a vine, he thought that the Lan family's vault would be guarded by layers of iron doors like a bank vault, but he didn't expect it to be in this remote place in the back mountain, and the door was just an old stone door. But this stone door is very unusual. Jason is also proficient in feng shui, so he can naturally see the ingenuity of the layout. If it weren't for the Lan family, it would be difficult to find the specific location of the stone door. Moreover, this stone door is so thick that it would be impossible to open it without a key. Lan Xin took out the key and pressed it against the stone door. It was a smaller stone slab. When the stone slab was placed on the stone door miraculously opened inward. Please come in, Dr. Lee. This is the treasury of my Lan family. As Lan Xin retracted the stone slab, The torches on both sides automatically ignited, and clusters of flames illuminated the way forward. This was completely different from what Jason had imagined. It seemed like this place was really a secret place, exuding a mysterious atmosphere everywhere. Following Lon Xian walking in the corridor, Jason really felt a force that seemed to be getting closer and closer to him. He closed his eyes and carefully felt the source of the power. The power was very pure and was right in front of him. But Lon Xian stopped before reaching the second stone door. She handed the key to Jason and said, "Dr. Lee, I can't accompany you on the rest of the journey. Grandpa said that if you're not a cultivator, you'll definitely be injured by the sword energy if you go in, so I'll wait for you outside." Jason took the key and nodded. He imitated Lon Xian's movements in opening the door and put the stone slab against the stone door. The stone door slowly opened automatically. Just as he was about to step in, he heard Lon Xian shout, "Dr. Lee, you must be careful. Don't get hurt." Jason waved to Lon Xian. Then the stone door closed with a heavy bang. He turned around, and everything in front of him became clear. Is this the treasure that has been passed down through the generations of the Lon family? Everything in the room was made of gold, and a strong light covered the object. Jason squinted his eyes, and the strong light stung his eyes a little. After a moment, he gradually adapted to the strong light, then walked forward and looked at it carefully. It was a very beautiful sword with 12 golden gems inlaid on the hilt. It was different from all the precious weapons he had ever seen. This sword exuded powerful power from the inside out, and the huge true energy contained in it was something that an ordinary person would not be able to control. Jason stretched out his hand and was about to grasp the long sword in his hand when a strong wind suddenly rose from his body and surrounded him. The sudden strong wind almost blew him back. But after the strong wind subsided, the light of the sword gradually dimmed. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Jason pulled the sword out. The moment he pulled out the sword, the scene in front of him changed instantly. What he saw before his eyes was no longer a closed secret room, but a vast grassland. The vast city, the blue sky, and he stood on the city wall like a general, with countless warriors and soldiers gathered under him. The soldiers shouted that they would defend their country and sacrifice their lives. But this illusion-like scene quickly disappeared. Jason came to his senses. Could this be the memory of this weapon? It was indeed very different. Just after he came to his senses, the sword suddenly disappeared from his hand. Just when Jason was wondering where the sword had gone, a thought flashed through his mind. Jason spread out his palm, and with a thought, the sword reappeared in his hand. It's truly a magical weapon. Gripping the hilt tightly, Jason swung the sword with all his might. Wherever the sword passed, even stones could be easily cut through. He thought again, and the sword disappeared from his hand again. It was obvious that the sword had recognized its master. Without much hesitation, Jason felt that his condition was unusually good, so he pushed open the stone door. Lon Xian, who was waiting at the door, didn't expect him to be so fast. She stood there in surprise, very curious about what had happened. So she asked, "Dr. Lee, you are not injured?" Jason shook his head. Not only was he not injured, but he was even in better shape than before he came. He just felt that he was extraordinary now, even stronger than before he came to Nanjiang City. That's really strange. When Lon Xian heard that Jason was unharmed, her first reaction was not to be happy for him, but to feel strange. Jason couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" Grandpa said that Xian Yuan's sword will not easily recognize its master. Even if it is a cultivator picked from among thousands, no matter who it is, except for that most special person, Xian Yuan's sword will never submit to anyone. Furthermore, if someone with evil intentions touches the Xian Yuan sword, they will be trapped in an illusion and will never be able to escape. Chapter 100, She is the Only One. Xian Yuan's sword. It turns out that this sword is the legendary Xian Yuan sword. Jason just smiled and said nothing. If what Lon Xian said was true, then Jason would naturally be the one chosen by Xian Yuan's sword. After leaving the vault, Jason wanted to gather information in the city, so no matter how many times Lon Xian invited him to stay at the Lon family, he refused. But after much deliberation, Jason decided to go back and say hello to the Lon family. Seeing Jason and Lon Xian coming back, Su Hua came forward and looked at her daughter with an extremely ambiguous expression. She knew that Lon Xian was interested in Jason, so she deliberately let Lon Xian take him there. "Mom, why are you looking at me like that?" Lan Xin felt a little embarrassed when Su Hua stared at her. Seeing that his daughter was shy, Su Hua smiled even more. Does Divine Dr. Li have a place to stay in Nanjiang? Why not stay at the Lan family for a while? I'll have Butler Zhang arrange a room for you right away. No, I still have some things to investigate. Thank you, Madame Lan, for your kindness. Jason refused even more decisively this time. The Lan family was really unusually enthusiastic, as if they were cast from the same mold. Seeing Jason's refusal, Su Hua did not force it, but just said, I wonder if I could borrow some of Dr. Li's time. Lan Hai has something to tell you. Seeing Su Hua's mysterious look, Jason didn't know what they wanted to say to him. Could it be that there was some clue about the Dark Crow organization? He nodded in agreement, and then followed Su Hua into the office. Inside the office, Lan Hai had already been sitting at his desk. When he saw Jason coming, he quickly stood up and said, Dr. Li, please sit down. Not knowing what he was trying to say, Jason sat in front of him. Su Hua exchanged glances with Lan Hai. Then she pulled Lan Xin out of the room. Jason and Lan Hai were the only ones left in the room. Just when Jason was confused, he heard Lan Hai say seriously, Dr. Li, I'm sure you've noticed that my daughter is interested in you. I know this is your first meeting, but we've all witnessed Jason's character. We will feel at ease if we leave our daughter to you. Lan Hai's tone was very serious. When Jason heard that he was really not joking, he felt even more headache. He then realized that Lan Xin's blushing reactions along the way were not due to any other reasons, but because she liked him. You don't have to worry about anything. With your extraordinary abilities, we will never let you marry into the Lan family. You must be married in a formal way. At that time, I will give you all the companies under the Lan family's name as a dowry. Although you don't have much time to spend together, you can get engaged first and slowly cultivate your relationship in the future. Lan Hai was talking nonstop as if the matter was a done deal. He didn't believe that anyone would refuse such generous conditions for his daughter. In terms of appearance, knowledge, and family background, even if she is not in Nanjiang, Lan Xin is one of the best in the country. Mr. Lan, I think you may have misunderstood something. Finally, Jason sees an opportunity when Lan Hai was taking a break and interrupted him. One day, Jason suddenly said this. Could it be that he was still dissatisfied with something? Lan Hai's face was full of confusion. I'm already married. I love my wife very much. In my heart, she is my only wife. Besides, I have a lovely daughter waiting for me to come home. I'm afraid I can't accept Mr. Lan's kindness. As soon as these words came out, Lan Hai's expression became very regretful. He had thought that if he could bring Lan Xin and Jason together, he would get a strong helper from Jason. Now it seems that he had made a wrong calculation. I'm sorry, I was offensive. By the way, I heard that Dr. Li is leaving, so I won't try to stop you, but at least give me a chance and ask Butler Zhang to take you to the hotel. Otherwise, I'll feel really bad. Lan Hai's expression was very sincere. Seeing that he wanted to help him no matter what to repay his kindness, Jason couldn't refuse, so he agreed. Jason went downstairs and got into the car driven by Butler Zhang. After saying goodbye to the Lan family one by one, he went to the hotel that Lan Hai had booked for him. Lan Hai was indeed very generous. Without saying a word, he booked a presidential suite in a 5-star hotel for Jason. The journey was not too far. Butler Zhang parked the car and thoughtfully opened the door for Jason. Jason got out of the car. The bustling city center and the luxurious atmosphere of the 5-star hotel in front of him made the entire Nanjiang city even more beautiful under the night sky. After entering the hotel and walking into the lobby, a waiter came forward to greet him. Lan Hai was also a frequent visitor here. The waiter naturally recognized that the person following Jason was Zhang, the butler of the Lan family. The appearance of Butler Zhang attracted the attention of everyone in the hall, and even the hotel manager came out to greet him in person. Butler Zhang, does the Lan family have any reservations today? The manager stood aside respectfully. The Lan family was the most prominent family in Nanjiang, and he didn't dare to offend them easily. Just now, our patriarch booked a presidential suite here. Please take this gentleman there. The manager glanced at Jason. He didn't expect that this young man dressed so simply would stay in the presidential suite. Just as a look of disdain appeared in his eyes, Butler Zhang coughed very slightly. He immediately retracted his impolite gaze, put on an awkward smile, and said, You've come at the right time. We only have one presidential suite left. Please follow me. The manager took the key and said he would lead Jason to the door. At this moment, a figure suddenly walked straight towards this side. She was a woman dressed extremely luxuriously, with a red long dress that wrapped around her hot body, but her face was full of pampering and willfulness. She was holding a valuable brand-name handbag in her hand and walked straight towards this side with enchanting steps. Open a presidential suite. I have plenty of money, and I want the best. Without saying a word, the woman took out a black card from her bag and threw it on the counter, as if she didn't even take the people here seriously. Excuse me, miss. The presidential suite has already been reserved by this gentleman. We don't have any more presidential suites available. Why don't you take a look at the other rooms? Unexpectedly, 2 big customers came in one day. The manager felt pressured, but he did not dare to offend the Lon family. He could only bite the bullet and speak to the hot woman in front of him, then tell him to get lost. I want to stay in that room today. The beautiful woman raised her chin, looking arrogant and haughty, and her words were full of insults. Only then did Butler Zhang suddenly recognize her identity. Dr. Li, this is Du Jiaojiao, the second daughter of the Du family. She loves to stir up trouble and act unruly. Why don't we go to another family and not bother with her? Chapter 101, he is someone you can't afford to offend. When Du Jiaojiao was mentioned, even Butler Zhang couldn't help but look embarrassed. Although Jason was not interested in the presidential suite, how could he let a woman who just came up to steal other people's things get what she wanted? He stepped forward and took the key from the manager's hand. Du Jiaojiao saw this action and immediately became furious. Didn't you hear what I said? When did this become a place for poor people to come? You should take a piss and look at yourself. Look at the garbage you're wearing. It's not even worth the dirt on the soles of my shoes. Come, grab the key from his hand. Du Jiaojiao has always been spoiled and willful, and never thought that one day someone would dare to snatch what she wanted in front of her. Just as she finished speaking, several bodyguards who followed her rushed up and planned to attack Jason. Jason's expression turned cold. He was about to attack, but someone was faster than him. Since Butler Zhang could become the butler of the Lon family, he naturally had some skills. His movements were not slow, and his punches were extremely powerful. He knocked down all the people who were planning to attack Jason one by one. And that's when Du Jiaojiao noticed the existence of Butler Zhang. She knew Butler Zhang, who was from the Lon family, but in the final analysis, he was just a servant. She had never taken such a person seriously. She said angrily, "You dare to bully me like this? Just wait and see. I'll make sure you pay for it." Du Jiaojiao stomped her feet and was about to find a few more people, but another person appeared behind her. "What's going on? What are you arguing about?" I saw a middle-aged man walking out from among the crowd. The middle-aged man looked handsome, but his voice was very strong, but it gave people a very strange feeling. Seeing that it was him, Du Jiaojiao rushed over as if she had found a savior and said, "Godfather, someone is bullying me." Du Jiaojiao pointed her jade finger at Jason, not caring about right or wrong. She would teach those who dared to steal her things and go against her a lesson. The person Du Jiaojiao called Godfather was none other than Lin Jianhua, the mayor of Nanjiang City. Du Jiaojiao held Lin Jianhua's arm, her plump breasts pressed tightly against his body. It seemed that their relationship was not that simple. "Young man, you dare to cause trouble in Nanjiang City. I bet you're ready to go to jail." Although Jason was accompanied by Butler Zhang, seeing how shabby he was dressed, and no one had ever heard of such a person in Nanjiang, he must be just an arrogant poor boy with some connection to the Lon family. He had seen many such arrogant young men who thought that they could dominate Nanjiang with the support of the Lon family. Lin Jianhua was able to become the boss of Nanjiang City, naturally had some skills. Although he did not have huge wealth like those heads of aristocratic families, he was still the mayor and was extremely powerful in Nanjiang City. He thought it would be a simple matter to get rid of such an unprepossessing young man. "City Head Lin, we were the ones who booked the room first. It's clear that Miss Du is being unreasonable. Not only did she not make a reservation, she even asked us to hand over the room we already booked." When Butler Zhang saw that things had gotten out of hand, a complicated look appeared on his face. If it was just Du Jiaojiao, he might still be able to handle it, but he didn't expect Lin Jianhua to appear here as well, and things immediately became very tricky. Lin Jianhua had always had a very good relationship with the Du family. He had just heard that the Lon family had gone crazy and had not only severed all ties with the Du family, but also terminated their cooperation. Therefore, his attitude towards Butler Zhang was naturally not very good. "A servant like you has no right to speak here. Come, take him away." Lin Jianhua just didn't believe it. Even if this guy had a backer, could he dare to attack him in public? "City Mayor Lin, I think you will soon take back what you said now." Jason didn't take the farce in front of him seriously at all. He just watched it all indifferently. When he said this, Lin Jianhua couldn't help but burst into laughter. Boy, you're so arrogant. I'll see if you can still be as arrogant as before when we get to the police station. As he spoke, several of Lin Jianhua's men came up to grab Jason, but just before their hands touched Jason's shoulders, a phone suddenly rang from Lin Jianhua's pocket. Just as he was wondering who was calling at this critical moment, Lin Jianhua took out his cell phone and glanced at it impatiently, but it turned out to be a call from the governor. He didn't bother to argue with Jason, and quickly answered the phone tremblingly, and said respectfully, "Governor, you're calling at this hour. What instructions do you have?" His flattering tone was in stark contrast to the way he spoke to Jason. The governor roared, "Lin Jianhua, did you attack a man named Jason? Open your eyes and take a good look. Is Jason someone you can afford to offend?" Lin Jianhua was completely bewildered by this sudden scolding. He didn't know why the name Jason came out of the governor's mouth, and asked in confusion, "Governor, what do you mean? The mayor of Ningzhou City called me earlier and said Jason was with you. I booked a flight to Nanjiang to meet him, but as soon as I got off the plane, one of my men told me that you were looking for trouble with him. I think you've been the mayor for too long. If you dare to offend Dr. Li, you will no longer be the mayor of Nanjiang from now on." After that, there was no more news from the other end, and the call was hung up. Lin Jianhua couldn't help but widen his eyes and took a breath. In just a moment, he lost his official position. He couldn't believe that he had worked so hard to climb to the position of city chief. But in this moment, he lost everything and became penniless. Not long after the phone call was hung up, several black cars were seen parked in front of the hotel. A strong middle-aged man got out of the car. The moment Lin Jianhua saw him, his expression became very frightened. Governor Wang. It turned out that he was the governor who had just called Lin Jianhua. No one expected that the governor would come here in person, and just for the young man named Jason in front of him. Even Du Jiao, who was waiting to watch the show just now, was now extremely shocked and hid behind Lin Jianhua. She didn't expect that this ugly brat would be valued by the governor. The governor was a very important person, and she really couldn't afford to offend him. She saw Governor Wang walking over and went straight to Jason, completely ignoring the existence of other people. "Dr. Li, I haven't seen you for many years. I wonder if you still remember Mr. Wang?" When Mr. Wang was seriously ill, he searched all over the country for a miracle doctor but couldn't find a cure. It was thanks to you that you came to his aid. This statement shocked everyone, and Jason curled the corners of his lips. It was true that he had rescued such a person in the past, but he didn't expect that the other party still remembered his kindness. Chapter 102, Robbed. Governor, this is all a misunderstanding. Lin Jianhua didn't expect Jason to know Governor Wang, and he didn't expect Governor Wang to come in person to pick up such an unknown young man. Governor Wang looked coldly at Du Jiao and Lin Jianhua over there, and then said, "From now on, I don't want to see anyone from the Du family in Nanjiang City anymore. And you, Lin Jianhua, don't appear in front of me again otherwise." His voice was very intimidating. Du Jiao and Lin Jianhua were so frightened by it that they trembled in fear and didn't even dare to say a word in rebuttal. It was already merciful enough for him to just spare their lives. "Godfather, I don't want it." Du Jiao was a little anxious. She never thought that she, who just wanted to stay in the presidential suite, would offend such a big shot. Du Jiao was so anxious that she was about to cry and kept acting coquettishly to Lin Jianhua beside her. However, Lin Jianhua, who had been very caring towards Du Jiao just now, suddenly changed his neutral look. His face became ferocious, and he slapped Du Jiao directly in the face. "Get out of here. If it weren't for you, you stinky bitch, how could I have lost my job? Get out of here now, as far away as you can." After saying that, Lin Jianhua angrily left the hotel. Du Jiao was beaten to the ground, but she didn't dare to complain at all, for fear that if she offended the governor in front of her again, she would have an even worse end. So she had to take her things and leave in shame. "Okay, it's getting late. I need a rest too. You all should go back." Jason sighed. He had wanted to keep a low profile, but these people showed up one after another, as if they were afraid that others would not know that he was a miracle doctor. Butler Zhang and Governor Wang were also people who knew the current situation, so they naturally did as he asked. After saying goodbye to Jason, they left one after another. Jason looked at the manager who had been talking a lot, but didn't dare to say a word since the beginning, and said, "Aren't you going to lead the way?" The manager now looked at Jason with a look of extreme fear. He couldn't imagine if he would end up in a worse situation than the two men just now if he displeased this man who could ask the governor to personally support him. The next day at dawn, Jason left the hotel. He planned to go to some hidden streets in Nanjiang City to look for the information he wanted. In fact, in a city, those who have the most extensive intelligence are not those in high positions, but those who live in the corners, run around for a living, and are willing to do any dirty work. But after searching for a whole day, there was almost no useful information. Seeing that it was getting dark, Jason was about to go back to the hotel when he felt someone following him. Jason didn't want to waste time, so his steps became faster and faster, but he could feel the person behind him following closely. Could it be that the members of the Dark Crow organization finally couldn't hold back anymore and were planning to attack him? With a sneer on his face, he wanted to see how they were going to attack him. Jason deliberately chose a more remote path and led the man into a dead end, making it easier for him to attack him. Seeing that there was no way forward, Jason turned his back to the man and heard a voice coming from him. "Stop, don't move. Give me all the money you have." The man was breathing heavily and his voice was very trembling. He didn't sound like a veteran robber. Jason was a little surprised. The Dark Crows would never have such a half-baked person. But now it seems that the other party must have nothing to do with the Dark Crows. Jason turned around slowly and saw a man in his 30s with a fat body. It was obvious that he did not exercise regularly. What he was holding in his hand was not a regular weapon, but a fruit knife bought from a supermarket. "Who told you to move? Hand over the money." Seeing Jason turned around without permission, the man repeated his words again, but Jason seemed to have not heard him at all. He slowly approached the man, which frightened the man. He quickly grasped the fruit knife and threatened loudly again. "Don't come over here. If you come one step closer, I'll chop you down." These words sounded very funny coming out of his mouth. When a man was not paying attention, Jason rushed up and snatched the knife from him. The man screamed and was then pressed to the ground by Jason, unable to move. "This is the first time someone has robbed me and said, 'Who sent you? What's your purpose?'" By Jason, the obese man never expected Jason's strength to be so great. He struggled twice, but found that he couldn't break free at all, so he accepted his fate and lay motionless. After a while, Jason heard a low sob from the man he had captured. Jason was speechless. No matter how strong he was still a man after all. He shouldn't cry like that, right? You think I'm a loser too, right? I actually feel the same way, but I really have no choice. If I wasn't forced to do so, I wouldn't want to rob. As he spoke, the man broke down and burst into tears. When Jason heard that he was just an ordinary person, he immediately lost interest and kindly let him go. Seeing that Jason unexpectedly let go, the man continued. "I'm sorry, it was my fault in the first place. I suddenly thought of robbing someone. I will turn myself in. My name is Zhou Defying, and everyone calls me Defying. You are so powerful. I guess you can't understand the feeling of being bullied." When Fatty Zhou saw Jason let go of him, he quickly stood up with a wry smile on his face. What the hell was going on? He had just tried to rob him with a knife, and now he was apologizing to him. But Jason didn't want to get involved, so he decided to turn around and leave. "Wait, I know this is cheeky, but could you please do me a favor?" When Fat Zhou saw Jason was about to leave, he rushed over and knelt in front of him. His eyes were filled with tears, and his extremely earnest voice reached Jason's ears. But Jason ruthlessly pulled his foot away. "That's right. How could someone as powerful as you sympathize with a piece of trash like me? Am I destined to be a waste my whole life?" Fatty Joe hung his head weakly, tears rolling down his fat face. But his words reached Jason's ears and made him stop. "Not everyone starts out this strong. So what's your problem? When I was bullied 5 years ago, I was just like Zhou Depang. I cried to heaven and earth, but no one answered me. No one was willing to help me. Fortunately, I was taught by my master after I was imprisoned, and then I developed these skills. In fact, Jason didn't want to meddle in other people's business, but now he plans to help Zhou Depang in order to repay his master for saving him." When Fatty Zhou saw that he still had a chance, he quickly said, "I was originally a cook, and I opened a restaurant on this street. But since some time ago, this street has been taken over by a group of hooligans. The leader calls himself Brother Dao. He goes door to door collecting protection money, and if you don't pay, he will smash the store and beat people up." Chapter 103, Crazy Acting. Later, they asked for more and more protection money, but I had a mother at home who was waiting for me to take care of her, so I just couldn't afford to pay more. I told them that I had no money left, but they pretended not to hear me. They forced me to go back to their place to gamble and pay back the money, but I kept losing more and more. Seeing that the money could no longer be paid, they kidnapped my mother and threatened to kill her if I didn't pay the money before sunset tomorrow. By the end of his speech, Fatty Joe was already out of breath and burst into tears. He hugged Jason's thighs and then said, "Master, I see that you are so skilled. Could you please help me? Even if it's just to rescue my mother, I will go to the police station and turn myself in soon." Jason looked at Defying Joe's extremely painful expression and thought that his mother must be very important to him. However, when he thought that these ruffians often hung out in various places in Nanjiang City, they might find out some news related to the Dark Crow, so he nodded in agreement. Seeing Jason agreed, Fatty Joe quickly said, "There's no time to lose. Why not go now?" It was very late now, but it was the time when hooligans were out and about. Following Joe Defying through the streets and alleys, more and more hooligans gathered on both sides of the road. They all had cigarettes in their hands and looked at Jason and Joe Defying with unfriendly eyes. Arriving at a bar, Fatty Joe pointed here and said, "They don't have a fixed location, but I heard that Brother Dao is here today." Fat Joe walked into the bar first without saying a word. The neon lights were flashing brightly, and men and women in various beautiful clothes were dancing on the dance floor. After passing through the crowded crowd, the box area is in front. Bodyguards are blocking the entrance, and no outsiders are allowed to enter. Fatty Joe was a little embarrassed. He looked at Jason, not knowing how to get in. At this moment, Jason felt someone bump into him, and then he heard a curse. "Damn it, you don't even look at the road when you walk. Do you know who I am? You ruined my clothes. How are you going to compensate me?" The person who spoke was a drunk man. He was indeed wearing expensive clothes, and it was obvious that he came from a prominent family. However, the appearance of this man just happened to solve Jason's problem. He should not miss the opportunity that was delivered to his doorstep. There happened to be a lot of people around, and it was very noisy, so Jason walked by and punched the man in the abdomen, knocking him unconscious. "Master, what are you doing?" Joe Defying saw this action and was shocked. Although he was a chef, he had never killed a chicken with his own hands. When he went to rob Jason just now, he had already mustered the greatest courage in his life. They had a hostage, so in order not to alert the enemy, we had no choice but to strip him and sneak in. Jason helped the man to the bathroom. Fat Joe didn't understand what he meant, but he followed him anyway. Then he saw Jason enter the bathroom, take off the man's clothes, and put them on himself. Only then did he understand what Jason was thinking. This is a very fancy outfit, but suits Jason very well. Jason is not ugly to begin with. As the saying goes, clothes make the man, and saddles make the horse. Wearing such a fancy outfit, he looks even more handsome. Fatty Joe followed closely behind him, and the two of them came to the door of the box they had just entered. Jason said in a low voice, "Don't say anything for a while, just follow me." Fatty Joe nodded, and Jason straightened his back. He had seen many powerful people who looked down on others, and he imitated their expressions in a very realistic way, which made him look like he was really doing the same. When we got to the entrance, as expected, a bodyguard blocked our way. "Who are you?" "This place has been reserved by Brother Dao today. No outsiders are allowed to enter." But just as he finished speaking, the bodyguard was slapped in the face. Jason deliberately raised his voice and said, "You, a stinky worker, dare to stop me? Do you know who I am? My expenses are around several million every minute, enough to buy a dozen of your dog heads. Get out of here. Don't stop me from going in and making money." Fat Joe, who was following behind Jason, was stunned by Jason. He didn't expect that Jason had a talent for acting. If he hadn't known him in advance, he probably wouldn't have been able to tell his true identity. Although the bodyguard who was beaten was resentful, he took a closer look at Jason's clothes. He saw that the clothes he was wearing were very luxurious. He was afraid that he could not afford to offend such an extraordinary person. Yes, I apologize for the inconvenience. Please come this way, sir." The bodyguard really made way for him, and Defying Joe followed behind Jason. He couldn't believe that this trick actually worked, but as soon as Jason entered, Defying Joe was stopped again. "Who are you?" Joe Defying was very fat, so there was no way he could find someone of the same size as him in the venue to change into his clothes. At this time, he was still wearing his sportswear. He was timid and could not say a word. He just stood there with sweat on his forehead. Just as the bodyguard began to become suspicious of him, Jason walked over and slapped the bodyguard again. Ask, what are you asking? He's my little brother. Can't you see? Do you think I keep this kind of trash around because he's my dad? If you keep looking down on me, don't blame me for making you pay." As he spoke, Jason grabbed Defying Joe by the collar and kept shouting words like trash and garbage which stunned Defying Zhou. Jason easily. You know, all the guests here were invited by Brother Dao, and he couldn't afford to offend any of them. Zhou Defying was dragged by Jason into the box. The bodyguards behind him no longer suspected them. Seeing that the crisis was resolved, Zhou Defying praised them. You're truly an expert. You were able to get in here so easily. If I had come here alone, I would have been thrown out by them. Fatty Zhou smiled innocently. In the final analysis, Jason was too smart. An ordinary person would never be able to come up with such an idea. Jason didn't take his compliment to heart at all. He just rolled his eyes at him and said, "They've come in, but which room are they in? I don't know about that. I only heard that Brother Dao would come today, but I don't know which room he is in. Master, do we need to search room by room?" It seems that Fatty Zhou's brain is really not very flexible. Jason rolled his eyes at him again and said, "No, that would be too conspicuous. Just pick one and go in. I have my own way to lure Brother Dao out." Chapter 104 Master. Fatty Zhou nodded repeatedly. Then Jason asked again, "By the way, how much money do you owe that's worth them attacking your family?" 100,000. Gao Depang lowered his head. Although he felt that Jason might not be short of money, 100,000 yuan was already a huge sum of money for him. He could not afford it even if he sold everything he had. Jason nodded to show that he had remembered it and pushed open a box. Seeing 2 men and 1 woman sitting inside and various dice on the table, he sat down across the table without any hesitation. This young man looks unfamiliar. Is this his first time here? The beautiful woman spoke with a sweet smile. When she saw that Jason was a stranger, she thought that she could make a lot of money again this time. She smiled secretly, thinking that this handsome boy was probably unaware that the remaining 2 men in the room were hired by Brother Dao. Jason smiled without saying anything and gestured for the beauty to start. Ashita. Before the beauty finished rolling the dice, Jason's voice reached everyone's ears, causing the 2 men next to them to laugh. Could this guy be a fool or a lunatic? The beauty was not as impatient as these men. You know, the dice here are under her control, and everything is in her grasp. "Sir, how much do you bet?" 10 million. 10 million. When Zhou Depang, who was standing behind him, heard this astronomical figure, he couldn't help but take a breath. He originally thought Jason was rich, but he didn't expect him to be so rich. He couldn't help but whispered, "Master, this is unnecessary. They'll cheat." But Jason didn't listen to his words, which made the other people in the room laugh even more. Jason took out a card and put it on the table. The beautiful woman was so happy to see that such a fool came to her door. She secretly rejoiced that she had made another big profit, but the next second, when she took the cup off the dice, she could no longer laugh. The beauty and the 2 men around her stared at the 3 dice on the table with their eyes wide open. All 3 dice showed 6s. No matter how they checked, they were all 6s. The beauty couldn't help but shout, "That's impossible. You must be cheating." She had clearly rolled all 3 dice to 1s just now. So how could it be possible that there would be 3 6s now? What she didn't know was that after she set it up, Jason secretly injected true energy into the table and moved the position of the dice. Even if they checked, they probably wouldn't be able to find any clues. "I'm right in front of you. I didn't move a muscle. How could I possibly be cheating?" Jason gave an unfathomable smile, but the beauty refused to admit it. She quickly dialed the phone, and the 2 men did not sit still and wait for death, so they called everyone outside in. "Brother Dao, come quickly. Someone is messing up the place." Sure enough, he went to call Brother Dao. It seemed that this trick of luring the snake out of the hole was very effective. Not long after, a man with a scar on his left cheek walked in. "Who dares to mess up things on my turf?" Brother Dao squinted his eyes and looked at everyone in the room, but he found a familiar person. That person was none other than Zhou Depang. "Who did I think it was? Isn't this Xiaopang? So, is the money you asked me to prepare ready?" Brother Dao had a wicked smile on his face and walked to Defying Zhou. Defying Zhou didn't dare to breathe and could only look at Jason repeatedly. "So, it was you who brought the people to mess up my place." Brother Dao's tone suddenly turned cold. He originally thought that Fatty Zhou had some extraordinary ability and could find some all-powerful reinforcements. But when his eyes fell on Jason, he immediately started laughing. "I think you really can't find anyone else, so you found this gigolo? He dares to cheat on my territory. I'm afraid he doesn't want to live anymore. Wait until I deal with him. Then I'll take the lives of you and your mother. Come on, come on." As soon as Brother Dao's voice fell, the younger brothers who had been waiting in the house picked up the sticks in their hands and rushed toward Jason. Jason was naturally no pushover. He had no intention of letting this group of people go back safely from the beginning. He stood up, pulled Fatty Joe behind him, and then overturned the table with one foot, knocking over a large number of people. Have you ever heard of an organization called the Dark Ravens? Jason didn't waste time talking to them. He asked while dealing with the people in front of him. What black duck and white duck? I've never heard of them. Roared in anger when he saw that none of his men could subdue Jason. Instead, all those who rushed forward were dealt with by him with bare hands. Brother Dao has been in this business for so many years and has some skills. He picked up a long stick from the ground. Seeing that his men who rushed forward had been almost dealt with, he picked up the long stick and hit Jason on the top of his head. Fat Joe opened his eyes wide, and when he saw this scene, he shouted and dodged. Jason raised his hand and caught the stick that Brother Dao chopped down with just one hand. How is this possible? Jason in disbelief as he suddenly exuded a murderous aura. How could he have such an aura? The murderous aura was so strong that even Brother Dao, who was used to living on the edge of a knife, couldn't help but feel scared. But he had no way to retreat now. Seeing Jason kicking one of his men away, he could only drop the stick, clench his fists, and swing at Jason again. If you don't accept my toast, you'll have to drink the wine. Where's Fatty Joe's mother? Perhaps in the eyes of others, Dao Ji's punch was as fast as lightning. But who was Jason? He had seen too many people punch faster than him. So in his eyes, Dao Ji's movements were like slow motion, and he could easily dodge them without much effort. Seeing that Brother Dao didn't say anything, Jason immediately kicked Brother Dao's leg with a sweeping kick. The force of this kick was quite strong. Brother Dao's feet were unstable. He screamed in pain, and then his tall body fell backwards. Jason didn't give him a chance to breathe and immediately stepped hard on his chest, breaking two of his ribs with one step. Master, please spare my life. It was my fault. I shouldn't have attacked you. Please spare my life. Severe pain came from his chest. Brother Dao could no longer care about anything else and desperately begged Jason to let him go. Brother Dao kept begging for mercy and ordered his men to stop. Where is Fatty Joe's mother? Jason's voice became even colder, and he asked again. At this time, Brother Dao was already spitting blood, and he barely squeezed out a word through his teeth. In the basement of the bar. Chapter 105, Demonstration of Magical Powers. Master, there's no time to lose. Let's go now. When Fatty Joe heard that his mother was in the basement of the bar, he immediately rushed out, but was grabbed by the collar and pulled back by Jason. Jason picked up Daoga from the ground. Daoga didn't know what Jason was going to do, and he still begged for mercy. I've said everything I can say. Please spare my life. You have to come with us. Jason's voice was cold. When Brother Dao heard this, he suddenly became alert. He struggled like crazy, trying his best to get out of Jason's control. Jason didn't know what was wrong with Brother Dao, so he immediately reached out and pressed a few important acupoints on his body, making him unable to speak or move. Although Fatty Joe was curious about why Jason wanted to bring Brother Dao along, he was too busy with urgent matters to ask. After walking out of the room, they found that the bar was empty because of the commotion inside. Jason and Defying Joe easily found the basement of the bar. There was no one guarding the door anymore, and there was a heavy door at the entrance to the basement, which happened to have a fingerprint lock on it. Fatty Joe suddenly understood why Jason brought Brother Dao with him. If they had rushed to the basement in a hurry, not only would they not be able to get in, but Brother Dao would have taken the opportunity to escape. Jason pried open Brother Dao's fingers and pressed them, and then the door slowly opened. The basement was already very damp and there were few lights, so the environment was even worse at this time. Jason held Brother Dao with one hand and turned on the flashlight on his mobile phone with the other hand. At this moment, he keenly smelled the familiar smell of blood in the air and immediately felt that something was wrong. Hurry up, I have a bad feeling. Jason's intuition has always been very accurate. Fat Joe nodded quickly and his feet moved faster. Finally, a ray of light slowly appeared in front of him, and the closer he got inside, the more Jason felt the fear of the knife in his hand grow. Mom, what's wrong with you? Fatty Joe walked in front of Jason. He had already entered the basement. He shouted and rushed forward in 2 steps. Jason also felt that something was wrong, so he rushed in, but the scene in front of him made him frown. Joe Defying's mother was tied to a chair and was completely motionless. Her eyes were closed and a rag was stuffed in her mouth. Fat Joe rushed to his mother's side, repeating what he had just said over and over again, trying to wake his mother up. Jason left Brother Dao behind, walked forward, reached out, and took the claw from Zhou Depeng's mother's mouth. He reached out his hand to feel her breath, then reached out to feel her pulse, and shook his head helplessly. My condolences. She has passed away from beating and suffocation. This painting greatly stimulated Zhou Depeng's nerves. Zhou Depeng shouted loudly with red eyes as if he had gone crazy. No, I don't believe it. My mom is not dead. Tell me, this is a lie, right? Seeing Zhou Depeng's excited expression, Jason could only sigh, patted his shoulders silently, and said, I know it's hard to lose a loved one, but she's really gone. Zhou Depeng's consciousness was distracted for a moment, and the hand holding his mother slowly fell to the sides of his body. In fact, he had known it for a long time. The moment he held his mother's hand, he felt the biting coldness, and it seemed that there was no sign of life. You can save her, right? You can save her. You are so powerful. You have all the power in the world. I beg you, no matter what the cost, please save her. Soon, Fatty Zhou came back to his senses, still very excited. When he saw Jason again, it was like grabbing a life-saving straw, and tears rolled down his eyes uncontrollably. He knelt on the ground, tightly grasping Jason's trouser legs, hoping for the last glimmer of hope. But Jason shook his head. Even if he was a miracle doctor, all the difficult and complicated diseases in the world were a piece of cake in front of him, but he really had no way to bring the dead back to life. Moreover, judging from the condition of the corpse, it had been dead for at least a day. After getting Jason's denial again, Depeng Zhou felt like his soul had left his body, and he fell to the ground with his eyes blank. He recalled the past with his mother, and after a long time, he finally burst into tears. If he hadn't been such a coward, he could have fled with his mother to a farther place to avoid these people. Otherwise, how could his mother have died for him? After a long time, Fatty Zhou finally calmed down. Seeing that he finally calmed down, Jason said slowly, although there is no way to bring your mother back to life, I have a way for you to see her for the last time. Jason said this. Depeng Zhou's eyes sparkled. He stood up suddenly, held Jason's hand tightly, and said, Master, what's the solution? Even if it's just one side. Jason reached into his pocket helplessly. He really didn't want to reveal his identity unless it was necessary. In fact, he is not only a first-class doctor, but also inherited his master's mantle and became a top feng shui master. There is no ability to bring the dead back to life in this world, but he can still call back the soul of the dead for a moment. Jason took out a yellowed talisman from his pocket and muttered a spell in his mouth. Then he saw a faint light emanating from the talisman. He shouted loudly, and the talisman turned into a flame and burned. Zhou Depeng was shocked by this scene. Although he had heard of the existence of feng shui masters in the world, he always thought that they were just swindlers similar to those fortune tellers on the street. Now that he had witnessed this miraculous scene happening right before his eyes, how could he not be stunned? As the flames slowly burned, countless points of light gathered around and gradually formed a human shape. Fatty Zhou was stunned. Tears welled up in his eyes again. He went forward, but found nothing. He could only shout, Mom, is that you? The human figure became clearer and clearer until the facial features finally appeared. It was a woman who looked to be in her 50s or 60s. She heard the voice and slowly opened her eyes. Big Fatty. Zhou Depeng's mother Zhou Haiping was also very surprised. She was clearly dead, so why could she still see Zhou Depeng? But after her eyes fell on Jason, she knew everything. Some things cannot be seen with the naked eye, but now Zhou Haiping no longer has a physical body, so she can naturally see that Jason's aura is different from that of others. It must be his magical power. Chapter 106, The Final Farewell. Depeng, don't hold any resentment. Mom doesn't want you to be blinded by hatred. You must always be a kind person. Zhou Haiping knew that she didn't have much time left, so she gave Zhou Depeng instructions word by word. Zhou Depeng had already burst into tears. He sobbed and just nodded. Jason watched the two people over there talking for a while. Then he remembered that Brother Dao was still watching the show here. He was unwilling to let Brother Dao go, so he reached out and pressed Brother Dao's acupoints. Ew, are you a human or a ghost? As soon as Brother Dao was able to speak, he immediately glared at Jason, his face full of fear. Jason was really too weird. His body was obviously not very strong, but he had such terrifying strength, and now he could perform the magical powers that only a feng shui master could display. Who is he? It doesn't matter whether I'm a human or a ghost. Now I'm asking you again, do you know anything about the Dark Crow organization? Jason narrowed his eyes. He pulled Dao Gu aside and did not disturb the mother and son over there. Dao Gu seemed much more honest at this time, perhaps out of fear of Jason. This time he was very honest and said directly, I haven't heard of it. I really haven't heard of it. Jason narrowed his eyes and then asked. They all wore silver masks on their faces and wore black robes. Think again. Do you have any impression of them? Jason's tone was cold, but full of murderous intent, which instantly made Dao Gu, who was already frightened, tense up. In an instant, a memory flashed through his mind, and he shouted loudly, I've seen them. My subordinates reported to me before that they had been in and out of the Insect Valley. However, we have no interest in that place, and we can't afford to offend the Valley Master, so we naturally didn't take it seriously. Brother Dao didn't dare to tell a single lie. He was afraid that he might accidentally offend the Master in front of him and lose his life. As soon as these words came out, Jason's lips couldn't help but curl up slowly. Now he could be completely sure that the poison in Anna's body was put by the people from the Valley of Insects. Very good. They actually dared to attack Anna. It seems that the Insect Valley is ready for a bloodbath. Zhou Haiping's body on the other side of the eye bridge had become increasingly transparent. Jason figured it was almost time, so he spoke up to remind her, the time is almost up, and it's time for you to say goodbye. Jason's words reached Defying Zhou's ears. He tried hard to hold back his tears. Being able to see his mother again was already a great luxury. He didn't want to embarrass Jason anymore, so he clenched his fists, forced himself to hold back his tears, and said to Zhou Haiping with a smile, Don't worry, my son will never do anything stupid again. Zhou Haiping smiled with relief. Her body gradually disappeared. Although she couldn't touch Zhou Defying, she still stroked his face and said to Jason, Thank you so much for your help, sir. I'm an old woman with little savings. The only thing I can give you in return is a wooden box in the secret compartment under my wardrobe. Inside is my ancestral jade bracelet, which I used as my dowry. If you don't mind, please accept it. Perhaps only you cultivators can know the true function of that thing. Defying is a kind-hearted child. He offended you today, but please forgive him for the sake of an old woman like me. Jason nodded. He actually had no intention of making things difficult for Defying Zhou. After Zhou Defying and his mother said their final goodbyes, Zhou Haiping's body slowly disappeared and finally turned into a point of light surrounding Zhou Defying. Jason saw this scene. He slowly raised his eyebrows. In fact, the threshold to enter the realm of cultivation is very difficult, and it requires extremely high qualifications and comprehension ability. However, it must be that the reason why Zhou Haiping has things used by cultivators is because there must be such a person among his ancestors. Although Defying Zhou has the talent that is 1 in a million, there's been no one to guide him. Before Zhou Haiping disappeared, he must have used some method to stimulate all his potential. At this moment, his aura is completely different from before. Jason firmly then looked at brother Dao, who was shivering over there. His eyes were no longer that simple and honest look, but instead revealed a hint of shrewdness and determination. Master, I offended you before. As agreed, I will turn myself into the police station. My mother told me not to indulge in hatred, so just leave brother Dao to me. I will take him to the police station with me. Fatty Zhou's eyes were firm, but Jason shook his head and said, Didn't you fail in your robbery besides? You backed off halfway through the heist. You've definitely learned your lesson. Let's forget about this one. If you're so determined to atone for your sins, try a different approach. Zhou Defying is an honest and simple person, and Jason understands him. If he had not been forced into this state by Dao Gu and others, he would never have chosen the path of robbery. Fatty Zhou pondered for a long time, then asked respectfully, Master, I haven't asked your name yet. My name is Jason. Jason. Fatty Zhou repeated the name several times in his mind, then knelt down and kowtowed to Jason solemnly, then said, If you don't mind, from today on, I will be your little brother. I have nowhere else to go. If I stay here, I will just be a coward and live a confused life. From now on, no matter how hard it takes, I will follow you. But when Jason heard what he said, he frowned. Judging from his appearance, Defying Zhou should be older than him. Now he wanted to be his younger brother. He always felt that this seniority was a bit strange. He waved his hand and said, It's okay to be a little brother, but it just so happens that I'm about to do something big and I'm in need of a thug. I'm also destined to meet you today, so why not make friends? After hearing Jason's words, Zhou Defying's eyes couldn't help but become a little bitter, but his mother had just told him that men don't shed tears easily. So this time he didn't cry weakly, but just gritted his teeth and nodded. Afterwards, Zhou Depang dragged brother Dao to the police station and then took Zhou Haiping's body back. Jason also followed Zhou Depang to his house because he was very interested in the jade bracelet that could only be used by cultivators. When we entered Zhou Depang's house, we found that it was indeed bare. It used to be a good restaurant, but in order to pay off debts, everything in the house had been sold. Fatty Zhou scratched his head in embarrassment. His family was really short of money and had nothing to offer Jason. He could only find a clean porcelain bowl, fill it with water, and hand it to Jason, then said, "Brother Lee, wait a moment. I'll go get the bracelet for you." Jason was a little helpless. No matter how he told Depang Zhou to just call him like everyone else, he still insisted on calling himself Brother Lee. Chapter 107, Finding Fault. After a while, Jason saw Depang Zhou coming out of the house with a tattered wooden box. He took the box, and before he opened it, he felt a stream of true energy flowing inside. "Brotherly, I'm planning to sell the house, so I can buy some things for the journey." Fat Zhou scratched his head. Although this was his only property, he had already decided to go with Jason. Without saying a word, he planned to sell it so that he could arrange a grand funeral for Zhou Haiping. Jason nodded. Although he had a huge amount of savings, it would not be a big deal to give some to Zhou Depang, but if he wanted him to grow up, he had to work hard on his own. Slowly opening the box, a jade bracelet of excellent quality appeared inside. The bracelet exuded a strong, true energy, and a faint dark light could be seen floating. It was obviously a very good thing at first glance. Jason, whose cultivation level has reached the extreme, has no use for this thing, so he thought of taking the bracelet back and giving it to Anna, so that he can protect her in times of crisis when he is not with her. Fat Joe was quite quick and sold the house the next day. After holding a grand funeral for Zhou Haiping, he packed his luggage and stood outside the hotel where Jason lived, waiting for him. Fatty Joe never thought that Jason would actually live in such a grand place. He was dressed much poorer than Jason and had an ugly appearance, so he didn't even have the courage to go in, for fear of being kicked out. In the past, he would never have thought that he would one day come to a 5-star hotel, but in order to repay his gratitude, he could persevere even if he was looked down upon by people around him. Jason walked down from upstairs. He was still not wearing any expensive clothes, only a light sportswear. He saw Depang Zhou, who had been waiting for a long time. At the same time, he also saw the undisguised contempt of the people around him for Depang Zhou. Out of curiosity, he asked Zhou Depang yesterday. It turned out that he was not as old as he looked. He was only in his early 20s, but because he was fat and often did not take care of himself, he looked particularly greasy, which made him look like a man in his 30s. No wonder he was so persistent and wanted to call me brother. As soon as he saw Jason coming out, Fat Joe immediately greeted him with a smile on his face. The two men, both dressed very simply, standing together made people wonder what kind of brothers they were. But everyone has not forgotten that just a few days ago, the thinner young man among them had a relationship with the Lan family, and Governor Wong personally rescued him, so naturally they did not dare to provoke Jason. "Brotherly, now that you're here, let's go have breakfast together. I've finished all my work." As he said that, Fatty Joe smiled and took Jason to a breakfast shop he often went to. At first, Jason was curious about why Depang Zhou was so fat. Logically speaking, people in their 20s are young adults, and no matter how fat they can't be as fat as Depang Zhou. But as soon as the two of them arrived at the breakfast shop, Jason immediately understood. He looked at the steamed buns piled up like a mountain in front of Depang Zhou, who kept stuffing them into his mouth one with each hand. He knew that the reason Depang Zhou was so fat was because he ate too much. After a few days of recovery, Fatty Zhou was in good spirits. Seeing Jason not eating and staring at him while chewing the unfinished steamed bun, he asked, "Brotherly, why don't you eat?" Jason shook his head. In fact, when a cultivator reaches a certain level, it is completely fine to go without food or water for a few days. What's more, he saw Fatty Zhou eating so much with no manners at all, so he lost his appetite at all. Fatty Zhou stuffed the steamed bun in his hand back into his mouth. When Jason was about to say something, Fatty Zhou seemed to suddenly discover something and was choked. Not knowing what happened to him, seeing him choking on the steamed bun and unable to breathe in pain, Jason kindly pressed an acupoint for him, which allowed him to breathe smoothly and swallow the food in his mouth. Fat Joe immediately stood up and hid behind Jason, but Jason was not as fat as him, so there was no way for him to hide. I wanted to ask what happened, but I saw a long-legged beauty walking towards me. The beauty had a pair of beautiful almond-shaped eyes, fiery red lips, and a hot body. One hand was wearing a valuable ornament, and the other hand was holding a man who, although not good-looking, was considered to be of moderate wealth. When the woman saw Defying, she sneered openly and walked forward and said, "I was wondering who it was. It turned out to be Defying. Long time no see. You seem to be fatter than when you were in school." This woman is Defying's junior high school classmate, named Shui Min. After entering junior high school, Defying has always been ostracized because of his figure, and Shui Min is the school belle. At that time, Defying, like other boys, admired Shui Min very much, but he never dared to say a word to her directly. It was not until later that he mustered up the courage and handed her the love letter. Unexpectedly, he was humiliated by her because of his figure. This also led to him becoming increasingly self-destructive, and his binge eating began from that time. Defying didn't dare to say a word, for he was afraid that if he said one more word, he would be humiliated by Shui Min again. The man next to Shui Min was also his junior high school classmate, named Qianyu. He was a rich second generation. He didn't expect that these two people would be together. "Why are you still eating at this shabby breakfast place? We're going to a Michelin restaurant. Do you want to come with us?" Qianyu sneered imperceptibly, but his face still habitually wore a very polite expression. This was one of his bad tastes. No matter how much he hated the other party, he would not immediately show that he hated the other party, just like a cat teasing its prey. But he could hide it from Defying Zhou's eyes, but not from Jason's eyes. Jason just looked at the three people quietly, without saying a word. "But we don't go Dutch, so don't just order a glass of water when you get there." Shui Min covered her lips and chuckled. In fact, she had begged Qianyu for a long time before he agreed to accompany her to a Michelin restaurant. However, she didn't expect to meet the fat guy Defying early in the morning, which ruined her good mood for no reason. Although Fatty Zhou also felt humiliated, he had been the target of bullying by these two people for a long time. At this time, he didn't dare to say a word to refute them. He could only lower his head and hide behind Jason. Chapter 108, Only 7 Days. When the two of them saw that Fatty Zhou was hiding behind Jason and didn't dare to make a sound, they noticed Jason's presence. Shui Min immediately said sarcastically, "Is this your friend?" It's true that birds of a feather flock together. The fat guy and the country bumpkin really don't seem out of place. Don't laugh to death. Unexpectedly, Shui Min would suddenly scold him. Jason put down the chopsticks in his hand, but did not stand up. He just looked coldly at Shui Min, who spoke rudely. That cold gaze made Shui Min feel creepy. She didn't know why, but she felt creepy just from Jason's look. The undisguised, murderous aura in his eyes made her feel as if she was being watched by a Shura from hell. "What are you looking at? You're so poor, and you don't want anyone to say anything." Jason in the eye again, Shui Min then pointed the finger at Defying Zhou and said, "Do you think you can become successful just by finding such a poor friend? Brother Dao has already taken good care of you. You'd better consider your own worth." Shui Min lifted her hair, her contemptuous look making people irritated. But as soon as she finished speaking, the look of Defying Zhou, who had been cowardly hiding behind Jason just now, suddenly became fierce. He clenched his fists and asked in a low voice, "Could it be that you were the ones who called Brother Dao here in the first place? So what? They're just a bunch of dogs who do things for money. We have plenty of money, but you'll just be someone else's punching bag for the rest of your life." Shui Min curled the corners of her lips coldly. She would never forget that after she opened Defying's love letter in front of her classmates all laughed at her for being favored by Defying, a dead pig, and she lost all face at that time. "You guys are going too far. If it weren't for you guys..." Defying growled angrily. His mother's death was still vivid in his mind, and now the culprit appeared before him. How could he not feel hatred? Seeing that Defying was anxious and even dared to talk to them in this manner, Qianyu suddenly felt a little bored. He put his arm around Shui Min's shoulders and said sarcastically, "Forget it. I heard that Fatty sold all his houses. He probably can't make it in Nanjiang anymore. Why should we bother him anymore? Let's go." As they said this, the two men laughed at Defying Zhou as if he were a lost dog, walked past him, and prepared to leave. 7 days, just 7 days for you to pay for your words. Just as the two were about to leave, Jason's voice suddenly came over, and this voice made Shui Min and Qianyu stop. Qianyu, who had been pretending to be a gentleman, suddenly lost his composure. He looked ferocious, unable to believe that Jason would say such arrogant words. He turned around, took a few steps forward, grabbed Jason's collar tightly, and said, "Who do you think my father is? If the Lan family is ranked first in Nanjiang, and the original Du family is ranked second, then my Qin family is ranked third." Previously, the Du family fell into decline overnight because they offended someone they shouldn't have offended. The head of the Lan family is already old and mediocre in his actions. Rounding it off, the entire Nanjiang city is under the control of my Qin family. Just because you're a loser with nothing on your body worth more than 200 yuan, if you want to stand up for others, you should first consider what kind of person you are. Are you kidding me? When did a passerby just give Qian Yu a cold look? But this time, Jason didn't take action. Fatty Zhou, who had been hiding behind Jason and shivering, suddenly reached out and slapped Qian Yu's hand away. "Brotherly is my eldest brother. If you have anything to say, come to me. Don't be rude to him." Fatty Zhou's sudden move caught everyone off guard, but Jason curled his lips in satisfaction, then stood up and said, "Who the hell are the Qian family? I won't take action this time, Fatty. I want you to deal with them in a week." Having said that, he ignored Qian Yu, who still had a ferocious look on his face, stood up, paid the bill, and then left the breakfast shop with Zhou Depeng. "Brotherly, is what you just said true?" Fatty Zhou hadn't forgotten Jason's majestic look just now. He was so handsome. Jason just rolled his eyes and said, "When have I ever lied to anyone? If I say I can do it, then I can definitely do it." When Zhou Depeng heard this, his eyes lit up, but he looked at his body, took a picture of his face with his mobile phone, and then touched his wallet. None of them could compare to Qian Yu's. Seeing Depeng Zhou's eyes change from full of hope to dull, Jason sighed. It seemed that he had to show some real skills. Jason brought Zhou Depeng to a nearby Chinese medicine store. There was a plaque hanging at the door with 3 big characters Defying written on it. It looked very grand. There were many people coming and going, and they all looked like powerful people. "Brotherly, isn't this too expensive? I've never eaten anything as expensive as Chinese medicine." Fatty Zhou felt a little embarrassed. He didn't want Jason to spend money like this every time he saw him, but Jason seemed to have not heard him at all. He just walked into the pharmacy on his own. "Master Zhang, please save my father's life. The medicine you prescribe is the only one in Nanjiang City that can save my father's life." Before anyone entered, they heard a shrill cry coming from inside. Jason frowned, wondering who was causing trouble in the clinic. "Master Zhang is not seeing any patients today. Besides, Master Zhang's prescriptions are priceless, and you still have to queue up at the back." As soon as I walked in, I saw a man kneeling on the ground. His expression was very sad. When he heard that Master Zhang could not see patients today, he fell to the ground as if the sky had fallen. "Hurry up. Our clinic is very busy." A younger doctor came over, his face full of contempt. Master Zhang was not someone who could be seen by anyone. He was the head of Sifang Hall, so how could he easily see an ordinary person? Jason's expression was even more unspeakable. He walked forward, squatted down, helped the man up, and asked, "I don't know what disease your father has. I know a little bit about medicine, and I can treat you a little bit." As soon as these words came out, the man's face was immediately filled with joy, but he mistakenly thought that Jason was the doctor here. So he shook Jason's hand with joy and said, "My father has a serious heart disease, and even Western medicine says the only option is surgery, which could be life-threatening. I heard there's a Master Zhang at Sifang Hall who can cure all kinds of difficult and complicated illnesses and bring people back to health. I wonder if you were the doctor here." Miraculous healing. Jason heard this. He couldn't help but sneer. A doctor who turned away patients could not be called a miracle doctor and had no medical ethics at all. He shook his head honestly. His eyes and the man's face drooped again. He said something shocking. "Although I'm not a doctor here, I feel that no doctor here is as good as me, including Master Zhang." Chapter 109. The Hard-to-Find Pharmacy. The words were so arrogant that the young doctor who was watching the show was stunned. Then he could not help but be furious and rushed forward and shouted, "Boy, not everyone can call himself a doctor. Besides, everyone knows that the best doctor in Nanjiang is our Master Zhang. Who do you think you are? Don't brag, just be a hero." This unknown and ordinary-looking young man actually dared to speak so arrogantly here. You should know that Defying is the best pharmacy in Nanjiang City. Countless dignitaries flock here, fearing that they will be a step too late and will not be able to catch up with the opportunity to be treated by Master Zhang today. But now he opened his mouth and showed that he didn't care about the entire Sifang Hall. How could people not be angry? Can a doctor who turns away patients really call himself a doctor? Jason gave him a cold look. Just when the atmosphere was tense, an old man walked out of the pharmacy. I wonder who is causing trouble on my Defying's territory. The man looked quite old, but his legs and feet were still nimble. The moment he walked out of the pharmacy at the back, everyone unconsciously made way for him. Master Zhang, that's him. This brat is so arrogant, saying that no doctor in Sifong Hall can compare to him. Oh, Master Zhang looked at the young man in front of him in disbelief. It was a stranger he had never seen before. Neither in the medical community nor among his relevant connections had he ever had any impression of such a young man. Our meeting is destiny. Since this gentleman's father is seriously ill, there is no reason for me not to treat him. Wait a moment, I will go and prescribe medicine. Although these words were said to the man who came to ask for medicine, Master Zhang's eyes kept lingering on Jason, as if to provoke him, but Jason did not take him seriously at all, just waiting to see what he would do. After a long time, Master Zhang walked out of the pharmacy and took out a piece of white paper with words written all over it, listing nearly 100 kinds of medicinal herbs, big and small. Follow this prescription and get the medicine. I guarantee that within half a month, your father will be cured. Master Zhang stroked his beard, and when he handed it to the man, he also handed one to Jason, then smiled in a feigned amiability. I understand. Young people your age are often full of passion. But next time you step forward, don't brag or you'll be the one to lose face. Jason took the prescription and ignored Master Zhang's sarcastic words. He glanced at the prescription indifferently. In just a few seconds, he tore the prescription into pieces with his hands. Fatty Joe followed behind Jason. He had not dared to breathe since just now. Now seeing Jason tearing Master Zhang's prescription into pieces, he suddenly wanted to scream. You have to know that in Nanjiang City, there are countless people who want to invite Master Zhang to help them, and a prescription can even be worth 1,000 gold coins. But Jason treats it like a piece of garbage and turns it into waste paper with ease. What do you mean? Even someone as steady as Master Zhang couldn't help but feel angry when he saw the prescription he had worked so hard to write being wasted like this. Isn't this how you should treat trash? Jason spoke indifferently, and then, without waiting for anyone's reaction, he took out a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket. This piece of paper was a napkin he had just picked up while having breakfast. Then he picked up the pen on the table and wrote a few words. Then he handed it to Master Zhang. If there was someone around, Master Zhang would definitely laugh at the young man for being too arrogant and have him kicked out. But since there were so many people watching, he was not afraid that he would do anything. If I could embarrass Jason in public, it would make me appear more skilled in medicine and have a kind heart. However, as Master Zhang's gaze slowly fell, and he silently recited each medicinal ingredient in his mind, the expression on his face instantly changed from disdain to shock, and finally to admiration. Jason, each herb is not expensive, but the proportions are very appropriate, and the herbs complement and benefit each other. Compared with this prescription, Master Zhang actually began to feel that the one he just wrote was really rubbish. As soon as this thought came to his mind, he instantly woke up from his thoughts and turned to look at the expressionless young man in front of him. Master Zhang's face had wiped away the disdain just now, and he was so excited that he couldn't speak. The people who had been observing nearby didn't know what was going on. They thought that the prescription Jason wrote was too bad and that it had irritated Master Zhang, so they all laughed at him. However, before Jason could speak, Master Zhang suddenly spoke up to stop him. What are you laughing at? You simply can't recognize gold and jade. Come, bring the tea. My dear friend, why don't you take a seat so we can talk in detail? Jason looks to be only in his 20s or 30s, but he can write out such a top-notch prescription with just a few simple strokes. Although Jason's identity is still unclear, it is certain that he is definitely not as simple as he seems. Fortunately, I didn't treat him rudely from the beginning. If such a talent could join Defying and be recruited, Master Zhang had a good plan, but Jason didn't take his words to heart at all. He had not forgotten the sarcastic look on Master Zhang's face just now. After handing the prescription to the patient's family who were still waiting anxiously, Jason slowly said, I came here today just to get the medicine. Just do as I say. I don't want to discuss anything else. Jason then listed a series of herbs he wanted. Master Zhang stared at Jason in amazement. The previous prescription that could cure heart disease was enough to shock him, but the prescription he mentioned now was even more shocking, and he couldn't utter a word. He had been practicing medicine for 50 or 60 years, but he had never heard of such a prescription, and no one had ever dared to prescribe it. Every medicinal ingredient was carefully considered with great care, and when combined together, it could wash away all the dirt on the human body and completely transform the person. My friend. No, master. You are the true master. I was offended just now. I wonder if you can sell this prescription to our Safangtang? Any price is fine. Tens of millions, hundreds of millions. Even if it means I'll lose everything. Please sell this prescription to us. Master Zhang's knees almost gave way, and he knelt down to Jason. Only now did he realize how stupid and ridiculous his idea of wanting to win over Jason was. How could such a master, who could speak out a unique prescription at any time, be easily guessed by him? Chapter 1, 10 Reborn. Jason glanced at Master Zhang's pleading expression, waited until he had gotten all the medicine he needed, paid the money, and then said coldly, "Sorry, I don't sell it." After saying this, Master Zhang, who had a painful look on his face, left Sifang Hall with Defying Zhou. Fatty Zhou was stunned. He had never thought that someone with such skills as Jason could also be a doctor. It seemed that there was nothing in this world that he couldn't do. This is a marrow cleansing soup. The reason why your body is so exaggerated is because of your bad habit of overeating over the years. The marrow cleansing soup can not only help you clear the toxins from your body and restore your body shape, but can also regulate your meridians and restore your appetite to normal. Jason kindly explained to Defying Zhou and then returned to the hotel. Jason outside the hotel. He was afraid that he would be looked down upon by the people in the hotel, so he didn't dare to go in. But now that Jason was in front of him, he had to go in even if he was extremely unwilling. But the strange thing was that when I walked with Jason, I didn't feel anyone looking at me strangely. I was wondering why, but I heard people whispering, "Isn't that the man who came with the Lon family's housekeeper a few days ago? Don't mess with him." I heard even Governor Wong came to support him personally. The Du family was destroyed in an instant, just for making him unhappy. As soon as these words reached Defying Zhou's ears, he was instantly excited. How many hidden identities did Jason have that he didn't know? Such a master was simply admirable. Back in the bathroom, Jason soaked all the herbs he had prepared in water, and then let Defying Zhou get into the bathtub. Fat Zhou had much more fat on his body than Jason had imagined. When he first entered the bathtub, he almost spilled all the water inside. But just after he had soaked for 20 minutes, Fat Zhou felt hot all over and began to sweat profusely. Then streams of warm currents accompanied by the temperature of the hot water entered his body and began to cleanse his meridians. Another 20 minutes passed, and Defying Zhou opened his eyes. He was surprised to find that the clear water in the bathtub had turned black and very turbid. But according to Jason, this should be to eliminate all the toxins in the body. Feeling that the time was almost up, Defying Zhou stood up. Suddenly, he felt light all over, but full of endless strength. He walked out of the bathtub. After simply washing his body, Defying Zhou happened to pass by a mirror. After wiping off the mist on the mirror, Fat Zhou stared at the person in the mirror in disbelief. He was a young man with a delicate face, about 20 years old, with handsome features and sharp outlines. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he was handsome. He looked exactly like Zhou Defying after he lost weight. Zhou Defying looked at his changes in surprise. He didn't expect that his appearance had changed so drastically in just one day. If he stood in front of Cui Min and Qian Yu now, they might not recognize him as Zhou Defying at all. Fatty Zhou put on his clothes and showed everything to Jason in surprise. Jason just smiled and said nothing. Do you think this is the end? Being a person is not just about appearance, but also about inner excellence. Fatty Zhou looked at Jason's unfathomable smile. He secretly gritted his teeth and made up his mind that no matter what kind of devilish training Jason would give him, he would grit his teeth and stand it. He would never tolerate anyone bullying him again. In the next 7 days, Jason tailored a plan for Zhou Defying. It must be said that Zhou Defying is indeed talented as a thug. Ever since he lost weight, his body has become lighter and more agile. His punches are powerful, his kicks are swift, and in just 7 days, he learned everything Jason taught him. As the 7-day period was coming to an end, Fatty Zhou had completely changed. He put on a black suit that Jason had bought for him, and he looked completely different from before. If he said that he was a young talent from the upper class, I'm afraid no one would not believe it. Brotherly, what are we going to do today? Although everything is ready, Fatty Zhou clearly remembers what Jason said to Qian Yu before, and he's still not sure how he's going to make Qian Yu pay the price for it. I heard that the Qian family will hold a wine-tasting conference tonight and has invited numerous dignitaries from Nanjiang City to attend. Qian Yu and his family will naturally be there. I have an acquaintance who happens to be there too. Maybe she can help you. Jason had already arranged all of this silently, and now he was just waiting for the big fish to take the bait. Fatty Joe nodded, followed Jason into the car, and then arrived at the wine tasting conference held by the Chien family. You don't need to be invited to a wine tasting event. You just need to bring a bottle of good wine with you. However, it just so happened that Jason had some good wine that he had obtained from Tang Dingwa before. That was once his master's favorite wine. Although he couldn't remember the name, Jason believed that his master's vision would never be wrong. Jason and Defying, Zhou entered the venue and found that there was someone who had been waiting for a long time. Lon Xin received news early in the morning that Jason had returned to participate in today's wine tasting. After the fall of the Du family, the Lon family became the most powerful clan in Nanjiang City. Although the Chien family was now ranked second, it was still far behind the Lon family. However, Lon Xion's appearance still shocked everyone. They didn't expect that the eldest daughter of the Lon family would personally attend the Chien family's wine tasting conference. This made everyone wonder whether the two families would get married. Divine Dr. Lee. Just as everyone was talking, Lon Xian walked towards Jason with a sweet smile on her face. This smile shocked all the men present. They had never seen Lon Xian smile like this to anyone before. That day, Lon Xian's father Lon Hai wanted to take Jason as his son-in-law, but unexpectedly Jason flatly refused. After Lon Xian knew about it, she was sad for a long time. But now that I think about it, being able to be good friends with him is also a good choice. Miss Lon, long time no see. Jason just nodded politely as a greeting, and then Lon Xian naturally saw Fatty Zhou behind Jason. After a week of training, Defying Zhou was no longer the timid person he was a week ago. Seeing Lon Xian noticed him, Defying Zhou politely stepped forward and bowed, saying, "Hello, Miss Lan. I'll be grateful for your care in a while." Chapter 111 Wine Tasting Conference. Before the two of them could talk, they saw two familiar figures walking in from the entrance of the venue. As soon as the two people entered the venue, everyone's attention was attracted to them. Qian Yu strode into the venue arm in arm with Chui Min, and his appearance instantly made him the focus of everyone. This is the young master of the Qian family. I heard that after the Du family was destroyed overnight, the Qian family became the second in command in Nanjiang City. Now the Qian family has only one son, young Master Qian. I believe he will be the heir to the Qian family in the future. Isn't it? If I could establish a relationship with Qian Yu, I'd probably be able to fly to the top and become a phoenix. Qian Yu and Chui Min heard the discussions of the crowd, which made them feel complacent. However, Qian Yu did not show it on his face and only had that warm and gentle smile on his face. Suddenly, Qian Yu suddenly noticed a few people. They were the only few among the crowd who did not look at him, and one of them was Lon Xian, the eldest daughter of the Lon family. Qian Yu thought he had seen countless beauties, but he had never seen a woman as beautiful as Lon Xian. Seeing her pick up the wine glass nonchalantly, it seemed as if she didn't care about anything around her. Her graceful curves and beautiful face. How could she not outshine Chui Min beside him? Besides, her family background is completely incomparable to Chui Min next to her. Chui Min also noticed that Qian Yu was looking at Lon Xian over there. Although she was so angry that she gritted her teeth. After all, the person in front of her was the eldest daughter of the Lon family, so she could only endure it and not utter a word. Suddenly, Chui Min saw a familiar person next to Lon Xian and whispered, "Mr. Qian, isn't that Defying Zhou's poor friend? Why is he here? He looks like he knows Miss Lon." Chui Min's words drew Qian Yu's attention back. Qian Yu then noticed that the person next to Lon Xian was none other than Jason. He clearly remembered that it was this brat who had said that Chi Ri would make them pay the price. Thinking that it is already the 7th day, Qian Yu couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Sure enough, Jason was just bragging. The next time he sees Zhou Defang, he must take this opportunity to mock him. Qian Yu walked over with Chui Min on his arm, and he went straight to Lon Xian. Lon Xian saw someone coming towards her, put down her wine glass, looked at Qian Yu, who was smiling flatteringly, and asked, "Mr. Qian, is there anything wrong?" Lon Xian's attitude was very cold. She had no interest in a man like Qian Yu. However, Qian Yu did not feel Lon Xian's indifference at all. He said in a flattering way, "I wonder if Miss Lon has come to visit, and who these two are?" Qian Yu's gaze inevitably turned to the two people beside Lon Xian. He naturally recognized Jason, but he really didn't remember having any impression of the handsome and elegant young man beside Jason. These two are my friends. Lan sin an sua in dai fun. Qianyu couldn't help but frown when she said this. He didn't expect that Jason would be Lan Xian's friend. He looked like he had no looks and no money. How could he be worthy of Lan Xian? So he simply pushed Shui Min away and said righteously, Miss Lan, you and I are of similar age and both are heirs to our families. Why should our relationship be so distant? Although this is our first meeting today, I fell in love with you at first sight. Would you be so kind as to allow us to stroll around this venue together? When these words were spoken, not only Lan Xian felt it was a joke, but even Zhou Depeng couldn't help but sneer. Qianyu really took himself seriously, and now he actually dared to say such words to Lan Xian. Seeing that Lan Xian didn't answer for a long time, but kept her eyes on Jason from beginning to end, no matter how dumb Qianyu was, he couldn't fail to see that Lan Xian's mind was not on him, so he gritted his teeth in anger. If Lan Xian had fallen for someone else, he might have felt a little better, but what on earth was it about Jason, a poor boy, that made Lan Xian look at him like that? It simply made him burn with jealousy. Qianyu's disdainful expression was revealed on his face, without any concealment. He looked at Jason's shabby clothes. He didn't even change into formal clothes to attend a wine-tasting conference. He probably didn't have money to buy any good wine. Such a poor boy. Probably Lan Xian is with him because she feels sorry for him. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Qianyu couldn't help but sneered. I wonder when someone like this could come to my Qian family's wine-tasting party. He doesn't even look at what kind of garbage he's wearing. If you don't know, you'd think he picked it up from a trash can. Seeing Qianyu suddenly start to mock him, Jason just calmly crossed his arms over his chest, with no intention of paying any attention to him. However, in Qianyu's eyes, this look of his was a humiliation to him. He had never had anyone dare to ignore him like this in his entire life. Although he was furious, Qianyu had another idea in mind and asked loudly, Well, since this wine-tasting conference is for wine lovers all over the world, this gentleman must have brought some fine wine. Otherwise, he wouldn't be qualified to participate. His voice was so loud that it attracted the attention of everyone around him. Everyone immediately saw Jason, a man dressed very inconspicuously, and couldn't help but start to laugh at him. Don't tell me you brought some bulk liquor. But judging by your looks, you can only afford bulk liquor, right? The bottle caps anyone here brings are probably more expensive than yours. Although Shui Min was pushed away by Qianyu, she was unwilling to lose Qianyu, the ATM, so she came up from somewhere, also holding a glass of red wine in her hand, shaking it slowly, with an arrogant tone that was very sarcastic. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but mock him. Jason just raised his eyebrows. The packaging of the jar of wine he brought was indeed not very good. It was just a very ordinary wine jar, unlike the red wine brought by others, which had bottles that looked very valuable. Qianyu, don't go too far. How could you slander my friend like this? Lan Xian finally couldn't bear it anymore. She never thought Qianyu was such a person. Slander? Miss Lan, I think he's deceived you, right? Look at him. How could he possibly afford good wine? I'm just worried that Miss Lan might choose the wrong people and spread the news, ruining the Lan family's reputation. Qianyu was determined to give Jason a hard time today. He didn't believe that Jason could bring any top-quality wine. He was determined in this idea. So he raised his chin and looked at Jason arrogantly. I remember 7 days ago, I said that after 7 days I would make you, Wei, pay the price for humiliating Zhou Depeng. I didn't expect you to come to me personally. Today is the 7th day, right? Are you ready? Chapter 112, A Sneak Attack on the Insect Valley. Jason's voice reached everyone's ears slowly and steadily, and Qianyu's face flushed with anger. If Jason hadn't mentioned it, he would have almost forgotten the brat's arrogant words and disrespectful remarks towards him. So Qianyu slammed the table and shouted, I remember. Of course I remember. Thanks to you for reminding me. I can't forget it. I want to see how you're going to make me look bad today. Don't worry about this matter for now. Didn't you say that I couldn't bring any top-quality wine? You're frogging a well, so why not open your eyes first? Jason curled the corners of his lips. He didn't expect that Qianyu could say such foolish words when he was about to die. After hearing this, Qianyu suddenly burst into laughter, and his stomach even hurt. At first, he thought Jason was just a poor boy who could only talk big, but now it seems that he is actually a madman who is not even in his right mind. Qianyu kept laughing, but Jason didn't take his mocking look at all. He just sighed, then reached out and opened the lid of the wine jar. All of a sudden, an alluring aroma of wine hit them in the face and instantly filled the entire venue. The people who were laughing at Jason just now were instantly attracted by the aroma of wine after smelling it, and they couldn't utter a word. Just by the taste, you can tell that this must be a fine wine that has been stored for hundreds of years. It is so mellow and fragrant, with a faint taste of Chinese medicine. If you're lucky enough to drink a glass of it, I wonder what a refreshing feeling it would be. On the other side, Qianyu could no longer laugh after hearing the aroma of wine. His laughter stopped abruptly, and all the contempt in his eyes was washed away by the sudden aroma of wine. Just when everyone was still enjoying the wine, Jason suddenly closed the lid of the wine jar and said to everyone, "This is the top-grade medicinal wine my master passed down to me. You can't buy it on the market." One sip not only invigorates blood circulation and removes blood stasis, cleanses the tendons and veins, but also instantly makes one's mental state 10 years younger. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone gasped. They didn't expect that there was such a good wine in the world. Immediately, several people gathered around with eager expressions on their faces. "Hey, little brother, I'll trade you some 1982 Lafite. Even if it's just one glass, please let me try it." "Go away. Who hasn't tasted Lafite?" "Little brother, I've used a private winery before. Let me trade with you." In an instant, Jason was surrounded. Qianyu was stunned. This was clearly the wine tasting event he had organized. So why was Jason the center of attention? What? Qian Xiao. There must be something strange about such a fragrant wine. Seeing Qianyu in a daze, Chui Min quickly spoke, which made Qianyu come back to his senses instantly. Qianyu straightened his face, then walked forward and said loudly, "What century-old medicinal wine? I think you must have added some essence to the wine to give it such an alluring taste. Don't try to fool us." I didn't expect that even at this time, Qianyu was still being stubborn. Jason immediately picked up a wine glass from the table, opened the lid of the wine jar, scooped a glass from it, and handed it to the person closest to him. The man took the wine glass. He felt a little scared after hearing what Qianyu said. Although he didn't dare to drink it at this moment, the tempting aroma of wine directly aroused the alcohol in him. Without thinking too much, the man drank the wine in the glass in an instant. Suddenly, I felt a warmth in my abdomen, and a warm current flowed through my meridians. Endless power suddenly spread to my whole body, and all the dirt on my body seemed to be washed away in an instant. Just this one cup makes me feel like I've been reborn. As if I were reborn, my soul seems to have been purified, and my body feels very light. This is truly a good wine. It's truly a top-grade medicinal wine. Coming back to his senses, the man praised it repeatedly. When everyone heard that it really had such miraculous effects, they flocked to it, wanting to have share. "Qianyu, are you convinced now? Whatever Brotherly brings out is good stuff. You always judge people by their appearance." Fat Zhou, who was standing aside, felt very happy when he saw Qianyu being ignored by everyone. Since he met Qianyu, every time he went out, he was treated like a star and attracted everyone's attention. But now, no one cared about his identity as the young master of the Qian family. They were all attracted to Jason by the wine. How could Qianyu, who had a very high self-esteem, not be angry? Hearing Defying Zhou's voice, Qianyu came back to his senses from his extreme anger. He then noticed that the handsome young man following Jason was actually Defying Zhou. He looked at Defying Zhou in even more disbelief. In just 7 days, Defying Zhou's body shape had undergone a drastic change. Are you Fatty Zhou?" Qianyu pointed at Zhou Defying in disbelief. He couldn't believe that the person in front of him was the fat boy they had bullied since junior high school. Even Chui Min was shocked and stood there after hearing Zhou Defang's voice. Fatty Zhou didn't answer him, because he knew the best was yet to come. Just as everyone gathered around Jason, several mysterious men in black suddenly appeared from the door. They were all tall and looked like martial artists, and all kinds of strange poisonous insects were embroidered on their bodies. As soon as they appeared, the venue became quiet in an instant. Jason and others naturally noticed the presence of those men in black and couldn't help but cast their eyes over there. The Valley Master has instructed that everyone here today must be silenced. The leading man in black spoke in a low voice. As soon as he finished speaking, the others moved instantly and pounced towards the nearest person. "It's someone from the Insect Valley." I don't know who started screaming. As soon as the 3 words 10,000 Insect Valley reached everyone's ears, a lot of gasps were heard. They all came here to participate in the wine tasting conference and never thought that people from 10,000 Insect Valley would come here to carry out a massacre. Jason gave Zhou Depeng a look, and without saying a word, he was the first to rush forward and fight with the men in black. Fati du potet lan sin. As the eldest daughter of the Lan family, Lan Xin was frightened at this time, but she remained calm and was protected by Fatty Zhou towards the back door. Want to run? Not that easy. Several black people were entangled by Jason, but they had already expected that everyone would take advantage of the chaos to escape. One of the men in black suddenly shook his sleeves, and countless poisonous insects fell out of his sleeves. The densely packed poisonous insects fell towards the crowd like raindrops, and some drilled into people's bodies, and a large number of guests fell down immediately. Jason frowned, knowing that if he continued to waste time with these men in black, the lives of the people behind him would be in danger. So he simply thought about it, summoned the Xianyuan's sword, held the sword in his right hand, clenched his left fist, and attacked the black-clad men's weak points with lightning speed. Chapter 1:13 Paying the Price. Help, don't kill me. Xianyu was crawling under the table at this time. He didn't care about Shui Min's safety at all. To him, women were like clothes. He could find as many women as he wanted, but he only had one life. But what he didn't notice was that a poisonous insect had quietly crawled up from under him and drilled into his body. When he realized it, he felt severe pain all over his body, and he fell to the ground in an instant, twitching wildly. Jason's speed was not slow, and these men in black were not very strong either. He clenched his left fist and held the sword in his right hand, and took care of these people in a few moves. The man in black was dealt with, and seeing that Depeng Zhou had escorted Jason to a safe place, Jason called out to Depeng Zhou, and the two of them worked together to deal with the remaining poisonous insects. They were very fast, and in less than half an hour, all the poisonous insects were dealt with. Jason with gratitude, but at the same time, many people were poisoned by the insects and lay on the ground twitching like Xianyu. I remember I should have taught you some methods of detoxification a few days ago. Now use them. Jason gave Zhou Depeng a few instructions. When he was planning to go to the Valley of 10,000 Insects to find the poison ancestor, he thought of taking Zhou Depeng with him as a thug, so he taught him some ways to detoxify. Zhou Depeng nodded and started to treat everyone without saying a word. Under the grateful gazes of everyone, Jason and Depeng Zhou cured one person after another who was injured by the poison. Until the end, there were still two people who were not found, namely Qianyu and Shui Min. Fat Zhou searched for a while and finally found the two people under the two tables. Save me! Save me! Qianyu roared loudly. The severe pain all over his body made him feel worse than death. Seeing that everyone else had been saved, but only he and Shui Min had not received treatment, he felt extremely angry. Have you forgotten what you did to Fatty Zhou? Jason looked down at Qianyu coldly, without any expression on his face. He looked at the two people struggling on the ground, gave Zhou Depeng a look, and then said, I remember I said before that I wouldn't do anything this time. Whether I save you or not depends entirely on what Big Fatty means. Fatty Zhou understood what he meant, walked forward and squatted down. His eyes met Qianyu's angry eyes. Qianyu never thought that one day he would face such a day. Big Fatty, it was all my fault before. It's my fault, please save me. Qianyu was slow to speak, but the first person to speak was Shui Min. Shui Min was also tortured by the pain at this time, and she wanted to stay alive more than relying on Qianyu, so she rushed over regardless of her dignity, hugged Zhou Depeng's feet tightly, and begged. But Zhou Depeng ignored her. Qianyu finally couldn't bear the pain anymore and knelt on the ground, kowtowed to Zhou Depeng, and begged for mercy. I was wrong. I shouldn't have looked down on you. I shouldn't have provoked you. I won't do it again. Please save me. Seeing the two people who had bullied him kneeling on the ground and kowtowed to him, Zhou Depeng did not feel at ease. When he thought that his mother's death was entirely due to these two people, he hardened his heart, stood up, and said, Since Brotherly doesn't intend to take action, then neither do I. Whatever you did to me and my family, this is all retribution. After saying that, Fatty Zhou withdrew his foot. He nodded affirmatively to Jason, then left the venue with Jason and Lan Xin, completely ignoring Qianyu and Shui Min who were still begging behind him. After leaving the venue, Jason asked Lan Xin to go back to the Lan family first. Fatty Zhou saw that there was no one else around, so he asked in confusion, Brotherly, why did the people from a myriad insect valley come to our house today? This was something that puzzled him for the longest time. Although he had heard that the insect valley had poisoned Jason's wife, Anna, which was why Jason came to Nanjiang City, He never thought that the other party would come to him so soon. They're coming for me. Now that I'm in such a prominent place like the wine tasting conference, I'm afraid they'll come looking for me immediately. This time, we're using someone else's knife to kill someone. Jason said this. Fatty Joe immediately understood why he came to the Chien family to hold a wine tasting meeting today. No wonder he could say such words 7 days ago. It turned out that he had already planned it in his mind. Then Jason stopped and said, "Since the people from a myriad insects valley came to us first, now is the time to settle the score with them." Jason knew where the 10,000 insect valley was. Although he had never been to Nanjiang before, his master had told him some information about the valley. They often live in Taoist temples on the mountains. On the surface, they look like immortal Taoists, but in fact they are secretly doing things that poison people's lives. It is not difficult to reach the Valley of Insects. Jason and Defying Zhou only took half a day to reach the foot of the mountain. Looking at the towering mountains with several Taoist temples dotted with stars, Jason clenched his fists. Now it was time to settle the accounts. He raised his fist, holding the Xianyuan sword in his hand, and rushed up the stairs without saying a word, followed closely by Fatty Zhou. "Stop! Who is it?" At this moment, a man in black clothes embroidered with various poisonous insects suddenly appeared in front of Jason. He knew at a glance that he was from the Valley of Insects, but he didn't say anything and chopped down with a sword, hitting the man's vitals directly. The man fell down instantly. Jason's ruthlessness made Zhou Defying behind him stunned. Jason was not weak in martial arts to begin with, so the two of them rushed straight up the mountain, and they would show no mercy to anyone who blocked their way. Sitting in the Taoist temple, the old ancestor of Gudu was wearing a purple Taoist robe. Although he was old, he was in high spirits. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged on a chair in his main hall, listening to the reports of his subordinates. His brows were tightly furrowed. When he heard that his men had failed to execute Jason and the others, he couldn't help but get even angrier. In a rage, he smashed the coffee table beside him with a palm. "Ancestor, please calm down. We didn't expect Jason to be so skilled. If I hadn't been secretly observing him, I would have been killed as well." The subordinate who came to report was trembling all over. He had never seen the ancestor lose his temper so much. Is this the power of an immortal cultivator? He could smash the coffee table to pieces in an instant with just one palm. Jason, although I don't know how many skills this unknown boy has hidden, but I can't even deal with a mere 20 or 30-year-old boy. It seems that I need to take action myself. Chapter 114, Settling the Accounts. Just as the poison patriarch finished saying this, a loud rumbling sound was heard suddenly from outside the hall. When everyone was wondering who dared to trespass into the Valley of 10,000 Insects, they saw two figures slowly appear at the door. "Old Gudu is here. I have something to ask you." Jason's clear voice came from the dust, followed by a gust of wind that blew away all the dust around. The poison patriarch sitting on the main seat was even more furious when he saw that someone had broken into the Valley of 10,000 Insects so openly. "Who are you? Tell me your name." Although the voice of the poison patriarch was very intimidating, even he himself was wary of this young man. None of his subordinates reported to him about his intrusion into the Half-Worm Valley. It was estimated that all those who witnessed his intrusion had been killed by him. He would not have no impression of a person with such strength. "The Jason you're looking for." Jason's voice was very cold. When the word Jason reached the ears of the poison patriarch, his old figure suddenly paused. He did not expect that the young man in front of him was actually the Jason that the Dark Crow organization wanted him to get rid of. But seeing that he only looks to be in his 20s or 30s, he seems too young. The poison patriarch stood up with a mocking smile on his face. He waved his hand, and all the people around him went towards Jason. Jason also just gave Zhou Defying a look. He didn't need to take action against these minions himself. He only wanted to deal with the old man Gudu Lao Zhu. Fat Zhao nodded in agreement, and in a flash he changed his body to deal with the people who rushed over. Jason pressed the poison patriarch step by step. "I'm afraid you've heard of the Dark Raven organization. Did they ask you to poison my wife?" Jason approached step by step. The Xianyuan sword in his hand emitted a faint light, and the voice full of murderous intent made the poison ancestor excited in his ears. He hadn't seen such undisguised murderous intent for many years, but it was only a moment of shock. After a moment, he came to his senses and laughed wildly. "Yes, it's the old man. You should probably be thankful that the Dark Crows didn't let me poison the people around you with an instantly fatal poison. This way, you could watch her hard work slowly being wasted, her life fading bit by bit, in endless pain and torture. The voice of the Gudu patriarch was extremely arrogant, but Jason couldn't help but frown when he heard it, and his murderous intent became even stronger. Anna would have to endure with just these simple words. So Jason didn't say anything and started fighting with the poison ancestor with his sword. The poison patriarch was naturally not a pushover. He shook his sleeves, and a huge iron centipede flew out, as long as a person. The iron centipede faced Jason. After all, Jason was holding the Xinyuan sword in his hand. With a slight turn, the centipede braid immediately broke into several sections. The Gudu patriarch was horrified and shouted loudly. Could this be the Xinyuan's sword? But Jason didn't answer him at all. He just went behind him in an instant and stabbed towards the neck of the Gudu patriarch. The Gudu patriarch dodged, but failed to avoid the sword. A big gash was still made on his neck. But seeing that Fatty Joe had almost finished dealing with all the people, Jason naturally did not want to waste time with him. So he gave the Gudu patriarch an ultimatum. I advise you to be sensible and hand over the antidote. That way I can spare your life. If you insist on not handing it over, I heard that if you kill the person who put the poison in your body, the poison will disappear on its own. Jason's voice was very cold, and when it reached the ears of the Gudu ancestor, he could not help but break out in a cold sweat on his forehead. Suddenly, the thought of begging for mercy came into his mind, so he shouted, I give up, I give up. My dear brother, I will give you the antidote. Unexpectedly, the Gudu patriarch gave in so easily. Jason narrowed his eyes in suspicion, but had no intention of letting him go. Seeing that he really couldn't fool the ancestor, Gudu quickly bent down and knelt on the ground. Then he took out a bottle of small pills from his arms and handed it to Jason with both hands. Jason took it, opened the medicine, and examined it. After confirming that it was indeed the antidote to the poison, he put it in his arms and said condescendingly, Tell us all the information about the ravens, otherwise. The killing intent forced Gudu Laozu to have no way to breathe. He could only kneel on the ground, his legs weak, and he said slowly, In fact, we are not familiar with them. We were just doing the work for money, and we didn't know their details. They only sent a few people to interact with us each time, and we didn't know who their boss was. After hearing this, Jason's brows furrowed even more. The already incomplete clue seemed to be broken in an instant. Seeing his cold eyes, it seemed that he did not get the information he wanted. The Gudu patriarch slowly said, They didn't ask me to get rid of you from the beginning. They seemed very interested in torturing the people around you. If it weren't for a deep blood feud, I'm afraid they wouldn't resort to such a desperate measure. Blood feud? But Jason had never made such a grudge with anyone over the years. This was the first time he heard about the Dark Raven organization after he was released from prison. How could there be such a blood feud? Fatty Joe had already dealt with all the people in the Insect Valley. He walked up and found that the Gudu patriarch was kneeling respectfully in front of Jason. So he asked, Brotherly, do you want to get rid of this person as well? As soon as Defying Zhou said this, the Gudu patriarch immediately kowtowed in fear, begging for mercy repeatedly. Master, please let me go. We're just a bunch of dogs who do things for money. We will never dare to do it again. If you are willing to let us go, we are willing to serve you with all our might. We only ask that you spare our lives. Looking at the Gudu patriarch's desperate attempt to survive, Jason just waved his hand impatiently and said, Forget it. It seems like they don't know anything at all. We need to go back and investigate this matter more carefully. Jason came to Nanjiang to get the antidote for the poison. Now that he has the antidote, he should immediately prepare to go back. Anna and Lucy Lee are still waiting for him anxiously at home, and he can't let them wait too long. Fatty Joe nodded and followed. Looking at Jason S. slowly leaving back, the poison patriarch finally stopped trembling all over. He simply didn't want to get involved with a reincarnated Shura like this again. Someone who could reveal such murderous intent. Anyone who opposed him would surely die a miserable death. Jason took the antidote and couldn't wait to book a flight back to Ningzhou City. Knowing that Jason was leaving, Fatty Zhou quickly said, Brotherly, if you want to leave, can you take me with you? Even if I have to go through fire and water for you. You must let me repay you for saving my life. Chapter 115 Return to Ningzhou City. Jason looked at Defying Zhou's determined expression. In fact, he had originally planned to establish his own power in Ningzhou City before going abroad to look for the Dark Crow organization. So he thought about it for a while and nodded. I just happen to have something for you to do. When we return to Ningzhou City, you will open a clinic in my name and name it the Divine Doctor Pavilion. You will be the deputy head of the Divine Doctor Pavilion, and your main responsibility will be to recruit all the divine doctors in the world and build our own power. Zhou Depang heard that Jason had no intention of abandoning him. His face immediately lit up with joy. He quickly thanked him. I will definitely do this for Brother Li and not let him down. Jason was going back to Ningzhou City the next day. When the Lan family learned that he was leaving, they all came out to see him off. This scene reminded Jason of when he left Ningzhou City and the dignitaries of the entire Ningzhou City surrounded the airport. Fortunately, in order to prevent them from doing that again this time, Jason did not tell the people in Ningzhou City in advance that he was going back. Preparing everything and buying gifts for Anna and Lucy Lee, Jason and Depang, Zhou boarded the plane. It was already afternoon when they got off the plane. Jason asked Depang Zhou to prepare for the Miracle Doctor Pavilion first, while he took his things and planned to go home first to give Anna a surprise. At this moment, his heart was filled with excitement and longing. So he took a taxi to the nearest vegetable market from home. Anna usually cooked for him, and today he finally came back from Nanjiang, so he should go to the kitchen to show off his cooking skills. The car stopped at the entrance of the vegetable market. Jason skillfully picked up the vegetables he needed to buy. Suddenly, a noisy sound came from the vegetable market. I don't know which family you are from, beautiful lady. Why don't you come with me and have some fun? In the crowd, a gangster with dyed, yellow hair was pulling someone's sleeve. The person being pulled seemed to be a woman. She had very little strength, but was struggling desperately. Don't touch me. If you continue to act like this, I'm going to call the police. This familiar voice entered Jason's ears, making him stunned for a moment, and then he heard the gangster say, "Call the police? Go ahead. Why don't you ask who my eldest brother is? He's from the Qinglong gang. My little beauty, just obey me today." After these words were spoken, people around him started talking about it. Isn't this Wei Tao from the Qinglong gang? Why is he here? This is such bad luck. That's right. I heard she often touches women in this area, but no one dares to stop her every time. It's really abominable. Just as everyone was talking, Jason rushed up and kicked Wei Tao to the ground. Honey, are you okay? I'm late. Jason never imagined that the woman being harassed by the gangster was actually his wife, Anna. Anna had tears in her eyes, and she had not yet recovered from the shock. Hearing someone calling her wife, Anna's eyes became even redder. She looked closely and saw that it was actually Jason. Husband. Anna burst into laughter. Jason always appeared in time when she was in danger. She had originally gone home to buy groceries after picking up Lucy Lee, but she didn't expect to be harassed by such a gangster on the way. Wei Tao was kicked to the ground. He covered his aching abdomen, stood up with a grin, and cursed loudly at Jason in front of him. Who do you think you are? How dare you come out and ruin my good deeds? Do you know that my eldest brother is... As soon as he finished speaking, Jason took 2 steps forward and slapped Wei Tao twice in succession, causing Wei Tao's mouth to be broken and his nose to bleed. I don't care who you are. You'd better be thankful that there are so many people watching this time. Otherwise, I will definitely take your life. Jason's voice was cold and full of murderous intent, but Wei Tao immediately got angry when he heard it. Where did this unknown brat come from? Judging from his shabby appearance, he really didn't know his place. So Wei Tao shouted loudly, "If you have the guts, just stand here and don't move. Aren't you very brave? Wait until my eldest brother comes, and I'll see how long you can hold your nerve." As he spoke, Wei Tao picked up his phone and started making a call. "Brother, come quickly. There was a guy in a market who didn't know his place. Not only did he hit me, he also looked down on me. I'm your little brother. If you look down on me, you're looking down on me." Listening to Wei Tao crying and sobbing, Jason just looked at him with indifference. After a while, a group of people in black rushed in from the entrance of the vegetable market and surrounded the place. When the onlookers saw the appearance of those people in black, they screamed and fled in all directions. Every one of those people had a green dragon embroidered on their bodies. When Wei Tao saw that his elder brother brought people to support him, he became even more arrogant. He walked up to Jason and stood in front of him, raised his chin, and said sternly, ignoring the swollen face he had just been hit, "If you're scared, kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times now, and then let me play with the beauty behind you, and I will let my eldest brother spare your life." The Qinglong Gang is the largest underground organization in Ningzhou City. All the members who can join the Qinglong Gang have some skills. But if it were someone else, Jason might have considered leaving Wei Tao's body intact, but Wei Tao never imagined that the poor boy he was shouting at in public was actually the leader of the Qinglong gang. Looking at the people Wei Tao called who were surrounding him, it was obvious that these people were new low-level staff who had no chance to meet the leader of the Qinglong gang, so they could not recognize his identity. The most muscular man walked out from among the men in black. He walked up to Jason and looked down at this young man who was not even half as tall or as strong as him. He snorted coldly and asked, "You're the one who touched my little brother? You're so brave. Have you ever heard of the name of the Qinglong gang?" "I've heard of it." Jason answered very honestly, but the disdainful expression on his face made the man who came out furious. He thought that since he joined the Qinglong gang, no one had ever treated him with such an attitude. So he gave his men a look and saw everyone rushing towards Jason, and he raised his fist and rushed towards Jason's face. Jason sighed. He didn't want to take action against his own people, but these people looked like new faces. He must have not taught them the rules yet, and now he had to clean up the mess himself. Chapter 116, Cleaning Up the House. Wei Tao stood aside and watched the show. He believed that Jason was in big trouble this time. If anyone dared to mess with him, he would be in trouble. But in the next second, his smile froze on his face, and he couldn't smile at all. Jason was very fast, and he knocked down all the people who rushed over with one punch. The man who Wei Tao called Big Brother was knocked to the ground by Jason's sweeping kick. You're not done yet." Although the man fell to the ground, he was the leader of this gang after all, and his physical fitness was naturally not comparable to that of ordinary people. He endured the pain and climbed up, wanting to attack Jason again, but Jason was faster, and he stepped on him with one leg. "Brother, are you okay?" Wei Tao exclaimed in surprise. He never imagined that his elder brother, who was always victorious in every battle, would one day become a subordinate of such a seemingly useless young man. The man was stepped on by Jason, and a sharp pain came from his body. 3 of his ribs were obviously broken. This seemingly light kick had such great power. Seeing that something was wrong, the man shouted, "You dare to attack me? I work for Liang Feng of the Qinglong gang. If you dare to touch me, Liang Feng will not let you go easily." "Oh, really?" Jason raised an eyebrow, but he suddenly retracted his foot. Thinking that Jason was frightened by Liang Feng's name, the man couldn't help but show joy on his face. He saw Jason also took out his mobile phone and directly dialed Liang Feng's number. "Liang Feng, I order you to come see me within 5 minutes, or I'll behead you." With that, Jason hung up the phone. Wei Tao on the other end couldn't help but laugh when he heard Jason's arrogant words. Who did he think he was? He could find the second in command of the Qinglong gang by just making a random phone call. But before 5 minutes had passed, I heard the sound of a car braking suddenly, and then I saw a familiar figure walking hurriedly in from the entrance of the vegetable market. Jason breathlessly knelt on one knee and saluted Jason, saying, "Boss, I didn't know you were coming back. I was sorry for not welcoming you." As soon as the word gang leader came out, Wei Tao and the other 2 were frightened. They hadn't heard it wrong, right? Liang Feng, the second in command of the Qinglong gang, actually saluted a young man who looked only in his 20s or 30s, and even called him gang leader. Suddenly, Wei Tao felt his whole body trembling. He never dreamed that he would offend the leader of the Qinglong gang. Jason was so frightened that he was shaking like a sieve. He immediately threw himself at Jason's feet and begged for mercy desperately. "I didn't know it was the gang leader who came. I didn't recognize the gold and jade. Please spare my life." But Jason didn't look at him. He just glanced at Liang Feng coldly. Liang Feng understood instantly. He gave a look to several Qinglong gang cadres who came with him, and Wei Tao and the other 2 were immediately carried away. If someone like this appears in the Qinglong gang again. Jason finished speaking. He heard Liang Feng immediately stand up and promise, "Boss, what happened today will never happen again." Jason raised his hand with satisfaction, indicating that he could leave. Liang Feng bowed respectfully to him before turning around and leaving. Anna stared at everything in front of her in amazement. Jason's every move just now actually showed the aura of a king. He didn't hesitate at all when dealing with Wei Tao and others, which made her even more obsessed. Jason turned around and smiled at Anna with a cold face as if ice and snow had melted. Then he took her hand and took everything from her hand, saying, "Let's go home." Anna nodded. With Jason by her side, she felt completely at ease. When I got home, I suddenly heard a fierce quarrel before I even entered the door. "So what if your Chun family has the Bai family as your backer?" Back then, You're just a low-ranking family. Now, allowing you to cooperate with our Zhao family is a blessing you couldn't even ask for." Jason stopped at the door. He looked at Anna with some doubt. Anna shook her head helplessly and said, "The Zhao family has been coming to our house recently. It seems they made a fortune, and now they look down on everyone in Ningzhou City." The Zhao family, a small family that had never been heard of, actually dared to come to provoke, only to hear a voice from inside saying, "Are you still counting on your useless son-in-law? 5 years ago, he was imprisoned for raping a woman. I wonder what dirty tricks he used to make everyone believe he was innocent." Jason outside the door could hear it clearly. "I didn't expect them to dare to slander me like this." Jason's lips curled up slowly. He was just about to go in to see who was the one who wanted to die when he heard Chun Fei's voice coming from inside. "Jason is our son-in-law. It's not your turn to smear his innocence." Hearing this, Jason couldn't help but stand at the door in a daze. He never thought that Chun Fei, who looked down on him in every way and even repeatedly asked him to divorce Anna, would now come forward to defend his innocence. Anna seemed to have anticipated Jason's shock, but she just smiled and said, "My parents' attitude towards you was probably so bad before because they, like everyone else, didn't know you were framed. But after that, they started to reflect on it." The quarrel inside continued, but Jason's frown slowly relaxed. He only heard Chun Fei yelling, "Get out of here. Don't let me see you Zhao family members on the Chun family's territory again." Following Chun Fei's low roar, the Zhao family members inside dared not say another word and could only retreat from the Chun family's house in disgrace. But as soon as they opened the door, they saw two people standing at the door. These two people are very recognizable. One of them is Anna, and the other is actually Jason, whom they just humiliated. The Zhao family members suddenly felt embarrassed. Without saying anything, they quickened their pace and disappeared in a flash. Fei Chen also noticed the two people at the door. He saw that it was Jason who had returned. He couldn't help but be stunned. Then he heard him snort coldly and said, "Jason, you've been out fooling around for so many days, and now you're finally back. Hurry up and put the food downstairs to cook." Although Chun Fei's tone remained unchanged, he no longer called Jason a useless son-in-law. Jason also felt the change in Chun Fei. He just smiled, nodded, and went to the kitchen with his things. Anna followed, and as soon as they put the things in the kitchen, they saw two people busy in the kitchen. Yuli was washing vegetables with Lucy Lee. When she saw the two people coming back, she stopped immediately. Lucy Lee before. She always thought that Lucy Lee was Jason's daughter, so she hated her in every way. Now that Jason's innocence has been cleared and Lucy Lee is so well-behaved and sensible, she can finally untie the knot in her heart and face Lucy Lee. Chapter 117. Preparing for the Divine Dr. Pavilion. "Dad, you're back." Lucy Lee saw Jason. Her eyes lit up instantly. Jason picked up Lucy Lee and kissed him on the face, as if all the fatigue of the past few days had disappeared. Yuli looked at the warm scene in front of her, put the dishes in her hand on the table, and said kindly, "Jason is back. Come sit down and eat." Although Jason felt that Yuli's attitude towards him had obviously changed, he did not react too much. He just nodded and responded with a smile, then carried Lucy Lee to eat. "Honey, this is some medicine I found for you to strengthen your body. Take one before you eat. It will be more effective." Jason suddenly remembered that he had not yet given Anna the antidote to the poison. The sooner she took the antidote, the better. After all, he had not told Anna about the poison before because he was afraid that she would worry. Anna just nodded obediently, then took the medicine and swallowed one without thinking too much. She never doubted anything Jason gave her. Although everyone had already taken their seats, the dining atmosphere was very strange. Only Lucy Lee was eating the rice in her bowl happily. Chun Fei and Yuli remained silent, as if they had something to say but had not yet opened their mouths. "Damn, it was all my fault before. I didn't notice that someone was plotting against me, which is why Anna has been suffering so much over the past 5 years raising the child alone. I hope you can forgive me, but please rest assured and leave Anna to me." Jason was the first to speak and break the deadlock. The atmosphere seemed to ease a little. Yuli quickly smiled and said, "Oh, we all know this. Why are we talking about this while we're eating? Eat, eat." It seemed that Jason's actions eased the atmosphere, and the atmosphere at the dinner table finally became harmonious. Shortly after dinner, Anna fell asleep due to exhaustion from the antidote she had taken. Jason checked her body and was relieved to find that the poison had indeed been eliminated. The next day, as soon as Jason got up, he received a call from Defying. It seemed that he had asked Defying to prepare for the Miracle Doctor Pavilion when he got off the plane yesterday. It seemed that he was very quick, and things were already going well. Brotherly, I've already arranged everything you asked me to do to establish the Divine Doctor Pavilion, but there is still one thing I need you to handle personally. Zhou Depeng sounded very happy. It seemed that there would be no problem in establishing the Divine Doctor Pavilion. Jason responded, and then heard Zhou Depeng say, "When I was doing business before, I always heard people say that prosperous shops usually have good locations. But if you want to expand in Ningzhou City, you must be in the city center. But most of the houses in the city center have been occupied, so we can only acquire some other companies. So we need Brotherly to personally choose which company to acquire." It turned out to be because of this matter. Jason had actually thought about it before, but had never actually investigated it. He agreed to Zhou Depeng's request, put on his clothes, and came to the place he had agreed to meet with Zhou Depeng. Fatty Zhou was completely different from the first time he saw him. Ever since he drank the marrow-cleansing soup that he had prepared for him, his entire appearance had changed drastically. Standing there at this moment, he attracted the attention of many young women. "I see you're quite popular now," Jason teased as soon as they met, but Fatty Zhou just scratched his head and said a little embarrassedly, "I'm not interested in this aspect yet. Before I repay Brotherly's kindness, I won't consider my own affairs." Fatty Zhou's simple and honest character remained unchanged. He took out a few company addresses that he had already selected and gave them to Jason. Jason just glanced at them. He had actually heard of these companies, but his impression of them was not very good. Suddenly, his eyes fell on a food delivery company called Songdequai, and a novel idea immediately emerged in his mind. He couldn't help but smile, pointed at the name above, and said, "No need to choose, this is the company." Fatty Zhou took the paper and took a look at it, then frowned in confusion. He had only selected all the places suitable for the company, but he did not expect that Jason did not choose those companies located in the city center, but chose this inconspicuous takeaway company. Defying Zhou had no doubts about Jason's decision. He just nodded silently and followed Jason's footsteps. The fast food delivery company said it was in the city center, but in fact it was almost out of the city center, just on the edge. It was not under the influence of any family, which was why Jason finally chose this place. After taking a taxi, we arrived at the headquarters of the express company in a short while. Looking up, we saw that it was just a simple 4-story building. In the prosperous Ningzhou City, every company is a high-rise building. Such a 4-story building looks particularly shabby. But Fatty Zhou still felt that this place was a little unreliable. How could such a small enterprise catch Jason's eye? But Jason didn't care at all. He just strode into the company and said, "As soon as I entered the company, I saw a man standing in front of the manager's counter with his teeth bared, and he seemed to be saying something. Small and medium-sized enterprises like yours probably have run out of funds to operate long ago, right? I heard your boss owes a lot of money, at least tens of millions. Do you really want to wait until the last minute and then have it divided up by all the forces?" The person who spoke was a woman. She looked to be in her 40s, with a shrewd and capable look on her face, but she was ruthless in her words. She continued, "Back then, your boss started his own business with no capital at all. He was a stubborn person and never accepted help from others. Now that he's suffered a huge loss, no one will come to help him anymore. Why don't you leave here quickly? Anyway, this place is about to be acquired by our Zhao family and will soon become the top shopping mall in Ningzhou City." Jason heard the word Zhao. He couldn't help but frown. Why does this name sound so familiar? Suddenly, he remembered that the Zhao family were the ones who came to the Chun family to cause trouble yesterday. The manager was a pretty girl who looked to be in her 20s. She could only smile awkwardly, but didn't dare to respond at all. "What? You don't believe it? Call your boss out. I think it's time to talk about the acquisition." The woman was shocked to see that the girl dared to look down on her, and that such a small employee dared to give her the cold shoulder. Zhao Xin has never been looked down upon by anyone in her life. Ever since the Zhao family became rich, everyone has been eager to be a dog of the Zhao family. She doesn't believe that their boss would dare to refuse the acquisition of the fast-paced company that the Zhao family is giving away. Jason was keen enough to notice the name tag on the manager who was in her 20s. The words Su Shui were clearly written on it. It turned out that her name was Su Shui. Chapter 118, $100 million. Su Shui just smiled politely but not awkwardly. "Ma'am, our boss is in a meeting. I'm afraid it's inconvenient for you to disturb him. If you have anything to say, why not talk in the living room?" But before she could finish her words, Zhao Xian suddenly rushed up and slapped Su Shui in the face, causing her mouth to bleed. She was unable to react for a moment, and Zhao Xian said arrogantly, "Who do you think you are? The Zhao family is going to buy this place today. Even the gods can't stop them." Zhao Xian's voice was so domineering that everyone in the express company could hear it clearly. All the employees couldn't help but start talking about it. At this time, a man in his 30s wearing a suit walked down from the elevator. The man looked extraordinary, but his face was full of solemnity. It seemed that he was Han Tongyu, the boss of the express company. "What's going on?" When Han Tongyu saw someone coming to cause trouble, he couldn't help but look cold. But when he saw that the other party was actually from the Zhao family, he had to force a smile and stepped forward and said, "It's Ms. Zhao Xian. What orders do you have for us?" Seeing Han Tongyu actually come out, Zhao Xian couldn't let go of this opportunity. She rushed forward, pointed at Han Tongyu's nose and shouted, 50 million. The Zhao family is going to buy this place today. If you don't sell it, I don't mind sending people here to raise your company to the ground. Then we'll see if you're willing to sell it." Zhao Xian's tone was extremely arrogant, leaving no room for the other party. Although Han Tongyu was very angry, he did not have the strength to fight against the Zhao family, so he could only clench his fists secretly. He started from scratch and started his own business. Recently, he encountered business problems and lost tens of millions of yuan at once. If he could sell his company, as Zhao Xian said, she could simply spend 50 million yuan and maybe this hole could be filled. But out of dignity, he really didn't want to hand over the business he had managed to such a profit-seeking guy. "Brotherly, how long are you going to watch here?" Although Zhou Depeng was joking, he knew in his heart that the reason Jason didn't take action the moment he saw Zhao Xian was that he was waiting for this opportunity. 50 million isn't enough, is it? My Zhao family has plenty of money. 80 million, if you still won't sell. Zhao Xian naturally noticed Han Tongyu's hesitation, and she added another 30 million yuan without hesitation. This time, it was obvious that Han Tongyu's face was moved. But after a moment, she gritted her teeth and said, "Songkwai is a company I've put so much effort into building. It's true that I owe a lot of money, but I can't just hand over my employees and company to someone as profit-driven as you." As soon as these words came out, Zhao Xian's face changed drastically. She laughed in anger and said, "Okay, if you don't accept my toast, I'll drink the wine for you. Do you know that our Zhao family is no longer what it used to be? Just wait, I'll show you what I'm doing." As she spoke, Zhao Xian was about to call her eldest brother, who was Zhao Shua, the head of the Zhao group. Jason saw that the time had come. He took a few steps forward with a smile on his lips, and then said, "Could I bother you two for a moment? I'm also here to acquire this company. Could you please listen to my proposal first, and then make a choice?" Jason's voice immediately broke the tense atmosphere between Han Tongyu and Zhao Xian. The two of them couldn't help but look at Jason, who suddenly appeared in surprise. But Jason only had a faint smile on his face without any flaws. "Who do you think you are? Look at how shabby you're dressed. And you think you have the money to buy a company? Get out of here, you country bumpkin." Zhao Xian didn't come to the Chun family to cause trouble yesterday, so she naturally didn't recognize Jason. She now just thought that Jason must be a lunatic who rushed out of a mental hospital. Everything on his body put together was not worth even one of her shoes, and he still wanted to talk about acquiring the company. But Jason ignored her provocation and only looked at Han Tongyu. Han Tongyu was also desperate at this time. Although he still had doubts about Jason's identity, it would not be a bad thing if he could force the Zhao family to retreat by cooperating with him. Jason got a hint from Han Tongyu, so he said, "The project I'm going to do is to have you deliver medicine." As soon as these words were spoken, Han Tongyu's eyes lit up instantly. Delivering medicine was something he had never thought of before. All employees of the express delivery company basically cooperate with major restaurants. But in recent years, their business has been suppressed by their peers. In addition, the consumption level in Ningzhou City has been continuously increasing. Many big-name restaurants dislike the cheapness of takeout and are only willing to accept reservations. Therefore, they have no market at all. But now Jason has actually proposed such a promising project. How can Han Tongyu not be tempted? Besides, he didn't want to make the express company disappear completely and turn into a shopping mall like Zhao Xian did. Instead, he wanted to retain the characteristics of the original company and just add a new project. Zhao Tongyu looked at the young man in front of him, who was only in his 20s. His eyes could not be wrong. The young man in front of him was definitely a business elite with a business mind. He rarely became serious and asked seriously, "How much are you willing to invest in this project?" Jason was waiting for Han Tongyu's words. He raised a finger, but Zhao Xian laughed at him. "No way. You're not saying it's only 100,000, right? 100,000 isn't even enough for a beauty treatment." Zhao Xian was laughing at him without knowing the truth, but Jason's words stopped her from laughing at all. 100 million in cash. When these words came out, even Defying Zhou beside him couldn't help but be shocked. He knew that Jason was very rich, but he didn't know that he could take out 100 million in an instant, and in cash. Before everyone could react, Jason made a phone call and said, "Are you the president of Ningzhou Bank? I need to withdraw $100 million from the card I opened with you. It's urgent, so I need you to send someone to deliver it immediately." Dollar. If it were US dollars, the value would be more than 6 times higher. Everyone present, including the employees, was shocked by this huge number and could not recover for a long time. 100 million US dollars. What does this mean? This is a fortune that most people will never get in their lifetime, and they dare not even think about it. However, the young man in front of him casually gave out 100 million US dollars. He did not even show any regret at all, as if 100 million US dollars was just the tip of the iceberg for him. Everyone looked at Jason had completely changed. This Jason was not from the same dimension as them. Chapter 119, The Zhao Family's Destruction. $100 million? Who are you kidding? Did you think I wouldn't recognize your little trick? Did you just want to scare me off? Surprisingly, I've already recognized it. This is your scam. I don't believe you can conjure up $100 million. Zhao Xian came back to his senses from the shock. He looked at Jason in front of him and never believed that this poor boy could really come up with $100 million. If not, he must be lying. Jason almost forgot that there was Zhao Xian, the troublemaker. He then remembered that he had not yet settled the score with the Zhao family for their disrespectful remarks to the Chun family yesterday, and for even coming to their house to cause trouble. By the way, I have another gift for your company. Jason looked coldly at Zhao Xian in front of him, but his words were actually directed at Han Tongyu over there. Han Tongyu then came back to his senses from his shock. He didn't know what amazing thing Jason was going to come up with next. He didn't dare to say a word and could only hold his breath and wait for what Jason would say next. Jason said loudly, "The Zhao family humiliated you today. Soon the Zhao family will no longer exist in Ningzhou City, and there will no longer be a place for the Zhao family to stand in Ningzhou City." As he said that, Jason gave Zhou Depang a look, and Zhou Depang understood and immediately set about doing it. When Zhao Xian heard Jason dare to speak so arrogantly, he was shocked. He just said that he could invest 100 million US dollars in this project, and now he even said shamelessly that he wanted to destroy the Zhao family. Who does he think he is? Even if the Jade Emperor came down to Earth, he couldn't let the Zhao family be wiped out. But a minute later, 2 armored trucks suddenly appeared outside the company. They stopped at the door, and several men in black got out of them and took the boxes inside. Zhao Xian couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. How is this possible? Could it be that they really are here to give Jason money? The men in black walked up to Jason and respectfully opened the boxes in their hands. The boxes were filled with bundles of banknotes neatly arranged. When he counted them, it turned out to be exactly 100 million US dollars. Everyone present was instantly shocked. They had never seen such a large amount of money in their lives, and manager Su Shui was even more stunned. Jason's every move since just now, but she never thought that he actually had such financial resources. Boss this. Su Shui walked to Han Yutong's side. Han Tongyu's face was also full of shock at this time. When Su Shui called him, he quickly came to his senses. He knew that Su Shui had deliberately stopped Zhao Xian just now. If not, she would not have been beaten. Han Tongyu took out a handkerchief from his pocket, wiped the blood from Su Shui's lips, and then said, "Xiao Su, I'm afraid we really met an important person today." Zhao Xian looked at the boxes of US dollars in front of her in disbelief. She seemed unwilling to wake up. After a moment, she rushed forward, grabbed Jason's collar tightly, and shouted, "I don't believe it. I don't believe it. You must have hired some actors, this liar. This money must be fake." Seeing that she was still stubborn, Jason couldn't help but sigh helplessly and pulled her hand away. At this moment, Zhao Xian's phone suddenly rang, over and over again, like a death knell. Zhao Xian let go of Jason and tremblingly took out the phone. Suddenly, he heard his elder brother, Zhao Shua's roar from the other end of the line. "Who on earth did you offend out there? Just now, All the families issued a warning to the Zhao family and terminated all cooperation with us. Little sister, who on earth did you offend? Zhao Shuha's roars of extreme collapse reached everyone's ears, which made Zhao Xian feel as if a bucket of cold water was poured over her head, and she woke up instantly. She did not hang up the phone for a long time and looked at everything in front of her with lifeless eyes. Jason walked up, snatched Zhao Xian's phone, put it to his ear, and said, "Remember, the name of the person you're messing with is Jason." Jason. Zhao Shuha on the opposite side was suddenly horrified. Although he had heard of this name a long time ago, he had never taken it seriously. They had just caused a big disturbance at the Chun family yesterday, but they didn't expect that just one day later, Jason would make them pay such a painful price. Zhao Shuha hung up the phone in fear. Now, their Zhao family no longer had a foothold in Ningzhou. Even if they moved to other provinces, they would not be able to escape this retribution. No, no, please don't attack the Zhao family, please. I'm wrong. I shouldn't have bought this place. Zhao Xian finally realized what kind of person he had offended, but it was too late. Jason had already called the company's security, who directly grabbed Zhao Xian and several of his followers and threw them out of the company. Seeing that Zhao Xian had disappeared, Han Tongyu walked up and held Jason's hand tightly. His face was full of gratitude. If Jason hadn't come to his rescue today, he would probably have been outmaneuvered by Zhao Xian, and the fast company he had given him would have ceased to exist. Thank you for your help. In return, I promise to hand over all the shares of Fast Company I gave you. From now on, you will be the chairman of this place. At first, Han Tongyu was worried that after he sold the company, the new chairman would not be able to treat his employees well, but now seeing Jason's protective attitude, he can naturally feel relieved. But Jason shook his head unexpectedly. Seeing Jason suddenly shaking his head, Su Shui thought he had changed his mind and quickly stood up and said, "Jason, although our company is small, the employees here are all veterans. Each of us started from scratch with Boss Han, and none of us would betray the company. No wonder after Zhao Xian came in just now, no employee in the company was willing to be poached." Jason smiled and then said, "I don't need so many shares. I only need 60%, and the remaining 40% will belong to you. After all, I don't have that much energy to take care of various matters of the company. But that doesn't mean I won't care about this place at all. I will take time to come here for surprise inspections, and if there are any shortcomings, I will definitely hold the person responsible accountable." His voice reached Han Yutong's ears like a ray of warm sunshine, warming his heart. He had been an entrepreneur for more than 10 years and was now in his 30s. He had started from scratch, and no one had ever helped him like this, nor had anyone chosen to help him when he was in trouble. Only Jason did this. Jason did not take all the shares and gave Han Tongyu enough face. How could he not feel warm? So he nodded quickly and said, all right. Although the chairman is not in the company, I will personally handle all matters, big or small. Don't worry about that." Seeing that Han Tongyu was also an honest person, Jason asked him to put down all the cash he brought and then talked about some details of the project. Chapter 120: The Miracle Doctor's Pavilion opens. As soon as he left the company, Defying Zhou cast a puzzled look at Jason. Didn't he come here to acquire the company to use as a pharmacy? Why was he now cooperating with the food delivery company Songdequai? Jason seemed to understand what Defying Zhou meant, and he said slowly, "After looking around, I found that the pharmacy doesn't have to be in the city center. Now that we have cooperated with express delivery, no matter where a pharmacy is, we could deliver to various places in Ningzhou City. So there's no need to be so obsessed with the city center." Jason shrugged his shoulders easily. In fact, he had not planned to find a place in the city center from the beginning. Here, he could always greet the powerful people he knew. He didn't want to rely on anyone's strength to do things. Fatty Joe suddenly realized that he had been thinking in the wrong direction from the beginning. He scratched his head embarrassedly and secretly sighed that Jason's quick thinking was really extraordinary. The two of them wandered around for about 3 or 4 days before finally choosing a location with excellent feng shui for the headquarters of the Divine Dr. Pavilion. After confirming that there were no problems with the location, Jason began to prepare for matters related to the Miracle Dr. Pavilion. From the beginning of the renovation to the selection of personnel and the purchase of goods, it took almost a month to prepare. Only then was the Miracle Dr. Pavilion officially declared complete. Jason had previously collected a lot of good medicinal herbs, which could be used to make a living for a short period of time. After everything was sorted out, the Miracle Doctor Pavilion was officially opened. Jason originally thought that since he was far away from the city center, there would be less business and the business would not be very good on the first day. However, he never expected that the business would be as busy as a crowd of people on the first day of opening. All those who had been treated by him in the past, when they heard that he had opened a clinic, came to the door in droves, also wanting to find a good prescription. So on the first day of opening, Zhou Depeng, the deputy leader, fainted from exhaustion. Moreover, the first day's turnover was very impressive, and several plants of top-quality medicinal herbs were sold. When the Divine Doctor Pavilion officially announced its cooperation with the Express Delivery Company and launched the medicine delivery service, the entire Divine Doctor Pavilion became famous in Ningzhou City and became known to everyone. Time flies, and another week has passed. Zhou Depeng has gradually adapted to this high-intensity life, and with the training of this life, his body has become increasingly strong. Even if Jason is not in the store, he has the ability to handle it on his own. It was already evening and time to close the shop, but Depeng Zhou was still packing herbs in the shop. Logically speaking, if it were any other pharmacy, no one would come to visit at this time, but the Miracle Doctor Pavilion is always crowded with people and demand exceeds supply. Fatty Zhou packed up the last batch of herbs and was about to close the shop when a shifty-looking man suddenly appeared at the door. As soon as he saw Fatty Zhou, he immediately pretended to be in pain, fell to the ground, and shouted, "Quack, what medicine did you prescribe for me? Didn't you say it was for strengthening the body? Why did I get such severe abdominal pain after just one sip? My wife has been unconscious since she drank it." His voice was so loud that everyone in the room could hear it clearly. As soon as he said this, everyone couldn't help but gasp. You should know that for a doctor, the most important thing is medical ethics. Besides, this is not an ordinary medical clinic like other ones in Ningzhou City. It was opened by Jason, who is known as a miracle doctor. Now, such news has come out. Not only did he make people sick, but he also made one person unconscious. How can people not be scared? Zhou Depeng's brows immediately frowned. He had never heard that the medicine he prescribed would have such side effects. In fact, in order to train Zhou Depeng's abilities, not all the medicines here were prescribed by Jason. Many of them were originally created by Zhou Depeng himself. But no matter which one it was, Depeng Zhou only dared to use the medicine after personally experimenting with it, and there would definitely not be the abdominal pain or coma that the man described. The only explanation is that this man deliberately framed him, and the purpose of the frame-up was to ruin the reputation of the entire Divine Doctor Pavilion. Thinking of this, Depeng Zhou immediately said, "I don't know when you came to get the medicine, and what medicine was prescribed. My brother, you can't speak without evidence. You must provide evidence." The man seemed to have anticipated that Depeng Zhou would ask this question. He tremblingly took out a white cloth bag from his arms, spread it in his hands, opened it, and said painfully, "Because my wife and I have trouble sleeping, I got the most effective tranquilizer from you. This is the medicine residue. I brought it all with me. Please give me justice." This quack doctor in the Miracle Doctor's Pavilion wrote this prescription, but was irresponsible and now wants to deny his responsibility. My poor wife is still lying in the hospital, unconscious. Even the doctors are helpless. As he spoke, the man couldn't help but burst into tears, as if it were true. Fat Joe walked up and took the medicine residue from the man's hand. He examined it carefully and sniffed it a few times. This was indeed the tranquilizer prescription he had prescribed. The ingredients in it had not changed at all. There was definitely no tampering with the medicine. At this moment, he suddenly recalled that this man had indeed come to get a prescription for tranquilizers a few days ago, but his actions were not so sneaky at that time, so he did not pay much attention to it. Fatty Joe couldn't help but sneer. It was amazing that he could come up with such a clumsy trick, pretending to be sick. If it was the medicine I prescribed, there would be no problem, but if the problem was with the man's own body, then the medicine cannot be blamed. How about you let me take your pulse, so I can see what's wrong with you? Fatty Joe didn't show any fear. He put the bag of medicine residue on the table, then walked up to the man and tried to feel his pulse, but the man suddenly withdrew his hand and shouted, "Don't even think about touching me again. Quack! Although our Hu family isn't a big family, we will never be threatened by scum like you." As soon as the name of the Hu family came out, everyone immediately realized that the Hu family was originally a medical family in Ningzhou City, and they also ran a large-scale clinic in Ningzhou City. The man in front of them was the young master of the Hu family named Hu Chang. Hu Chang grew up in the Hu family and was naturally exposed to medicine. Now that he said that there was something wrong with the medicine, could it be that this miracle Dr. Pavilion really had some shameful secret? Quack, give me some justice. Hu Chang shouted loudly and refused to let Zhou Depang get close to him. The people around him looked at Zhou Depang with increasingly strange eyes, but no one came out to stop it. Chapter 1:21, A Risky Move. I don't know why it's still so busy here at this late hour. Fatty, shouldn't it be closing time now? Just as Hu Chang was making a lot of noise, a cold voice suddenly came from the door. When Depang Zhou heard this voice, he felt relieved instantly. He walked over, stood in front of Jason, and said loudly, "Brotherly, you're finally here." This guy suddenly came to our store and told me that he had abdominal pain after taking the tranquilizer I prescribed, and his wife was in a coma. I've checked the medicinal residue, and there's nothing wrong with it. But Hu Chang refuses to let me take his pulse. There must be something fishy going on. Fatty Zhou's voice was very loud, but his eyes kept looking at Hu Chang, who was still pretending to be in pain. When Hu Chang heard what Fatty Zhou said, he couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. So he said with a specious argument, "Quack, you still dare to touch me. If you take my pulse and then lie and say I'm fine, then I'll be tricked again. You should ask my doctor to see me. But my doctor said there was something wrong with the medicine you prescribed." Hu Qiangyi was shouting over there. Although Zhou Depang had already explained, the people around looked at Jason and Zhou Depang with no more trust. However, Jason had already expected that someone would come to cause trouble. Since he chose to open a clinic in Ningzhou City, it must have touched the cake of some people, and they will definitely find ways to obstruct him. Jason walked forward slowly, his tone gentle, but every word was piercing. The Hu family is a family of medicine. Now that I'm opening a clinic here, I'm afraid I'm stealing your business, right? I'm working with the Express Company, and I think all the clinics in the city center of Ningzhou will have a hard time. How about we talk about cooperation? I'll acquire Hu's pharmaceuticals, and you'll apologize and clear up all this. As soon as these words were spoken, Hu Chang's eyes immediately became shocked. Jason even know what he's talking about. In fact, Hu Chang had already prepared for Jason to come and argue with him, like Zhou Depang. According to his father's instructions, he didn't need to be really sick. He just needed to make a fuss here to arouse the suspicion of everyone around him about the miracle Dr. Pavilion. Once the seeds of doubt were planted, any public opinion in the future would be enough to bring down the divine Dr. Pavilion. However, Jason in front of him was not only not angry, but also calmly said that he wanted to acquire Hu's pharmaceuticals. It's just a pipe dream. Stop talking nonsense here. If you don't give me an explanation today, don't even think about leaving here easily. Hu Chang stopped talking nonsense with him. He just wanted to make the situation more and more muddy. However, Jason didn't care about Hu Chang's nonsense at all. He looked at Zhou Depang again and said, "Are you sure there's nothing wrong with the medicine residue he brought?" Fat Zhou nodded affirmatively. He had just checked it carefully and was sure that there was no problem at all. "You're sure this is the dregs of the medicine you drank, right?" Jason looked at Hu Chang again. Hu Chang raised his chin and said loudly, "Yes, that's right. I became like this after drinking it." Jason sighed. He didn't know why the Hu family would send out such a foolish guy like Hu Chang. So he exchanged a look with Zhou Depang, who immediately understood what he meant and walked forward, picked up the medicine residue, and raised it, saying loudly. Everyone saw it, and Hu Chang just admitted it. He developed all these symptoms after drinking the medicine I prescribed, and the residue is right here. As soon as Zhou Depang said this, everyone's eyes couldn't help but look at him. Hu Chang even thought that Zhou Depang had given up completely, and a smile of success appeared on his face. But the next second, he couldn't laugh at all. He saw Depang. Zhou picked up a bunch of medicine residue and stuffed it directly into his mouth. This action scared everyone. I didn't expect him to do this directly. Fatty Zhou chewed it twice, then stuffed the remaining medicine residue into his mouth and swallowed it all in a few gulps. "You're crazy," Hu Chang screamed. He didn't know what was wrong with Depang Zhou. Could it be that he was stimulated and went crazy? But then he only heard Jason say coldly, "Depang prescribed a tranquilizing and strengthening medicine. There's still some medicine residue on the dregs. If it's true, as you said, that after taking the medicine, he'll have unbearable abdominal pain and pass out instantly, then why don't we all just wait and see if Depang Zhou will experience the same symptoms as Mr. Hu and his wife in an hour?" No one expected that Depang Zhou would take such a risky move just to prove his innocence. However, after swallowing the bitter medicine residue, an unshakable determination appeared in Depang Zhou's eyes. Hu Chang couldn't help swallowing his saliva. He couldn't believe that there was such a reckless person in the world. However, it was Zhou Depeng's recklessness and straightforwardness that made everyone around him realize in an instant that all this was just a conspiracy. Time passed minute by minute, and within this hour, no one said anything. Even Hu Chang, who was noisy just now, shut up and waited quietly for Zhou Depeng's reaction. But an hour later, Fatty Zhou was still in high spirits, without any adverse reactions. Jason couldn't help but put on a smile on his face and said, "Mr. Hu, do you have anything to say now?" Hu Chang's eyes were filled with disbelief. Seeing that everyone's eyes were already on him, he no longer had any reason to quibble. He could not help but get angry and shouted loudly, "Don't believe him. This quack might be pretending." "I expected him to slander me like this," Jason then said coldly. When Mr. Hu came in just now, he had severe abdominal pain. His face was almost completely pale with pain, and he was sweating all over. But look at Zhou Depeng. He didn't show any of these signs. If the pain was really unbearable, physiological phenomena would not deceive people. Besides, Fatty Zhou is in high spirits, showing no signs of unconsciousness at all. You brought this medicine residue with you, and you personally admitted that this is the medicine you drank. Are you thinking of going back on your word now? Jason said was like a heavy punch to Hu Chang's heart, making him feel guilty and unable to utter a word. Exactly. I think it's clear that Who's Pharmaceuticals is jealous of the Divine Doctor's Pavilion's booming business. So they want to come out and ruin the Divine Doctor's Pavilion's business. You even came here to have people smear the reputation of the Divine Doctor's Pavilion. How disgusting. The voices of the crowd's discussions reached Hu Chang's ears. Hu Chang looked at the scene in disbelief. If it weren't for Zhou Depeng's risky move, he would have completed the task assigned to him by his father. How would he make a fool of himself in public here? Chapter 122, delivered to the door. Impossible, impossible. This is impossible. Hu Chang said impossible 3 times in a row, but he still couldn't believe it. He originally came here to destroy the reputation of the Miracle Doctor's Pavilion, but now it has added to its reputation. It is said that Hu's medicine has been burdened with a lot of bad reputation. I almost forgot to tell you, since you dare to provoke me, I'm afraid you're ready to pay the price. Regarding the acquisition I mentioned earlier, I hope you can still consider it. Otherwise, do you remember the Zhao family who disappeared in Ningzhou City a few days ago? He is your fate. Jason has always been like this. He will never let those who are sincere to him suffer any humiliation. But when he meets those who only want to harm him, he will never show mercy. As soon as the word Zhao family came out, everyone was stunned. They had wondered why the Zhao family suddenly disappeared in Ningzhou City overnight, but they never thought that it was the work of the young man in front of them. Everyone looked at Jason with more respect, and Hu Chang was silent in an instant and dared not say a word. He was afraid that he would not be able to complete his mission today. He could only grit his teeth and yelled loudly, "Just wait. I don't believe a poor kid like you can actually buy out the Hu family. I'll remember everything that happened today." Although he still spoke tough, Hu Chang knew very well that he had no room for maneuver here. He turned around dejectedly and almost ran out of the door. After a while, even his shadow could not be seen. "Brotherly, thanks to you for coming to the rescue today. Otherwise, I really don't know what to do." Fatty Joe scratched his head in a simple manner. He didn't have enough ability to handle such an emergency on his own, but he had learned a lot from Jason and believed that he would continue to improve in the future. Jason nodded. Actually, he was not a competitive person, but the words Hu Chang left before leaving inadvertently aroused his competitive spirit. Jason would never let go of those who wantonly trampled on his dignity under his nose. No matter who they were, he would make them pay the price. But what Jason didn't expect was that Hu Chang was still not satisfied after suffering a loss tonight. He brought a lot of people to the Miracle Doctor Pavilion early the next morning. Each of the people he brought with him had very strong arms, and it seemed that they were here to cause trouble. "Hu Chang, what are you doing? Didn't you suffer enough last night? If you dare to attack the Divine Doctor Pavilion today, it won't be us who will be disgraced, but your Hu Pharmaceutical." Fatty Zhou didn't expect that Hu Chang would bring people to block the entrance of the Miracle Doctor Pavilion early the next morning. When Jason arrived, Fatty Zhou had already confronted them. "What I want to do? Can't you see it? Where do the medicinal herbs in your Divine Doctor Pavilion come from? Don't think I don't know. Search them all. I want to see how these 3 no products are used to make medicines." Hu Chang's face was full of arrogance. With him came his father, Hu Bin, the head of the Hu family. He listened to his son's report yesterday. He didn't expect Jason to be so bold and even delusionally dream of swallowing the entire WHO pharmaceutical into his pocket. He was really shameless. Why did you come in and search? Who are you? Fatty Joe frowned. Even if there was something wrong with the medicinal materials, it was not the WHO family's turn to make comments. Seeing that Hu Qiangfan seemed to be trying to interfere, he must still be holding a grudge about what happened last night. Why? Because my father is the president of the Ningzhou Medical Alliance. All the clinics that can be opened in Ningzhou City are managed by our WHO's medicine. So why should you be an exception? Hu Chang raised his chin arrogantly. As long as he brought out this title, the people in the Miracle Doctor Pavilion would have no way to refuse, even if they wanted to. Besides, it was still business hours and there were so many people watching. If they refused, he would just accuse them of having something to hide. Jason observed all this quietly. He didn't expect the WHO family to be so stupid. They had just hit a wall with him last night, and today they said they couldn't wait to die quickly. No, our pharmacy is not open to outsiders. Fat Joe still looked determined. He said that he would never let this group of people with bad intentions into the pharmacy. What if they tampered with the medicinal materials in the Divine Doctor Pavilion like they did yesterday? But just when Defying Zhou was about to stop him, Jason suddenly stood up and said, "Defying, it's okay, let them check." Jason's sudden appearance instantly attracted everyone's attention. No one thought that Jason would take action at this time. Jason's voice also attracted the attention of the Hu family father and son. Before Hu Chang could speak, Hu Bin raised his eyebrows and said, "Are you Jason, the boss of the Miraculous Doctor's Pavilion?" Hu Bin looks like a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s. Although he's already middle-aged, he is still strong and sturdy. Standing there at this time, he naturally has a sense of majesty. "It's me." Jason nodded neither humbly nor arrogantly. He was not all overwhelmed by Hu Bin's aura. Instead, Hu Bin couldn't help but feel puzzled. How could such a young man who looked only in his 20s have such courage and stand in front of him without revealing any flaws? But a moment later, he suddenly remembered that Jason had just agreed to let him go into the pharmacy to check. He had heard of Jason a long time ago. A young talent like him would be in great demand wherever he was. But he refused to choose a place in the city center, which meant that he did not want to belong to any faction. How can we allow such a person to continue to grow? You just said you wanted us to go in and check it out, right? Hu Bin didn't want to let go of this good opportunity. Jason suddenly said this for some reason, and he absolutely couldn't let it go now. But Jason showed no regret at all, and then said, "Since you want to see it, then go ahead and see it. My medicinal herbs are all top quality ones. No matter how you check, there will be no problem. Everyone present here, every one of them, can go in with the Hu father and son to check it out together." Jason said this. Even Hu Bin couldn't help but be shocked. He had never expected that Jason would actually do this and let everyone go into the pharmacy to visit. It was simply ridiculous. What is a pharmacy? It's a sacred place where all kinds of life-saving medicines are stored. Often, genius pharmacists, fearing that their prescriptions will be leaked, will never let anyone into their pharmacy. But Jason is completely different. He does the opposite, allowing everyone to have the opportunity to see the original appearance of the medicine they take. The seemingly reckless method actually contains endless profound meanings, which made Hu Bin fall into deep thought. Okay, then why don't you let Jason take us there? After thinking for a while, Hu Bin didn't take it too seriously since it wouldn't affect his plans. Then his calm smile appeared on his face again. Chapter 123, Ruining the Scene. As they entered the pharmacy, a burst of medicinal fragrance came into everyone's nose. Although Zhou Depang was honest, he was not careless. He had carefully sorted out each medicinal ingredient, cleaned it, and placed it in the drawer. Therefore, it is not difficult to find each medicinal ingredient. You just need to look for it according to the text above. Hu Bin gave Hu Chang a look, and Hu Chang understood. The two of them went up and opened each drawer, carefully took out the medicinal ingredients inside, checked them carefully, and then put them back. During this process, Jason just stood by and watched without saying a word. In addition, many of the onlookers were doctors who knew medicine. After getting Jason's consent, they went up to check it out with the Hu father and son. About an hour passed, and all the herbs in the pharmacy had been checked, but there was no clue. Watching Hu Bin check the last Polygonum multiflorum and then carefully put it back into the box, Jason asked, "You've already checked. Are there any problems with these herbs?" There were several doctors from other places who accompanied the Hu father and son in the examination. They also came here for inspection and did not find any problems with these medicinal materials. If the Hu father and son wanted to lie, it would be impossible. Hu Chang was about to speak, but was stopped by Hu Bin. After all, Hu Bin was very shrewd. He just smiled and said, Jason, there's nothing wrong with these herbs. My son and I have already checked them. Every one of your medicines is of excellent quality. Upon hearing this, Jason couldn't help but frown again. He didn't know what Hu Chang was up to. Not only did he not say that there was anything wrong with his medicinal materials, but he also praised them so much. Presumably, his real purpose was not this. But there's another question. Where do these high-quality herbs come from? I've never heard of any herbal medicine factory in Ningzhou that can sell herbs of such excellent quality. I wonder if Jason has the receipts for these herbs? Otherwise, can I doubt that they are not sourced from legitimate sources? As soon as these words were spoken, Jason immediately understood what the Hu father and son were here for today. Indeed, these medicinal herbs were not purchased by him, but were given to him by those who had received his favors. Each one was of excellent quality and was something they could show off. But I didn't expect that it would become the evidence of the Hu family father and son slandering me. I guess without a suitable reason, it would be impossible to convince people. I really don't know what Mr. Hu is talking about. You just said that all the pharmacies in Ningzhou are controlled by your Hu pharmaceutical. Of course, these herbs are imported from you. Could it be that Mr. Hu has forgotten? After thinking about it, a good idea came to his mind. Since Hu Chang was able to slander people yesterday, why can't he do it today? Hu Bin had never expected Jason to answer like this. His expression changed instantly, and then he shouted loudly, Jason, don't talk nonsense. When did you buy these top-grade medicinal herbs from Hu's medicine? Seeing Hu Bin panic, Jason felt that his chance had come. He gave Zhou Depang a look, and then he heard Zhou Depang step forward and say angrily, Then I want to ask you, the people of the Hu family, what nonsense are you talking about? They just sent people to slander us yesterday. Everyone present here must have heard about what happened yesterday. It's only been one night, and you guys have brought so many people today to surround the Miracle Doctor's pavilion. How can we do business? You just said that there's no way to buy such high-quality medicinal materials in the entire Ningzhou city. Even if you search the entire country, such a large quantity can only be obtained at Hu's pharmaceutical. If we didn't buy it from you, could it be that we dug it out of the ground? Fatty Zhou's words reached everyone's ears, causing them to talk about it. Indeed, Hu Chang had just caused a big fuss at the Divine Doctor Pavilion yesterday and made a fool of himself. Today, he brought people to prevent the Divine Doctor Pavilion from doing business. The Hu family's intentions were obvious. Hearing the people around him pointing fingers at him, Hu Bin had 1,000 grievances. He had just wanted to take this opportunity to suppress Jason in front of him, but he didn't expect that Jason would have a sudden inspiration and resolve the crisis. You're lying. I think you must have stolen these herbs from somewhere. We at the Hu family don't have any record of your purchases. When Hu Chang saw that his father was speechless, he couldn't help but step forward and yelled loudly. But Jason narrowed his eyes and said coldly, How dare you, Hu Chang, say lie? If you were intent on framing me, deleting these purchase records wouldn't be impossible. Hu Chang was so angry that he was speechless, but now he couldn't refute anything. Jason was really eloquent and could make them speechless with just a few words. However, the Miracle Doctor Pavilion has already developed and is now known to everyone in the entire Ningzhou city. If it continues to develop, I am afraid that the medical community in the entire Ningzhou city will undergo earth-shaking changes. No matter what, they can't continue to let the Divine Doctor Pavilion go on like this today. Hu Chang and Hu Bin exchanged glances. Even if they destroy this place today, they can't continue to let the Divine Doctor Pavilion steal their business. Then, Hu Bin's face turned cold, and he whispered, I see you're refusing to accept my offer, so I'm going to give you some face. If you're willing to take back what you said yesterday and serve our Hu family, I can spare your life. But now it seems that you are so stubborn that I am afraid there is no way to convince you. Come here, smash the Divine Doctor Pavilion for me. As expected, the Hu family father and son were not here to reason with him at all. Jason had been prepared for this. The moment he saw them bringing people, he knew that they were bound to fight here today. Jason sneered, then said, Big fatty, go evacuate the crowd. I think Hu's medicine isn't just going to deal with the Divine Doctor Pavilion today. I'm afraid they don't intend to let go of the innocent people here either. Their behavior is truly punishable by death. Fat Joe agreed immediately. He quickly opened the back door and led everyone out of the Miracle Doctor Pavilion. But Hu Bin was not willing to give him this opportunity. He had already made a move. The people he brought with him picked up the sticks they had prepared long ago and went to smash and destroy the store. Their goal was not to hurt anyone, but but to destroy all the precious medicinal materials stored in the entire Divine Doctor Pavilion. If anyone was to blame someone, it was Jason, who invited them all to the pharmacy, which gave him the opportunity to take advantage of them. As for the aftermath, I believe that my colleagues all regard the Divine Doctor Pavilion as a thorn in their side and will only condone my actions. As for Jason, a young man who is only in his 20s, it is impossible for him to cause any trouble on his own. Chapter 124: No Place to Stand. Seeing the Hu family destroying his herbs one by one, Jason was not in a hurry. He just walked up to them slowly, looked at Hu Bin, who looked very proud, and said, "Actually, I want to save some face for you. If you agreed to be acquired by our Divine Doctor Pavilion, I would not pursue yesterday's matter. But today, not only did you come to cause trouble, you also smashed my medicinal herbs. It seems like you really want to end up like the Zhao family." Jason finished speaking, his figure flashed, his fist clenched tightly, and in an instant he hit the abdomen of the person closest to him. Jason was very fast and had great strength, knocking the man unconscious. He actually has such a hand. Hu Bin never thought that Jason could knock down the Hu family's well-trained bodyguards with just one move. When he saw Jason's calm and effortless movements and the speed at which he knocked down all the people he brought with him, his expression could no longer remain calm. All the doctors he had seen before were only able to treat illnesses and were just fancy-looking people. However, he did not expect that Jason not only possessed unique skills, but also had such abilities. But now that we have broken off relations with the Divine Doctor Pavilion, I'm afraid there is no turning back. Hu Bin gave Hu Chang a look, and the two of them rushed toward Jason. Jason noticed their movements, snatched the stick from one of his men, and rushed towards the two men. A heavy blow from a stick hit Hu Chang's waist, knocking him to the ground. After hearing Hu Chang's scream of pain, we knew that he no longer had the strength to fight. "You dare to touch my son. Our Hu family will not let you go." Seeing his only son being beaten, Hu Bin couldn't help but feel angry. He raised his fist and hit Jason's weak spot in anger. But how could Jason give him this chance? He kicked him several times and knocked him to the ground. Seeing that everyone around him had been dealt with, Jason walked up and stepped on Hu Bin. With the force of his foot, several of his ribs were broken. Hu Bin let out a hysterical scream, but his strong body would never allow him to admit defeat like the young man in front of him who was only in his 20s. But at this moment, his phone suddenly rang, but Hu Bin was stepped on by Jason and could not move at all. Jason noticed it, and he kindly picked up the phone for Hu Bin, answered the call, and pressed the hands-free button. I only heard the other end of the phone say, "Boss, something bad has happened. The major families have all returned the medicinal herbs they purchased from us. We can't even sell half of the herbs in Ningzhou City. Boss, where are you? Please come back soon. Otherwise, whose medicine will go bankrupt soon." As soon as these words came out, Hu Bin, who was lying on the ground, couldn't help but shudder at the sound of his ears. He had never thought that Jason actually had this ability to make everything he had worked so hard for collapse in an instant. No amount of dignity would be of any use at this moment. He quickly hugged Jason's feet tightly and yelled, I was wrong. Please let me go. Let our Hu family go." Hu Bin, who was so arrogant just now begged him to let them go in a humble manner. Jason did not forget how arrogant he was when he ordered the destruction of the Divine Doctor Pavilion just now. He said coldly, "Hand over all your shares in Hu's pharmaceuticals, and then the Hu family will disappear from Ningzhou City. In that case, I will spare your lives." Okay. I'll send someone right away. Please let me and my son go." In front of life, all wealth is nothing but clouds. Jason in front of them is a person they can't afford to offend. It was at this time that Hu Bin realized that he didn't need anyone's support at all. No matter which family in Ningzhou City, only those families asked for Jason's share. Naturally, Jason didn't need to rely on any family. Like Jason is like hitting a rock with an egg. Hu Bin was very upset at this time, but he was powerless and could only blame himself for his bad luck. Jason glanced at them, then whispered, "Get lost." Hu Chang and Hu Bing, father and son, crawled away from the Miracle Doctor Pavilion as if they had been pardoned. Fat Joe saw the two men disappear and then saw the messy ground around them. Although he had never been involved in the medical industry before, with Jason as hands-on guidance, his medical skills are now as good as any doctor in Ningzhou City except Jason. He faced these medicinal herbs every day and used them to treat diseases and save lives, so naturally he developed some feelings for them. Somewhat helplessly, He picked up a broken ginseng on the ground. The pain in Zhou Depeng's eyes was self-evident. Jason saw it all. Jason walked up and patted him on the shoulder and said, "You don't have to feel so bad about it. But in order to avoid giving anyone else a handle in the future, I'm going to go to the suburbs in a few days to find some cooperative herbal farmers to provide us with a long-term supply of herbs." As soon as these words came out, Depeng Zhou's eyes lit up. Hearing that the Divine Doctor Pavilion would soon have its own medicinal field, how could he not be excited? He just said loudly, "Brotherly, please take me with you when the time comes." 7 days later, after sorting out everything in the Divine Doctor's Pavilion, Fatty Zhou followed Jason to the suburbs. The suburbs of Ningzhou City are different from the city. There are many undeveloped lands here, but they are particularly suitable for growing various medicinal herbs. There are also many companies developing medicinal fields here. Although the company contracted these medicinal fields, the farmers who were originally there were actually responsible for them. Therefore, he was able to find some cooperatives, large and small. Jason visited these cooperatives one by one, but none of them satisfied him. Walking on the country road, he just learned from the farmers that the land they were allocated was actually the same size. Some chose not to join the cooperative and sold medicinal herbs on their own. So Jason planned to go door to door to find the land he needed. But just when he was halfway there, he saw a man wearing rich clothes and a big gold chain around his neck walking towards him. There was a sports car parked behind a man, which was particularly eye-catching on this country stone road. There were also several beauties around him, who were leaning in his arms, looking very happy. As soon as he saw this person, Jason recognized his face instantly. This person was none other than one of his high school classmates. His name was Ding Sheng. At that time, his family was purchasing medicinal materials. Later, they were spotted by a famous large enterprise and wanted to cooperate with them. This is how they made a fortune. And Ding Sheng is a real rich second generation. He always shows off in school and looks down on poor people like Jason. Jason here, Chapter 125, Developing the Medicinal Field. Who was that I thought? It turned out to be poor Jason. What? You really have no money. You want to come here to farm? I tell you, no way. My family has long been cooperating with the Chi family, which is part of the Ningzhou Medical Alliance. We came here today to contract all the land here. Get out of here. There is no place for you to work here. Ding Sheng's tone was very arrogant. It turned out that he appeared here to acquire land. However, looking at his luxurious appearance, people who didn't know him would think that he came here to enjoy a vacation. Looking at the beauties surrounding him, many of them were classmates Jason knew. There was contempt in each of their eyes, but Jason didn't take them seriously at all. That's right. Our brother Ding's business is growing bigger and bigger now. How could a country bumpkin like you easily compete with it? You'd better find another place quickly and don't make our brother Ding unhappy. One of the women said this with disdain, but Jason didn't take these people seriously. After all, they were just a bunch of mad dogs barking in front of him. There was no need to waste time with them. Ignoring the people in front of him, Jason was just about to go find the land he needed, but at this moment, a little girl carrying a basket came out from nowhere. She walked very fast, kept her head down, and ran quickly without looking at the road, and suddenly she bumped into Ding Sheng's body. Oh my God, where did this dirty little devil come from? Do you know that this pair of pants costs hundreds of thousands? How are you going to compensate me? Jason's irrational attitude towards him just now. And now, there was such a poor kid who had soiled his pants. How could he not be annoyed? Jason was about to leave when he noticed that the little girl was covered in mud, and her body was very thin. Her face was sallow, and she looked like she had been malnourished for a long time. But the basket behind her was bigger than his own, and it was filled with all kinds of medicinal herbs. She must have just come back for the farmland. When the little girl saw that she had bumped into someone and saw Ding Sheng treating her so fiercely, tears welled up in her eyes. I only heard her apologize repeatedly. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it." The little girl's tender and pleading voice did not arouse Ding Sheng's sympathy at all, but made Ding Sheng even more angry. He went forward and grabbed the little girl's collar. Almost lifting her up, he shouted loudly, "Whose little brat are you? You soiled my pants, and you're not going to compensate me. These pants cost hundreds of thousands. How are you going to get them washed? You want to get out of here without compensation? No way." Ding Sheng really has a bad character. He didn't care at all and attacked such an ignorant and helpless little girl in front of so many people. What's more, the little girl didn't mean to bump into him. Ding Sheng just wanted to take the opportunity to vent. Jason frowned. Although he usually didn't like to meddle in other people's business, The look on the little girl's face reminded him of the first time he met his daughter Lucy Lee. Jason immediately took a few steps forward, clenched his fist, and punched Ding Sheng hard in the face, dislocating his jaw. Ding Sheng had never expected this powerful punch, and Jason's attack shocked everyone so much that they were speechless. Zhou Depang hurriedly walked over and held the helpless little girl in his arms. The little girl was frightened at this time. Seeing that someone finally came to help her, she couldn't help but throw herself into Zhou Depang's arms and started crying loudly. It's okay. My brotherly will help you teach the bad guys over there a lesson." Jason, who was already facing Ding Sheng. Ding Sheng punched Jason to the ground. His jaw was dislocated, and he couldn't utter a complete sentence. He could only barely feel that several teeth in his mouth had been knocked out. The one who made him look like this was actually that useless poor guy, Jason. "What are you doing? Do you know who's behind me?" Ding Sheng covered his dislocated jaw and could not speak clearly, but he still pointed a finger at Jason. None of the beauties around him dared to approach him at this time, as they were all frightened by his miserable appearance. It doesn't matter who you are. What matters is that you bullied an innocent child in public like this. Don't you feel any pangs of conscience at all? Jason's words reached Ding Sheng's ears, and he couldn't help but want to stand up angrily, but was knocked to the ground by Jason's sweeping kick. Jason clearly remembered that Ding Sheng said just now that they had achieved their current status because of their cooperation with the chief family of the Ningzhou Medical Alliance. But he had already eliminated the Hu family, which meant he had taken the position of chairman of the Ningzhou Medical Alliance into his pocket, so the chief family was naturally no problem. So he took out his phone and calmly called the head of the chief family. When Ding Sheng, who was lying on the ground, heard that Jason had actually called the head of the chief family and asked the chief family to terminate the cooperation with their Ding family, he couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Who did he think he was? A poor guy with no shining points on his body. How dare he say such big words? But after a while, he couldn't laugh anymore. After a while, his cell phone rang, and what came from the other end was his father's angry roar. "You stinky little loser. What on earth did you do out there? Just now someone from the chief family told us they were going to terminate all cooperation with us. You still dare to cause trouble for me outside? Come back here quickly." As soon as these words came out, even the beauties surrounding Ding Sheng changed their expressions instantly. They had never thought that Jason was actually able to do what he said. With just one phone call, he could make the once powerful Ding family lose its backing in an instant. Jason blankly, unable to utter a word. Jason stopped looking at Ding Sheng's miserable state. He turned around and saw the little girl held in the arms of Fatty Zhou. He sighed and asked, "Little girl, whose child are you? Why are you carrying a basket and picking herbs at such a young age?" The little girl looked only 7 or 8 years old, but she was very thin, and the basket she carried on her back was even bigger than herself. When the little girl heard Jason's question, she wiped her tears and said obediently, "My name is Wang Xiaomei, and that farmhouse over there is my home. I have been without parents since I was a child, and only my grandfather took care of me. But my grandfather has been ill these days, and I don't have money for medicine, so I can only collect some herbs to make a living." Chapter 126, This is the Place. Fatty Zhou looked at Wang Xiaomei. Her miserable life experience reminded him of his own mother, who had also worked so hard to raise him alone. So he also looked at Jason for help. Jason didn't say anything. He just reached out and picked up a herb from Wang Xiaomei's basket. He looked at it carefully and was surprised to find that it was very different from the herbs planted in the ground he had just seen. Obviously, the types are the same, but the herbs Wang Xiaomei picked are obviously of better quality. So he asked in confusion, "The herbs you collected are of very good quality. So why do you have no money to treat your illness?" Logically speaking, such herbs can be sold at more than double the normal price. But why does Wang Xiaomei's grandfather still have no money to treat his illness? When Wang Xiaomei said this, tears welled up in her eyes again. Every time they came to buy medicinal herbs, they bought them by quantity rather than quality. But my grandfather was a straightforward person. He said we couldn't be like those people in other villages who only took from the land without giving it time to rest. Other people plant one or several crops a year, and if they don't plant enough crops in a year, they use fertilizer to force the growth. But we only plant one crop every 2 years, and use the free year to plant crops that can enhance soil fertility. So although we use less medicine, the quality is better. But those who buy medicinal herbs see that they're only my grandfather and I, and they think we're easy to bully, so they never give us a normal price. At this point, Wang Xiaomei's tears were already falling. She had asked many people, but no one had ever truly admitted that their medicine was of good quality. Only the young-looking uncle in front of her said so. But this also showed that her grandfather's efforts over the years were not in vain. Zhou Depeng naturally noticed the change in Jason's eyes. He picked up Wang Xiaomei and said with a firm look, "Brotherly, why don't we go to Xiaomei's house and take a look?" Jason agreed to this suggestion, so with Wang Xiaomei's guidance, the three of them soon arrived at Wang Xiaomei's home. This is a very dilapidated thatched hut that looks quite old. There are a few patches on it, but it is still very dilapidated compared to other houses. There was an acre of medicinal field behind the yard, and a few chickens were raised in the yard. After arriving here, Jason asked Wang Xiaomei to take him to see the medicinal field in her backyard first. Sure enough, every growing medicinal plant in the field was of very high quality and seemed to be well taken care of. Although there are few people taking care of such a high-quality land, Jason is not short of money. He can easily hire some highly skilled personnel from outside to carry out mass production here. He secretly decided to choose this place, so he asked Wang Xiaomei to take him to find her grandfather. Entering the thatched hut, there was nothing inside the bare house except an empty stove. Entering Wang Xiaomei's grandfather's room, there was only a tattered iron bed, and on the bed lay an old man curled up. The old man sat up quickly when he heard the noise, but the big movement made him cough a few times. Wang Xiaomei saw the pain in her grandfather's face and walked over to him with a distressed look on her face. She shouted, "Grandpa, are you feeling better today? These are the guests I brought with me. They said they want to cooperate with our medicinal fields." He was an old man who looked to be in his 70s. Although his hair and beard were all white, he looked very strong. He must have done a lot of farm work. The old man coughed twice. When he heard that someone wanted to cooperate with his medicine farm, he wanted to stand up regardless of his illness. However, Jason quickly stopped him and said, "Don't worry, old man. I have indeed decided to cooperate with you. As for the manpower issues, I will take care of them. You only need to provide the land. I have even figured out the rent. I wonder if 1 million a year is enough." 1 million. Wang Xiaomei heard this number and looked at her grandfather in shock. Wang Xiaomei went to the village primary school, so she knew how big this number was. The old man was also shocked. When he heard that there was actually 1 million, he waved his hands and refused. No, our land is only a few acres. How can it be worth such a high price?" Jason heard the old man's refusal. He said with a smile, "I've just looked at the land of each household in the village, and I asked Xiaomei about it when I came here. Just as you said, their land only produces one or several crops a year. For the sake of profit, I am afraid that the fertility of their land has long been reduced, and they cannot grow the medicinal herbs I want. The reason I offered this price is that I completely believe this piece of land is worth it, and you don't have to worry too much." Upon hearing Jason's words, the old man couldn't help but burst into tears. He thought that he had been farming for so many years, but no one in the village took his methods seriously. They even began to exclude him. They all thought that he was old and confused, and those merchants who came to buy medicinal herbs bullied him, an old man, and never talked to him in a reasonable way. It was rare that what Jason proposed was not alms, but he was seriously negotiating a deal with them. The two parties were in completely equal positions. After thinking about it, Wang Xiaomei's grandfather finally nodded in agreement. Jason's hand tightly, his old face filled with endless gratitude, but no words came out of his mouth. Jason also held the old hands and said, "Old man, I see you're in good health, so you don't seem to be seriously ill. I'm a doctor, and I can tell from your pulse and facial changes that it's just a minor cold. I know a little about acupuncture, so let me prepare a little and then give you a few acupuncture treatments." Heard that Jason actually knew how to cure diseases, her eyes lit up. After obtaining the consent of both of them, Jason called Zhou Depeng out. Zhou Depeng was called out. He suddenly felt something was wrong and asked in a low voice, "Brotherly, Wang Xiaomei's grandfather didn't have a cold at all, right?" Fatty Zhou had been working with Jason for a long time and had naturally become much smarter. He knew that Jason had noticed it too. Jason nodded and smiled easily. Fortunately, it was discovered early, but it was only in the early stages of cancer. "I can still cure this minor illness, but I'll need some help. Go to the herb garden and collect herbs as I instructed, then boil them all down and set aside." It turned out that Jason deliberately said that he had a cold so that Wang Xiaomei would not worry. Fatty Zhou naturally agreed and went to the medicine field to pick herbs without saying a word. Jason also took out the blood-red silver needle he carried with him. He hadn't given acupuncture to anyone for some time. Chapter 127 Happy Reunion. 3 days later, Jason looked at Wang, Xiaomei's grandfather, who had recovered. When the grandfather and grandson stood together, the happy scene made him feel a lump in his throat. He thought that nothing was better than a family being together. He looked back at Zhou Depang, whose face was also filled with a happy smile. The matter of the medicine field was over, and the Divine Doctor Pavilion will be able to operate normally in the future. Big fatty, let's go. Jason seemed to have suddenly thought of something. He called Zhou Depang with a melancholy look on his face. After saying goodbye to Wang Xiaomei, he called a car and planned to return to Ningzhou City. Brotherly, why aren't you happy at all? Fatty Zhou was keenly aware of Jason's mood. He didn't know why Jason still looked depressed, even though he had already handled everything. Jason was in a state of confusion at the moment. He didn't know how to describe his complicated feelings. Instead of seeking revenge on the crow, he actually cared more about the safety of himself, his wife, and children. Approaching them again and again puts Anna and Lucy Lee in endless crisis. But the master is still in their hands, so they can only take risks again and again. At this moment, a phone suddenly rang. Jason took out the phone and saw that it was Tang Dinghua calling. He didn't know what Tang Dinghua wanted to talk to him about at this time, but he subconsciously took out his cell phone and answered the call. Little friendly, please come back soon. We have something important to tell you. He didn't expect that Tang Dinghua, who called, would be so anxious to ask him to go back. He didn't know what he was up to. He glanced at Zhou Depang, who obviously didn't know either. However, the two of them quickly took a taxi back to Zhou. However, after asking the Tang family, they found that there was no one there. Just when I was wondering, I received a message from Anna. It turned out that Tang Dinghua went to the Chun family. What tricks is this old man playing? Jason was full of doubts, but he didn't ask any questions. He just took Zhou Depang back to Chen's house. The Chen family's courtyard was quiet at this time. There was no one there, which made it seem strangely quiet. Thinking that something had happened, Jason rushed to the door in 2 steps and opened it. But the surprise that greeted him was not what he imagined. Happy birthday, Dad. As the tender child's voice sounded, countless sparkling and shiny sequins fell from Jason's head. Before he could react, a birthday hat was put on his head. Anna came over with a cake, her face full of smiles, as if she had been waiting for Jason to come back. Jason was speechless. He had been busy preparing for the Miracle Doctor Pavilion these days and had not even remembered that today was his birthday. Happy birthday. It was rare to see Jason with a look of surprise on his face. At this moment, the lights in the house were turned on, illuminating the entire room. Anna and the Chun family naturally all came, including Tang Shui from the Tang family, Fan Jin from Lujia. All the countless people who had been helped by her were now gathered together, with smiles on their faces. They all came to celebrate her birthday. But what shocked him the most was the old man, standing next to Tang Dinghua. The old man had a kind face. Although he looked old, he was still in good health. The old man also saw Jason. When their eyes met, even Jason, who never showed his joy, couldn't help but feel a little sore in his eyes. He couldn't help but say, "Master, is that you? You little brat. After so many years, you even forgot about me, your master." Jason's master heard Jason ask this. Although he seemed very unhappy, he did not mean to blame Jason at all. He just walked up, patted Jason on the shoulder, and said, "Good boy, you've grown so big. After I rescued you from your enemies, it was not convenient for me to reveal my true identity to you. In fact, you are not an orphan. You are the grandson of my genius, Dr. Li Shan. It is said that a good father will have a good son. But now you are better than your father and me. How can you, a junior, solve all those troublesome problems? I have already dealt with all of the Dark Raven organization. From now on, you just need to live your life in peace with my granddaughter-in-law and great-grandson." At the end of the story, Li Shan's nose felt sore. He had kept the secret for a long time, and finally he could tell Jason on his 25th birthday. Upon hearing the news, Jason could no longer hold back his tears. He had never thought that he would have relatives in this world, and he had never thought that his relatives would always be by his side, guarding him and helping him when he was in the most danger. "Today is your birthday. Come cut the cake and blow out the candles." Anna walked up with a smile. In fact, when she heard the big news just now, she couldn't help but shed tears for Jason, but now she didn't cry. She knew that there was still a long time to go, and they would continue to be happy. Jason nodded, and Depang Zhou considerately handed him a plastic knife and a plate for cutting the cake. "Dad, make a wish quickly." Lucy Lee couldn't wait to eat the cake. Jason touched her little head, and under the gaze of everyone, under the gaze of those he had helped and who had also given him warmth, he took a breath and blew out the candles. Jason has always been clear about gratitude and grudges. Now that his master, who is also his grandfather, has returned, he has no other requests. My only wish is that my family can be safe and sound. 15 years later, a beautiful woman was walking on the street of Ningzhou City. She was dressed simply, but her stunning appearance could not be concealed. Everyone on the street looked at her with envy. But she didn't care at all and walked ahead of everyone confidently and proudly. I heard that a talented medical doctor will return from overseas today and will be stationed at Ningzhou No. 1 Hospital. He will also officially take over the largest pharmacy in Ningzhou, the Divine Doctor's Pavilion. It can be said that he will monopolize half of the medical community in Ningzhou. However, few people know his true identity. People with infinite curiosity naturally have an image of an old doctor with a sage-like appearance, over 50 years old and rich experience in their minds. In order not to neglect this master, all the idle medical staff of Ningzhou First Hospital are waiting outside the door for his arrival. Suddenly, a woman with a beautiful figure and extraordinary appearance suddenly appeared in everyone's sight. "Miss, I wonder who you are?" The dean noticed the extraordinary temperament of this woman and asked with some doubt. The woman smiled slightly, revealing two cute little fangs, and handed her resume to the dean. "My name is Lucy Lee." Lucy Lee? No one had heard of this name, and the envious eyes of the people behind the dean instantly turned into disappointment, as if Lucy Lee's appearance had disturbed their welcome to the master. But only the dean really noticed what was written on Lucy Lee's resume. The moment he saw those lines of words, he suddenly didn't dare to speak. Seeing the crowd's undisguised disappointment, Lucy Lee remembered her father's words before he left and realized that these people were obviously judging people by their appearance and looking down on her. Then she smiled confidently again and said loudly, "My dad is Jason. Now you know who I am."